Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 397, Irina, who decided to peek behind the veil of secrets. While Irina was busy in the kitchen, preparing her finest dish, a true culinary masterpiece capable of driving anyone mad with just one bite, Alex sat calmly at the table with Gir, Mimi, and Stitch. Rather than anxiously awaiting their order, the four of them were immersed in a handheld console game. Restaurant patrons, who had come to sample the cuisine of the famous Irina Nakiri, couldn't help but glance over at the strange group, a handsome man in Alex, and three of his unusual companions who looked like well-dressed plush toys straight out of a fairy tale about a high society party in an enchanted forest. While the rest of the guests waited eagerly for their orders, Alex and his trio seemed completely relaxed, absorbed in the game. Their calmness starkly contrasted the tense atmosphere of anticipation in the room. Alex felt the stares, but he didn't care. He had long grown used to being the center of attention. The only thing he truly cared about now was the taste of the dish prepared personally by Irina Nakiri. He had once known of her only from a manga, back before he became the Demon King and enforcer of the creator. And now he was curious, how delicious would her food truly be? Would it surpass even the exquisite meals he'd tasted in Valhalla, during his efforts to alter the cosmic order and reconcile gods with humanity? Still playing, Alex noticed Hisako step into the dining hall to begin serving dishes. One look at her face told him something was off. Her eyes betrayed worry, clearly tied to Irina. Alex frowned and glanced toward the kitchen. What was going on back there that could shake someone as composed as Hisako? If he didn't already know Irina's personality, he'd assume she was preparing something otherworldly just to impress him. And in the moment he got distracted, Gir, Mimi, and Stitch immediately took advantage and ambushed him in the game. The sound of defeat rang out, and when he looked over at them, he saw the three chuckling together. He just shook his head in resignation. Arguing with that trio was pointless. They behaved like kids most of the time, only switching to serious mode when it was time to beat someone up. And finally, the moment arrived. Irina, having finished her cooking, decided to personally bring the dish to Alex. Why? Even she didn't know. She just wanted to. She wanted to see his reaction. The smile on her face made it clear, she had poured 200% of herself into this meal. Approaching the table, she gently set the plate down in front of Alex. Her eyes briefly lingered on the trio that looked like high-end plush animals in formal wear, but she didn't care. Only one person mattered to her. That's fine. Hisako will bring their food, she thought calmly, not the least bit flustered. What she didn't realize was that she had nearly made three enemies feared even by the gods. Gir, Mimi, and Stitch were notoriously petty and extremely impatient. And being ignored during dinner, that bordered on a capital offense. They stared at Alex's plate, then at the empty space in front of them. No dishes. No portions. Not even a breadcrumb. And if not for Alex's warning glance, they would have already staged a mini-revolution. Alex looked at his plate, then up at Irina, who quickly averted her eyes, trying to maintain a calm expression. Then he scanned the dining hall and quickly noticed something else: the portions served to other guests were much smaller. Irina instantly realized he'd noticed, but her face remained composed. This is my variation of the French dish au poivre, she introduced the plate. With several kinds of vegetables and, of course, roasted potatoes. I wasn't sure which vegetables you prefer, so I grilled some with sauce and boiled the rest to an al dente texture. Alex looked at the dish and recognized it immediately. In front of him was a classic pan-seared steak, generously seasoned with coarsely ground black pepper. The sauce served on the side was also familiar, a traditional pepper sauce, known for its rich yet balanced spiciness. His gaze slid over the vegetables. Some had been grilled to a golden crisp with a thin layer of fragrant sauce, while others were boiled to a perfect al dente, preserving their texture and natural sweetness. And as a compliment, a portion of crispy potatoes, deep-fried to perfection. Everything looked more than appetizing. Irina stood silently nearby, watching as Alex examined the dish. When he gave a small nod, a content and calm smile appeared on his face, as if he had seen exactly what he'd hoped for. Then he picked up the knife and fork, cut off a small piece of the steak, and took a bite. At that moment, Irina's heart stopped. She waited. Waited for an expression of ecstasy, delight, maybe even tears of joy. Alex said calmly. It's a decent dish. The flavor balance is well done. The grilled vegetables are pleasant and aromatic. The boiled ones kept their texture and sweetness. The potatoes, crispy on the outside, soft inside. Overall, solid. Good work. Irina's eyes widened. She couldn't believe what she had just heard. Did he say, decent? Just decent? To her, it sounded like, well, it'll do. Something cracked inside her. It was a blow to her pride as a chef, precise and merciless. Even Mimi, and Stitch, tasting the dish, nodded in agreement with Alex's words. Hisako, who had been serving other guests, instinctively turned around, her eyes landing on Irina, frozen in place like a statue. Chaos roared inside Irina's mind. This is impossible. I've cooked for royalty, for presidents, for the world's elite. And this is the reaction I get. Who even is this man? She screamed inwardly. Alex, however, was completely unaware of her inner turmoil. He was simply enjoying the food, and it was genuine. In his view, the dish was excellent. Especially considering it had been prepared by a normal human, not a god, not a culinary spirit, not a machine. Looking at the remaining half of the steak, he thought to himself. If not for the laws of this universe, Irina could very well become a god. A god of cuisine. Walking the same path as the Buddha who reached enlightenment. But, alas. In this world, there are no gods. No hell, no heaven. Only me, 4 goddesses, and a group of Valkyries I brought with me. And all of them are foreign to this world. Meanwhile, Irina, unable to calm down, had returned to the kitchen. But she couldn't cook, all her attention was fixed on the door, through which she occasionally peeked, watching Alex with obsessive focus. Even when Alex and his companions finished eating and ordered tea to cleanse their palates, Irina continued watching him like a hawk. And when they finally stood up to leave, she rushed to the window and didn't take her eyes off him. She had been taught everything, etiquette, gestures, posture. But only now, watching him walk away, did she truly notice his bearing, the way he moved. There was strength in it, dignity, something indescribable. He walked like someone above all others. Before, she just wanted to impress him with her cooking. But now, she began to notice something different. And what happened next made her heart stop. Alex paused, and lit a cigarette. But that wasn't what shocked her. Her eyes fell on his shadow, and suddenly, it changed. His shadow took the shape of a woman with long, flowing hair. Irina blinked. Then again. She rubbed her eyes. What the? A slender female hand emerged from the shadow, a ring on the ring finger, black, with a blood-red gem. Then the whole figure followed. A woman with deathly pale skin and ruby-colored eyes, wearing a dress the color of fresh blood. She gently wrapped her arms around Alex's neck. But the real shock for Irina wasn't the woman herself. It was Alex's reaction. He smiled. Warmly. Lovingly. As if this woman were the very reason he existed. And before Irina had a chance to fully comprehend what she'd just witnessed, the woman pulled Alex backward. His body sank into his own shadow, as if into water. Immediately, long strands of hair burst out of the darkness, wrapping around Mimi, and Stitch, and dragged them in after him. Silence. What was that? A ghost. He disappeared into his own shadow. This isn't a dream. Could ghosts actually be real? Irina screamed internally. Her mind swarmed with theories, hypotheses, and wild guesses. Logic was tearing at the seams. The world around her no longer felt like the one she knew. Everything she thought she knew about ghosts came from manga and horror films she'd watched in the evenings with Hisako to get a little thrill. Besides her culinary talent, Irina liked to think she was fairly well versed in the supernatural. How could she not be, after watching hundreds of anime and dozens of horror flicks? But she had no idea that what she had just seen was something far deeper, and far more terrifying, than fiction. And through her own actions, unknowingly, she had taken the first step toward that abyss which draws in all who seek answers, and truth. I need to do some research. Irina whispered to herself, glancing at the restaurant's remaining guests. All she wanted now was for this day to be over. Alex had no idea he had just become the source of sleepless nights for a young chef who had unwittingly witnessed Zhang Yu pulling him into the shadow realm. His thoughts at that moment were entirely elsewhere, with his family. When Zhang Yu pushed him back out from the shadow world, Alex found himself standing next to his girls. They looked happy, cheerful, clearly, the day at the festival had been a success. There had been so much delicious food that they could barely walk. Though now, many of them were already complaining about a few extra pounds gained over the course of the day. Being a good husband, Alex first complimented each of them, and then wisely stayed silent, lest he accidentally say too much. Still, he was curious about what Freya, Yuriko, Alcina, and Gondel would have to say. They had gone to the elite district where high-end cuisine was being served. The rest of the girls, unfortunately, hadn't made it that far. They simply didn't have the energy or stomach space left. The main street and central food court had completely drained them. When Alex noticed the expressions on the Elite Four, it became clear their experience had been underwhelming. What happened, Freya? Mortal food didn't impress you. Loki asked, still holding the same can of beer she'd been nursing since morning. It's not that the food was terrible, Freya replied, leaning her cheek on her hand thoughtfully. But, imagine a show where a monkey jumps on a pole, and then you're given a tiny portion of food. It looks beautiful, but tastes hollow and soulless. Ho ho. Alex chuckled, carrying a dozing Anya, Nyaruko, and Jinx in his arms. And here I thought members of the Elite 10 could cook properly. Or are you just spoiled by food from the heavens? I'm not saying the food was bad, Freya replied calmly. There just wasn't any soul in it. It's hard to explain, but... Emptiness, said Alcina, holding her elegant cigarette holder. Exactly, Yuriko nodded. It was an empty dish. No emotion, no spark. As if the chef cooked mechanically, trying to impress with technique, not convey any feeling through the food. Well, at least now they can brag that they fed a Valkyrie, a goddess, a Madame Dracula, and the former head of a corporation, Alex added with a smirk to lighten the mood. And they're not the only ones, Rekka chimed in with a smile. None of us belong to this world. Which means, every chef who cooked for us today did something no one will ever be able to repeat. They all exchanged glances and burst out laughing together. Smiling, Alex told the girls about the red and white, two critics who brought chefs to tears with their ruthless remarks. Imagining the scene, the girls laughed even harder. Lucina, Kiwi, and Lucy confirmed his words. They had just witnessed the moment when a poor ramen seller was literally crushed by the comments of those two gourmets. The discussion about food, stalls, and culinary discoveries at the festival continued. Yuri didn't miss the chance to tease Chun-Li, reminding everyone how she moaned with delight after her first meat bun. And while Chun-Li, burning with embarrassment, was ready to strike back, Alex deftly stepped between them to prevent another duel. But, of course, Yuri didn't stop and continued teasing Chun-Li, making theatrical moans that only further annoyed her. When the whole group finally entered the house one of Alex's clones had bought during a trip to the past, they decided to settle in the living room, to sit for a while before sleep. Everyone felt tired, but no one was in a hurry to leave. Alex, you went to the elite district too, right? How did you like the food there? Coco asked, lazily sprawling on the couch. Freya, Alcina, Yuriko, and Gondal weren't too impressed. To be honest, I liked it, Alex replied with a slight smile. I wouldn't say it's the best food I've ever tasted, but it could easily take an honorable second place. Wait a minute. Hestia exclaimed in surprise. Are you serious? Who even managed to cook such food? All the girls nodded, their interest in the mysterious chef only grew. I was at Nakiri Arena's restaurant. You already know who she is. By the way, Becca, next time you send info to everyone, please exclude me from the list, he said, glancing at Becca, who just lazily waved it off. Alright, don't keep us waiting. How good is she? Loki asked impatiently, starting to behave like a spoiled child. Let's say this, if there were different laws in this world, Irina could well repeat the feat of my friend Buchan, Alex said thoughtfully, scratching his chin. Buchan? Lily asked, tilting her head. Who is that and what feat? He means Buddha, Brunhilde explained, setting her teacup on the table. In my world, Buddha was the only person to reach divinity through enlightenment and the path he walked. He became a god while remaining mortal. Wait. Hephaestus said, looking at Alex with surprise. Are you saying that an ordinary girl could become a goddess of food? Alex nodded without hesitation. Silence fell over the room. The Valkyries, Freya, Hephaestus, Loki, and Hestia, exchanged glances, beginning to realize just how special Irina was. But then Gir, Mimi, and Stitch interrupted the conversation, reminding everyone that Irina forgot to cook for them, so they had to wait longer than the others. In revenge, they pulled out their dirt, showing the girls a recording of the conversation between Alex and Irina. Watching it caused a wave of bewilderment. The girls looked at Alex with cold, suspicious eyes. He acted like a mysterious stranger, completely unrecognizable. Alex just rolled his eyes. He knew that look, as if they thought he was some villain, rude to everyone and hiding his true identity. He had to explain his impressions of Irina's cooking in more detail. And then the real discussion began. Everyone, without exception, was curious about how delicious Irina's cooking really was and whether they could try it. Meanwhile, Irina herself, unexpectedly becoming the most talked about person in Alex's family, sat in her room unable to sleep. Thoughts kept her restless. She craved answers. First, she tried to find out who Alexander Voldigod was. But the internet and all the information databases available to her family gave no mention at all. The only thing she managed to learn was that the name Alexander has Greek origins. Nothing more. Then she tried searching by photo, again, nothing useful. Everything she found were links to manga websites. Over and over again. At midnight, exhausted, she decided to take a short break and clicked on the first manga site link that kept popping up repeatedly during her searches. It was a manga about the Demon King. Irina intended to just glance and close it, but opening the first page, she froze. A character on the throne. His face. The same features. The same pose. The same smirk. And the name, Alexander Voldigode. She even rubbed her eyes, deciding she was just tired. But the character didn't disappear. He was Alex. Exactly. Staring at the screen, Irina felt reality start to crumble into pieces. Her mind, tired from sleeplessness, refused to accept what was happening. But instead of going to sleep, she acted on her own impulse. Barefoot, on tiptoe, she sneaked into the room of her loyal friend and secretary, Hisako. She was already asleep, peacefully. Hisako. Irina whispered, lightly nudging the girl. Hisako mumbled, turning onto her other side. Hisako, wake up. It's important, Irina insisted, shaking her friend more urgently. Feeling herself being called through half-sleep, Hisako struggled awake and looked around until she noticed Irina looming over her. Standing in the dim light, Irina looked almost like a ghost. Hisako's heart nearly jumped out of her chest, she almost had a heart attack. Struggling to catch her breath, she put her hand on her chest, trying to calm her wildly beating heart. Irina, seeing her friend was awake, sat on the edge of the bed and handed her a tablet. Lady Irina, what brings you to my room in the middle of the night? Hisako asked, sitting up and leaning on the headboard. Look, Irina said briefly, holding out the tablet. Hisako yawned, lazily took the device, and glanced at the screen without really reading. Lady, you're not sleeping and reading manga. And you woke me up for this. The festival isn't even over yet, it's almost 2 in the morning outside. You need rest, but you. That's not it, Irina interrupted. Just take a closer look. Doesn't this character remind you of anyone? Hisako frowned, pushing aside her sleepiness, and shifted her gaze to the manga page. For several seconds she stared intently, then rubbed her eyes, hoping it was all just a dream. But the longer she looked, the clearer it became. The person on the throne on the screen looked suspiciously familiar. Wait. Hisako whispered. Is that him? Irina nodded affirmatively and pointed to the character's name printed on the page. Alexander Voldigode. Hisako muttered, rereading the name several times. This can't be. I tried to find any information about this person, Irina began, clenching her fists. Searched the internet, all available channels, even used the connections of the Nakiri family. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Not a single record, not a single photo except those leading to manga sites. Even reverse image searches only brought me back to those pages. Hisako looked at her, completely baffled. But, Lady Irina, maybe he's just a cosplayer? Rainbow eyes could be contacts. It's all a coincidence. No, Irina shook her head. It's not a coincidence. When he left the restaurant, I saw something. His shadow changed. It took the shape of a girl. Then that girl stepped out of the shadow and pulled him back. Not just him, his 3 companions got dragged in too. I saw it with my own eyes. It was too real. Irina grabbed Hisako's shoulders, her voice trembled. Hisako listened with bated breath. She knew Irina wasn't the kind to make things up. And though there was still a hope in her mind that it was just exhaustion and lack of sleep, a worried glint flickered in her eyes. All right, Hisako finally said, gathering her courage. Tell me everything again, from the beginning. We have to understand what that was. Irina recounted in detail everything she had seen. And at that moment, both realized they were dealing with something beyond human understanding. This wasn't just a strange incident. It was something supernatural. From then on, neither of the girls managed to sleep. Until dawn, they sat at the computer, red-eyed from fatigue, scrolling through websites of urban legends, articles about ghosts, stories about shadows, mystical creatures, and even manga featuring spirits. But all they found was just fiction, stories unrelated to reality. Yet, despite that, they kept searching. And to clear their minds and shake off their thoughts, Irina and Hisako decided to take a walk through the festival. Her restaurant was supposed to open only in the evening, so she had time to distract herself and compose her thoughts. They walked slowly between the food stalls set up by the students of Tatsuki Academy. Suddenly, Irina's eyes widened. She spotted the very men who had kept her awake all night. She was desperate to find out who he really was. Then she saw the cause of her insomnia run out from one of the stalls, holding 3 strange creatures in his hands. These beings shouted something about cleansing sinners and, to Irina's horror, immediately disappeared into the crowd. Without hesitation, Irina took off in pursuit. As she chased the mysterious fugitive, it became increasingly clear to her, he was damn fast. Moreover, it seemed he didn't avoid people but passed right through them. It took her only a few minutes to catch up to him, just as he and the trio, Gir, Mimi, and Stitch, ran into the nearby forest. Lady Irina, wait. Hisako wheezed, barely catching her breath after the long run. Quiet, Hisako. He went this way, Irina whispered, putting a finger to her lips to signal silence. Hisako only nodded silently, though a growing unease stirred in her heart over Irina's strange behavior. They cautiously moved through the forest thicket when suddenly voices sounded nearby. Realizing their target was close, the girls tried to move as quietly as possible, not making a single sound. Hiding behind a tree, they finally saw Alex. He was standing in front of the three strange creatures, clearly scolding them, while they looked like naughty children, heads lowered, kicking the ground with their feet. What is he doing? Irina wondered, listening to the voice. I didn't ask for much. Alex said tiredly. Just don't burn anything, don't blow anyone up, and don't start an inquisition. We have a week off. One little week. And soon we'll have to work again. Is it so hard to avoid a disaster even once? What did that poor student do that you decided to send him into orbit? The food was disgusting, Gir grumbled, looking up at Alex. Trash, added Stitch, dramatically turning his head away. Alex wearily rubbed his forehead. He had only turned away for a second, and here was the result. The trio decided to launch the student straight into space, tied by the leg to a rocket. Judging by their looks, they didn't regret it in the slightest. The dish they tried was so awful that their anger was almost justified. Who would have thought grilled octopus with nut oil could taste like such a nightmare? Irina and Hisako exchanged glances, trying to understand what exactly was going on. How long are you going to hide behind the tree? Alex suddenly said, turning his head directly toward them. Both girls hiding behind the tree felt their hearts almost stop. Irina and Hisako realized they had been spotted. There was no point hiding any longer. Wait. It's us. Irina said loudly, stepping out from behind the tree with her hands raised. Hisako appeared hesitantly right after her. And why exactly were you hiding behind the tree, Nakiri Irina? Alex asked calmly. I saw you run away from the food stall, so I ran after you, Irina answered, trying to stay calm. But that's not really the reason, is it? Alex lit a cigarette with a slight smile. The real reason you followed me is something else entirely. And don't try to lie, I'm not that easy to fool. Yesterday I saw a girl ghost come out of your shadow. Then the shadow pulled you inside. I just wanted to know who you really are, Irina said, noticeably nervous now. Strange question. My family and I just came to the festival to try some good food, Alex said, spreading his arms wide. Gir, Mimi, and Stitch synchronized their gestures. Irina quietly snorted and, tossing her hair back like a lady from an elite family, crossed her arms over her chest. Her eyes clearly said, she didn't believe a single word Alex said. There's not a single record of you. Not in any country. Not where you studied, not where you were born, not where you come from. Absolutely nothing. The only thing I managed to find after hours of searching was a manga. The main character looks exactly like you. Except he doesn't have earrings. And the name and surname are the same. Exactly the same, she declared, lifting her head like someone who had just finished a serious investigation. Oh, so you spent half the night digging up info about me, and all you found was a manga. Alex smirked, stroking his chin. Didn't even know it existed here. So who are you? Irina squinted. I saw with my own eyes how your shadow took the shape of a girl. And then you and those three disappeared into it. Alex took a deep drag and exhaled smoke. All right. I'll tell you something. Just a little. But how about we change the scenery? It'll be easier to talk. Irina nodded. Casting one last appraising look at Alex and his three companions, she led them along. Hisako was probably the most nervous of them all. She had no idea what trouble Irina's questions might have stirred up or where it might lead. Watching her, Alex glanced at Gir, Mimi, and Stitch and shrugged. They all shrugged back in sync. It was clear they didn't care at all that they'd been noticed. And Alex himself didn't put much weight on it. After all, he wasn't planning to stay in this world for long. To be continued. Chapter 398, Chapter 398, The Girl Chef Yearning for Truth. Walking slowly behind Irina, Alex kept his eyes on the back of the girl striding forward with determination. But what frustrated him most wasn't that their cover had been blown. It was the fact that even in this world, that ridiculous manga existed, one where, for some reason, he had replaced Anos as the main character. Stroking his chin, Alex couldn't help but compare Irina's thoroughness to Saya. Yes, if pink-haired know-it-all Saya were in Nakiri's place, his beloved Saya, with whom he once survived a zombie apocalypse, she would have done exactly the same. Woken everyone up, sniffed out every detail, and wouldn't stop until she got the full truth out of him. Alex glanced briefly at his shadow. Just for a moment, it took on the shape of Zhangya. He only shook his head. His ghost wife wasn't to blame for this failure. What happened had already happened, and there was no point in blaming anyone. Far more productive was simply to accept the situation and answer a few questions from the girl who, instead of sleeping, had spent the night digging through every scrap of information trying to uncover his identity. He looked over at Hisako. Their eyes met, and the girl immediately dropped her gaze, flinching slightly. Watching this, Alex couldn't help but notice that her eyes, like Irina's, were red from lack of sleep. He had no doubt it was Irina who had woken her up in the middle of the night and dragged her into this impromptu investigation. Leaving the forest where they'd been caught, Alex and his 3 companions followed silently behind Irina. Her expression was full of resolve, so cold and focused that anyone who tried to ask her a question instantly froze and backed away. A few students had the nerve to approach, but one look from her was enough to make them pale and retreat. Alex shook his head with a faint smile. It amused him how Irina could literally clear a path with just her gaze, simply because she was determined to get answers. As he followed the girls to an unknown destination, Alex couldn't help but think about the rest of his companions, those who had chosen not to attend the festival. Their reasoning had been, very on brand, we're not putting on extra weight eating for 2 days straight. So instead of the festival, they'd launched a full-on raid of Tokyo's shopping districts. Fortunately, they had escorts, locals familiar with the city and the world, who could guide them through the maze of the metropolis. When Alex found out, he almost hugged his clone for wisely leaving them with a large enough budget. He smirked, imagining the faces of the shopkeepers when his girls started clearing out stores, clothing, jewelry, anything that sparkled. Today, some shopping mall was about to get rich, and the banking system would tremble. Lost in thought, he didn't even notice when Irina led them to one of the buildings. Following her and Hisako inside, Alex wasn't surprised to find out where they'd arrived. It was one of the academy kitchens. Then again, that was no surprise. In Tatsuki, there were so many of them it seemed like you could hold a cooking competition or practice session every few steps. Looking around the kitchen, Alex nodded approvingly. He even briefly thought how nice it would be to set up something like this back home in Orario. Spacious, clean, convenient, perfect for anyone cooking for a big family. Meanwhile, his trio of gourmets wasted no time. Gir, Mimi, and Stitch rushed to the fridge the moment they saw it, flung the door open, and hungrily stared at the food inside. That was all they needed. Within seconds, hands, tongues, and other appendages were already diving into the contents. Alex sighed. As usual, no shame, no restraint. Irina and Hisako didn't even acknowledge them. Their attention was fixed solely on Alex, who was already sitting on the kitchen counter, lazily swinging his leg. So, who are you really? Irina asked coldly, arms crossed. You know, the best way to explain who we are, is to let you guess, Alex said, cigarette clamp between his teeth. You're not allowed to smoke in here, Hisako instantly snapped, then quickly clamped a hand over her mouth. Don't worry, Hisako, Alex replied gently. My cigarettes are odorless. A lot of folks in my family can't stand tobacco, so I had to upgrade them. He snapped his fingers, and a tiny flame flickered to life at the tip of the cigarette. But Irina wasn't frowning because he mentioned his family, or because of the cigarette. What irritated her was something entirely different. Instead of giving a direct answer, Alex had suggested she guess who he was. After a whole night spent trying to dig up even the slightest bit of information, that felt like a mockery. Why don't you just tell me who you are, she said sternly, crossing her arms over her chest. If I could guess, I wouldn't have spent all night staring at a computer screen. It's not that simple, Alex replied calmly. You already know we're not ordinary people. That we're supernatural. Right. Right, Irina nodded. Beside her, Hisako gave a silent nod as well. That's the tricky part, he continued, resting his elbow on his knee and propping his cheek against his fist. Where is that line, the threshold of truth, that you're ready to accept? You were both raised in a society where anything supernatural is just fairy tales, bedtime stories, and fantasy. Am I wrong? Threshold of truth. Irina frowned deeper, tilting her head slightly. What do you mean by that? I'm talking about your personal limit of belief. About what you're willing to accept as true, and what you dismiss as complete nonsense. For example, heaven and hell, fiction or not. Gods, ancient myths or something more. Monsters, ghosts, magic, rubbish or possible reality. He raised 2 fingers, as if to illustrate his point. And how exactly does this get me closer to an answer about who you are? Irina asked sharply, as if demanding assurance that her time wasn't being wasted. Directly. Because if you're not even ready to believe in the existence of ghosts, how could you possibly grasp who I am? Understanding the truth isn't just finding out that unicorns exist. It's more like realizing the monster in your closet is real. That the magical world isn't just made up, it's truly magical. He waved his cigarette hand lazily, flicking ash to the floor. Irina didn't flinch. On the contrary, her eyes lit up with renewed curiosity. But Hisako looked visibly uneasy. There was a clear implication in Alex's words, the truth might be terrifying. The mention of a monster in the closet clearly rattled her. Irina picked up on it, too. She wasn't stupid. And despite her confidence, a seed of doubt had taken root inside her. She and Hisako had watched plenty of horror movies, like most teenagers, but they both knew that real-life scares didn't play by cinematic rules. Everything she'd discovered during the night had been fragments. But now, looking at Alex, a man whose shadow sometimes took the shape of a ghostly girl, she knew for certain, he was telling the truth. This was real. Alex waited patiently for her response. The room was silent, broken only by the clatter and shuffle of utensils. Mimi, and Stitch had shamelessly taken over the kitchen. Since no one was feeding them, they had taken matters into their own hands. And it was unlikely anyone could stop them. Irina took a deep breath, thinking hard. I think I understand now. She finally said. Based on what you've said, and the ghost that lives in your shadow. You're a ghost hunter. And those three, their souls sealed into plush bodies. And that ghost girl, you made a contract with her. In exchange for something important. She spoke hesitantly, as if trying to convince not only Alex, but herself as well. Alex's eyes widened for a moment, then he burst out laughing. The laugh was so contagious he nearly fell off the kitchen counter. Even Mimi, and Stitch couldn't hold it in. They snorted with laughter and started pointing at Irina, all yelling over each other. You silly girl. She thinks you're a ghostbuster. Plushy souls. That's a new one. The laughter of all four completely flustered Irina and Hisako. They stared suspiciously at Alex and his companions, who were still laughing like they'd just heard the funniest joke of their lives. Oh. Alex exhaled, wiping away tears from laughing. That's a new one. I've been called a lot of things, but, Princess Nakiri, you're way off. Though I'll admit, you were headed in the right direction. You just took a wrong turn. In what way? Irina rolled her eyes, clearly irritated. Would you finally explain properly? All right, Alex said with a smirk, softening his tone. Let's start with my little helpers. See that green dog-looking one? His name's Gir. He's not a plush toy possessed by a spirit like you thought. He was originally part of a project called SIR, Security Intellectual Robot. He was designed to protect. I just wanted to save one person. Someone who helped me back when I had nothing. He nodded toward Gir, who was now happily eating the food he'd cooked himself. But during the creation process, someone tampered with his base code. That triggered a whole series of weird events, and he became what he is now. Wait. Irina struggled to tear her gaze away from Gir. But, he's a robot. How can he eat? Shouldn't food and liquids mess up his system? A mystery, Alex replied matter-of-factly. Even for my whole family. Okay. Irina muttered, still processing everything. And next to him, in the pink dog suit, that's Mimi, Alex continued. She was also part of the SIR project. But Gir, Gir, got jealous. He thought everyone would abandon him. So he tampered with her code, and now they're basically like brother and sister. Mimi cheerfully waved a fork while still chewing. So you created two intelligent robots? Irina pressed. And they look like plush toys. How dangerous are they? You're better off not knowing just yet, Alex said with a half-smile. And finally, Stitch. No, he's not a robot. He was made by a mad scientist in some lab with one goal, to destroy everything. But, we met him, took him in. Now he's part of our weird little family. That trio are my helpers now. He nodded toward Stitch, who grinned wide in response, revealing rows of sharp teeth. Irina and Hisako exchanged a look. Then both of them turned their eyes to Stitch. He fell from the sky. Hisako whispered. You're saying he's an alien? The girls were already comparing him in their heads to alien designs from movies. But Stitch looked so cute, it was hard to believe he was made for destruction. How could something like that be dangerous? Of course, they didn't know that Stitch had found a sort of balance. When he felt the urge to break something, he just did. No one stopped him, so he never bottled up aggression the way he had in the past. So, ready to keep listening? Alex asked with a light smile. Or is that enough information for now? It's not every day you learn you've been hanging around with two robots and an alien. No way. Irina cut him off sharply, not giving him even a second to pause. You still haven't said who you are. Realizing how harsh that sounded, Irina suddenly looked away, flustered. She hadn't expected to lose her composure like that, especially not in front of him. Alex, noticing her reaction, merely shook his head slightly. It wasn't the first time someone had bombarded him with questions, stubbornly and insistently. "Since you're so determined," he began. "The ghost girl you saw in my shadow, her name is Zhangya. I won't go into the details of how she died, or what she's capable of. For now, it's enough for you to know her name." He nodded toward the floor, and the shadow beneath his feet suddenly sharpened into the clear outline of a young girl. Irina flinched slightly. "And now are you going to tell me who you are?" Irina asked, her voice softer now as she stared at Alex's shadow. "Or are you going to dodge the question again?" "My situation is more complicated than you think," Alex replied gently. "You've already accepted the existence of two robots, an alien, and a ghost girl. But who I am, that might challenge your worldview even more." "You mean the truth about you is even more world-shattering than that girl in your shadow?" Hisako asked cautiously. Alex went silent for a moment, as if carefully choosing his words. "The manga you found when you were digging into who I am," he said slowly. "There's a grain of truth in it. But I'll say this clearly, that world doesn't exist. And it never will." Irina and Hisako exchanged a glance. They had, of course, skimmed through that very manga, the one Irina had found while investigating Alex's identity. But now, hearing him confirm it was partially true, and then add that world doesn't exist and never will, left them both in deep thought. They tried to push aside the most insane and impossible ideas, but one thought kept surfacing, because, by Alex's own words, it was easier to believe in robots, an alien dog, and a ghost than to accept that sitting right in front of them was the actual demon king from another world. "What you're saying, you're not from this world?" Irina managed to say, pointing at Alex. "I warned you that the truth might reshape your perception of everything," he said calmly. "The realization that other worlds exist doesn't come without a cost. And as for who I am," he continued, "that depends on how you look at it." Irina and Hisako exchanged another glance. It was hard to believe what they were hearing. Alex had just confirmed he came from another world. And though their minds tried to reject the idea, both of them could feel the boundaries of their once familiar reality beginning to fracture. "Why do you say your identity depends on perspective?" "I'm completely lost now," Irina said, practically burning a hole in him with her gaze. "Remember how you first thought I was a ghost hunter?" "Not a bad guess." "Just shallow," Alex said, leaning back and resting on his hands. "Some call me a monster, a beast, a slayer. Others call me a hero, a protector, a savior. It all depends on the point of view. To some, I'm a threat, to others, the last hope. So you're not just a hunter. You're something far greater?" Irina asked cautiously. "In a way, yes." "Irina, listen. I've seen a lot. I've seen parents sell their own children for a handful of coins. I've seen corporations squeeze people dry until they had nothing left to give. I've witnessed genocide at the hands of beings blinded by their thirst for power. I've seen entire worlds burn, turned into battlegrounds between two mad forces. And I still hear the screams of those whose souls were scorched in that hell. Those screams, they don't fade." Alex looked up, straight into Irina's soul. "Where there is light, there will always be shadow. And I see that shadow in you. I see how wounded your soul is. How much pain you're hiding. Your fear, it's like an old scar that never healed. Maybe that's why I decided to answer your questions." Alex's words struck deep. In an instant, Irina felt as if she had fallen into her past, a place filled with pain, fear, and loneliness. She began to tremble. Old memories resurfaced like wounds that had never healed. Alex sighed softly, jumped down from the counter, and approached her. Gently placing his palm on her head, he ran his fingers through her hair. His hand glowed with a soft green light, and with every movement, Irina felt peace seep into her soul. The fear receded. Her thoughts cleared. Irina looked up at him, her eyes full of gratitude and wonder. "As I said, perhaps it's your soul that made me decide to open up. But here's a piece of advice. This is your life, and only you decide what it will be. Fear is easy to conquer, just say no," Alex said with a gentle smile, continuing to stroke her hair. "And if you want to learn more, I'll give you time until evening. You approached me because of my soul. But for what purpose?" Irina asked, still struggling to fully believe what was happening. "That's a secret for now. Like I said, this evening I'll ask you one question. Just one. And your answer will decide your fate. Whether you're willing to accept something new, or stay where you are now. It all depends on you. A wise man once said, life is a road full of crossroads. We choose the path ourselves. But once chosen, we can't turn onto another. That's how fate is decided." Alex raised a finger, emphasizing the weight of his words. "Can we know the name of that wise man?" Hisako couldn't resist asking. You already know him. He was once called Siddhartha Gautama, but humanity knows him as Buddha. I call him Bhutayan, Alex replied with a soft smile, clearly lost in pleasant memories. You knew Buddha himself. Where did you meet him? Irina exclaimed, forgetting everything else for a moment. That's where my answers end for now, Alex said, lightly tapping her on the nose. Strangely enough, my family has taken quite an interest in your cooking. Some even said that top 10 cook so poorly it's a pity. So, expect guests this evening. Irina, slightly covering her nose which had reddened from Alex's playful tap, looked at him with surprise. She understood that no matter how much she tried, there would be no more answers. But the promise he made to reveal something in the evening was already spinning through her mind. Her thoughts raced, and her cheeks flushed with a rosy tint. As a girl well read in manga, Irina knew very well that demon kings loved to kidnap princesses. Considering Alex's behavior, such a scenario suddenly didn't seem so far-fetched. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but all the tables for tonight are already booked. Hisako murmured, lowering her gaze in embarrassment. That's not a problem, Hisako. Leave everything to me, Alex replied with a light smile, placing his palm gently on her head. I did say my family has taken a great interest in Irina's cooking. And when something interests them, well, stopping them is impossible. For the sake of peace, just pretend everything's fine. Then at least tell me who exactly is coming to my restaurant. What do they like? How many will there be? Are they all like you? Or is it someone else? Irina immediately switched to business mode, her gaze sharpening. The food part is simple, they'll tell you what they want. As for the number, everything will be taken. And about who they are. I'm afraid if I tell you, you'll have a heart attack, Alex replied with a playful smirk. Wonderful, Irina snorted, rolling her eyes. Cooking for a demon king who called my food normal, that's one thing. But feeding his whole family, that's a whole other matter. Alex laughed. You're surprisingly cute when you're not sad. And especially when you talk like a real princess. But who exactly is coming, let that remain a secret for now. Believe me, you'll be surprised. Embarrassed, Irina tilted her head. Those gentle, almost caring strokes through her hair, she hadn't felt this calm in a long time. The warmth of his hand seemed to penetrate straight into her soul, pushing worries and fears to the background. That feeling of safety had long been forgotten. Well, here we go. Alex muttered irritably, rolling his eyes. Did something happen? Irina asked worriedly, catching the change in his tone. Nothing serious. Just another stupid situation, Alex said, massaging his forehead and sighing in frustration. Maybe I can help. My family has quite extensive connections. Irina offered, surprised herself at how much she wanted to support someone she'd only known for a couple of days. Thanks, Irina. But no need. Gir, Mimi, Stitch, take care of it. Looks like some more idiots have decided they're special. Handle it like usual, and don't leave any traces. The trio immediately dropped their food, jumped off the table, and after rummaging in their little bags, pulled out collapsible electrobatons. Irina and Hisako stared in amazement at how such things could even fit inside. But that wasn't all. Alex snapped his fingers, and the air cracked like glass. A rift in space opened before them. Without hesitation, Gir, Mimi, and Stitch jumped in. The rift silently vanished instantly. Alex's irritation was caused by a group of smug idiots who decided to ambush the girls from his family in an alley. These fools had no idea who they were dealing with. To them, these were just pretty and seemingly harmless girls. No one suspected that these girls had an extremely protective and very dangerous husband. As they stood in the alley, lazily smoking cigarettes and discussing who would take which victim, a crack in space silently appeared right behind them. Out jumped Gir, Mimi, and Stitch. What happened next remained off camera. Only a few days later did a strange note appear in the local newspaper's obituary section about a group of boys who had vanished without a trace. The girls didn't even pay them any attention. They simply swatted away the annoying advances like flies and continued emptying the trendy boutique, unaware that Alex had already taken care of everything for them. Although, even if he hadn't, they could have dealt with those flies themselves. Easily. Without even breaking a sweat. Meanwhile, Alex was still standing in the kitchen beside Irina and Hisako. One eye was closed as he watched what was happening in the alley, where Gir, Mimi, and Stitch were methodically cleaning up the group of idiots who had decided to run. Unfortunately for these clueless heroes, their escape route was already cut off, and their chance of survival was even slimmer than surviving a fall into a black hole. Irina and Hisako stared at Alex's face, trying to guess what he was doing. What's going on? Those idiots you mentioned, who are they? Irina couldn't help but ask. Just a bunch of overconfident fools who don't know their place, Alex answered indifferently. Gir, Mimi, and Stitch are about to give them a preventive talk. They might even be reformed into law-abiding citizens. I did say they're my assistants. And even though they look harmless, believe me, you don't want to mess with them. Is that connected to what you're doing right now? Irina asked, carefully looking at his closed eye. Something like that, Alex smirked. My work is specialized. But more on that later. I have to go now. See you this evening, Irina. I'm looking forward to your food. By the way, your skill level is pretty decent. For a human. Ha. And where have you eaten tastier food? Irina scoffed, crossing her arms. She was a bit offended that he called her dishes merely decent again. The food was prepared by gods who specialize in cooking, Alex said, narrowing his eyes slyly. Tell me, do you think you can compare to a deity born to throw feasts? Irina opened her mouth, and immediately shut it. She understood that divine cuisine was on a whole different level. Even if she had a god's tongue, she was still far from those who have lived millennia and prepare food capable of feeding many gods. Noticing her embarrassment, Alex gently stroked her hair again. Don't worry. For a girl your age, you're already incredibly talented. There's still so much ahead, he said softly. Irina nodded. She was only 16, while the gods Alex spoke of had existed for endless centuries. Yet Alex hadn't told her, at least not yet, that maybe, one day, she could become one of them. Although he wasn't ready to reveal this to her now, if the world allowed it, she could very well become a goddess of food. All right, I'll go. I'll take a little walk until evening. See you later, Irina, Hisako, Alex said, heading for the exit. See you. Irina called after him. I'll definitely be able to surprise your family. Haha, I'm counting on it. If you pass their test, believe me, you'll get much more than the academy, or even the most powerful person in this world, can offer you, Alex said, waving goodbye. Irina and Hisako exchanged glances. They still didn't know who exactly was part of Alex's family, but both were ready to give their all. His words were not just exaggeration, there was truth in them. If Irina managed to impress these people, her life could change dramatically, for the better. She didn't know where these changes would lead her, but she wasn't going to take a step back. Just like the moment when she first decided to astonish Alex with her cooking. With a wide and confident smile, Irina grabbed Hisako's hand and dragged her toward the restaurant. We urgently need to update the menu, she said on the go. It has to match the preferences of Alex's family. We can't afford to miss. Meanwhile, Alex stepped outside and scanned the surroundings, looking for a place to sit and think. Not finding a suitable bench, he simply kept walking, strolling slowly. But his thoughts weren't on the walk. He was recalling what he had seen, the soul of Irina. And the scar left in her by Azumi Nakiri, her own father. A scar soaked with fear, pain, and inner wounds. A fire of anger boiled inside Alex. If not for his self-control, he would already be searching for Azumi to deal with him personally. But he knew, as long as Azumi hadn't appeared in the story yet, it was too early to intervene. However, this meant he still had time. Time to take Irina away, before Azumi decided to crawl out of his hole and hurt her again. He understood his desire was selfish. He wanted to take her far away from pain. Far from threats. And maybe, closer to himself. Yes, the plot could follow the canonical path, or deviate from it. No one knew. Not even Alex himself. That's why he couldn't afford to sit idle. He didn't want to let Irina go. And who in his place would refuse a girl who cooks such divine food? Lost in thought, Alex continued his leisurely walk through the festival, waiting for the evening, the moment when his family would gather around the table in Irina's restaurant. To be continued. Chapter 399, Chapter 399, the unluckiest man in the entire multiverse took the stage. While Alex was leisurely strolling through the festival, passing the time before heading to Irina's restaurant in the evening, his family was busy, emptying out yet another shopping mall. Their arms were full of bags and parcels, as is usually the case after a thorough shopping spree. To avoid revealing the existence of spatial inventory to the locals, the girls had collectively decided to leave the building and stash everything they bought somewhere discreet. They chose the nearest alley. Unfortunately, it happened to be the same alley where earlier a group of idiots, obsessed with the girls' appearances, had been lurking. Alex had already cast a spell over the alley, not just to prevent escape, but also to conceal from prying eyes whatever occurred inside. The girls, unaware of the magical trace, walked calmly into the alley. But the moment they stepped in, they froze. The alley was soaked in blood. A fire, built from bodies, still smoldered in the center, and nearby, splattered with blood, stood Gir, Mimi, and Stitch, the culprits behind this grim scene. What happened here? Arya exhaled, her eyes scanning the bloodied walls. Isn't it obvious? Freya said with dry calm. These three, a pile of corpses, the conclusion writes itself. Are you saying Alex actually sent them to do this? Riveria asked, disbelief in her voice as she looked at Freya. I'm more interested in why, Lily chimed in, thoughtfully scratching her cheek. I think it's about those creeps who were bothering us, Kiwi added, nodding toward the remains. The girls paused to think. Then recent events resurfaced in their memories, how they had chased off a group of overly persistent guys, and how Freya had later commented on the vile stench of their souls. But unlike the others, Brunhild didn't bother guessing, she simply peeked into Alex's thoughts. A second later, she knew the whole truth. He didn't just want them gone, she said. He believed letting creatures like that breathe the same air as you was a crime. None of the girls felt sympathy for the victims. Some of them were kind, but their kindness did not extend to that kind of scum. They had seen too much in life and knew how ruthless any world could be. And they also understood very well how Alex treated those who crossed the line. But the moment Brunhild mentioned that Alex had arranged a dinner where Irina would be cooking, their interest immediately shifted to the upcoming banquet, especially the food, which Alex himself had called, on a divine level. The girls exchanged enthusiastic glances. Meanwhile, Mimi, and Stitch returned to their master through a spatial rift opened by Alex. At the same time, Irina, preparing for the banquet, was completely swamped. Back in the kitchen, she was frantically calling suppliers, organizing urgent deliveries of ingredients. According to Alex, his entire family would be coming, which meant the restaurant would be packed to the brim. Irina knew how crucial it was to consider everyone's tastes. Workers carried crate after crate into the kitchen, from the freshest seafood to prime meats and exotic fruits. While Hisako meticulously kept track of every delivery, Irina watched over the process like a hawk, until a thought pulled her out of focus. Her mind returned to her earlier conversation with Alex. At the time, she had been too focused on figuring out who he was, and missed the deeper meaning of his words. But now, in the quiet of the kitchen, she mentally revisited every phrase. The monster in the closet. A special job. Nightmares in different worlds. Irina froze. The words aligned into a single picture. Alex wasn't just some ghost hunter. He was a hunter of monsters, monsters from different worlds. And his job involved real nightmares. If such monsters existed, then so did other worlds. And if there are other worlds, then there are other ingredients. Thoughts of horror were instantly swept away by a wave of admiration and inspiration. Ingredients from other worlds. Just imagine the new flavors, textures, and aromas waiting to be discovered. Lost in her dreams, Irina didn't even notice that all the supplies had already been delivered and neatly arranged. Lady Irina. Hisako called softly, touching her shoulder. What is it, Hisako? I'm working here. Irina replied with a trace of irritation, rolling her eyes. Everything's been delivered. We can start prepping for the dinner, Hisako said with a smile, gesturing toward the neatly stacked crates of ingredients. Irina glanced around the kitchen, then took a deep breath and squared her shoulders. Then let's begin. We're about to host a banquet even the gods won't forget. She turned to face the mountain of crates filled with a dazzling variety of food and nodded. A quick look at the clock told her time was short. They needed to hurry. Of course, she could have called for extra help to speed things up, but Irina knew the situation was delicate. Bringing in others could raise questions, even suspicion. She could only rely on Hisako, the one person who knew the full truth. No words were needed between them. They both understood, Alex wasn't just some mysterious man. He was the Demon King, and his family was anything but ordinary. Extra ears in the kitchen would be unwelcome. Composing herself, Irina began inspecting the ingredients one by one. Her standard was absolute, perfection only. Anything that didn't meet her expectations went straight into the trash without hesitation. The rest she handed off to Hisako, who immediately began chopping and sorting with practiced precision. The kitchen moved like a perfectly tuned machine, one inspected, the other prepped and packed. Everything was going smoothly until Hisako's phone started going off with non-stop notifications. At first, Irina ignored it. But the constant pinging quickly became too distracting. Hisako, could you please turn off your phone? It's buzzing like crazy, Irina snapped, casting her a cold glance. Hisako quickly pulled out her phone and opened the messages. A moment later, her face turned pale, her eyes frozen with confusion. What is it? Irina asked, narrowing her eyes. Don't tell me you've suddenly got a secret admirer with no sense of boundaries. Not exactly. Hisako said with a strained smile. All the customers who reserved tables for today just cancelled. Every single one, except one. Irina frowned and took the phone. Scanning through the identical cancellation messages, she sighed. It looked like the same message had been copied and sent out to everyone. And judging by the pattern, Alex was definitely behind it. Just before she handed the phone back, another message arrived, from an unknown number. I told you I'd handle it. See you tonight. The two girls exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Curiosity quickly took over. How had Alex pulled that off? Magic. Technology. Something else entirely. As they continued with their prep work, tossing around theories, time passed unnoticed. The arrival of Alex's family was drawing near. Thankfully, all the ingredients were now ready, giving Irina a bit of breathing room, and once again, her thoughts drifted toward magic and other worlds. She let herself get carried away by the idea: if other worlds exist, then so must unique ingredients, strange vegetables, exotic fruits, mysterious meats, and unknown herbs. What kinds of dishes could she create with them? The thought fascinated her so much, the fear of monsters in the closet faded completely. Hisako, equally intrigued, moved closer. Lady Irina, but he said that world doesn't exist. So why did you decide to read that manga? She asked, peeking over the pages. He said it was partially true, not entirely fictional, Irina replied calmly, as if the answer were obvious. I just want to understand what his magic is capable of. Hisako nodded, and soon the two of them were deeply immersed in reading. The more they read, the more they discovered, and the more questions they had. Which worlds were real, and which were mere fantasy? And where exactly was the line between them? Time flew by unnoticed. Evening had already fallen outside. At that very moment, Alex and his companions entered the restaurant. The empty hall greeted them with silence. And where's the famous Irina, whose cooking you've praised so much? Or did we get here too early? Hestia asked with a smirk, glancing around. I mean, I'm no expert when it comes to places like this, added Jill, but aren't there usually waiters to greet you and lead you to your seats? All right, Alex said with a lazy smile, folding his hands behind his head. You all go ahead and sit down. I'll go fetch our lovely host so you can meet her. The girls exchanged amused glances and began choosing seats for their small group. Some decided to push tables together so they could all sit as one. Nyarko, Anya, and Jinx were eagerly exploring the interior of the restaurant, wide-eyed and full of curiosity. Gir, Mimi, and Stitch also started moving tables to form one big area for their younger group. Meanwhile, Alex stepped into the kitchen and found Irina and Hisako completely absorbed in something on a phone screen. They were so focused, they didn't even notice him enter. He walked up behind them, leaned in, and peeked over their shoulders to see what had captivated them. And of course, it was that annoying manga, the one where he starred as the main character. Alex let out a heavy sigh. Looks like you two are having fun, he said with a smirk, standing behind them. Don't interrupt, Irina replied absently, not even turning around. It's a tense moment. I want to see who the villain is. The villain is the hero, Alex said lazily, unable to resist spoiling the twist. Irina's eye twitched at the blatant spoiler. She turned around sharply, ready to scold whoever had ruined the plot, only to freeze when she saw Alex looking at her with that amused grin. Her face flushed with embarrassment. After all, she was reading his story. Even if he claimed the manga's world wasn't real, it was still based on his life. Hisako, feeling just as awkward, did her best to become invisible. I told you, that world doesn't exist, Alex said with a smile. I'm not from there. And there can't be two of me. What do you mean? Irina asked warily. Exactly what I said, Alex shrugged. Because of my nature, I can't exist in the past or future, only in the present. But that's just a technicality. Now come on. It's time to meet my family, they've been eagerly waiting for you. He held out a hand and helped Irina to her feet. She blushed as he touched her but didn't resist. Once she stood, Alex stepped around her, placed his hands gently on her shoulders, and nudged her toward the main hall. Hisako, curious and intrigued, followed close behind. She wanted to see the mysterious people Alex called family. All this time, the girls had been wondering who they were: demons, other beings, humans with special powers. And now, as Alex led Irina into the hall, the scene that unfolded before her left her speechless. She stopped in her tracks, stunned. The room was filled entirely with girls, except for one young boy. Each of them was beautiful in her own unique way. But along with her awe, Irina felt a new and unfamiliar emotion stir within her: jealousy. Some of the girls noticed it immediately. With a quiet sigh, they understood, another one had fallen into the Demon King's trap. Allow me to introduce our chef for tonight, Alex announced. As you already know, this is Nakiri Irina. Irina, this is my family. They've come to taste your cooking. Irina nodded, almost automatically. Her eyes darted from one girl to the next, while they, in turn, studied her. Especially Freya and Nyx. Freya immediately sensed that darkness in Irina's soul that Alex had spoken of. A shadow of sympathy appeared in her eyes. The girl carried a heavy scar in her heart dating back to childhood. Nyx saw even more. As the goddess of darkness, she clearly felt the source of the pain Irina had endured. She saw everything Irina had been through. The other women, upon learning Irina's age, couldn't help but compare her figure to their own and click their tongues in disapproval. Their new acquaintance was simply too flawless. "You never said your whole family was just girls," Irina whispered, trying not very successfully to hide her irritation. "And I never said exactly who they were," Alex replied with a sly smile. Irina's eye twitched in annoyance, and she could only nod in response. Once more, she glanced over the women Alex had brought, trying to figure out who was who, though it was difficult. Everyone wore casual clothes, and nothing hinted at their status or personality. Their appearance gave no trace of the formality usually expected from restaurant guests. Deciding it was time to get to work, Irina gave Hisako a meaningful look, silently telling her to handle the orders. Hisako was about to protest. She was nervous and insecure, but Irina's look left no room for refusal. Turning, she headed back to the kitchen, throwing one last irritated glance at Alex. Hisako understood she had no choice. These mysterious women would remain her guests, and she'd have to overcome her anxiety. "Don't worry, Hisako. They don't bite. Actually, they're quite nice. Just be yourself," Alex said with a gentle smile, placing a hand on her shoulder. Hisako flinched at the unexpected touch. Managing a smile, Hisako took a few deep breaths, grabbed the menu, and approached the first table as if she were truly going to a sacrifice. Alex's girls watched her with interest, barely holding back laughter so as not to scare the waitress even more. Alex shook his head with a slight smirk and went over to the table where his children were sitting to spend time with them. Meanwhile, Hisako started taking orders. At first nervously, but gradually, with each table, her tension eased. It turned out the women were polite, friendly, and not at all arrogant as elite guests sometimes are. On the contrary, they were pleasant and easy to talk to. Gaining confidence, Hisako began to act more professionally. But then one scene changed everything. She was surprised to see several girls literally produce drinks out of thin air and place them on the table. Habitively, she was about to say that alcohol wasn't allowed in the restaurant, but wisely bit her tongue and decided not to interfere. Hisako finished taking most of the orders and then approached the last table, the one where Alex was sitting with the children. She couldn't help but notice the white-haired girl and the girl with azure eyes, both strongly resembled Alex. A question involuntarily arose in her mind: were they his younger sisters, or his daughters? The thought made her shiver. After all, Alex looked too young to be a father. "Hey, Hisako. You with us?" "Stop daydreaming," Alex snapped his fingers in front of her face. "Oh, sorry. What would you like to order?" she asked, putting on a professional smile. "Dessert," the children answered in unison. "All right, for me and these three, vanilla ice cream with strawberry syrup. Valeri, banana, Nobukatsu, pineapple, Alice, raspberry, Gal, watermelon. And for these three, something original. They like experiments, so let Irina come up with something, even mixing flavors if she wants," Alex said, pointing to each child in turn. Hisako wrote down the order and quickly headed to the kitchen. Handing the list to Irina, she silently watched as Irina studied it. Irina only nodded. Everything had to be perfect. She was ready to give her all. Meanwhile, Alex was playing with Anya, Jinx, and Nyaruko. The trio of restless girls literally stuck to their father, catching every movement he made. Valeri, Gal, Alice, Nobukatsu, Gir, Mimi, and Stitch pulled out portable consoles and plunged into virtual adventures. The game development that Gir, Mimi, and Stitch were passionate about was inspiring the others too, even while waiting for dessert. Alex glanced secretly at the women. They were relaxed, chatting about everyday things, discussing the recent trip to the shopping center and making plans for the next one. Some even joked about building a mall right in Orario, so that the locals could also experience the joys of shopping. Hearing this idea, Alex raised an eyebrow. That really could be an interesting project, a new way to entertain the residents, create jobs, and shake up the usual adventurer routine a bit. Satisfied that everyone was comfortable in Irina's restaurant, Alex decided to check on her. Carefully freeing himself from the embrace of the three girls, he kissed Anya, Jinx, and Nyaruko on the cheeks. Their faces immediately lit up with happiness, and they ran joyfully to their mothers, hoping to catch their attention. Freya noticed where Alex was heading and immediately rose from her seat. She felt that something was wrong with Irina. Freya didn't like that the girl's soul didn't shine as she wished. On the contrary, it was wounded, as if trapped in a cage. Such a sight always stirred anxiety in her. Seeing Freya walking alongside him, Alex gallantly offered his arm. She smiled, lovingly took his arm, and together they headed to the kitchen, to the girl whose soul still needed healing. Entering the kitchen, Alex and Freya saw Irina fully immersed in cooking. Hisako was helping efficiently beside her without unnecessary instructions. Freya watched as Irina's soul seemed to bloom in the moment of creation, and the inner cage that bound her from within receded for a while. The goddess couldn't help but smile upon noticing this. Alex caught her glance and immediately understood what she was looking at: Irina's soul. Feeling someone's presence, Irina turned around and saw Alex standing with a woman whose violet eyes and silver hair were impossible to miss. Although a woman stood before her, Irina felt her breath catch. Freya's beauty was simply overwhelming. She laughed softly, and even that laughter seemed enchanting to Irina. "Irina, let me introduce my companion. This is my wife, the goddess Freya," Alex said. It was like a short circuit went off in Irina's mind. A goddess. A real one. The name Freya sounded familiar. After all, there was a deity with that name in their world as well. Nearby, Hisako almost dropped a frying pan when she heard who had come into the kitchen. She immediately turned to look at the real goddess. I am very pleased to meet you, Lady Freya," Irina nervously murmured. "And I'm pleased to meet you too. Alex has already praised your cooking, and believe me, with his experience, that's rare. For a mortal girl, you've achieved amazing heights. But I also see what you've been through," Freya said with a warm smile. "Excuse me, but, what do you mean, Lady Freya?" Irina asked cautiously. "I'll explain," Alex interrupted. "Freya can see the souls of mortals. She feels their light, their darkness, their pain and joy. And she saw what's happening to you. Actually, not only she, another goddess noticed it too. Another one. How many goddesses did you bring with you?" Irina couldn't hold back. "Right now, besides Freya, there are 4 other goddesses in the hall," Alex began calmly listing. 11 Valkyries, 2 elves, a Kitsune girl, a descendant of Inari. A hobbit. A girl with the potential to become a hero. A former weapons dealer. And 2 ex-mercenaries. Irina and Hisako listened with their mouths agape, like fish pulled from the water. It was hard for them to believe the incredibly diverse company Alex had brought with him. Of course, some were ordinary people, but even they had bright and complicated destinies. Irina ran her hand over her forehead, feeling a growing headache. After all, she was about to feed not just guests, but truly unique individuals. "So you came here just to make me nervous?" Irina asked tiredly, looking at Alex. "Haha, no, of course not. I came to say that later you might want to talk with our family. They can help you deal with what's tormenting you," Alex replied gently. "I don't understand what you mean." "I'm fine. I'm just preparing a banquet for the strangest company in this world," Irina muttered, unwilling to admit the obvious. "Child, you can fool your friends, your relatives, but not us. We see your soul. We see how wounded it is. And if you listen to my husband's advice, you'll have a chance to shine again," Freya said quietly but with genuine care. "Don't think that the girls in my family have always had an easy life," Alex added. "Each of them went through their own pain. Lily survived alone since childhood after being abandoned by her parents. Haruheim was sold into a brothel by her own family. Freya was bound by a contract for a long time and couldn't leave the city, like a bird in a cage. Becca was traded by her parents for credit. Lucina took part in an experiment where all her friends died. Kiwi lived in an orphanage under terrible conditions, her lungs were destroyed, and she had to breathe through an implant until I healed her. Gloria lost her son in a shootout. And the other girl survived a zombie apocalypse and a demon invasion." He paused and looked at Irina. "But now you've seen for yourself, they all learned to live again. To be joyful. To love. Not because everything became easy, but because they found strength within themselves and each other. Just talk to them. You'll understand you're not alone. And that will help you get out of the darkness." Irina listened to Alex's story, stunned by what she heard. She always thought her childhood was the worst, because of her father, who tried to turn her into a perfect mechanism, obedient to every command. But now, learning about the fates of the girls Alex had saved, she began to understand, she was not the only one who had gone through darkness. Each of those women had faced pain and suffering, and yet now they were happy. Irina looked at their faces and saw genuine joy, never suspecting the tragedy behind those smiles. Listening about this family, Irina felt a strange closeness to them, and a slight jealousy. Jealousy of the fact that their lives had someone who could pull them from the shadows, support, and heal them. She wanted someone like that by her side too, someone to help her fight her inner demons. She couldn't meet Alex's eyes, wondering whether he would help her or just walk away once the dinner was over. Meanwhile, the guest hall was filled with an atmosphere of warmth and cheer. No one was in a hurry, everyone had time to enjoy themselves. The women chatted leisurely, savoring the light-hearted anticipation, though many couldn't help but wonder, what were Alex and Freya discussing back in the kitchen? Meanwhile, Anya, Jinx, Nyaruko, Gir, Mimi, and Stitch dashed around the hall, laughing and shouting as they played tag. The others watched with gentle smiles. Even Alcina, usually strict and demanding and who had taken on the role of etiquette mentor, didn't object. After all, the children needed their fun. The entire hall was theirs to enjoy. Suddenly, the doors to the hall flew open. A figure appeared in the doorway, instantly drawing everyone's attention. The women immediately recognized him, Nakiri Azami, Irina's father. He was dressed in an elegant yet somber black suit, a long coat, vest, gloves, trousers, a crisp shirt, and a silver tie. But unlike Alex, whose dark clothing lent him charisma and charm, Azami's presence radiated only coldness and aloofness. He silently surveyed everyone in the room. His stern, scrutinizing gaze lingered on the guests' casual clothes, then shifted to the group of children happily playing, oblivious to him. His brows knitted tightly, and his expression grew even more forbidding. "I ask you to leave this hall," he finally spoke in an icy, arrogant tone. "The food my daughter prepares is not meant for riffraff like you. You lack even the most basic manners and are incapable of appreciating true cuisine. And the children." He cast a contemptuous look at the little ones playing. "They don't even deserve to eat here. You'd be better off feeding on scraps, like pigs at a slaughterhouse." The room fell silent for a moment. "Hey, dead-face uncle," Nyaruko drawled lazily, waving him off, "you better leave. This isn't your place. Shoo, get out." The women barely held back laughter at Nyaruko's biting remark, many immediately giving a thumbs up in approval. The girl noticed their praise and proudly puffed out her chest. But Azami's face darkened even further. Such an ignorant child. What else could one expect from the company of trash? Like parent, like child, he spat with disdain. "Remove this little brat and leave my daughter's restaurant." But once again, his words were met with silence. Now no one smiled. The merriment vanished, the women's eyes burned with cold fury. Nyaruko, hurt by his words, slumped, tears glistening in her eyes. And at that moment, the hall was filled with a distinct clicking sound, the cocking of guns and the unsheathing of blades echoed everywhere. Azami barely had time to blink before dozens of weapons were pointed directly at him. "Hey, bastard," Becca said darkly, aiming a pistol right at his head. "Looks like you forgot where you are. Or maybe you think that stuffing a wad of cash up your ass gives you the right to insult our daughter. You think your age grants you the right to forget what fear is." Azami glanced around, his face growing cold. A wide variety of weapons were trained on him at once, from pistols and rifles to cold weapons, katanas, spears, and daggers. The women's faces in the hall were grim and full of indignation. Even Gir, Mimi, and Stitch held weapons and aimed directly at him. One careless word more, one more drop of insolence, and the fate of the fool who dared insult Nyaruko would be sealed instantly. At that moment, Nyaruko was quietly sobbing, hiding her face in her hands while Anya and Jinx tried to comfort her, holding her close as if shielding her from the world. "Dad!" Nyaruko cried out, lifting her tear-streaked face. Her scream pierced the silence, making the women exchange glances. They understood, it was over for Azami. Who would have thought this fool was crazy enough to insult a child, and not just any child, but Alex's daughter? And if it weren't for Alex dealing with Azami, the women would have handled this problem themselves. But since Nyaruko had called her father, they didn't even need to deal with this idiot. The women didn't even want to guess what Nyan, who was essentially Nyaruko's true mother, might do. They simply shook their heads, as if expressing sympathy, not for Nyaruko, but for how terribly Azami had miscalculated. He had drawn the worst possible ticket in his life. "My advice to you, little man," Alcina said coldly as she retracted her claws, "run. Run as fast as you can, because there won't be a second chance." At that moment, all the women simultaneously lowered their weapons. But the fury was gone from their faces, replaced only by cold pity. Azami felt something happening to him, as if everything around suddenly grew heavier, the air thicker, and time slower. He turned, hoping to escape, but the doors slammed shut behind him with a thunderous bang, cutting off any chance of retreat. Fear, once a thin drop, now flowed like an icy river, seeping into his heart and squeezing it from within. To be continued. Chapter 400, a fate too terrible to imagine. Before Nakiri Azami appeared in the restaurant, insulting the girls from Alex's family and making Nyaruko cry, Alex himself was in the kitchen with Freya. They had come to chat with Irina and Hisako, who were busy preparing dishes. Alex sincerely wanted to help Irina heal from the emotional scars her father had left on her life. While helping with the cooking, he told the girls stories about each of his companions, so that Irina would understand she wasn't the only one who had experienced pain and darkness. Freya sat elegantly nearby, sipping hot tea, occasionally adding her own comments to complement her husband's stories. The more Irina listened, the closer she felt to this remarkable family. She hadn't expected that even goddesses had faced sorrow, or that Valkyries had been willing to sacrifice themselves to save humanity from the wrath of other gods. Each story struck a chord in her heart, stirring empathy and hope. Alex's words about the girls' lives touched her deeply. He had truly changed them. Irina couldn't help but wonder, what kind of offer was he planning to make her? After all, just the day before, Alex had mentioned he would soon propose something that could change her fate. The mystery gnawed at her. Despite the conversation, neither Alex nor Irina and Hisako stopped working. Alex moved with ease, preparing dishes like he had been born in the kitchen. Irina and Hisako couldn't help but notice his technique, swift, precise, almost unreal. Where had he learned to cook like that? Unable to resist, Irina tasted a piece of the dish Alex had prepared, followed by Hisako. And when the flavor touched their palates, it felt as if a firework of sensations had exploded inside them. It was something entirely different, beyond culinary pleasure. For Irina, it was especially intense. Her god tongue allowed her to perceive taste in absolute fullness. "Where did you learn to cook like this?" she asked, stunned. "This is truly divine food." Alex, without looking up from slicing ingredients, calmly replied, "I didn't learn anywhere. I just observed. This is the result of watching." "How can you learn to cook just by watching?" Hisako asked in disbelief. "Don't you need to practice? To feel the flavor, make mistakes, experiment." Irina nodded in agreement. What Alex was saying sounded impossible. Even if someone learns from videos or cookbooks, it's never enough to cook at a professional level right away. Practice, taste, and intuition are essential. And yet, what Alex was doing couldn't be ignored. His movements were flawless, as if automatic, and the taste of his dishes, beyond praise. The girls, without realizing it, began to feel a tinge of envy. The food Alex had made was tastier than anything they had ever tried. Freya, watching from her seat with a cup of tea in hand, shook her head with a soft smile. Her husband, he truly was unfair. Not only incredibly strong and intelligent, but also gifted with a talent that defied the limits of possibility. "Allow me to explain why my husband can do this, Nakiri Irina," Freya said, placing her cup on the table. "You know something, Lady Freya?" Irina asked in surprise. "Yes. My husband possesses a remarkable gift," Freya said, gesturing toward Alex. "He can replicate absolutely anything he's ever seen. Just once is enough. He observes, and he knows." "What?" Hisako breathed. "You're saying he can just see something once and, that's it?" "Exactly," Freya confirmed with a gentle smile. Before him, only one being had such a gift. His brother. His brother. Irina frowned. "Is he a demon too?" "Oh no," Freya shook her head. "His brother is human. And, by the way, his name is known even in your world." Irina and Hisako exchanged glances, clearly confused. A human? The demon's brother? How was that even possible? They simply couldn't comprehend how two such different beings could be connected by blood. Alex, still calmly preparing the dish, merely shook his head. He was used to reactions like these by now. Surprise, confusion, he had seen it all before. "And who is this brother?" Irina finally asked, unable to contain herself, "whose name is known even here?" Alex looked up, his voice calm and even as he spoke. "And God said, be fruitful and multiply, fill the earth and subdue it. Rule over the fish of the sea, the birds of the air, and every creature that moves on the ground." And he gave them the greatest of all gifts, free will and thought. And with this gift, they could think, dream, and love. It was the greatest gift of all, but also the greatest curse upon all of mankind. And the first to receive this gift were Adam and Eve. Irina and Hisako's mouths fell open in stunned silence. They froze in place, completely shocked. Everything they'd been holding slipped from their hands and clattered to the ground. They had never expected anything like this. Alex's brother was none other than Adam himself, the very progenitor of humanity. A single thought flickered through Irina's mind: if Adam is the son of God, and he is Alex's brother, then what does that make Alex? The answer hit her like a thunderbolt, obvious and earth-shattering. Alex was also a son of the Creator. The realization shook her harder than anything in her entire life. It was only through sheer force of will that she remained standing. Had she been any less composed, she would have fainted on the spot. Hisako was taking it even worse. Her eyes dulled, her expression went blank. It was like she had fallen out of reality itself, as if her mind was desperately trying to deny what she had just heard. The idea that she might still be dreaming, that this was all just some strange illusion, was the only thing keeping her sane. Watching their reactions, Alex couldn't help but smirk slightly. This was the kind of response he had expected. Back in the day, all the girls around him reacted far too calmly, as if it were perfectly normal that he was the son of the Creator himself. Wanting to lighten the mood a bit, Alex was about to change the subject. But suddenly, a piercing scream rang out from the dining hall. "Dad!" Nairuko's voice, filled with pain and anguish, tore through the restaurant like a thunderclap. In that instant, the frying pan in Alex's hand turned to ash. His eyes darkened, all light gone from within them. Irina, Hisako, and Freya immediately turned toward the hall. Freya was the first to sense the shift in her husband's aura. She saw his face change and understood at once, something very bad was about to happen. With a grim expression, Alex began walking toward the kitchen exit, each step heavy and deliberate. Irina and Hisako instinctively followed, alarmed by the darkness now radiating from him. They wanted to understand what had just happened, and who or what had provoked such a reaction in Alex. But before they could take another step, Freya blocked their path, calmly shaking her head. She had already sensed it, the foul presence in the hall. A soul so vile, it made her stomach churn. Freya understood one thing clearly: Alex was interested in Irina. And as a wise wife, she wanted to help him preserve the image Irina had of him, not frighten her. Because soon, Alex would become someone else. Someone people like Irina and Hisako were better off not seeing. You shouldn't go out there, Freya said, firmly blocking their path. What's about to happen isn't something you should witness. What's going to happen? Irina asked, noticing the serious look on Freya's face. My husband is kind. Incredibly kind. But when it comes to family, he turns into something else entirely. I don't know if he's told you about his work, but it comes with danger, not for him, but for us, his family. His protection knows no limits. He values family above all else, and anyone who dares harm us faces only one outcome. And that outcome is usually tragic. She glanced toward the door. That scream you heard, it was our daughter, Nyaruko. And he's especially protective of children. What's he going to do to the one who made your daughter cry? Hisako asked, nervously clenching her hands. It's not just about my husband, Freya replied. This also concerns Nyaruko's real mother. While all of us, Anya, Jinx, and Nyaruko, consider each other daughters and mothers, Nyaruko's true mother, she's as unique as my husband. And I don't even want to imagine what she'll do if she finds out. Who is she? Who is Nyaruko's mother? Irina asked, unable to hide her curiosity. Freya simply shook her head. Alex had warned her many times, never to speak Nyan's name aloud. Doing so could trigger consequences too dangerous for ordinary people. All the girls in Alex's family knew this. They knew who Nyan was, and they also knew her sister, Yog. The white-haired girl who sometimes visited their home, spoke in riddles, and had an insatiable love for sweets. And they all knew, once you speak the names of those two, the world will never be the same. Meanwhile, Alex stepped into the hall, his face as dark as night itself. His cold, lifeless eyes slowly scanned the room. He saw it all, one by one, his girls sitting at the tables, simmering with silent rage and disgust toward a single man. And in the background, the sound of Nyaruko's stifled sobs. Anya and Jinx were comforting their little sister, holding her close. When Alex's gaze landed on Nyaruko, warmth flickered in his eyes. In an instant, he was by her side, gently lifting her into his arms and softly stroking her back to soothe her. But he missed one crucial detail: Nyaruko's tears were fake. The moment she was in his arms, a sly smile flickered across her face. A few of the women, Yuriko, Alcina, Brunhild, Coco, Ada, Rory, and a few others, caught the expression right away. They couldn't understand why their daughter had staged such an obvious performance. Everything felt too theatrical, too forced for just a child's hurt feelings. Especially after only a few words from Azumi. Nyaruko, noticing her mother's eyes on her, quickly put the mask of a hurt child back on. But it was too late. The women no longer believed her crocodile tears. In truth, Nyaruko simply didn't like this man. His soul, its rotten, festering aura, filled her with disgust. Maybe it was her father's influence. Alex had always been sensitive to the foulness within people. Alex, meanwhile, kept his gaze fixed on Azumi, or more precisely, on Azumi's soul. What he saw didn't merely disgust him, it went deeper than that. Azumi's soul was a thick, dark swamp, oozing the stench of envy, greed, vanity, and a deep-seated inferiority complex. Panicking, Azumi bolted for the door, trying desperately to open it. But it was no use. Fear, raw, primal fear, clutched his heart with an icy grip. He didn't understand what was happening. Why wouldn't the doors open? Who were these people? And why did the silence around them feel so deadly? He kept yanking at the handle, desperate to escape, but then everything changed. The door was suddenly covered in a thick, black shadow. With a gasp of horror, he yanked his hand back and stumbled away. From within that darkness, hundreds of eyes appeared, crimson, hateful, and bloodthirsty. Azumi trembled. His knees buckled, and he was just a moment away from passing out. What is this? Let me out. You're breaking the law, he screamed, spinning around, only to meet Alex's gaze. Those eyes. Cold, iridescent, stripped of all humanity, they pierced his soul like daggers. His body froze. A deafening hum filled his ears, drowning out all other sound. The pounding of his own heart echoed in his skull like a war drum. The law. Alex repeated, his voice calm, his stare unblinking. Which law? The one mortals invented to control each other. The one twisted and wielded by bastards like you. He stepped forward, gently placing Nyaruko on the ground. His voice remained steady, but the force behind it was overwhelming. The very walls seemed to tremble. Where was that law when you tormented your daughter for the sake of your own ambition? Where was it when you beat her for failing to meet your perverted idea of perfection? Where was it when you crushed people, ruined lives, destroyed anyone in your way, all in pursuit of your so-called culinary ideal? He stopped. Where was your voice then, Nakiri Azumi? Alex said, then paused and shook his head. No. You're not worthy of that name. You're a disgrace. A filthy, wretched creature. You should be called by your true name, Nakamura Azumi. His tone dropped lower, colder. I don't know what Mana ever saw in you. But you don't deserve her. You don't deserve Irina. Not as a man. Not as a father. Who are you? Azumi stammered, backing away like a cornered animal. It doesn't matter, Alex replied. Only one thing does, you made my daughter cry. And that was your last mistake. Alex narrowed his eyes, staring through Azumi. Your soul is revolting. You're a festering swamp, boiling with the desire to drag everything around you into your muck. And worse, you let that filth seep into your own daughter. You were meant to protect her, raise her with love. But all you gave her was pain, coldness, and hate. He began walking forward again, slow, measured steps, each one sounding like a verdict. But what did you do, Azumi? Instead of family love, instead of warmth, Irina was forced to endure agony. Her entire childhood was suffering. You don't understand anything. Azumi screamed, his voice breaking into a shrill shriek. This world is broken. It needs to be reshaped. Food should belong to those worthy of its flavor. The rest are cattle. They deserve nothing but scraps. None of them are worthy. Alex stopped. His eyes were void of all expression. But the air around him thickened, darker, heavier, as though reality itself responded to his anger. And you dare speak of worth? Hearing Azumi's words, Alex paused for a long moment, then looked at him, not with rage, not with fury, but with exhaustion and disdain. At the tables behind him, the women shook their heads silently. No words were needed. Before them stood yet another fool, one blinded by ambition, drunk on the illusion of control, convinced of his divine purpose. But in truth, he was just a coward, lost in the fantasy he had built around himself. In Alex's eyes, only one thing remained now, pity. Pity for a pathetic soul too ignorant to understand a simple truth: food is not an elite toy for the chosen few. It's not just something to fill your belly. Food is warmth. Food is memory. Food is life. Alex knew this better than anyone. He knew that food could give hope, heal the soul, and bring back forgotten memories. Food had the power to unite nations, save people from hunger, and remind them what home was, even if that home had long ceased to exist. And chefs. Chefs weren't clowns in a circus. They were those who served humanity, offering comfort in every spoonful. Ah, Azumi, Azumi, you pathetic bastard, Alex sighed, the words slipping from his lips. Your ambitions, your ideas, they're nothing more than the ramblings of a foolish child who thinks he understands the world. You've always been a jealous nobody, envious of Joichiro, and that hasn't changed. You try to mold others in your image, never realizing that you were broken a long time ago. His voice rose, cracking into a roar. What made you think you have the right to force your desires onto others? Who the hell are you to take away people's freedom to be themselves? Who gave you the authority to strip them of their right to choose? Alex's outburst hit the room like a thunderclap. The walls trembled, the air vibrated, and cracks spidered across the ceiling. The girls, unfazed, simply shielded their glasses with their hands to keep debris out of their drinks. They could see it, Alex was consumed by fury. And they understood why. His father was the one who had given beings the gift of free will. Alex could never tolerate anyone who tried to steal that away. Azumi trembled. He was shaking with fear. He didn't understand why everything was quaking, where the cracks came from, or why an overwhelming sense of dread was closing in on him. And then, Alex inhaled deeply, and exhaled. A wide, unnervingly kind smile spread across his face, revealing sharp fangs. A smile so thick with menace it made the air feel heavier. The girls exchanged glances and let out weary sighs. They knew, for Azumi, it was over. But that wasn't even the worst part. Alex smiled because he heard Nyan's voice in his head. Her tone was irritated, like a mother woken up in the middle of the night over something stupid. Alex was just glad she hadn't erased the entire universe over Nyaruko's tears, or wiped out every version of Azumi across all timelines. Because what truly awaited Azumi was far worse. A fate beyond anything a living creature could comprehend, or even imagine, in its most horrifying nightmares. You know, Nakiri Azumi, Alex said as he stepped closer, after you made my daughter cry, your fate was sealed. You were supposed to be sent to my personal hell. A hell of eternal suffering, pain, and endless despair. But, you got lucky. And unlucky. At the same time. I decided to give you a gift. One. Final. Gift before the end of your miserable life. Driven by some unexplainable impulse, Azami stammered. What kind? Alex stopped just one step away from him. His voice turned soft. Almost gentle. A poem. The last poem you'll ever hear in your pitiful life. The girls tensed. They were curious about what Alex was about to recite, and why he called it a gift. A sinking feeling crept in. What would follow wouldn't be done by him. It would be done by Nyaruko's mother. And that thought alone made them shudder. Even the calmest among them had no desire to know what awaited Azami. But the poem. They wanted to hear it. Alex began to speak, and his voice turned melodic, like a silken whisper drifting across a desert. The daughter of Egypt, so high and so fair, that mortal, woman or man, would never dare to turn their gaze from the voice she bore, though silent, it echoed like winter's roar. Before her the fellaheen knelt in crowds, her robe dyed in hues of burning clouds. From every side they came for fate, for prophecy, for darkness, to open the gate. And even the beast, wild since time's first breath, left its forest, abandoning pack and death, to kneel before her, called Nyarlathotep, the daughter of Egypt. With every word, Azami began to hear distant, muffled drumbeats in his mind, and a low, droning weep of flutes, eerie, maddening, and impossible to ignore. They grew closer, louder. His mind began to fracture. To him, it was terror gnawing at his soul. To the girls, it was something else entirely, a hauntingly beautiful, almost tragic poem. Alex was singing of Nyan's beauty. And even those who had never seen her could sense something immense behind those verses. The ones who had seen Yog, who sometimes visited them at home, usually in search of sweets, could picture her clearly. They could imagine just how incomprehensibly beautiful Nyan truly was. And with each line, the room began to warp. Time reversed. The light flickered. The air began to hum. Alex spoke the final verses. All knew, the final hour was near. And so it came, the oceans withered, disappeared. The earth split open, light and sight were gone. And in the shadows, laughter. And a voice from beyond, child of chaos, born from infinity, shall wipe the stars with playful divinity. His voice fell silent. The poem was finished. And ahead, only darkness, eyes within it. And the approaching steps of the one coming for Nakamura Azami. The moment Alex's voice faded, a storm exploded in Azami's mind. To the flutes and drums was added something worse, a scraping, soul-ripping screech of claws, as if they were raking across the very fabric of reality itself. Growls. Grinding. Some nearby, some impossibly far. They came in waves, crashing over his consciousness, paralyzing thought, tearing away the last threads of sanity. This was fear. Primal, faceless, cold, like the bottom of the blackest abyss. A fear Azami had never known and could never have imagined. The pounding became unbearable, each beat ringing through his skull like a hammer blow. His head felt like it would explode. The world around him was gone. There were no walls, no people, no voices, only the flutes, the drums, and the howling of something ancient and starving, scratching at the door of his consciousness. He clutched his head, pressing his temples as if he could squeeze the pain out of his skull. He tried to scream, but his throat felt clenched in icy fingers. Not a sound escaped. Only silent agony. The girls watched in silence. Now they understood why Alex always said, never speak Nyan's true name in front of others. Madness, according to Alex, wasn't just a state of mind. It was a fracture in the soul itself, a crack through which darkness seeps, corroding everything it touches. And that's exactly what was happening to Azami. Hey, Azami, Alex said calmly, sitting down next to the man, who was now on his knees, curled up into a ball. I know you can hear me. So listen closely. Alex's voice broke through the roaring nightmare like a ray of light cutting through the veil of chaos. It was cold as ice, yet clear. Impossible not to hear. You hear it, don't you? That endless hum. Flutes. Drums. And something else, a scraping sound. Like something clawing at reality itself, like talons digging into the flesh of space and time. They're coming for you, Azami. And when they arrive, you'll find yourself in a place no being would ever dare step into, not in any universe. Alex spoke softly, yet each of his words rang like the tolling of a great bell. A place with no death. No time. No light. Only eternal chaos and madness, lingering in every drop. And there, she will be waiting for you, the mother of my daughter. The one whose name you defiled with your actions. The one whose tears you caused. Azami trembled. His eyes rolled back. Foam began to appear at the corners of his mouth. Before her, you'll experience something that cannot be described. Your own personal eternity of pain. Even hell will seem like a paradise for rest. And do you know what I'll tell you, Azami? Alex leaned in closer, almost whispering. Run. Run like you've never run before. Hide. Live in fear, if you still can. Because if they reach you, the dead will envy you. And the living will shudder at the mere mention of your name. Azami lifted his gaze. His eyes were filled with madness, overflowing with terror, no reason or logic remained, only emptiness and trembling. Alex met his gaze, calmly, almost with pity. His voice held no anger, no contempt. Only calm. He slowly raised his hand and pointed at the door. It was shrouded in thick shadow, covered with bloodshot eyes full of rage and madness. But the moment Alex pointed in that direction, the eyes scattered, and the darkness retreated, revealing the doorway. Beyond it lay a street bathed in cold moonlight and the dim yellow glow of the lanterns. Azami didn't understand what was happening. He was like a puppet, guided by some invisible hand. His body rose, shaky and broken. And without saying a word, he fled, into the darkness, into the night. His silhouette, illuminated by the lanterns, faded into the distance, dissolving in the moonlight. Alex watched him go. Run, Azami, run, he murmured. And remember, avoid the corners. Otherwise, they'll get to you faster than you can realize. And at the same moment Alex spoke, from every corner of the room, a dark mist began to spill out. At first, it was barely visible, a thin wisp of smoke creeping along the floor. But then it began to thicken, taking shape, first, a head, then, a body. Creatures emerged from the mist. There were several of them. They resembled dogs, but only vaguely. Their bodies looked like they were coated in skin, not wearing it, but as if someone had stretched it over them the wrong way. Their jaws were misshapen, lined with crooked, overly long teeth, and their eyes, dark, yet burning, were filled with hatred and something utterly alien. They growled low and gutturally. The claws of these beasts, as if existing on a different plane, scraped against the very air, against the edges of space itself, leaving behind sonic cracks in reality. Their gazes were fixed on the fleeing Azami. But just as suddenly as they appeared, they vanished. Dissolved into the corners, as if they were only shadows of something far greater. Their purpose was clear, to hunt. To drag back. To reclaim the one who dared insult the one protected by chaos. The girls stood frozen. They had never seen creatures like that before. These weren't dogs. Not wolves. Not monsters from any familiar nightmares. These were something else. Alex, what are those things? I've never seen anything like them. Saya broke the silence, looking at him with clear concern. I'm curious too, Brunhilde added. I've spent centuries in Valhalla, and I've seen plenty of dangerous creatures. But never anything like that. Alex sighed and shook his head. Those were the Tindallo's hounds. Legends about them are scattered between the lines of the most forgotten books. Their descriptions contradict each other, and none of them are reliable. What is known for certain is this: if a person somehow marks themselves for them, they begin the hunt. Through time. Through space. Without rest or exhaustion. Until they catch you. And it seems Nyan set them loose on Azami. Wait a minute, Tiona interrupted. Why did you shout for him to avoid corners? What do corners have to do with it? Alex looked at her seriously. Because, as they say, people live along temporal curves. But those creatures dwell in the corners of time. Imagine a river's flow, reality bends and twists as it flows. We exist on those bends. But somewhere out there are sharp turns, dead ends, unnatural angles. That's where they hide. If you end up in one of those corners, you're closer to them. And they'll sense it. And if they've already noticed you, you have no chance. No one's ever escaped. Wonderful, Coco muttered, rolling her eyes. I dreamed of fantasy worlds, candy trees, adventures, castles, and I got some damn incomprehensible corner-dwelling beasts that'll eat you just for turning around too sharply. The girls nodded involuntarily. This was definitely not what they expected. Alex chuckled slightly, trying to ease the tension. Hey, it's not all bad. There's good food coming. And the next world, it's actually beautiful. Maybe there'll be a sea, a warm climate, strange birds. Everything's going to be fine. I promise. Yeah. Then where's that food you keep promising? Siko cut in with mock reproach. Last night you talked up dinner like it was divine, but I don't see a single thing on our table, Alex. Alex raised his hands in surrender and laughed. All right, I'm going. Just relax. And stop thinking about those things. It's all behind us now. The girls exchanged glances and, without a word, rolled their eyes. Easy for him to say, forget it. As if creatures appearing out of corners and mist were just a minor inconvenience. Meanwhile, Alex walked over to Naruko. He gently ran his hand through her hair, and the girl leaned into his palm, beaming with a warm, bright smile, as if she hadn't been crying just a minute ago. He gave the same gentle touch to Anya and Jinx, then finally made his way to the kitchen. Freya met his gaze with a silent question in her eyes. Is everything okay? Alex gave a slight nod in response. It's handled. Only one idiot got hurt. Erika and Hisako, who had been observing the silent exchange, glanced at each other in confusion, trying to guess what exactly had happened in the hall. But for now, Alex wasn't planning to reveal that the source of the chaos had been Irina's father, a man who barged in uninvited, and ended up with a one-way ticket to one of the most horrific places in all of infinite reality. To be continued. Chapter 401, Chapter 401, an offer that's hard to refuse. After Nakamura Azumi's fate was finally sealed, Alex, with an unshaken expression, returned to the kitchen to finish cooking for his family. Technically, it was supposed to be Irina's job. After all, it was her culinary skills the girls wanted to evaluate. But, as usual, everything had fallen back onto Alex. Irina and Hisako watched him, still not understanding what had happened in the hall. Freya had firmly insisted they stay out of it, warning them that it was better not to witness what was going on. And yet, despite their curiosity, Alex remained silent. That silence only fueled their unease, but neither of them dared to ask questions. Instead, they simply returned to their tasks, stealing glances at Alex from time to time. They remembered the look in his eyes, cold, emotionless, almost inhuman, as he went to the hall to handle the problem. Freya, meanwhile, had gone to rejoin the other girls to find out how the conflict ended, and who had dared to bring Naruko to tears. However, after listening to those present, Freya heard a near-unanimous opinion: Naruko had simply put on a performance. All the girls shook their heads with smirks, once again convinced that she had fully inherited her father's fickle and unpredictable nature. And Naruko, noticing the extra attention, acted like pure innocence itself. Once the questioning was over, the group quickly switched to a new, no less important matter: where was the food, and how much longer would they have to wait? Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Alex, Irina, and Hisako worked non-stop, trying to finish everything on time. To keep the food from cooling, Alex cast a magical spell that preserved heat and freshness. Irina watched in amazement. It had never occurred to her that magic could be that useful in cooking. Secretly jealous, she grew increasingly determined to learn how to use magic just like she did knives and frying pans. She began peppering Alex with questions: how magic worked, whether she could learn it, and whether it could help her unlock her culinary potential. Hisako didn't join the conversation, but she listened carefully, memorizing every detail. At last, when all the dishes were ready, including special desserts for the younger ones, the trio began carrying the food into the hall, placing plates in front of the eagerly waiting girls. When Irina and Hisako stepped into the guest area, their eyes immediately went to the ceiling and walls. Cracks ran across every surface like a giant spiderweb. The girls exchanged a glance, realizing this was the aftermath of the recent events Alex refused to explain. Irina made a firm decision: she would get answers later. In the meantime, Alex invited Irina and Hisako to sit at the kids' table, so they wouldn't have to stay on their feet while watching everyone's reactions. He himself was eagerly waiting to see how the girls would react to Irina's cooking. And she did not disappoint. The food caused a wave of delight. The girls devoured it with pleasure, and some even let out muffled moans of bliss. One of the first was Yuri, something her constant rival, Chun-Li, immediately seized upon, mocking her reaction. "Last time you laughed at me, and now you're the one moaning. Aren't you ashamed to make sounds like that?" Chun-Li asked with a sly grin. Yuri, not one to stay silent, instantly fired back with sarcasm. The argument escalated quickly, and soon the two were on their feet, forehead to forehead. A fight was only a breath away, until Alex teleported between them, gently but firmly separating the two. Irina watched in shock. She couldn't understand how a simple lunch could so easily spiral into a near brawl. What surprised her even more was how the other girls reacted, with laughter instead of concern. Some giggled, talking about who else had moaned from the food. Even Red and White, usually composed, praised Irina's cooking. After separating Chun-Li and Yuri, Alex returned to his seat. He had barely sat down when another muffled moan echoed nearby. He turned. This time it was Valerie, whose face instantly turned bright red. She stared at her ice cream as if it were the sole culprit of her embarrassment. When she finally looked up, Alex was smiling at her. That only made her blush harder, and she glared at the dessert as if trying to incinerate it with her eyes. Irina, watching the scene unfold, listened as the girls competed to praise her cooking, and she felt a warm pride spreading through her chest. It wasn't the arrogant pride she used to know, but something real, something meaningful. Even when the richest elites or royal figures complimented her, she had never felt such joy. But the approval of this strange, loud, and sincere family, it was something special. At that moment, Alex, sensing her gaze, turned to her and smiled, raising a thumbs up. Irina gave a soft huff, tossed her hair back like a true lady, and lifted her chin with pride. Alex, I agree, said Hestia with her mouth full, looking like a content little hamster. We should bring this girl home with us. All the girls nodded in agreement with Hestia's words. No one objected to the idea of enjoying food like this every day. Gloria, Nemio, and Kariko were especially interested, women who had taken on most of the household and cooking duties. With the family constantly growing, extra hands were more than welcome. Especially if those hands could cook with such finesse. For Gloria, Kariko, and Nemio, having Irina join them would be a perfect opportunity to learn new skills, expand their culinary repertoire, and master dishes on a whole new level. With her cooking alone, Irina had already earned their respect and trust. I'm with the shorty on this one, said Loki cheerfully, not losing her playful tone. If we had a chef like that at home, I wouldn't even mind gaining a few extra pounds. Maybe my boobs will grow. That's never happening, the girls replied in unison, shattering Loki's illusion without hesitation. Loki's left eye began to twitch. What stung most was that even Ace, Riveria, and Tiona, the ones she least expected, agreed with the others. Offended, Loki loudly began cursing every woman with an impressive bust, pointing at them and shouting that boob size isn't everything. In response, the girls simply folded their arms under their chests and gave a slight lift, casting significant looks in the goddess's direction. A vein on Loki's temple throbbed dangerously fast, and finally, under the influence of alcohol, she burst into tears and ran to Alex for comfort. Alex did his best not to laugh as he gently patted his wife on the head. Yet again, she was having a meltdown over her chest size. The laughter in the hall grew louder but quickly died down when everyone realized Loki was just using the opportunity to cuddle with Alex. With a sly grin, she was already perched in his lap, calmly finishing off his strawberry ice cream. For Irina, though, the whole scene only brought more questions. She couldn't understand what the girls were talking about, or why their conversation sounded so strange. Alex, what are the girls in your family even talking about? She asked quietly, watching as Loki cozily settled on his lap. Alex smiled gently and replied. That's actually what I wanted to talk to you about. The offer I was planning to make. You want me to come with you? Irina asked, trying to collect her thoughts. Almost. I want to offer you the position of personal chef for my family. In return, you get the chance to cook with ingredients you could never find in this world. Imagine it, dozens of worlds, each with its own rare animals, vegetables, fruits, spices. New culinary horizons beyond anything you've ever dreamed of. Irina listened, her heart skipping a beat. You're asking me to leave this world, and go with you, she said, barely getting the words out. Exactly. What's holding you here? You're already the heiress of the Nakiri family, known across the globe. You've cooked for the most powerful people, for the elite. What's next? An academy? A restaurant? Teaching? You can still do all of that, later. But I'm offering you something more. Growth. A chance to make your name known not in one, but in many worlds. Imagine your dishes being tasted by gods and mortals, demons and heroes, beings you've never even heard of. You could become a legend across the multiverse. Alex's voice was calm, but there was power in it, like a demon whispering temptation into her ear, offering a dream too seductive to refuse. Irina's eyes began to shine. Every word struck deep. He was right, she had already achieved everything in this world. Her true future lay beyond it. Borderless cuisine. The chance to serve not just the chosen few, but those who had never known true flavor. Even Hisako, who had been silent until now, was watching Alex intently. His offer sounded too unbelievable to be real, but it was real. Poor Irina. Lucina muttered with a smirk. A demon is seducing her. What can I say? It runs in the family, Alex chuckled, raising a finger. Don't forget who my brother is. Who's your brother? Irina asked, surprised. She already knew about one. Lucifer. Though we haven't met yet, Alex answered casually, dropping another information bomb. Irina put a hand to her forehead, fighting off a growing headache. Alex's family felt so absurd and fantastical, it was almost impossible to process. And yet, despite everything, she found herself seriously considering his offer. And she had to admit, it sounded damn tempting. To open a restaurant not in one, but in dozens of worlds. To make the Nakiri name known beyond this reality. The thought stirred her soul and awakened her ambition. The fire returned to her eyes, the same inner light that had once been caged by Azumi Nakiri's ambition and pressure. Freya watched her closely. The goddess noticed immediately how Irina's soul began to glow, brighter and brighter with each passing moment. She was truly glad to see that light. Alex observed Irina quietly. He understood how difficult it was to make such a decision. Unlike his other girls, Irina still had family in this world, complicated, but still present. The others had long left their pasts behind and had no one left to return to. You know, Irina, Alex said softly, placing a hand on her head, you don't have to answer right now. Think it over until tomorrow. You've got time. And what happens tomorrow? She asked, looking up at him. Tomorrow, we leave. I'm on vacation, and staying in one place is boring. There are still so many worlds to visit, he said, gently running his fingers through her hair. You mean, other worlds? Hisako asked, intrigued. Exactly. But for now, we'll return to our temporary home. And you, Irina. Think carefully about my offer, he said, gently lifting Loki off his lap and rising from his chair. At that very moment, Anya, Nyarko, and Jinx clambered onto Alex, wrapping their arms around him from both sides. Alex just smirked as he felt his daughters hugging him tightly. He snapped his fingers, and the entire room transformed in an instant. The cracks on the walls and ceiling vanished, the dishes were cleaned and neatly placed, and everything looked as if nothing had ever happened there. Irina and Hisako watched in open astonishment. It was yet another proof of just how practical magic could be, even if neither fully grasped how such spells required immense power. Then Alex snapped his fingers again, and space split before them, opening a rift into another world. One by one, the girls from his family, cheerful and satisfied, stepped through the portal, reminding Irina with teasing smiles to think carefully about the offer. Still stunned, Irina could only nod silently. Alex was the last to step into the rift. He turned back and waved goodbye to Irina and Hisako. Behind him, Anya, Nyarko, and Jinx also waved enthusiastically, still gushing about how delicious the ice cream had been. Once they were gone, silence fell. Irina and Hisako exchanged a glance, unsure of what to say. The room was once again perfectly clean. All signs of Alex and his family's presence had vanished. It felt as though the entire encounter had been a dream. But Irina felt a faint emptiness inside. And in that moment, she understood why Alex had said his offer could change her life. He was absolutely right. If she chose to go with him, it wouldn't just be a new chapter, but an entirely different story. A story where she could chase her dreams on a scale she had never imagined possible. Lady Irina, what are you thinking about? Hisako asked softly, gently touching her shoulder. Isn't it obvious? Irina replied with a faint smile. I'm wondering whether I should accept his offer. Or stay. It's harder than it sounds. Hisako only nodded. She understood all too well that the choice between stability and the unknown, between a familiar life and an extraordinary opportunity, was never easy. And she had no idea what advice she could give her friend in such a moment. Realizing there was nothing more to do at the restaurant, the girls headed home. Irina hoped that in the quiet of her own space, she'd be able to think things through calmly. But what she didn't know yet was that a sleepless night awaited her, one full of doubts and contemplation. And if it weren't for Alex's magic restoring her energy earlier, she would have already collapsed from exhaustion. Back at home, Irina sank into the sofa, staring blankly ahead. Hisako, noticing her dazed state, decided to do what little she could. The simplest thing she could offer was tea. Lady Irina, please have some tea. Maybe it'll help you gather your thoughts and come to a decision, she said gently, placing a cup of hot green tea on the table in front of her friend. Thank you, Hisako. Tea really does sound nice right now, Irina replied with a grateful but weary smile. Hisako gave a silent nod and sat in the armchair, quietly watching Irina as she sat with the cup in her hands, her eyes still lost in the empty space before her. She was deep in thought, seemingly unaware of anything around her. Enough time had passed that they should have gone to bed, but Irina still couldn't make up her mind. Not even a hot bath brought her relief, neither to her body nor to her mind. Lying in the water, she stared at the ceiling, endlessly replaying Alex's words in her head. When she finally returned to her room, wrapped in a towel, she let out a tired sigh and collapsed onto the couch. Why is making a choice so exhausting? She muttered, burying her face in the pillow, as if hoping that some kind of sign would come to her in return. Of course, no answer came. But, as often happens in such situations, the inner tension turned into irritation. Unable to hold back, Irina began punching the pillow, as if hoping to knock a decision out of it. After a minute of this therapy, a simple thought came to her, a list. A rational approach. She stood up, went to the table, took out her notebook, and began writing down reasons. First, the reasons to stay in this world. When she finished, without hesitation, she moved on to the list of reasons to accept Alex's offer and go with him. When both lists were ready, Irina noticed that the reasons to stay were far fewer. Almost everything boiled down to food and cooking. At the same time, the pros list was voluminous and inspiring. But, strangely enough, it was about food too, only on a much larger scale. Well, that doesn't seem to have helped me, she muttered, putting the notebook aside. Maybe manga will. Choosing a fantasy genre volume, Irina plunged into reading. She imagined herself in a world full of magic, where she had her own restaurant, cozy, warm, loved by everyone from commoners to gods. She pictured herself cooking rare dishes using ingredients found only in fantasy worlds. Nakiri-branded restaurants appeared in all sorts of corners of these worlds, and Irina's name was spoken with admiration even by dragons. And just on the page where the dragon first appeared, Irina suddenly thought, how does its meat taste? Whether it was dangerous or not didn't matter. She was only interested in how to cook it, what to serve it with, and what aroma its fat would give when fried. From that moment on, the manga stopped being an adventure and became a culinary guide for her. The more fantastic creatures she saw in the comic, the deeper she sank into thoughts about the taste of their meat and cooking methods. Unconsciously, she moved from the couch to the desk, opened her laptop, and started searching the internet for information about fantasy creatures and their anatomy, purely theoretical, of course. Irina wrote recipes, made notes, drew cooking diagrams, invented side dishes, sauces, and ways to serve. She spent the rest of the night like this, unaware that dawn was breaking outside the window. The sun was slowly rising when Hisako knocked on the door. "Lady Irina, are you already awake?" she called softly, slightly opening the door. Peeking inside, Hisako saw Irina sitting at the table, feverishly jotting something down in her notebook, occasionally glancing at the monitor screen. Intrigued, Hisako stepped closer and looked over her shoulder. There, neatly written in the notebook, were recipes and cooking methods for fantasy monsters. Fully absorbed in the process, Irina didn't even notice someone was in the room. And when she reached out to stretch her shoulders, her elbow accidentally hit Hisako's face. "Ouch!" she cried, clutching her nose. "Hisako." Irina spun around sharply and saw her friend rubbing her reddened nose. "Why are you sneaking around like a ghost? I thought you were asleep. It's already morning." "I came to wake you up," Hisako said softly, sniffling, tears welling up in her eyes. Irina raised an eyebrow in surprise, then turned toward the window. The sun really was shining outside. Just to be sure, she checked the clock, 8 in the morning. She smiled sheepishly, realizing she had been sitting at the computer all night. But what surprised her the most was that she didn't feel tired. On the contrary, it felt like energy was bubbling inside her. Trying to understand how that was possible, Irina came to a simple conclusion. "It's probably magic. Alex definitely did something," she muttered and, waving her hand, decided not to overthink it. After washing up and changing clothes, Irina and Hisako went downstairs to wait for Alex. Neither knew exactly when he would arrive to hear Irina's answer, so they just decided to sit in the living room. During the night, Irina was increasingly leaning toward accepting Alex's offer and going with him to another world. However, one doubt still tormented her: family. Leaving this world, she wasn't sure if she could return. Too many unknowns, and that's why she decided to ask Alex a couple of important questions before making a final decision. As time dragged on, Irina flipped through her notebook again. The pages were already filled with ideas for dishes inspired by fantasy fauna. She was almost eagerly awaiting the moment when she could discuss it all with Alex. And then, after a while, there was a knock at the door. Irina and Hisako exchanged glances. Who else could it be but him? With a slight smile, Irina got up from the couch and went to the door, looking forward to the meeting. However, upon opening it, she froze. The smile slipped from her face. Standing before her was not Alex, but Alice Nakiri, with her dazzling, as always, smirk. "Hi, Irina. I decided to drop by. Admit it, you're glad to see me, right?" Alice exclaimed, squinting slyly. "You're not coming at a good time, Alice." "I don't have time to chat," Irina replied coldly and directly, frowning. "Wow, you even dressed up. Don't tell me you're waiting for a guy." Alice laughed, noticing Irina blush slightly. She leaned forward, continuing to mockingly study her cousin. Suddenly, her eyes widened. No. 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 You're really waiting for a guy. Who is he? Do I know him? Is he from the academy? Or the one who conquered your impeccable taste? It can't be. I definitely know if someone surprised you. Alice babbled on, bombarding Irina with questions, then ended with unintelligible mumbling, clearly lost in a storm of guesses. You don't know him. And now, please leave. You really came at the worst time, Irina said irritably, trying to push Alice away from the doorstep. Ha. No way. I have to see this mysterious suitor, Alice stubbornly declared, starting to resist. A struggle began. Irina tried to push Alice out the door, while Alice clung to the doorframe with all her might, refusing to give up. Neither of them backed down. Irina just wanted to get rid of her cousin before Alex arrived, while Alice was desperate to uncover the mystery of the guy who had managed to touch the heart of the Ice Queen. Hisako came out, drawn by the noise, and saw the scene, Irina pushing Alice, Alice holding onto the doorframe, both fighting as if the fate of the world was at stake. Hisako. Help. We have to push Alice out before he comes. Irina called out to her friend. Hisako immediately understood who she meant, of course, Alex. Alice heard this, and her eyes flashed with interest. Oh, so that's what's going on. You know too, she hissed, staring at Hisako. Don't you dare help her. Hisako froze. On one side was her mistress and friend, on the other was Alice, Irina's cousin. Torn between loyalty and etiquette, she silently prayed that Alex would arrive right now and put an end to the scene. And her prayers were answered. From inside the house came a strange crackling sound, as if the air itself was breaking. Both girls instantly stopped struggling and looked toward the sound. The space in the middle of the room seemed to crack open, and through the fractures appeared Alex. He stepped out of the rift as if nothing unusual had happened. Before his eyes was quite an interesting scene, Irina pushing Alice at the door, and nearby, a stunned Hisako. 3 pairs of eyes fixed on him. Alice's gaze was especially expressive, full of absolute shock. Seems like I'm a bit early. I can come back later if I'm disturbing, Alex said calmly, keeping a stone-cold expression on his face. Irina gave Alex such an empty but meaningful look that no words were needed. You could have come at least a little later. Alex pretended not to notice the silent reproach. Alice still stood there, mouth agape. Her eyes darted between the cracked space and the guy who had just stepped out of it. She recognized him. It's you, she exclaimed, pointing at him. That's right, it's me, Alex replied with a wide grin, giving himself a thumbs up. Glad you remember me, red-eyed princess. Do you know each other? Irina asked, surprised to hear the recognition in Alice's voice. Well, kind of. We've only met once, Alex said. Back then, she caught me with a cigarette on academy grounds and threatened to expel me if she caught me again. Nice first impression, right? But that doesn't matter. Have you made a decision about my offer, Irina? There isn't much time left, we're leaving soon. That's why I came early. What is all this about? What offer? What's going on here? Alice demanded, shifting her gaze between Irina and Alex. Irina sighed heavily and looked at Alex, asking with her eyes whether she should tell the story. He just shrugged indifferently. It seemed he didn't care if one more person found out. Nodding, Irina took her cousin's hand and dragged her into the living room. Alex silently followed them and settled into an armchair. While Hisako was brewing tea, Irina began her story, thorough, serious, and without unnecessary emotion. Alice nodded, listening carefully to every word. Alex took the cup of tea from Hisako, smiled gently at her, and thanked her. He sipped his tea, watching Alice's face light up with growing surprise. When the story ended, Alice froze for a moment. Then her eyes sparkled like a child seeing an amusement park for the first time. Can I come with you too? Well, if Irina changes her mind, I'll take her place. Just imagine, another world, unfamiliar food, unknown flavors. Alice exclaimed enthusiastically, grabbing Alex by the shoulders. Who said I'd change my mind? Irina pushed her away irritably. I just wanted to clarify a couple of important details. So back off. All right, Alex said calmly, looking at both of them. So, what do you want to know, Irina? And as for you, Alice? I don't mind if you're really ready. But I hope you're not just acting on impulse. I'm ready. The academy is boring. And there, a chance to use my cooking talents on new people. Alice said cheerfully, nodding energetically. Alex smiled, surprised but not objecting. He came for one but would leave with 2. And knowing Irina, he was sure she wouldn't go without Hisako. 3 talented cooks for his family. A good deal. Irina shot an annoyed glance at Alice, but she seemed oblivious. First of all, I'm taking Hisako with me. No arguments. She's my friend, and I want her close, even in another world, Irina said, flipping her hair back with a regal air. No problem. Honestly, I knew you'd say that from the start. And I must admit, Hisako's cooking really is delicious, Alex replied, setting the cup down on the table. Second question, will I be able to come back? Or at least call home? And also, can I send food to Grandpa? Yes, and yes again, Alex nodded. Return at the first request. I can even make you a device to travel back and forth. Calls are no problem, we have phones that work between worlds. And about sending food to Grandpa, of course, I'm not against it. That goes for you too, Alice. And Hisako. In that case. I accept your offer, Irina said confidently. Should I start packing? And what exactly? Take a bit of everything, for both warm and cold. If needed, I'll make clothes on the spot. Now get ready, we're leaving soon, and I don't want to waste my vacation time, Alex said, tapping his phone screen. The three girls nodded in unison and went off to their rooms to pack. The most excited, of course, was Alice. She literally flew out of Irina's house and rushed to pack her suitcase. While the girls were getting ready, Irina managed to call her grandfather, Senseiman Nakiri. She didn't say much. She simply informed him that she and Alice had been hired by someone, and that this was a chance to start a new chapter, cooking dishes that didn't exist in this world. Her grandfather asked questions, trying to learn more, but Irina didn't go into details. Her voice carried an unusual enthusiasm, and that was enough. Knowing what his granddaughter had been through, Senseiman didn't object. He felt that she was truly happy. "I'll keep in touch," Irina promised. "And I'll definitely cook a dish that will amaze you." Alice called her mother. The conversation was brief and chaotic. Essentially, she just said she was going on a journey with Irina to seek new flavors and inspiration. To be continued. Chapter 402, Chapter 402, The Lonely Mountain That Enchanted with Its View. While the three girls were packing, Alex remained seated in Irina's living room, scrolling through his phone. He was thinking about which world to choose next for their family vacation. It had to suit all three girls and their preferences. If the food festival at Tatsuki Academy had been a hit, then this time he needed something more active, a world where they could not only relax but also experience a bit of adventure. Alex recalled how, the previous evening, the girls had jokingly complained they'd probably gained a few extra pounds after 2 days of heavy eating. They'd ended the second night by tasting Irina's own dishes. All Alex wanted was to make his family happy, and yet, somehow, he'd ended up accused of fattening them up. His face had stayed unreadable at the time, though he could barely hold back laughter. After a moment's thought, he decided, why pick one world, when they could visit two? One with scenic landscapes for rest, and another where they could move around and maybe even get into a few fights. He put his phone away and continued waiting. Hisako came down first, dragging her suitcase. While she packed, it had finally sunk in. This wasn't just a trip, it was a real journey to another world. It was a little frightening, but also stirred her imagination. "I see you're ready," said Alex with a slight smile. "Did you call your parents?" Told my mom I'm going on a trip with Lady Irina. Promise to call sometimes." Alex nodded, noticing the flicker of nervousness in her eyes, totally natural for someone who had just decided to leave their world behind. After all, it's not every day that the Demon King himself hires you as a chef. A moment later, loud thuds echoed from the stairs as Irina descended, dragging not one, but 2 suitcases behind her. One of them was clearly stuffed with cooking gear, a skillet handle poked out the top, and the suitcase clattered louder with every step. Alex raised an eyebrow and nearly laughed, imagining how, given the chance, Irina would probably bring the entire kitchen. Catching his expression, Irina blushed but huffed proudly, as if everything was perfectly under control. "Did you call your family?" Alex asked, watching her place the luggage by the couch. "Yes. I told my grandfather that I've been hired as a chef and that I accepted the offer." "I imagine if you told Senseiman who exactly hired you, he'd think you'd lost your mind," Alex chuckled. Be realistic. Who in their right mind would believe that the Demon King from another world hired me? Say that out loud to anyone, and you're getting thrown into a psych ward." Alex shrugged. Now they just had to wait for Alice. He was pretty sure she'd already blabbed to everyone where she was going, but knowing Alice's personality, he also figured no one would take her seriously anyway. He began to wonder how this world's story would unfold without Azumi. After all, Azumi had been the catalyst for change, pushing the characters to grow and aim for new heights. But now that the threat was gone, Alex hoped this world would progress in a more peaceful direction. Soma would still chase his dream, so everything would probably turn out fine. Stroking his chin, Alex remembered that another antagonist was supposed to appear later in the story, Asahi, Azumi's son. Irina and Hisako noticed his thoughtful expression and exchanged glances. "What are you thinking about with that face?" Irina asked, pulling his attention back. I'm thinking about your brother." "About Asahi," Alex replied, looking at her. "My what?" Irina exclaimed, staring at him in shock. Hisako and Irina stared at Alex in shock. Neither of them had ever imagined that Irina could have a brother. They exchanged glances, as if trying to confirm they'd heard the same thing. You're telling me I have a brother I didn't even know about?" Irina finally exhaled, managing to regain her composure. "How do you even know that?" "It's my job to know everything," Alex replied calmly. "And about your brother, you could have asked your father. Though actually, not anymore. Because Azumi is now unavailable." "Unavailable?" Irina's voice trembled, and a chill ran down her spine. "The one who made Nyaruko cry yesterday, that was him. Your father. I believe Freya already explained to you what could have happened." "And what happened to him?" Irina whispered, swallowing hard as her mouth went dry. I don't know, Alex said, spreading his hands. Really? I can only guess. What do you mean, you don't know? She asked, sharper now. In the most literal sense. You see. Nyaruko's mother isn't just some being. She's something ancient, older than the very concept of good and evil. She existed long before those ideas were even born. For her, good and evil don't exist, because they weren't concepts back then. Her mere presence can bring about such massive destruction that no mortal being could possibly comprehend its full scale. Even her name carries madness. Alex paused for a moment, then looked Irina straight in the eyes. Now think, what could have happened if she hadn't held back? Instead of simply dealing with Azumi, she could have erased this entire universe from existence, along with all alternate timelines. Leaving behind only absolute void. No time. No matter. No consciousness. No life, no death. Nothing. Irina turned pale. She listened in stunned silence. But before you start feeling sorry for him, I'll show you what I saw, your father's soul. He held out his hand. Irina hesitated. She took a deep breath, summoned her courage, and placed her palm in his. In an instant, Azumi's soul appeared before her inner vision. It was so revolting, so warped, that nausea struck her immediately. She nearly vomited. Yanking her hand back, she stumbled and clutched her mouth, trying not to retch. Hisako rushed to her side, supporting her by the elbow and fanning her gently. That was. Irina couldn't form the words. Her face had turned white as a sheet. That's his soul, Alex said quietly. Even I, someone who's seen creatures that turn people inside out, felt disgust. I honestly have no idea what your mother ever saw in that man. He sat beside Irina and placed a hand gently on her back, rubbing it in a comforting motion as she recovered. What happened to him now? What did that woman, Nyaruko's mother, do to him? Irina finally whispered, the nausea fading. Who knows? But he's not dead. And he never will be. He'll exist forever. Even if this entire reality collapses, he'll still be there. Alive. Endlessly. But how did you even meet a being like that? And more importantly, how do you two have a daughter? Irina asked, staring at him wearily, still trying to process everything. Alex chuckled. Oh, that's a long story. Although, since Alice hasn't arrived yet, I guess I can give you the short version. About my job, and a few adventures. Irina and Hisako exchanged glances, then leaned in attentively. Curiosity outweighed exhaustion. Alex began his story, from the moment he first met Nyan, to how their strange meeting eventually turned into something far greater. At that very moment, Alice burst into the living room, as always, making a dramatic entrance with a loud thud of her suitcase. The moment she heard that the conversation had touched on Alex's personal life, she instantly flopped into a chair, eyes wide open. Alex didn't go into too much detail, he kept it brief and to the point. But even that was enough to throw the girls into mental chaos. None of them truly understood anything, including Alex himself, but everything he said sounded so incredible, so impossible, that it was hard to believe any of it was real. He still didn't know why Nyan felt such a strong pull toward him. Why she chose to have his child. And he certainly didn't understand the reason for her conflict with Lady Death. Neither woman was willing to share the truth, and if Alex ever wanted answers, he'd have to travel either to the realm of death, or into chaos itself. Neither was a trip he looked forward to, unless the reward was truly worth it. Well then, Alex clapped his hands and stood up, since Alice is here now, and I've shared a bit of my story, it's time to go. I think my family's been waiting long enough. With a wave of his hand, Irina's, Hisako's, and Alice's suitcases vanished, absorbed into his inventory. Whoa. Alice gasped, eyes lighting up. How did you do that? I want one of those. Just wave your hand, poof, everything disappears. And then back again. That's genius. Alex smiled. Well, maybe I'll teach you. One day. Even Irina and Hisako stared at him with interest, clearly intrigued. What he had just done looked incredibly convenient, no more lugging bags around. Irina, in particular, seemed taken with the idea. She was already imagining how easily she could transport massive quantities of ingredients. It's called a spatial inventory, Alex explained calmly. I'll give you something similar later. But enough questions for now, it's time to move. He placed a hand gently on Alice's head, quieting her flood of excited questions. The three girls nodded in agreement, already looking forward to the day they'd have their own magic storage. Alex, anticipating the emotional storm his long absence might stir among the others, snapped his fingers. A dimensional rift opened before them. Irina, Hisako, and Alice stared in awe at the portal. It looked like the very fabric of reality had cracked like glass, revealing a path to another dimension. Without wasting time, Alex scooped all three girls into his arms and stepped into the rift. The suddenness of it caught them completely off guard, and they blushed in surprise. Arriving at their temporary home in this world, Alex was the first to emerge, still carrying the three girls in his arms. The others were already waiting. When they saw Alex like that, their reactions were instant, blank, judgmental stares. Typical. Went out for one, came back with three, Alcina remarked with a smirk, shooting him a disdainful glance. Thank you, darling. I can feel the love, Alex replied, grinning as he gently set the girls down. But please, don't look at me like that. Your gaze wounds my heart. What took you so long? Renka demanded, running up to him. Was it really that hard to just grab your stuff and come back? Even in this world I can feel myself gaining weight. I need to move. I need action. I want to fight. I wouldn't mind a bit of exercise either, Cammy added with a slight smile. The food's great, sure, but our bodies need balance. Several of the girls nodded in agreement. By the way, Alex said, let me introduce another new companion. This is Nakiri Alice, Irina's cousin. You could say she got lucky and joined our little strange journey. Hi, everyone. Alice beamed and waved. That's the girl whose food we wanted to try. Alvit recalled. But her booth was closed. That's right. And she's a fantastic cook, too. I think you'll like what she makes. Anyway, to keep things moving, we're headed to a place with breathtaking scenery. And yes, for those of you itching for action, there'll be plenty to keep you entertained. And what kind of world is this? Saya asked, adjusting her glasses. Where can you find such beauty and opportunities to throw some punches? You'll see soon enough, Alex said as he drew Yamato. Irina, Hisako, and Alice watched Alex's actions with curiosity, not understanding why he suddenly needed a sword. The answer came quickly. As if on cue, all the girls stood up. Nyaruko, Jinx, and Anya immediately jumped onto Alex's shoulders. He unsheathed his katana and made two smooth slashes through the air, a portal opened before them. Alex stepped in first. Seeing the hesitation of the new companions, the others gently nudged them forward. When Alex emerged on the other side of the portal, he found himself in a half-ruined city that looked like something out of a dark fantasy. Abandoned buildings, cobbled streets, dust, and silence. One by one, the others began to step through. The girls looked around with suspicion, their expressions guarded and full of doubt. This is your idea of a beautiful view? Ada was the first to crack, her voice dripping with sarcasm. A half-destroyed city. Wow. So much aesthetic. There's not even anything worth stealing, Revei muttered, kicking a stray stone. Just dust and gray. Stop complaining, Alex said calmly. Just follow me. You'll understand soon. The girls exchanged uncertain glances. Only Saya felt something oddly familiar about this place, though she couldn't quite put her finger on why. Alex, meanwhile, walked ahead with a slight smile, leading them toward a spot with the view he had brought them here to see. They climbed up a section of the crumbling city wall, and from there, the panorama unfolded. The girls were still skeptical about these so-called beautiful views, until they looked ahead. Towering in the distance stood a majestic mountain, rising high into the sky and disappearing into the clouds. Its snow-capped peak sparkled in the sunlight, painting a scene of almost surreal beauty. Where are we? Hestia asked quietly, taking Alex's hand and not taking her eyes off the mountain. I think I know. Saya said slowly, the realization dawning on her. I recognize this place, and that mountain. Go on then, enlighten us, pink-haired know-it-all, Becca snapped with a smirk. Since you're so clever, share with the class. This is Erebor, Saya said, almost reverently. The kingdom of the dwarves. I've read about it in books. I never thought I'd actually see it in person, and that it would look so grand. Wait a sec. Loki frowned. Isn't this the mountain you mentioned, Alex? The one with all the unimaginable treasure and whatnot. The key words, mountain, dwarves, treasure, immediately locked the girls' attention. They all turned their gazes on Alex in unison, their eyes practically boring holes into his soul. He simply nodded, confirming every word. Alex himself couldn't tear his eyes away from Erebor. He had never imagined he would one day find himself here, not alone, but with his family. It gave the moment a deeper, more personal meaning. Meanwhile, Anya, Nyaruko, and Jinx had already leapt off his shoulders and were gleefully posing in front of the mountain. Gir, Mimi, and Stitch were snapping pictures of everything, true to form. And indeed, just as Alex had promised, the place was genuinely breathtaking. The surroundings of Erebor, at the foot of the lonely mountain, were mesmerizing. On one side, steep slopes climbed to the snowy summit, dotted with evergreen pines that had survived even Smog's fire. Rocky outcrops and narrow ravines hid rare and resilient plants. On the other side stretched a picturesque valley, crossed by rivers and streams, blanketed with meadows full of vibrant wildflowers and dense forests. Mighty oaks and slender firs rustled gently in the wind, and water murmured as it flowed down from the mountains, bringing life to the valley below. Herds of sheep grazed peacefully, and in the woods, the silhouettes of wild animals could be glimpsed, from deer to foxes. The air was fresh, cool, and clean, scented with pine and blooming herbs. Other snowy peaks were visible on the horizon, creating a harsh yet breathtaking panorama. Alex took a deep breath, savoring the moment. "All right, enough admiring," Nobuna broke the silence, hopping onto a ledge. "Let's go rob the dwarves' kingdom already." "Now that's what I call thinking," Ada smirked, pulling out her grappling hook. "Treasure's just sitting there gathering dust. And we're the first ones here. The law is on our side." "Hey, there's actually a dragon living there," Saya reminded them, frowning. "That invader has claimed the treasure as his own." "Just a dragon," Tiona waved it off, already preparing to descend. "We've dealt with worse. This will be fun." The girls barely paid any mind to the fact that a dragon lived in Erebor. That detail got lost amid their thirst for adventure and the greedy sparkle in their eyes. They hadn't even reached the mountain yet but were already arguing over how to divide the gold and what to do with it. Even Hephaestus, usually reserved, listened with interest, curious about what artifacts and relics might be hidden in the ancient dwarven kingdom. Saya stood next to Alex, rubbing the bridge of her nose. It was hard for her to comprehend how this motley crew had decided to rob the legendary dwarven kingdom without even thinking about the consequences. She cast a pleading look at Alex. "Stop this madness before it's too late, before they burst into Erebor with noise, magic, and destruction." Irina, Hisako, and Alice stood frozen, still processing everything. Just moments ago, they were at the academy, cooking, and now they stood on the edge of a fantastic world, facing the lonely mountain. Irina even pinched herself, but alas, it was no dream. Meanwhile, Gir, Mimi, Stitch, Alice, Valeri, Nobukatsu, Anya, Jinx, and Nyaruko were already eager for battle. They enthusiastically discussed how to sneak into Erebor, defeat the dragon, and claim the vast treasures. Only Arya stood apart, feeling a strange sensation. Not long ago, she had been the dragon's prisoner for a whole millennium, serving as a source of power for it until Alex saved her. For her, all this was too strange, considering that the dragon in this world had taken over an entire kingdom. Arya even felt sympathy for the dwarves who had lost their home. "All right, girls, a bit of quiet please." Alex clapped his hands, cutting through the growing racket. "We are not going to rob anyone. Even if Smaug has taken Erebor, that doesn't give us the right to raid the dwarves' kingdom." "Why not?" Ada whined playfully, hanging onto him like a spoiled child. "There's no one there. No telling when the dwarves will come back for their stuff. Alex, don't ruin our fun. Please, can we at least have a little treasure?" "I'm with Ada on this one," Coco added seriously, nodding. "The dwarves aren't here yet, and the treasure is. Makes sense to grab it while we can." Almost all the girls, including the goddesses and even the Valkyries, nodded in agreement. Only Alex and Saya stood silently, watching this theater of greed unfold. Saya glanced sideways at her mother Yuriko, who was also among the supporters of the gold confiscation campaign. Freya and Hephaestus were more restrained. They weren't so much interested in gold as they were curious about how skilled the local dwarves were in jewelry making and blacksmithing. Alex sighed deeply, rubbing his forehead. His head was already starting to throb from the many voices demanding permission for the heist of the century. The most insistent were Hestia, Loki, Ada, Coco, and about a dozen other determined girls. "Believe me, I'd gladly give you the green light, but..." Alex began, looking tiredly at the crowd. "But what?" Beatrix squinted, a playful smirk in her voice. "The thing is, Thorin and his group should be back soon. Instead of stealing, we could help them. And in return, get a share of the treasures, jewelry, metals, maybe even weapons." "Fairly," Alex explained. "Wait," Saya frowned, thoughtfully tapping her chin. "If Thorin Oakenshield is coming back soon, then the orc army can't be far behind. In the original story, the orcs arrive a day or two after Smaug's expulsion. So," Moira said with a forced smile, "instead of just quietly taking a mountain of gold that literally no one is guarding right now, you suggest helping the dwarves drive out the dragon, then fight an unknown number of orcs, and get a few trinkets for it." "Exactly," Alex nodded, completely serious. "Because stealing is bad." The girls all stared at Alex with blank looks that clearly said, "You're the last one who should talk about stealing being bad." They might have believed his words, if they hadn't known how much he'd managed to steal across different worlds. And now, with a serious face, he suddenly spoke about morality and justice. Some even started suspecting that Alex might have hit his head, otherwise how to explain such a change. Catching the expressions on his companions' faces, Alex just rolled his eyes in obvious displeasure. In response, the girls snorted disdainfully and gathered for an impromptu women's council, starting a heated discussion whether to listen to Alex or storm Erebor. Meanwhile, Alex watched this restless army that could storm the dwarves' kingdom at any moment without warning. To avoid disaster, he prudently put Gir, Mimi, and Stitch on leashes so they wouldn't run off, and picked up Anya, Nyaruko, and Jinx, well aware that these three little princesses could cause more trouble than a dragon. Finally, he shot a warning glance toward Alice, Gal, Valeri, and Nobukatsu, as if to say, "I see you, don't even think about it." Playing it safe, Alex turned to the three girls still in slight shock, Nakiri, Alice, Irina, and Hisako. "Well, what do you think? How do you like this new world?" he asked. "It's amazing." Alice answered enthusiastically, continuing to snap photos on her phone. "I never thought I'd end up in a place like this." "I agree," Irina nodded. "But I'm much more interested in the dragon in the dwarves' kingdom," she said, looking at Alex with her expressive purple eyes. "Want to cook it?" Alex smirked, raising an eyebrow. Irina silently nodded and pulled out a notebook. She wanted to hand it to Alex, but his hands were full with Anya and Nyaruko. Fortunately, Nyaruko, being a true helper, took the notebook and passed it to her father. Alex flipped through a few pages and was genuinely impressed. Irina had already started writing recipes for dishes made from fantastic creatures. A true chef, even in another world. While the girls debated whether to listen to Alex and help the dwarves, he suggested they all move closer to Erebor. They quickly agreed. Watching from afar was fine, but up close was always more interesting. Leaving the ruins of Dale, they crossed a stone bridge and descended into the valley leading to the Lonely Mountain. Anya, Nyaruko, Jinx, Gir, Mimi, and Stitch ran around playing tag, full of energy like ordinary children. The adults enjoyed the fresh air, the silence, and the picturesque views. Suddenly, Alex stopped on a small hill. "Why here?" "We're almost at the gates," Claire asked, raising an eyebrow. "This is a great spot. It offers a good view. Like I said, Thorin and his companions should arrive soon. They'll be visible from the hill. And while we wait for the dwarves and one hobbit, we can have a picnic," he replied with a good-natured smile. "Wait, you said a hobbit is traveling with the dwarves?" Riveria asked. "How different are they from ours?" "Lily, for example, is also a hobbit. And Finn is from our family." Not much, really. The local hobbits just have hairy feet," Alex answered thoughtfully. "Actually, Lily, you know the very hobbit who's traveling with the dwarves quite well." "What? How would I know him if this is my first time in this world?" Lily rolled her eyes. "Oh come on, my little Bilbo. Soon you'll meet the real Bilbo," Alex said cheerfully, ruffling her hair. "I told you not to call me Bilbo." Lily snorted, starting to punch him in the stomach. "I'm a sweet little hobbit girl, not a boy with hairy feet." These words sparked hearty laughter from the girls from Arario. Those who already knew the story behind the nickname smiled, while the newcomers immediately began asking questions, eager to understand why Lily was so upset. Meanwhile, Alex got busy preparing for the picnic. He stomped his foot on the ground, a stone table with benches rose up beneath it. Then came benches woven from roots and a gazebo to provide shade. What started as a simple stop transformed into a cozy resting spot. Some of the girls went to gather firewood. After all, a picnic outdoors isn't the same as dining in a restaurant. Food cooked in the open air always tastes better. Irina, Hisako, and Alice took over the kitchen. Fortunately, Alex had everything in his inventory: meat, vegetables, spices, and even a complete set of kitchen utensils. While they waited for the arrival of the dwarves and one curious hobbit who just wanted an adventure, everyone decided to simply enjoy the moment, the gentle breeze, the scent of herbs, and the majestic view of Erebor on the horizon. To be continued. Chapter 403, The Demon King meets a group of stubborn dwarves. Alex and his family settled on a fairly high hill so they could be seen from afar. It was all part of a plan. Thorin Oakenshield and his companions, on their way to reclaim their kingdom, would hopefully spot them first. To pass the time, the girls explored the surrounding area and took photos, eager to preserve memories of such a beautiful place. After all, it's not every day you find yourself standing near the legendary Erebor, the great kingdom of the dwarves. Even the most reserved of the girls couldn't resist getting closer to the stone walls carved into the mountain's body. Alex didn't stop them, he trusted them. As for himself, he admired the panoramic view of the valley, with Saya standing beside him, sharing in the awe of this remarkable place. However, Saya wasn't just focused on the scenery, she was trying to figure out the exact location of the secret entrance Bilbo had used to sneak into Erebor. A debate broke out between Saya and Alex. They argued intensely about where the entrance should be. Saya, determined to prove her point, was literally pulling Alex's face with one hand while pointing at a rocky ledge near the wall with the other. Their little quarrel quickly drew the girls' attention. Turning their heads, they saw the comical scene and eagerly joined the conversation. When they heard mention of a secret entrance, their eyes lit up with excitement at the idea of finding it themselves. They immediately split into groups and started preparing for the search, unaware that the entrance could only be seen at a very specific time of day, and even then, only for a brief moment. Before the girls launched into their fruitless expedition, Alex and Saya hurried to stop them and explained that even if they searched every stone, they still wouldn't find anything. A chorus of frustrated groans followed. The irritation in the air was almost tangible. Many couldn't understand, what was the point of a secret entrance if it appeared only once every 100 years, and only for a few minutes? If we can't find this so-called secret entrance, that doesn't mean we can't just blow a hole in the wall. Cupcake, you know where it is, just point it out, we'll handle the rest, suggested Becca, folding her hands behind her head. Exactly. Why look for a door when we can just tear down the wall? Tiona agreed, nodding. I doubt regular explosives will be enough against that wall. If you'd paid more attention to what Alex was saying, you'd understand the bigger picture, Riveria chimed in, deciding to be the voice of reason. And what did we miss? There's a door that appears only at a certain time. Nothing special, Moira shrugged. Girls, if the door only appears under very specific conditions, that means magic is involved. And I doubt it can be bypassed with just ordinary explosives. Honestly, I'm far more interested in the dwarves' magic in this world, Riveria said, giving the demolition enthusiasts a cold stare. Riveria, you're missing the simplest point. If one charge isn't enough, just use more, Becca said with a wide grin. Despite how absurd that plan sounded, several girls eagerly sided with Becca. They were ready to go ahead with the wall isn't a problem strategy, until Alex stopped them again, prompting another wave of grumbling. However, Riveria's words about dwarven magic caught the attention of some of the girls. To finally distract them from the idea of blowing up Erebor, Alex and Saya decided to share the history of this world, the races, gods, and the structure of the realm. The goddesses, Freya, Loki, Hephaestus, and Hestia, were especially curious. They wanted to know how the local divinity differed from what they knew. Alex began his story with Eru Iluvatar and the Aener. He hadn't spoken more than a few sentences when the questions started pouring in. What's the difference between Eru Iluvatar and these? Aener, asked Freya, tilting her head. Don't interrupt, Alex sighed. I'll explain everything. If needed, Saya will help. So. Eru Iluvatar, which means, the One Allfather, is the supreme being, the creator of everything that exists. He created the Aener, spiritual beings you could loosely compare to yourselves, goddesses. From among them came the Vala and the Mayor, those who entered the world he created. So the Mayor are like demigods, clarified Hephaestus. Something like that. Like you, they took on physical forms and descended into the mortal world. The difference is, if you die, you return to the heavens. But the Mayor, they die for good. Fascinating world. In essence, it's not that different from ours. Except there are orcs, a dark lord, and a ton of other problems, Freya commented, running her finger along the rim of her glass. Lady Freya, I completely agree. What I'm really curious about are the local elves. How different are they from the ones I know? Asked Riveria, folding her arms. There are currently 3 major elven kingdoms in Middle-earth, Saya answered. The Woodland Elves, led by Thranduil. Rivendell, ruled by Lord Elrond. And Lothlorien, governed by Galadriel, she's called the most powerful and beautiful woman in the world. Saya, being herself, a walking encyclopedia, decided to go into full detail about the 3 elven realms. The girls used to find her eagerness to showcase her knowledge a bit annoying, but this time, they gladly listened as she enthusiastically shared facts about the elves of this world. Even Irina, Alice, and Hisako, busy with cooking, were listening closely. Meanwhile, in the minds of the kids' group, a new idea was forming, a treasure raid on the elven lands. After all, Alex had forbidden looting the dwarven kingdom, but he hadn't said a word about the elves. The children exchanged glances, the spark of adventure lighting up in their eyes. However, one glance from Alex was enough to make it clear, he wouldn't allow anything of the sort. The plan died before it was even born, crushed under the weight of a single look. Saya wasn't done yet. She continued listing facts, first about elven physiology, then their traditions, culture, and the differences between the various groups. Ryu and Riveria, the elven women in Alex's group, were genuinely stunned to learn that in this world, elven women become mortal when they give birth, passing their immortality to their children while losing it themselves. That revelation shocked not only them but all the girls present. As Alex and his companions leisurely enjoyed their picnic, listening to Saya's never-ending stream of facts, the ones they were waiting for were already approaching. A group of dwarves led by Thorin Oakenshield, the future king under the mountain, was crossing the river. With them walked a single hobbit, Bilbo Baggins, hired by Gandalf as a burglar to steal the Arkenstone from right under the dragon's nose. The dwarves and the hobbit landed on the riverbank and began ascending into the mountains. Their path wound through a rocky valley. The goal was close, Erebor. Finally, upon reaching the slope, they stopped. Before them lay the ruins of a once thriving city. "What is this place?" asked Bilbo, looking at the shattered remains. "This was the city of Dale," Balin replied with sadness in his voice. "And now? Only ruins. This is Smaug's desolation." There was a bitterness of loss in his voice. He remembered how prosperous Dale once was, and how it was all destroyed in a single terrible day when Smaug attacked, burning the city to ashes and seizing Erebor. Balin wasn't the only one who felt this way. Many of the dwarves had witnessed their friends and family perish in flames or vanish into the dragon's jaws. Enough. The sun is already at its peak. "We need to find the hidden entrance to the mountain before sunset," said Thorin, snapping his companions out of their thoughts and moving forward. "Wait, Thorin," Bilbo called after him. "This is the place Gandalf told us about. He said to wait for him here. Do you see him?" Thorin interrupted. "We don't have time. Today is Durin's day. This is our last chance to reclaim our home. We go without him." "But," Bilbo began, but Thorin's gesture made it clear the discussion was over. The hobbit gave one last glance to the ruins of Dale and followed the others. He was beginning to notice how Thorin was changing. The closer they got to the mountain, the more his obsession grew. But Bilbo pushed those thoughts aside. He decided Thorin was just determined not to miss the final opportunity to restore his people's homeland. Their group pressed on, taking short breaks to make sure no one fell behind. Thorin led the way, holding the map in his hands. He could feel they were getting close. All he needed now was for Bilbo to sneak into Smaug's lair and retrieve the Arkenstone. Then Thorin could claim his right as the true king and unite the dwarven kingdoms for final victory. As they moved, Bilbo kept glancing back. His eyes suddenly caught a thin wisp of smoke rising in the distance. "Guys. Smoke. Guys," he shouted, pointing toward the horizon. But no one heard him. The dwarves, led by Thorin, continued marching forward without slowing down. Bilbo kept staring toward the smoke, which curled up behind one of the rocky hills surrounding the valley. Hearing the fading footsteps, he realized he had been completely ignored. "Guys. Wait. There's smoke," he shouted louder, pointing insistently in the same direction. This time, they heard him. All the dwarves stopped in unison and turned their heads toward Bilbo. Following his gesture, they saw the thin stream of smoke rising behind the slope. A tense silence hung in the air. One question echoed in all their minds: who could it be? This area was supposed to be deserted. The obvious explanation was orcs. But then why was there only a single smoke trail? Orcs usually moved in large groups, leaving entire fields of campfires in their wake. "Thorin, what should we do?" "What if it's orcs?" asked Dwalin, eyeing his leader intently. "Balin, Dwalin, Bilbo," Thorin said, making a quick decision: climb up and find out where the smoke is coming from. "Don't waste time, we haven't got much of it." The named three nodded. Only Bilbo looked less than thrilled. As always, he thought this was a terrible idea. But, as usual, he had no real choice. Climbing up the rocky slope with Balin and Dwalin, Bilbo soon reached a small ledge. The three began scanning their surroundings, trying to spot the source of the smoke. The dwarves below waited tensely, ready to act if danger showed itself. But what the three scouts saw left them momentarily stunned. In the distance, on the flat top of one of the hills, was a group of people. There was indeed smoke, rising from a campfire near which sat a man and several women. Not far from them stood a gazebo and stone benches. Everything looked like a completely ordinary picnic. The people behaved calmly, as if there were no dragon, no orcs, no ruined dale anywhere nearby. Bilbo rubbed his eyes in disbelief, thinking he must be hallucinating again. Maybe the Mirkwood fog had lingering side effects. "Ah, am I the only one seeing this? Or is that fog from Mirkwood still messing with my head?" he muttered, glancing at his companions. "No, dear Bilbo," Balin replied, adjusting his monocle. "We're seeing exactly the same thing." "Brother, why are there people here?" Dwalin asked in confusion, his eyes fixed on the strange scene. "If only I had the answer," Balin said softly, shaking his head. "But unfortunately, I do not." Meanwhile, down below, Thorin was beginning to lose his patience. Several minutes had passed, and the trio atop the hill remained silent. The other dwarves exchanged uneasy glances, worry growing in their eyes. If these were indeed orcs, and they were already here, then the path to the secret entrance would be far more dangerous than they had anticipated. "What's going on up there? What do you see?" Thorin finally shouted, unable to hold back. "I think you need to see this for yourself, Thorin." Balin called back, his gaze fixed on the incredible sight before him. Thorin frowned. Before ascending the hilltop, he had ordered the other dwarves to stay alert. As he climbed, irritation gnawed at him. The goal was so close, yet they were forced to waste precious time on these small but troubling distractions. Reaching the summit, Thorin looked at Bilbo, Balin, and Dwalin with a silent question in his eyes. Balin silently pointed toward the smoke's origin. Thorin followed the gesture and saw exactly what the others had. On the hill near the fire sat a group of people. Nearby stood a gazebo, and the entire scene looked strangely peaceful, like an ordinary picnic. Thorin shifted his gaze to Balin and Dwalin as if asking, "What does this mean?" The three began to discuss what they had seen but showed no particular concern. Their focus was on making sense of the situation. Bilbo, however, kept his eyes fixed on the unknown group. Then he noticed someone among them stand up. He didn't manage to see who exactly, but he was sure they had been noticed. Before he could say anything, the person looking directly at them suddenly vanished from sight. Bilbo's heart skipped a beat. He felt a surge of anxiety. It was too fast, too quiet. He wanted to warn the others but at that moment felt a hand on his shoulder. A chill ran down his spine. Bilbo froze like a statue. Slowly, almost mechanically, he turned his head and met the gaze of rainbow-colored eyes. The stranger looked at him with a soft, even friendly smile, pressing a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. Bilbo swallowed hard, curling up from nervous tension. "Thorin, what do we do now?" Balin asked, still unaware of the new presence. "That doesn't matter," Thorin replied with a grim expression. "These people don't know where the secret passage is anyway. And even if they do, it won't help them." "Who said we can't do anything?" came a calm but loud voice from behind the three dwarves. "And what makes you think, Thorin Oakenshield, that only the key in your pocket can open the secret passage hidden in the mountain?" Thorin, Balin, and Dwalin spun around in an instant, drawing their weapons. Before them stood a tall man with rainbow-colored eyes, dressed in strange clothing. He stood very close to Bilbo, his hand resting on the hobbit's shoulder. Bilbo himself was pale as death, trembling slightly with nerves and looking as if he might faint at any moment. But Balin, always observant, recognized not so much the stranger himself as his clothing, unusual and foreign. His gaze flicked toward the hill where the strange group was sitting. Now they were all watching them intently. "Who are you?" Thorin demanded sharply, pointing his sword at the stranger. "Oh, my apologies," the man replied politely. "Allow me to introduce myself properly. My name is Alexander Voldegode, at your service." "You don't need to introduce yourselves, I already know all of you. Thorin Oakenshield, the future king under the mountain. Balin. Dwalin. And, of course, Bilbo Baggins from the Shire. I suppose I can skip the names of the dwarves waiting below, they're familiar to me as well. May I ask, sir," Balin spoke cautiously, "what is your purpose in coming to our lands?" "Ah, Balin, of course. But I'm afraid you're a bit premature, these lands aren't yours yet." "Not yet. And the purpose of my visit is simple, your king." Alex nodded toward Thorin. "Come to kill me? To take the key? Or perhaps you're interested in the treasure like everyone else?" Thorin asked coldly, not lowering his sword. "Oh no, not at all," Alex smiled gently. "If I were after Erebor's gold, I wouldn't have held my family back for so long. Believe me, they'd have emptied this kingdom stone by stone in no time. But no, I'm here for another reason. And I think we could discuss it in a more pleasant setting." "If you've really come to talk, release our friend," Balin said with a slight smile. "Because from the outside, it looks like you're holding him hostage." "Of course." "Sorry, Bilbo, if I frightened you," Alex said softly, removing his hand from the hobbit's shoulder. "I truly come in peace. Possibly with an offer that might interest you." As soon as Alex withdrew his hand, Bilbo immediately dashed back, hiding behind the dwarves. Thorin, Balin, and Dwalin stepped forward, shielding the hobbit with their bodies, their wary eyes never leaving the stranger. Alex calmly pulled out a cigarette and lit it without saying a word. The astonishment of the dwarves and Bilbo deepened when the cigarette, resembling a miniature smoking pipe, literally materialized in Alex's hand out of nowhere. But the real scene began a second later, when the rest of Thorin's dwarves climbed the hill. Seeing the stranger near Bilbo, they didn't ask questions, in typical fashion, they charged into attack. Alex raised an eyebrow slightly. He suddenly remembered, dwarves in this world really do hit first and ask questions later, if there's anyone left to ask. He easily dodged the first sword strike, then touched the blade with one finger, and it immediately snapped in two. Next, an axe came down on him, but Alex deflected it with a simple flick, and the metal crumbled like a dry leaf. Just 1 second passed, and all the weapons the dwarves had tried to attack him with were destroyed, with a single finger. This stunned everyone who witnessed it. None of the dwarves had ever seen anything like it before. Nevertheless, one of them, a young Ori, grabbed a stone from the ground and shot it from his slingshot straight at Alex's face. Alex caught the pebble lightning fast between 2 fingers, not even letting it get close, and slowly turned his gaze toward Ori. The boy, confused, hid the slingshot behind his back as if nothing had happened. "Can we talk now?" Alex asked calmly, tossing the stone aside. As you see, Thorin, I didn't attack in return. Though I immediately realized you're a people who fight first and think later. Or, if there's time for that. What exactly do you want to talk about? Thorin stepped forward, placing himself before his group. Nothing special. Like I said, it'd be better to change the setting for a proper conversation. And don't worry about the secret passage. The keyhole won't appear from sunlight, as you think, but from moonlight. If you had studied the map more carefully, you'd understand, the last ray of Durant's day isn't the sun, but the moon. Even if you're late, I can still open the passage. I'll help you so you don't miss this chance, Alex said, exhaling a puff of smoke. Alex's words made Thorin tense up. He realized this man knew too much. Everything, even. But at least now it was clear they had more time than they thought. Thorin exchanged looks with his comrades, and the dwarves immediately gathered in a circle to discuss what they had heard. Their discussion was heated, they argued openly, occasionally glancing toward Alex. Bilbo did not join the discussion, he still hadn't recovered from the fear he felt when Alex suddenly touched him. He looked at the stranger, who met his gaze with a kind, slightly sly smile and nodded. Bilbo blushed but nodded back in response. Meanwhile, Alex looked at his family, who had been watching from the side all this time. He noticed how Coco raised an eyebrow and tapped her wrist with her finger, as if saying, enough stalling, come back already, with the dwarves or without. In response, Alex formed a heart shape with his hands above his head. Some of the girls, including even Tiona and Ace, repeated the gesture in return, showing their support. All right, Thorin finally said, stepping out of the circle. We'll hear you out. But you have to keep your word about the secret passage. Don't worry, Thorin, Alex replied, folding his hands behind his head as he began to descend the hill. I always keep my promises. The door we're talking about is hidden by pretty simple magic. Nothing complicated. Are you a wizard? Bilbo couldn't resist, looking at his back. Alex paused for a second, then without turning around answered. That's a complicated question, my little Bilbo. What is magic? A miracle with no explanation. Or maybe it's the key to the impossible. Magic is fireworks, miracles, and determination. Think about it, isn't it magic that a hobbit who valued peace and quiet went on a long journey? Isn't it magic to leave home for a great adventure? One that might happen only once in a lifetime. He continued his descent, leaving behind only a faint wisp of smoke from the cigarette and a feeling of mystery. Great, Thorin grumbled. Another wizard who speaks in riddles. Alex laughed. Haha, can't argue with you, Thorin Oakenshield. But believe me, I'm not just a wizard. I'm something more than you can imagine. Though that's not important right now. Now, follow me. I'll introduce you to my family. With these words, he easily jumped down from the ledge and disappeared below. The entire group of dwarves and the hobbit exchanged glances, then looked down at the height of the ledge from which Alex had just jumped. What they saw caused no small surprise. The fall from such a height hadn't left a single scratch on him. Thorin, frowning, felt his interest in this strange stranger growing. Alex calmly waited below as the dwarves and hobbit cautiously descended after him. When they were all gathered nearby, he moved forward, feeling the persistent gazes fixed on him, as if they were trying to guess who he really was. Excuse me, sir, may I ask a question? Balin, walking beside him, spoke up. If you're not a wizard, then who are you? As I said before, my nature is a bit complicated to explain, Alex replied, glancing back over his shoulder. But you could say I'm a man with a mission. Though that's not quite accurate either. The main thing is, I'm not an enemy. I've come to talk. And to offer you an alternative. What kind of alternative? Gloin frowned, eyes never leaving him. I'll explain everything when we meet my family, Alex answered with the same calm, confident smile. When they reached the slope of the hill, Alex was the first to begin climbing. The others, the dwarves and the hobbit, followed him. At the top, they were met with an unexpected sight. A group of girls, each beautiful in her own way, immediately noticed the arriving guests. The dwarves were especially surprised by the presence of two elves in this diverse company. And Bilbo involuntarily shuddered at the cold, piercing gaze of one girl who looked at him as if he were a personal enemy. Alex noticed this and, smiling, lightly pinched Lily's nose to keep her from frightening the poor hobbit. Have a seat, he said. We'll discuss everything now. Irina, Elisa, Hisako, please, bring some treats for our guests. Discussing serious matters on an empty stomach is a bad idea. No need, Thorin cut in, refusing the food. Don't be so quick to judge, Thorin, Alex replied with a smile. The treats those three prepare are the best you've ever tasted. Alex kicked the ground, and immediately a stone table and wooden benches sprouted from beneath it. The dwarves exchanged looks, another magical trick. There was almost no doubt left that the man before them was indeed a wizard. The girls, watching the new guests with interest, began setting plates with fragrant food. As soon as one of the dwarves tasted the meat, his eyes immediately lit up. He clutched the piece as if he hadn't eaten for days. The others exchanged glances, and also took servings. The very first bite caused an explosion of flavor for each of them, as if the food was woven from the finest culinary wonders. Even the toughest among them couldn't hold back satisfied grumbles. Only Thorin remained indifferent, watching the scene without touching the food. "Well then, wizard," he finally said, looking intently at Alex. "Now let's talk." "Of course, Thorin," Alex nodded, sitting opposite him. "The reason I invited you here is simple. I want to offer you help with Smaug." "And what do you want in return?" "The treasures of my people." Thorin squinted, leaning forward slightly. "You're partly right. But honestly, I don't need your treasures," Alex waved his hand. "All I ask is one piece of jewelry for each of the girls. Nothing rare or special, just souvenirs from the adventure. And not all of them even want something. In exchange, I will kill Smaug." "You seriously think you can kill a dragon?" Thorin smirked. "Our entire army couldn't withstand his flames. And you think you can do it alone? First, Smaug is not a dragon. And second, yes, I'm sure. It'll be easy. But there's one condition: I take his carcass." "Irina wants to try cooking his meat," Alex said calmly, leaning on the table. "What do you mean, not a dragon?" Bilbo asked in surprise. "Ah," Alex smirked. "All right. One moment." He turned around and called out. "Anya, dear. Come to Daddy." To show the dwarves what a real dragon actually looked like, Alex had to call his little princess, his daughter Anya. Of course, she couldn't leave her beloved pet at home, a little dragon named Bond. At first, Alex wanted to refuse the idea, but looking into his daughter's eyes, full of pleading and puppy-like devotion, he couldn't resist. As a result, he created a pocket-dimensional space for Bond where he could safely travel with everyone. Anya, in turn, would occasionally take out her pet to feed or play with him. And so, when Alex called her, Anya, Nyaruko, and Jinx came running out from behind a tree. Behind them, Gir, Mimi, and Stitch happily hopped along. Anya quickly ran to her father and, squealing with joy, climbed onto his lap. Following her, with their usual grace, Nyaruko and Jinx jumped onto him. 3 pairs of young eyes fixed on the dwarves. "Daddy, who are these bearded short men?" Anya asked, eyes wide open. "Anya, sweetheart, don't call them that. They won't like it." "They're dwarves," Alex answered gently, anticipating the dwarves' indignant looks. Like Uncle Gareth?" the girl asked seriously, nodding. "Exactly. Now, show Daddy's new friends Bond. I want them to understand what a real dragon looks like." Anya nodded, slid down from Alex's lap, and opened a small hidden compartment in her bag. She reached inside and pulled out a tiny dragon. The dwarves and the hobbit involuntarily gasped. The magic contained in such an innocent-looking object amazed them. Anya handed the little dragon to her father and immediately ran off to play again, as the place seemed magical to her. She and her friends had already ridden reindeer, fed them, and were now busy exploring the new territory. The girls from Alex's family watched silently, waiting to see what decision the dwarves would make. They had already learned from Saya that dwarves in this world were extremely stubborn creatures. Alex carefully placed Bond on the stone table, and the little dragon lazily stretched out, holding his head high as if fully aware of his own dignity. As you can see, this is what a real dragon looks like. Even as a hatchling, he preserves the majesty of his kind. Smaug, however, is not a dragon. He's a degenerate. In the place we come from, such creatures are called wyverns. Simply put, they're lizards with wings. They are merely shadows of true dragons. The dwarves and the hobbit were shocked. How could a dragon be a child's pet? But looking closer, they began to notice the difference. Bond had 4 limbs with sharp claws, plus 2 powerful wing membranes on his back. 2 curved horns adorned his head, and his tail ended in a sharp bony spike. Nothing like what they remembered about Smaug. He only had 2 legs and wings, a classic wyvern. The dwarves finally understood what Alex had been talking about. The girls, in turn, were slightly disappointed. They had hoped to see a real dragon of this world, but according to Alex, all dragons here had long since died out or fallen into eternal slumber. "That's why I say Smaug is not a dragon," Alex continued, gently stroking Bond's chin, who growled contentedly. "He has no honor, no will, no mind. He is an animal obsessed with greed for gold. Nothing more. And you want to kill him, in exchange for jewelry made by my people?" Thorin asked slowly, keeping his gaze fixed on Alex. "Correct. Only one piece of jewelry for each of the girls. No chests of gold. Just small souvenirs. And if some of them aren't interested in jewelry, we'll find something else." Do you seriously think you can handle him alone? Thorin asked once more, staring intently at Alex. I already said, it won't be difficult. You can consider my offer. As I said before, if we don't come to an agreement, I will still help open the secret entrance to the mountain, Alex replied calmly, picking up Bond and settling him on his head. Thorin nodded and looked to his companions, ready to discuss the proposal. Understanding the hint, Alex got up from the table and moved to his girls, giving the dwarves space to talk. Bond, sitting on Alex's head, sniffed the air, looked around, then took off flying toward his owner, who was happily playing nearby. When Alex settled down again at the table, the girls immediately started talking. Some noted that they weren't especially interested in jewelry, some preferred rare metals, others valued dwarven knowledge and books. Alex smiled and nodded, listening carefully. He understood, this family valued essence over sparkle. To be continued. Chapter 404, Smaug, the unluckiest dragon in all of Middle-earth. While Thorin and his group were still discussing Alex's offer to help kill Smaug, the dragon that had taken Erebor, Alex sat calmly beside the girls. They, in turn, were asking him questions about the structure of this world. Saya hadn't had a chance to explain everything during their first meeting with the dwarves, so now it was Alex's turn to fill in the gaps. Irina, Hisako, and Alice joined the conversation, listening intently. Alex began from the very beginning, with the tale of Morgoth, the first great enemy who tried to bend this world to his will. His actions led to a long and bitter war, the echoes of which reached even Middle-earth. Morgoth wasn't just a villain, a destroyer, or a tyrant. He was a master of deception, temptation, and corruption. Even those whose souls were once pure and bright fell to his whispers, becoming his puppets. Even the mayor, the messengers of the gods, succumbed to his influence, turning into terrible demonic beings, consumed by flame and hatred. The girls listened with growing interest, not realizing just how vast and complex the events in this world could be. But drawing parallels to the other worlds they had visited, the core idea remained the same. There is always someone who believes they can remake the world for the better, but in reality, they only seek to destroy it. While Alex shared stories with his family, the dwarves behind him continued to argue. They were still debating whether to accept Alex's help or follow their own path, relying on luck, which, honestly, had been scarce since the beginning of their journey. Then Alex noticed something strange. His gaze lingered on Thorin, and he saw it, the dwarf leader's soul was stained with darkness. A black mark was growing steadily, like a sickness creeping through his being. Alex gently ran his fingers over Freya's palm and motioned toward Thorin with a subtle glance. Freya caught the signal and looked at the dwarf, and saw the same thing. Even Nyx, who had been lounging casually at the table, lazily raised her head and stared at Thorin, spotting the early roots of greed blooming within him. Then she turned her eyes to Alex, silently questioning why he was helping someone who was already nearly consumed. This silent exchange didn't go unnoticed by the others. Hestia, sitting next to Alex, nudged him under the table with her foot and pointed at Thorin, clearly asking for an explanation. I saw darkness in his soul, Alex said quietly. Freya and Nyx noticed it too. And what are you planning to do about it? Jill whispered. You're still going to help that dwarf, even knowing he's on the edge? I have a theory, Alex replied, shaking his head. Just a hunch for now. But to confirm it, I need to see the Arkenstone. Share it with us, Valmont said in a calm tone. Maybe it's not as complicated as it seems. As I said, I need to see the stone. If I'm right, this will be solved far more easily than you think, Alex replied, popping a candy into his mouth. The girls nodded, knowing that if things ever reached a critical point, Alex would find a way out. Saya, sitting nearby, reminded them again of what Thorin was destined to become, a dwarf consumed by gold lust, who would eventually suspect even his closest companions of betrayal and might take extreme measures. Good thing the dwarves didn't hear that, Irina remarked. With their stubbornness, they'd immediately reject Alex's help just to prove something to someone. Meanwhile, Thorin and his companions were still fiercely debating the offer. In the background, cheerful laughter rang out. Anya, Nyarko, Jinx, Gir, Mimi, and Stitch had rounded up a herd of deer and were holding improvised races around the hill. Alice, Nobukatsu, Valerie, and Gal explored the surroundings, hoping for their own small adventures. Valerie even pulled out a metal detector and started treasure hunting, with the others following behind, shovels in hand and ready to dig. Some of the girls were strolling through the area, taking photos of the scenic landscapes and snapping group shots. Others were simply relaxing, enjoying the cool air and the peace. Alex wasn't in a hurry, even though he knew the dwarves had little time. He glanced once again toward the mountain range, from which the orc army led by Azog was expected to appear. Focusing, he could see massive underground worms already carving tunnels through the rock. That confirmed what Saya had said, the orcs would arrive in just a few days. And then Alex asked himself a crucial question: what would happen to Lake Town? According to the original story, Smaug was supposed to burn it down, giving Thranduil a reason to intervene under the pretense of helping the humans. But if Alex killed Smog before the town was destroyed, Thranduil would lose his leverage. The chain of events would change. Lost in thought, Alex tapped his chin with his finger, eyes fixed on the ridgeline. "Don't overthink it," Brunhild's voice suddenly said. "If killing the creature saves the people of Lake Town, then you've prevented needless deaths." Her voice rang clearly in Alex's mind, thanks to their spiritual bond. Alex raised an eyebrow and simply nodded. Either way, even if the elves didn't come, the dwarves from the Iron Hills would still arrive and bolster the army. In the worst case, Alex was ready to handle everything himself, or let the girls unleash their full power, wiping out whatever stood in their way and crushing the orc army. The girls had plenty of experience fighting overwhelming enemies. And if one were to compare the demons created by Davith with Sauron's orcs, the orcs were nothing more than children in armor. The demons had laid waste to entire worlds, leaving only death and ruin behind. The girls had caught Brunhild's words and wanted an explanation. But Brunhild didn't need to say a thing. Once again, Saya filled in the gaps. She reminded them that in the original timeline, the story of the dwarves and Smog inevitably led to the destruction of Lake Town by the dragon. However, she then pointed out that Smog's attack also triggered the involvement of the woodland elves, who supposedly came to aid the humans. This increased the allied forces that would later stand against the orcs. That put the girls in a difficult position. What would happen if Smog died before burning down the town? The elven army might never arrive. They turned their eyes to Alex, silently asking for guidance. But Alex only shook his head. He wasn't going to sit back and watch a town die in flames. Just then, the dwarves finished their discussion and turned toward Alex and his companions. "I accept your offer, wizard," Thorin said. Alex turned his head and studied the dwarves closely. He immediately noticed that the darkness of greed within Thorin's soul was flickering, swelling and shrinking, as if an invisible battle was taking place within him. That gave Alex hope. It was the reason he was willing to help, because he believed Thorin deserved to be king. If he could overcome his greed, he could truly lead his people. Alex stood up from the table and moved to sit with the dwarves. "Since you've discussed my offer and agreed, I think it's time to go over the terms," he said, looking Thorin directly in the eyes. "Agreed." "Balin, draft the contract," Thorin replied, not breaking eye contact. With every word, Thorin could feel it. The man before him wasn't just a wizard. He was another king. A kindred spirit. Someone who had also led his people through darkness toward victory. That sense of shared purpose strengthened Thorin's trust. Balin was already pulling out parchment and a quill, but Alex gently stopped him with a gesture. "No need to trouble yourself. We'll do it differently." "You mean to seal this deal with words alone?" Thorin narrowed his eyes. "Aren't you afraid I might break my promise?" "Thorin, even without a contract, a king is bound to keep his word. But we will make a contract, just not on paper." "A magical one," Alex replied calmly. "Then proceed, wizard," said Thorin, straightening his posture with regal dignity. "Very well. Here are the terms. My side agrees to slay Smog and aid the dwarves in reclaiming Erebor. Should the Arkenstone be found, I will deliver it to its rightful heir, Thorin Oakenshield, son of Thrain and grandson of Thror. While residing in Erebor as guests, we also agree to assist in resolving any arising issues. In return, the contracting party will provide payment, in the form of jewels, knowledge, weapons, or materials, as requested by my side. Are these terms acceptable?" "I have one question," Thorin interjected. "What did you mean by arising issues?" "You'll understand soon enough," Alex answered calmly. "Now, do you accept the terms?" "I do," Thorin said with a nod. "Then extend your hand and repeat after me," Alex instructed, raising his palm. Thorin mimicked the gesture. "Zect," said Alex. "Zect," Thorin echoed. A glowing magic circle burst to life on both of their outstretched palms, the symbol of a sealed pact. Alex had used the ancient spell Zect to see if it would function in this world. His intuition was right, the magic activated perfectly. The appearance of the glowing seal on Thorin's hand stunned all the dwarves. Some stared at it as if Thorin himself had become a wizard. Even Thorin hadn't expected it, but he instantly felt a subtle, almost tangible connection, the binding thread of the contract tying him to Alex. Alex, of course, didn't explain one extremely important detail. Breaking the terms of this magical contract wouldn't just bring consequences, it would unravel the very essence of the one who broke the oath. It was an absolute pact, where a word was worth a life. The girls already knew about Zect. They'd secretly read the manga in which Alex was the main character, hiding it from him so they wouldn't get on his nerves. While everyone was still reeling from what they'd just witnessed, Alex calmly stood up from the table and stretched, his spine and shoulders cracking loudly. Then he removed his coat and handed it to Gloria, who accepted it with a light smile, as if this sort of thing happened every day. Rolling up the sleeves of his shirt, Alex reached into his inventory and pulled out a massive bident, the weapon of Hades. Its sudden appearance immediately caught the attention of every dwarf. Their eyes locked onto the gleaming weapon, shining under the sunlight. May I ask, who crafted such a flawless weapon? Balin asked in awe, unable to look away from the bident. This spear once belonged to a god. And it was forged by the god of blacksmithing, Alex answered calmly, slinging the ancient weapon over his shoulder. The dwarves stared at him as if he were a living legend. They had heard it with their own ears, in this man's hands was a weapon that had once belonged to a deity. Alex couldn't help but smirk slightly, watching their stunned expressions. He was used to that kind of reaction. His girls, however, looked on with obvious doubt. Using divine weapons against an ordinary wyvern was like shooting sparrows with a cannon. But Alex just waved off their looks. Alex. Irina began, hinting at the dragon meat. I know, Irina. I have experience. The meat won't go to waste, you can rest assured, he replied, winking at the excited Irina. Then I believe in you, she nodded enthusiastically, already mentally planning a menu made from dragon meat. Oh, and before I forget. Bella, get up. You're coming with me, Alex said, addressing the girl with white hair. Me? Why me? Can I not go? Bella asked, her voice full of embarrassment. You wanted to be a hero, right? And the first step is to kill a dragon. So get up. Let's go. Alex didn't wait for her consent, he simply grabbed Bella by the waist and slung her over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes. The girls burst out laughing, watching Bella flail helplessly on Alex's shoulder. The poor girl's face burned with embarrassment. She threw an indignant glance at her friends, but they just laughed even louder. Especially Lily, who shamelessly poked Bella with her finger and couldn't stop giggling. But as soon as Alex turned his head and shot Lily a calm yet meaningful look, the girl immediately fell silent and shrank back. You're coming too, Lily. Since you're having so much fun, show how strong you've become, Alex said evenly. But Lily started to protest, but Alex's gaze made it clear, there would be no discussion. Having no room to argue, Lily sighed heavily and pouted like a sulky child. The other girls, Cassandra, Daphne, Haruheim, and the rest, stopped laughing. They felt uneasy, who knew, maybe next time it'd be them dragged into fighting a dragon. Though some of them might want to test their strength against such a dangerous beast, now was not the time, they had all come to relax, and no one felt obliged to fight a monster that had taken over the dwarves' kingdom. Lily approached Alex and gave him a hurt look. Meanwhile, Bella was already smirking at her, and Lily almost began to argue, but before she could utter a word, Alex swiftly grabbed her by the waist and hoisted her onto his shoulder. Now both girls, like two sacks of potatoes, lay on Alex's shoulders, exchanging annoyed looks. Alex remained completely calm. He took a deep breath and exhaled a cloud of steam. Bolts of lightning ran across his body, and in the next moment, he vanished, leaving behind only the rumble of thunder and the crackle of residual energy. The dwarves and the hobbit were still trying to comprehend what had just happened. I'm no great warrior, of course, but is it really safe to take two young girls into battle against a dragon? Bilbo asked cautiously, glancing at Alex's family. Young hobbit, although Bella is still young, she has the soul of a hero. This battle will help her grow. As for Lily, even giants couldn't withstand her strike, Freya answered calmly, sipping the tea Hisako had just placed before her. Excuse me, madam, do you mean one is a heroine, and the other, a hobbit? Balin asked in surprise, looking at her. Exactly, dwarf, Hestia smiled. Both were trained by my husband, the greatest warrior. He trained all the girls in our family, except for these three who joined recently. But they'll have their turn soon. The girls nodded in agreement. Each of them had undergone rigorous training with Alex, even those who specialized in magic or firearms. This only increased Thorin and his companions' interest in this unusual family. Meanwhile, Alex, using the breath of thunder, reached the secret passage hidden inside the mountain. It was securely concealed by magic, but Alex didn't bother investigating, he simply kicked the door with full force, and it slammed open with a crash. To hell with magic, if you can open it the old-fashioned way. Setting the two disgruntled girls down, he crouched and entered the passage. Lily and Bella followed him, though without much enthusiasm. The crash of the broken door echoed through the entire valley before Erebor, drawing the attention of everyone still in the hall. Looks like they're already at the passage, Chunli noted, leaning on the table. Hurry up. And notice, he didn't even need a key, Becca smirked, rolling her eyes at Riveria. I told you, elf girl, no magic can compare to brute strength. The girls nodded in agreement. Many had seen Alex clear a path, more than once, literally. They remembered how he had fought through the entire underground laboratory of the evil corporation, saying, the Emperor's path is always straight. Some thought that if Alex hadn't known about the passage, he would have just blasted his way through the mountain. Hearing all this, Thorin glanced absent-mindedly at the key in his hand, and for the first time wondered if he even needed it. Meanwhile, Alex and the girls moved through the halls of Erebor. Even for him, the scale of the kingdom was impressive, dozens of halls, intertwining passages, a true labyrinth. Any ordinary creature would have long been lost. But Alex, using his instincts and memory, found the way to Durant's family treasure room. Weapons ready, he quietly told the girls. With obvious displeasure but no objections, Lily and Bella drew their weapons. Lily wielded brass knuckles, while Bella had a pair of slender daggers. After passing through a couple more halls, they reached an arched passage leading to the treasure chamber. Alex pressed a finger to his lips, a sign for silence. The girls nodded, though Lily couldn't help but roll her eyes. They entered. The first thing they saw was not just piles of gold, it was a river of gold stretching along the hall. Coins, jewelry, artifacts, all shimmering in the torchlight and seeming endless. Alex squinted, taking in the scale. When you said, mountains of gold, I imagined something the size of a castle. Lily whispered, looking at him with wide eyes. But you didn't specify it was an actual golden mountain. Honestly, I didn't expect this either, Alex admitted, not taking his eyes off the treasure. But what interests me more is, why do they have all this if they don't even spend it? With such wealth, they could push science forward, invent new things, become the most advanced race in Middle-earth. He stroked his chin thoughtfully, watching the glimmer of the coins when somewhere deep within the treasure chamber came a muffled, almost inaudible sound, the breathing of a dragon. Lily and Bella couldn't help but agree with Alex. If all this gold were put to the right use, as he suggested, the dwarves of Erebor could indeed become the most technologically advanced race in Middle-earth. After all, rare metals and precious stones play a key role in scientific research and magical developments, and here they had them in abundance. However, despite the apparent wealth, Alex felt no desire whatsoever to claim the treasure for himself. He understood perfectly well that all this gold was just metal, only able to flatter the ego of a greedy person. And in this world, if he needed something, he could create any amount of gold, gems, or rare metals himself. So looking at the treasures of Durant's line, he felt neither awe nor greed. Lily and Bella showed no greed either. Yes, they were impressed by the scale, but nothing more. In their family, they had Alex, a man who could give them anything they ever dreamed of. So why chase after gold? Where's the dragon, then? Bella quietly asked, glancing around. Instead of answering, Alex picked up a gold coin from the floor and tossed it toward one of the gold piles in the corner of the hall. The coin arced through the air and with a rustle rolled down, nudging other coins. In the next moment, the pile of gold began to stir as if coming to life. The gold cascaded downward like a river, revealing the massive body of the sleeping Smog. Lily and Bella involuntarily held their breath. Now they saw him with their own eyes, a huge dragon curled up on a heap of treasure. And they couldn't help but admit, Alex was right calling Smog an imperfect dragon. He most resembled a giant winged lizard. Meanwhile, Alex was scanning the treasure chamber with mana, and soon he discovered the Arkenstone. He reached his hand into empty space, his palm passed through thin air, and when he pulled it back, the legendary stone was glowing in his hand. Lily and Bella stared at the Arkenstone in awe, momentarily forgetting about Smog's presence. The stone was almost perfectly shaped, resembling a massive diamond, but far more beautiful. White with an inner glow, it shimmered with all the colors of the rainbow. It shone as if stars were trapped inside, surrounded by an invisible aura of light. What a beautiful stone. Now I understand why Saya called it the Royal One, Lily whispered. So beautiful. It shines like Alex's eyes, just like stars. Bella unintentionally muttered aloud, revealing her thought. Realizing she'd spoken out loud, Bella immediately covered her mouth with her hands, her cheeks flushing bright red. Lily gave her a dry sideways glance, clearly noticing the attempt to flatter Alex. He, however, just smiled gently and patted Bella on the head for the kind words. Holding the Arkenstone, Alex instantly understood why this stone was so special. It wasn't just an ordinary gem, the Arkenstone was crystallized energy of nature itself, literally the embodiment of the heart of the mountain. But with this discovery came the understanding of the cause behind Durant's greed. The real reason wasn't the Arkenstone itself. Nature's energy was pure and neutral. The true evil came from the Ring King through a war, a ring created by Celebrimbor with Sauron's involvement. It was Sauron who infused the ring with darkness, a fragment of his very essence. Over time, this darkness seeped into the Arkenstone and began to influence the minds of its owners. This was how the so-called dragon sickness appeared. Alex was fully convinced, Tauren, like his ancestors, had been consumed not just by greed, but by the influence of Sauron himself. Well, now I have an answer, Alex said, cleansing the Arkenstone of the remaining darkness. An answer? To what question? Bella asked, looking up at him. Why Durant's line fell to greed, calling it the dragon sickness. It's all because of the great villain of this world, who played a multi-move game, but ended up screwing up. And in 60 years, he'll mess up again, Alex said, putting the Arkenstone away in his inventory. Maybe we should just get rid of it right away. Lily suggested, putting her hands behind her head. Honestly, I'm lazy. Although I could deal with it. Or not. For now, we'll stay here a couple of days, handle the orc army, and then we'll see, Alex said, thinking aloud. Bella and Lily silently stared at Alex as he pondered whether to kill Sauron or not interfere at all. Theoretically, Alex could end the upcoming war in Middle-earth in just a few minutes. All he'd need to do was pull the ring from Bilbo's pocket, teleport to Mordor, start a genocide of orcs there, point a finger at Sauron's infamous flaming eye, and then simply throw the ring into the volcano's crater. The entire campaign would take him no more than 10 minutes. But he was troubled by the consequences. It wasn't that he feared Sauron, he was more worried about the possible changes, which could be either good or catastrophic. What if Aragorn never became king of Gondor? The kingdoms wouldn't unite, the elves wouldn't sail away. The whole course of history could collapse like a house of cards. And it wasn't certain that would be for the better. So Alex kept doubting, should he intervene or not? All right, enough thinking. My head's about to explode. To hell with it, I'm on vacation, he muttered and lit a cigarette. Heh. You say vacation, but end up helping dwarves reclaim their kingdom, Lily snorted, not hiding her sarcasm. The model of a relaxing hero. Alex gave her a blank look and silently tugged her nose to shut her up. Lily squeaked and tried to fend off his hand. Letting her go, Alex turned his gaze to the sleeping Smaug and realized who was the best target for his pent-up irritation. Looking around, he spotted a huge gemstone the size of a watermelon, picked it up, tossed it a couple of times in his hands, and grinned. Without hesitation, Alex took a fighting stance and hurled the stone straight at Smaug's head. With a crushing sound, the stone slammed into the dragon's skull, and Smaug jerked, tossing his head back. Suddenly awake, his throat tore out a roar of pain and rage. Who dares disturb my sleep, he growled, standing up full height, his eyes flashing. In response, a second stone smashed into his face. Smaug's head flew back again, and he nearly fell onto his back. Regaining balance, he hissed and looked around the hall, his eyes soon resting on three figures standing on a rise. Seeing the culprits, the dragon bared his teeth, his gaze filled with malice. Pathetic human. He began, but was cut off again by another gemstone strike. Stop pretending you're great, Alex shot back, throwing yet another stone. You're not a dragon, you're just a wyvern. Bella and Lily didn't know how to react to all this, and, honestly, they just didn't care. While Alex amused himself with the dragon, they watched the scene with a light dose of boredom. Smaug felt dizzy after another hit. All the stones kept hitting the exact same spot, right on his forehead. Even his mighty scales began to feel the force of the blows. He had always considered himself invulnerable, but today something was wrong. You will pay for your insolence, pathetic human. I will burn you to ashes, then swallow you whole, Smaug growled, spreading his wings. I'm afraid your teeth won't hold up, Alex replied calmly, tossing another gemstone in his palms. My scales are tougher than iron. No blade can pierce them. My teeth are sharper than any edge, my claws are like spears, and every flap of my wings causes a hurricane. You think you can stop me, human? You came for the treasure, like all before you. Like a fly drawn to rotting flesh. Close enough. But I didn't come for treasure. I came to kill you, and then eat you. Cool, right? Alex smirked. Now. Lily, I choose you. Go. What are you planning to do? Lily screamed as Alex grabbed her by the scruff. Yeet, he declared solemnly and flung Lily toward Smaug. I told you not to throw me at others. Alex, you idiot, came her angry shout mid-flight. Lily knew she had no choice. Clenching her fist, she slammed her blow squarely into Smaug's snout. Unlike the gemstones, her hit was truly painful, so much so that the dragon lost some teeth, blood pouring from his mouth. Furious, not only for being used as a throwing weapon but also at the dragon's arrogance, Lily latched onto Smaug's head and began furiously pounding his skull. Each strike echoed through the dragon's bones and brain. Watching this, Bella started hoping she might get lucky and avoid involvement. But no. You're up next, my beautiful hero, Alex said calmly, grabbed Bella, and flung her at Smaug just the same. Alex. You idiot. Bella yelled in midair, sharing her friend's fate. She crashed into Smaug's body and plunged her dagger into his flesh. The pain was sharp and unexpected. Smaug, utterly confused, tried to understand how he could be hurt at all. His skull buzzed from Lily's blows, and his sides burned from Bella's blade. Roaring in pain, Smaug thrashed wildly around the hall, desperately trying to shake off the two crazed girls. He slammed his body into pillars, trying to rid himself of the nuisances like annoying fleas. Meanwhile, Alex calmly smoked, watching the chaos like a tired tourist on a sightseeing trip. All right, he muttered, just a bit more and everything will collapse. He snapped his fingers, and the pillars in the hall were magically reinforced by mana, to make sure, God forbid, the ceiling wouldn't fall on everyone amid this wild bacchanalia. To be continued. Chapter 405, Erebor is now free. The girls from Alex's family were peacefully enjoying the serene atmosphere on a hill right in front of Erebor, the kingdom of the dwarves. Except for Irina, Alice, and Hisako, who had recently joined this rather unusual group, the rest were well aware of how Alex's battles usually ended. When he went off with Bella and Lily to fight Smaug, the girls didn't worry. Instead, they started discussing the possible aftermath. After all, every skirmish involving Alex typically turned into a localized catastrophe. Like in Orario, when he fought Erebus after the latter turned into a dragon, and managed to destroy every dungeon floor below the 18th. The girls from Night City, Lucina, Kiwi, Becca, and Gloria, reminded everyone of his first job as a mercenary, which ended with an entire floor of Arasaka Tower blown up after Alex planted a pain-filled bomb there. And that wasn't the only contract where Alex, supposedly just trying to earn some money, left nothing but fire and chaos behind. Those who had followed Alex in the zombie apocalypse world, which later escalated into a full-scale demonic invasion, also recalled their favorite moments. Saya brought up the time Alex tried to lure zombies into a depot, but triggered a chain explosion instead. Mari and Shino talked about the time he hurled an entire tank at a mutant zombie while defending a Tokyo shelter. And Mio and Renka remembered how the fight with Diego ended in an exorcism using holy acid, which Alex poured right onto the enemy's face. Claire and Rixa, in turn, remembered a city on the border of South Korea that was literally wiped off the map thanks to Alex's efforts. And then there was the island where Albert Weskier had hidden. It didn't last long either. And that's not even mentioning the time Alex fended off a horde of undead, using a gold brick. The more they recalled, the more amusing it all became. The girls even started debating who had the best memory from Alex's destructive adventures. Meanwhile, Irina, Hisako, and Alice sat in stunned silence, completely shocked by everything they were hearing. And now the Valkyries are going to chime in, muttered Sherry, noticing Brunhild and her sisters from Valhalla joining the conversation. Soon, after a lively round of discussion, they all sighed in unison. They could only hope the Dwarven Kingdom wouldn't be reduced to a pile of rubble, at least not immediately. Each of them secretly wanted to see the grandeur of Erebor before Alex accidentally erased it from the map of Middle-earth. As they kept chatting, the girls noticed something odd, a delay. Enough time had passed, but there were still no sounds of battle. Someone even suggested that Alex, Bella, and Lily had simply gotten lost in Erebor's hallways. Don't tell me they actually got lost, sighed Rika, resting her cheek on her fist. Unlikely. It's Alex, Valmont shook her head. Remember how he found the way into the underground lab? Just punched through the floor and jumped straight to the bottom level. Many of the girls from the Evil Corporation expedition in Hong Kong nodded. Yeah, that was very much his style. But before a new round of arguments could start, the ground beneath their feet trembled. All eyes turned toward Erebor. Even Thorin and his companions grew alert. The battle had begun. Brunhild closed her eyes, re-establishing her spiritual connection with Alex to understand what was going on. After a few seconds, she sighed heavily and rubbed her temples. What now? Hlock snapped, arms crossed. What's that idiot up to this time? He's throwing massive gemstones at Smaug, Brunhild reported with a weary shake of her head. Well, that sounds like Alex, Kiwi snorted, pulling out a cigarette. Shall we remind everyone how he stormed the scavenger's hideout with a single iron rod? At least he didn't bring a bag full of gold coins, Ryu added with a touch of irony. Though, knowing him, that might be the next phase of the plan. Or he might try to feed the dragon gold until it explodes, Renka said cheerfully, and the girls burst into laughter. The girls began sharing their ideas on how Alex could defeat the dragon. The dwarves, along with one curious hobbit, listened with interest, unable to grasp what kind of madman was capable of such feats. Although some of the dwarves admitted that the idea of feeding the dragon gold until it died sounded pretty cool in its own way. Meanwhile, the darkness of greed still raged in Thorin's heart. His mind had split into two voices, one, noble and strong, repeated Alex's words, that a true king always keeps his word, the other, like a demon, whispered promises of returning gold and power. Fortunately, the voice of the king was louder for now, allowing Thorin to restrain his greed, though with great difficulty. At the same time, a growing tremor was felt beneath their feet. The only ones who could say anything about what was happening inside Erebor were the Valkyries. So the girls practically forced Brunhild to re-establish the spiritual connection with Alex so she could relay events in real time. The dwarves, noticing this transmission, began to wonder how the girls even knew what was happening inside the fortress when they were still standing right here. Excuse me for interrupting. Balin began politely. But may I ask how you know what's going on inside? It's quite simple, young dwarf, Brunhild replied, looking at him. Between us, the 11 sisters, and Alex, there exists a spiritual link. We can hear his thoughts and see what he sees. That's how we know everything happening inside your kingdom. Pardon me, but why did you call Balin young? He's not young at all, Bilbo blurted out in surprise. Because my sister is dozens of times older than that dwarf, Alvid replied with a smug smile, raising her nose haughtily. Brunhild's eye twitched at those words. A second later, her palm smacked the back of Alvidr's head with a crisp slap. Age, a sensitive topic. Especially among the girls from Alex's family. Even Freya, Hephaestus, Hestia, Loki, and Nyx, the oldest and most powerful, would get annoyed when someone mentioned their age. So no one felt the need to pity Alvidr. She bit her lip in offended silence, ready to protest, but a single cold glare from Brunhild sent a chill down her spine. Those who had been about to ask questions about age immediately changed their minds. Silence became their salvation. To quickly change the subject and steer the conversation back on track, Sherry hastily intervened, reminding everyone how this all started in the first place. Brunhild threw another warning glance at Alvidr, then reconnected with Alex. And froze. The girls immediately noticed the shift in her expression. What's wrong? Ryu asked, noticing Brunhild tense up. Trying to maintain composure, she finally forced out. He's in Smaug's mouth. A moment passed, and total silence fell. Even the wind stopped. Only the deep rumblings from the ongoing battle inside reminded everyone that the world hadn't stopped. And then came loud, uncontrollable laughter. The girls laughed until they cried. Even the dwarves and Bilbo, though shocked by what they'd heard, couldn't help but smirk. As it turned out, Alex really was stuck in Smaug's mouth, clenched between the dragon's teeth. And at that moment, he was furiously swearing, beating the dragon across the snout with a golden brick, each blow accompanied by such colorful language that even Becca would have seemed like an innocent nun in comparison. Meanwhile, inside Erebor, in the very treasury of Durance Line, true chaos was unfolding. Alex was caught in Smaug's jaws. On the dragon's back, Lily, who was relentlessly smashing its scales with furious blows. Bella, clinging to its tail, had stabbed it with a knife to avoid falling. Alex mentally cursed the moment he reinforced Erebor with mana. Now the walls, columns, and ceilings were nearly indestructible. What was even more infuriating, Smaug, realizing this, started using Alex as a battering ram, slamming him into those very walls. Where the hell is this lizard getting all this strength? Alex raged internally, still hammering Smaug's face with the same brick. But the dragon had no intention of letting go. Another slam, another wall, and now Smaug was beginning to ascend, still holding Alex in his jaws. Without stopping his cursing for even a second, Alex never once repeated himself, demonstrating a true talent for crafting new and increasingly expressive insults. Noticing the approaching wall, Alex weakened it with a magical effort, allowing Smaug to break through. But the dragon continued to rise, still using Alex as a living battering ram. This is karma. Alex thought between impacts. I've used enemies as battering rams plenty of times myself. And he kept furiously smashing a brick into the dragon's snout, refusing to give up. Another wall of the throne hall was smashed by Alex's body. Lily and Bella, barely holding on to Smaug, nearly fell off. Each shattered wall was a fresh ordeal. The blows were getting stronger, and only by some miracle were the girls still clinging to the dragon's back and tail. Finally, Smaug crashed through the last wall and burst into the throne room. But even that didn't stop Alex. He kept hammering Smaug in the face with a golden brick, still shouting curses and insults with every hit. That finally enraged the dragon. Fire began to gather in his throat. Clamping his jaws on Alex, Smaug exhaled flames, hoping to finally burn the annoying little human to ashes. Alex saw it all, but to his surprise, he wasn't afraid. In fact, he felt a strange, almost mad joy. The fire burst forth, flooding the throne room and covering the stone walls with heat. Smaug thought for a moment that he had finally rid himself of the pest, but soon felt another strike to the face, with that same golden brick. The brick didn't melt. And neither did Alex. You seriously thought your flame would burn me? Alex shouted. Fuck you, you damn lizard. Still not enough. Fine, have some more. You love gold. I'll feed it to you till you explode from greed. He kept bashing the dragon's snout with the brick, each strike punctuated by more colorful swearing. Meanwhile, Lily and Bella were now both clinging to the dragon's tail, hoping this nightmare would end soon. But Alex had managed to piss Smaug off even more, and the dragon, teeth clenched, lunged forward, smashing through the massive gates of Erebor. He flew outside, soaring into the sky, still holding Alex in his mouth. In some twisted way, Alex was lucky, at least the dragon had his teeth on him. Lily and Bella, on the other hand, dangled from the tail, exhausted and on the verge of falling. Back in the valley, Alex's girls and Thorin's group saw Smaug shoot out of the mountain. Anya, Nyaruko, Jinx, Gir, Mimi, and Stitch immediately rushed forward. From the other side came Valeria, Nobukatsu, Alice, and Gal, carrying some artifacts they'd found. Seeing Smog, the girls instantly drew their weapons, just in case he decided to attack. Then everyone heard, shouting and the most obscene swearing coming from above. The girls quickly covered the children's ears to shield them from the barrage. Someone grabbed binoculars, someone else aimed their sniper scope. What they saw triggered another wave of laughter. Smog flew directly over them. Everything moved in slow motion, in the dragon's mouth, Alex, still bashing its snout with a golden brick and swearing like a sailor. Behind him, Lily and Bella, hanging onto the tail for dear life. Help! Lily screamed. Make it stop. Bella echoed. Fuck you, SMAUG, came Alex's voice from above. Smog roared overhead. The strong gusts from his wings tousled the girl's hair. Everyone turned to look where the dragon disappeared. Well, at least he's having fun, Gloria snorted, fixing her messy hair. If he were bored, he'd have already killed the dragon. Exactly, Shizuka agreed, pouting. But damn it, that wind totally ruined my hair. Hey, maybe we should help Lily and Bella, they're basically on a roller coaster from hell right now, Lucina said, shaking her head. The girls exchanged glances, realized Lucina was right, and immediately sprang into action. Calling over Gir, Mimi, and Stitch, they coordinated and rushed after Smog to intercept Lily and Bella before they could fall all the way down. Thorin's group was still in mild shock from what they had seen and heard. But what struck them most was how much of a game it seemed to be for Alex. Chun-Li, Cammy, Yuri, Shigeru, Renka, and Mio also took off running after Smog. Meanwhile, panic broke out in Lake Town. The residents, terrified at the approaching dragon, began to flee their homes en masse, fearing Smog would burn the city to ashes. Alex noticed the girls rushing after and immediately understood why they were chasing him. At that moment, Lily and Bella slipped and began to fall. Alex reacted instantly, he waved his hand, creating a powerful gust of wind that caught the girls and threw them toward their pursuers. Lily's and Bella's shouts echoed through the valley, mostly curses aimed at Alex, blaming him for everything that happened. Chun-Li, Cammy, Yuri, Shigeru, Renka, and Mio, seeing their friends falling, quickly lowered Gir, Mimi, and Stitch to the ground and began stretching a tarp to try to catch them. Thanks to Alex's timely reaction and help, Lily and Bella really did fall right onto the taut fabric. Realizing they were saved, the girls stared up at the blue sky with expressions that looked like promises of revenge. How are you guys holding up? Mio asked cautiously. Try riding a dragon while holding onto its tail and you'll understand how we felt, Lily replied irritably, jumping off the tarp. I think it was fun. Yuri said with a wide smile. My heart was pounding with adrenaline. Then ask Alex to find you another dragon, Lily snorted, rolling her eyes. We'll tie you to its tail and you'll fly for the thrill. Meanwhile, Bella was clearly not in a joking mood, she was still nauseous from the ordeal. Mio helped her regain composure, and the girls slowly made their way back to the hill where the others waited. Alex, after making sure Lily and Bella were okay, momentarily got distracted. And that cost him control over the situation. Smog turned around and started flying rapidly toward Lake Town. Knowing that a tragedy like the original timeline could repeat, Alex didn't hesitate. He forced the dragon's jaws open from the inside and climbed onto its snout. Hey, where do you think you're going? He shouted, standing right between Smog's eyes. Planning to fly to the city. Burn it down. Bad, Smog. Very bad. You're a naughty dragon. And naughty dragons need to be punished. Seismic stomp. Alex stomped his foot on Smog's skull. At that very moment, an invisible, overwhelming force crashed down on the dragon's body. Smog sharply dropped as if struck by an invisible hand from the heavens. With a thunderous crash, he slammed onto the mountain ledges, scattering huge boulders all around. Smog felt the weight of his body increase 100-fold. He was literally pinned to the ground. And Alex, still standing on his snout, looked down at him with contempt. Well, you tried, Smog. But you're a long way from Ankalagan. Like I said, you're just a wyvern, nothing more. Morgoth's dragons. Ha. Pitiful mutts compared to the true sky dragons, Draig, Albion. Not to mention the great red Orophis. Next to them, you're just a flying lizard who forgot your place. Alex crouched down and looked straight into Smog's eyes. The dragon's eyes blazed with rage. He couldn't move, couldn't even open his mouth. His entire body seemed paralyzed. All he could do was growl, staring at Alex with hatred. But Alex wasn't fazed at all. He had seen looks like that hundreds of times, from gods and monsters alike. And every time the outcome was the same. In his hand was still the golden brick, stained with Smog's blood. Since you love gold so much, you'll die from it, Alex said. How fitting. He squeezed the brick tighter, and delivered the first blow to Smog's skull. Where before Alex had just been playing, inflicting superficial wounds, now he hit seriously, aiming to beat the dragon to death. The first strike made blood spurt out. Then the second, third, fourth. Blood flew in all directions, soaking Alex's clothes, his face, and the stones around them. With every hit, he wasn't just causing pain, he was taking revenge for all the suffering, for all the fear this dragon had brought to others. Smaug growled but couldn't do anything. He understood, this was the end. And the way he was dying was humiliating. Not in battle, not by a hero's arrow, but beaten to death with a brick like a wild beast. With the last blow, the skull cracked, and Smaug's brain splattered to the sides. The dragon's eyes slowly closed. Alex stood up, wiped blood from his forehead with the back of his hand, and looked at the bloody brick. "Well, my dear friend, we've defeated another enemy," he said, tired but satisfied. At the same time, the people of Laketown felt immense relief. They had seen with their own eyes how Smaug had fallen short of reaching their homes. The four dwarves who hadn't gone to Erebor and stayed behind due to Keely's poisoning, Philly, Keely, Beaufort, and Oin, also sighed with relief. But in their hearts remained worry for their friends and relatives who stayed in the mountains and were about to face Smaug face to face. Why did he leave Erebor so early? Philly quietly muttered. And who could have defeated him? Toriel, the elf whom Keely had feelings for, stood beside Legolas, watching the dragons fall as well. Throughout Laketown, whispers sparked, what happened to Smaug? Why did he suddenly fall? And no one knew that even if the dragon hadn't burned the city, someone else might have destroyed him. Amid the morning mist on the lake, shadows slipped by, boats carrying an orc army were already close to the shore. No one, not even Alex, knew about this turn of events, or that another looming threat was soon to arrive in the form of the orc army, who were advancing not only underground through the mountains but also sailing across the lake. Meanwhile, Philly, Keely, Beaufort, and Oin prepared to set out. They had decided to go to Erebor to find out what had happened. Leaving Bard's house, which had sheltered Thorin's company, Keely paused on the doorstep and saw Toriel. Their eyes met. They didn't want to part, but circumstances, the pain of the past, and an uncertain future wouldn't let them be together. After looking at each other with sadness, Keely took a step forward. Philly gave his brother a gentle push to keep him moving. Toriel watched him go. Legolas, meanwhile, kept his eyes fixed on the sky. "Those weren't dwarves," he said, frowning. "What do you mean, Legolas?" Toriel asked, turning to him. "The dragon wasn't killed by a dwarf. Someone else. I caught a glimpse of a figure on its head, and then Smaug fell. Who could be strong enough to bring down a dragon?" Toriel asked in amazement. Legolas just shook his head. He didn't know who could possess such power. Meanwhile, the one they were talking about was dragging Smaug's dead body behind him. Alex had not forgotten his promise to Irina, to get dragon meat. Even though Smaug wasn't a true dragon to him, in this world he was considered one of the last and greatest. Alex's family and Thorin's company awaited his return. Thorin, though eager to get back to Erebor for the Arkenstone, listened to his inner voice. The king had to wait for his ally. Then, in the distance, the sound of approaching footsteps echoed. First came Alex, dragging Smaug's carcass by the tail, with a cigarette smoking in his other hand. Irina's and Alice's eyes lit up. They were already mentally preparing a menu of dragon meat. Red and White were getting ready to take samples for the archive. These two girls had become a kind of living repository of knowledge in Alex's family. He really wasn't lying when he said he'd kill a dragon. Bilbo muttered without taking his eyes off Alex. "I'm more surprised at how he killed it." "With a brick." "A golden brick," Bombur added, still chewing. The dwarves and hobbit exchanged looks. They all suddenly realized an important fact. Alex had fought a dragon using a golden brick. Thorin did not take his eyes off Alex, and only he knew the whirlwind of thoughts rushing through his mind. Alex's girls approached Smaug's body and couldn't hide their amazement at its size. The children immediately ran to their father. Anya, Nyaruko, and Jinx were the first to literally climb onto Smaug's body, bombarding Alex with non-stop questions. Lily and Bella, though among the others, looked at Alex with clear displeasure. The resentment from the recent flight had not yet faded. The other girls approached the dragon's carcass, many seeing a creature of such size for the first time in their lives. They wanted to touch it, to make sure it was real. Even though Anya had her own pet, a small dragon named Bond, he was still just a hatchling. But Smaug was a true, fully grown dragon, majestic and terrifying. They kissed Alex, then began examining the carcass. Even the dwarves, including the hobbit Bilbo, came closer. Too strong was the temptation to get a glimpse of the fallen Smaug. Only Thorin remained in place, still not taking his eyes off Alex. Noticing this, Alex gave a slight smile, signaling, "Erebor is free now." Thorin barely smiled back. Giving the others space to touch the dragon and take a few keepsake photos, Alex slowly approached Thorin. "Your home is free now." "I see you're glad about that, Thorin Oakenshield," Alex said, standing next to him, watching as the others gathered around Smaug's body. "All thanks to you, wizard. I used to not believe in the fate Gandalf spoke of. But now I believe it truly led us to this moment, Thorin replied, gratitude in his voice. Fate's a complicated thing. It can be both a blessing and a curse. You never know where it will take you. Maybe it gives you a home or a family. But it's all part of the journey. Tomorrow is unknown to anyone, Alex said, raising a finger as if to emphasize his words. And you speak in riddles again, just like any self-respecting wizard should, Thorin smirked, shaking his head. Ha ha ha. Habit, Alex laughed. But before we return to the kingdom, there's one last step left. What step? Thorin began, but didn't get to finish. Alex suddenly grabbed his head. Alex's hand glowed with a soft green light. The dwarves from Thorin's company turned around and froze in panic, thinking Alex was attacking their leader. But what they saw next made them step back in horror. Thick black smoke began rising from Thorin's body, radiating ancient and sinister darkness. Irreversible changes were happening inside Thorin. The thirst for gold, the greed tormenting his soul, vanished. The dark voice in his mind whispering about the Arkenstone, power, and glory suddenly fell silent. He felt incredible relief, as if an unbearable burden had been lifted. When Alex removed his hand, Thorin opened his eyes and realized that the men before him had just saved him. The dwarf was stunned, and not alone. The other members of the company, as well as Bilbo, rushed to him anxiously, fearing he might have been harmed. But seeing the calm and relief on Thorin's face, everyone exhaled with relief. What have you done to me, wizard? Thorin asked quietly, looking at Alex. Sit down. Let's talk. What I'm about to tell you concerns the entire Durin line, Alex replied, pointing to a massive stone table nearby. Thorin nodded and followed Alex. Other dwarves, intrigued by the upcoming conversation, followed as well. The girls watched as Gir, Mimi, and Stitch set to work on an important task, dissecting Smaug's carcass. The rest of the girls were sorting the dragon's body parts into useful and useless. Sitting at the stone table, Alex pulled the Arkenstone from his inventory and placed it in front of Thorin. Let's start with the main thing, Alex said, pointing to the stone. The so-called dragon sickness was partially connected to this artifact. May I ask how? Balin inquired, watching Alex closely. The Arkenstone, or as you call it, the heart of the mountain, was actually its heart. It's crystallized natural energy. And since nature itself is neutral, its power can be used for both good and evil. But don't worry, right now, the Arkenstone is filled again with neutral, pure energy, Alex explained, noticing the dwarves slightly recoil. If my grandfather Thor's sickness was caused by this stone, then what was the second cause of my family's curse? Thorin asked cautiously, taking the Arkenstone in his hands. The second cause was Sauron, Alex answered calmly. You know the rings for elves, dwarves, and men were forged by Celebrimbor. But few know that Sauron helped create them. He put part of his dark essence into each ring. The ring Thor wore influenced the Arkenstone. Now imagine, a source of natural energy infected by darkness. That was enough to destroy the mind and corrupt the heart. But, as they say, it's all in the past. The line of Durin will no longer be cursed by this sickness, Alex finished, lighting a cigarette. You knew this from the beginning, wizard? Thorin asked, lifting his gaze from the stone to look Alex straight in the eyes. Yes and no, Alex replied, flicking ash. I felt the darkness in your soul, the very one that fueled your greed. I suspected it was connected to the dwarf ring. And when I saw the Arkenstone, everything fell into place. You've helped my people again. I don't even know how to thank you, Thorin said quietly, clutching the Arkenstone in his palms. That wasn't hard, Thorin. I see a true king in you. And I want to see what you can do, free from the influence of darkness. Like my wife, I enjoy watching souls that shine brighter than the sun. Your soul, Thorin, will shine. You will become a great king, wiser than Thror, stronger than Thrain. The most worthy ruler of the line of Durin. These words became more than just motivation for Thorin, they became a true purpose. He finally understood, reclaiming Erebor wasn't about treasure or glory. It was about home. A home for all the dwarves who had lost theirs. The dwarves exchanged surprised glances. Alex's words about Thorin's future sounded like a prophecy. And Thorin, clutching the Arkenstone, felt he had no right to let his people down. Well then, enough philosophy, Alex said, turning his gaze to the lake. Fili, Kili, Bofer, and Oin are already on their way. Which means your company is back together. I helped you reclaim your home and kill the dragon. So what? Asked Bilbo, a bit confused. That means it's time to throw a party. We're going to eat Smaug's meat. Or did that lizard just occupy the dwarf's home without paying rent? Smaug's going to pay for illegal residence. Alex said with a wide grin, raising his finger. Silence fell for a moment, then everyone burst out laughing. Thorin smiled and shook his head, but no one objected. No one asked how Alex knew the 4 dwarves were already sailing. That was just like him. The dwarves looked forward to the celebration, especially knowing who would be cooking: Irina, Elisa, and Hisako. They had already tasted their culinary skills and eagerly awaited seconds. The girls from Alex's family heard the loud laughter and turned around. Alex caught their eyes and made a drinks gesture with his hand. They immediately understood there would be a party. And they were totally on board. To be continued. Chapter 406, Chapter 406, the prelude to the upcoming battle. After the defeat of Smaug and the liberation of Erebor, an essential moment followed, one that no battle could do without: a celebratory feast. While Alex spoke with Thorin and the other dwarves, explaining the reason behind Durin's curse and its connection to the Arkenstone, Gir, Mimi, and Stitch had already finished butchering Smaug's body. Meanwhile, Hephaestus and Shigir discussed how best to use the dragon's skin, bones, and scales to create unique artifacts. Knowing Shigir's craftsmanship as a blacksmith, Hephaestus watched her approach with interest. But when Alex announced that a victory party would be held, all other matters were quickly pushed aside. After piling up the heaps of dragon meat, Alex, Thorin, the dwarves, Bilbo, and the girls from Alex's family headed into Erebor. As the dwarves crossed the broken stone gates shattered by Smaug, they all felt a deep emotion, the feeling of returning home. Hestia, the goddess of the hearth, immediately sensed the shift in atmosphere and smiled with approval. Despite the scars left behind by the dragon, the dwarves had reclaimed their rightful home, and that was enough. The girls admired the majestic halls carved into the very heart of the mountain. Along the way, Alex told them stories about how Erebor was built, and even the dwarves who had grown up there were surprised by the depth of his knowledge. They followed Thorin as he walked to the throne to return the Arkenstone to its rightful place. As the heart of the mountain was laid in honor, Thorin took the throne of the king under the mountain. The dwarves dropped to one knee in respect. Only Bilbo stood frozen, unsure whether he should kneel or simply stand to the side. Alex and the girls watched from nearby. He and Freya noticed how Thorin's soul seemed to bloom, just like that of a true king. Meanwhile, Gir, Mimi, Stitch, and the rest of the Peace Disruptors were already setting up filming equipment. Red and White, Valerie, Alice, Gal, and Nobukatsu helped them with enthusiasm, as if they were shooting a feature-length movie titled The Rise of the King Under the Mountain. Alex and the girls already knew what would happen if they interrupted the filming: a massive headache. So they stayed silent, choosing not to interfere, fully aware that if the shoot failed, Gir and the crew would make Thorin redo the coronation from scratch, and they certainly had ways to convince even the most stubborn dwarf. Watching the whole scene unfold, Alex couldn't help himself and began to applaud. The girls immediately joined him. For them, aside from the goddesses, Valkyries, and Rory, it was the first time witnessing a real king ascend the throne. Hearing the applause, Thorin raised his head, saw Alex and his family, and smiled warmly, nodding in gratitude. Alex nodded back. He knew, had he not intervened in Thorin's fate, things would have turned out very differently. But now, only one thing remained: to bring an end to Azog. Though Thorin's ascension wasn't grand or pompous, witnessed only by loyal companions, one hobbit, and Alex's family, it became a turning point in the history of Middle-earth. After the coronation, it was time to explore the domain. The girls quickly scattered throughout the halls. Alex wisely created a magical map so no one would get lost in the stone maze. Shigir and Hephaestus went to the dwarven forges to inspect the tools and supplies. Rika, Reveille, Loki, Jill, Moira, and Chiquita headed for the wine cellar. Riveria, Lucina, Rio, Reganleaf, Red, and White, to the library. Red and White were already discussing how to compile a complete archive of all the knowledge within Erebor. But first, of course, everyone went to see the treasury. When the girls saw a real river of gold, precious gems, and ancient relics for the first time, they froze in pure awe. Congratulations, Thorin Oakenshield, King Under the Mountain. Now all that remains is to return this home to the rest of the dwarves, said Alex, standing beside him and gazing at the treasure. Thank you. You not only helped us drive out Smaug, but also lifted the ancient curse from my bloodline. From now on, you and your family will always be welcome guests in Erebor. If any of them wish to take a jewel or a gem, let them, Thorin replied, without taking his eyes off the gold. Then I think I'll take that necklace, the one that made a certain forest fairy lock you all up in a dungeon, Alex said with a smirk. Ha ha ha. Well said. That forest fairy would give anything to get it back. The stones in that necklace shine brighter than the stars, Thorin laughed. But now we need to rebuild the main gate and reinforce the walls that Smaug destroyed, said Alex, pointing to a gaping hole. Can't you just fix it all with your magic? Thorin asked, glancing at the breach. Of course I can. But where's the fun in that? And a bit of hard labor will just build up our appetite before we feast on dragon meat. Alex replied with a grin. Thorin couldn't stay idle after hearing that. The dwarves had barely caught their breath and looked around their reclaimed home before Thorin gathered everyone to begin rebuilding, starting with the ruined main gates of Erebor. Meanwhile, the girls strolled through the halls, marveling at the grand architecture. Alex had already sent them a message: if any piece of jewelry caught their eye, they were free to take it. That's when Freya stumbled upon that legendary necklace in one of the halls, the one for which Thranduil had once imprisoned Thorin and his companions. She couldn't deny its beauty, and since it was allowed, the choice was obvious. The other girls hadn't yet found anything they wanted, except for Loki, who was already cuddling a massive ruby the size of a watermelon, hugging it like a child. Irina, Hisako, and Alice felt a bit awkward. They were still new to Alex's team and weren't sure if they could take any treasure. But the others quickly reassured them, saying they had earned it. After all, they still had to prepare a feast for all the dwarves. The argument was simple: just consider the jewels as payment for their work. That calmed them down, and they decided to choose something later. The kids also went off to explore the underground kingdom, except for Gir, Mimi, and Stitch. Those three were immediately conscripted into reconstruction efforts, robbed of the chance to do their favorite thing, making explosive toys. Their loud grumbling could be heard echoing throughout the halls. 02 and Lucy, not particularly interested in empty halls, decided to help as well, especially since it meant spending time with Alex. He was actively participating himself, holding a massive boulder with one hand and helping to place it. Erebor wasn't going anywhere, he thought. There'd be time to explore it later. The dwarves occasionally cast puzzled glances at Gir, Mimi, and Stitch, not understanding who these noisy, strange little beings were, always muttering to themselves. Soon, familiar figures appeared on the horizon: Philly, Keely, Beaufort, and Oin. Upon seeing the gates of Erebor, they picked up the pace, broke into a run, and quickly reached the work site. After making sure their friends were all right, they breathed sighs of relief. "Philly, Keely, my sister's sons. Welcome to Erebor," said Thorin with a smile as he approached his nephews. We really got our home back. But who killed the dragon?" Philly asked in astonishment, looking around. "I did." "Now step aside, unless you want a rock to the head by accident," came Alex's voice. Turning around, the brothers saw Alex with a massive boulder raised above his head. He walked past them, and Philly and Keely immediately had questions. Who was this man? Thorin just smiled and told them the whole story, about their fateful meeting, Alex's intervention, and how they had managed to reclaim Erebor. The dwarves listened in amazement, but what shocked them the most was the fact that Smaug had been killed, with a gold brick. All four of them were filled with respect for Alex. "All right, enough talking. We've got work to do. And after that, a feast with dragon meat," Alex shouted, calling everyone back to the task. The mention of dragon meat caused a visible stir among the dwarves. They turned to their friends, who confirmed Alex's words. Bomber, already drooling, vividly described the taste of the dishes prepared by Hisako, Alice, and Irina. At that moment, the real motivation for the dwarves wasn't restoring Erebor, but getting to the feast table as soon as possible. Thanks to the coordinated efforts of Alex, 02, Lucy, and, not least, the grumbling trio, Gir, Mimi, and Stitch, the stone gates were restored fairly quickly. It wasn't for beauty, but to make sure no one could sneak in unnoticed. Even with their help, the work still took several hours. The feast was held in one of the large halls to accommodate everyone. As soon as the first mugs reached the dwarves, the hall erupted into a joyful chaos. Within minutes, songs were echoing through the room. Some dwarves, intoxicated by the festive spirit, and not only that, decided to compete in strength against Alex's girls, and lost miserably. This only deepened their respect, as dwarves value strength and resilience. When they saw how much the girls could drink, it became yet another reason for competition. Alex sat between Gloria and Freya, watching the joyful madness unfold. The loudest cheers for the girls came from Becca, Loki, and Hestia. Their voices even drowned out the dwarven songs. Thorin himself didn't join the contests, but he watched it all with a faint smile. He raised a mug of beer and looked at Alex, who smiled and raised his own in response. After the first sip of cold, fizzy beer, the dwarves were shocked. Their view of traditional warm ale changed in an instant. It now tasted like nothing more than donkey piss. The party lasted deep into the night. While laughter and clinking cups filled Erebor, screams of pain and death echoed elsewhere. Since Smaug had never burned Lake Town, it gave the orcs a chance to seize it and turn it into a base of operations. The town's defenses were weak, the guards were hardly warriors, and the rest of the townsfolk were just fishermen and merchants. When the orc army suddenly landed from the lake, no one had time to react. Panic spread through the streets. Fires broke out, and the city fell into chaos. People tried to escape however they could. Thanks only to Bard, who managed to organize a defense, and with help from Legolas and Toriel, many were able to flee. But it wasn't enough. Corpses of those killed by orcs floated in the water or lay on the cobblestone streets. Even the master of the town couldn't escape. Those lucky enough to flee ran, while the rest remained forever in the ruins, now soaked in ash and blood. Meanwhile, Alex lay in a spacious room provided by Thorin. The girls, even those who weren't in a relationship with him, peacefully slept nearby. It was cramped, but cozy, like a family. Irina, Hisako, and Alice had been given a separate room, as had the children. Arya, despite supporting Ace and Alex's relationship, also stayed close, sharing in their peace. When the festivities ended and the alcohol finally hit hard, Alex resumed his usual role, carrying the sleeping girls to their rooms so they wouldn't end up passed out just anywhere. He knew the morning would bring them headaches, but while they slept soundly, he found no rest for himself. Lying on his back, squeezed in a warm embrace, he stared blankly at the ceiling. Something kept gnawing at him, a feeling that he was missing an important detail. His thoughts wouldn't let him sleep. The room was filled only with the soft breathing of the sleeping girls. Unable to lie still any longer, Alex carefully slipped out of the embrace, stretched, threw on his coat, and stepped out into the dark corridors of Erebor. The silence and coolness of the halls were almost soothing. He headed toward the main gates, where he could breathe the fresh night air and maybe drive away the intrusive thoughts. The sound of his footsteps echoed off the stone arches. On the way, he encountered Thorin. They exchanged no words, only a nod, then continued walking together. Now there were two rhythmic echoes in the silence. At night, Erebor felt different. The walls, halls, columns, all were filled with a different, almost mystical atmosphere. Can't sleep either. Alex broke the silence. Something like that, Thorin replied. Still can't believe it's not a dream. That we truly got our home back. That's normal. When you've spent so long chasing something, it's hard to believe the dream has come true. You keep expecting to wake up any moment. But no, Thorin. This isn't a dream, Alex said with a faint smile. I thought you'd be fast asleep by now. You've got quite a large family, Thorin chuckled. That's not the reason, Alex waved it off. I just feel like I've missed something important. The thought won't leave me alone. So I figured I'd go out, clear my head. Thorin nodded, he understood that feeling well. Sometimes only cold air could dispel doubt. They passed through the great feast hall, where dwarves still snored, not having made it to their beds. While Alex had taken care to carry his family to their rooms, no one bothered the dwarves, they slept where they fell, full of dragon meat and beer. At last, they reached the restored stone gates. From the outside, they looked like nothing more than a pile of heavy blocks stacked atop each other, but they served their purpose. Alex climbed up to the wall, pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and offered one to Thorin. The dwarf didn't refuse, he had seen Alex and his girl smoke these strange little pipes more than once. As soon as Alex lit the cigarette, both he and Thorin noticed a bright glow in the distance. There was only one kind of light it could be, fire, and a large one. Alex narrowed his eyes, covered one eye with his hand, and spoke a scrying spell to see what was happening. What he saw made him frown. Lake Town, the very one that had survived Smaug's wrath, was burning after all. But this time, it wasn't a dragon. Orcs. Alex muttered. An orc army was attacking the town. What was especially alarming was that they had arrived by water, using boats and rafts. Alex couldn't tell exactly where they had come from, but one thing was clear, the orcs weren't just digging tunnels anymore, they were also using the lake to travel. Thorin, lacking magical sight, simply stared at the crimson glow in the distance. At first, he thought it was celebratory bonfires, perhaps the people of Lake Town were celebrating the dragon's death and dreaming of prosperity. The thought of greedy hands reaching for dwarven gold stirred annoyance in him. He was just about to voice his contempt when he saw Alex's face change sharply. What did you see, wizard? Thorin asked warily. Your face says more than words. Orcs. They've attacked Lake Town, Alex said quietly. Those who could are fleeing to the shore under a hail of arrows. The rest. He shook his head, are already dead. Azig. Thorin growled, clenching the edge of the stone wall. That filthy rat just won't give up. And unfortunately, this is just a small part of the army heading for Erebor's gates. It doesn't matter how many, Thorin snapped. My cousin Dane, king of the Iron Hills, will be here soon. Then we'll give the Orcish filth a proper fight. Alex looked at him with a mix of sympathy and determination. Let me show you how many there truly are. Thorin nodded silently. Alex placed his hand on Thorin's forehead, and immediately Thorin saw everything with his own eyes. Lake Town engulfed in flames and clogged with orcs. Panic, death, and flight. Then the vision shifted underground, giant worms burrowing tunnels through the rocks, followed by an endless stream of orcs, Olaghai, and other creatures of darkness. Leading this horde was Azig. His eyes glowed with madness, and his hatred for the Durance was evident in every movement. When Alex withdrew his hand, Thorin took a heavy breath. He looked shaken and even momentarily lost his balance. Now you've seen it all for yourself, Alex said. This is the threat I was talking about. You knew from the start, Thorin rasped, and that's why you insisted on the mutual aid clause in our treaty. Exactly. And, by the way, the woodland elf will soon be at your doorstep. And you know what he will demand. Thorin's face darkened. Thranduil won't get a single stone, he hissed. When our people were dying, he turned away. Let him go to hell now. Alex shrugged. I'm not going to tell you what to do. If need be, I'll talk to Thranduil myself. If he wants the stones, fine. But the problem is my wife likes that necklace. And that changes things a bit. And how do you plan to negotiate with that stubborn elf? Thorin asked with a smirk. Look who's talking about stubbornness. Alex snorted. No one can match the dwarves for stubbornness. They both laughed. Even the most stubborn of all Middle-earth races couldn't compare to dwarves. Alex imagined Thranduil's face when he sees the coveted star necklace on Freya's neck. He shared this thought with Thorin, who burst out laughing. We spent a good 10 minutes imagining the grimaces Thranduil would make, Alex said, calming down his laughter. But seriously, tricking him won't be hard. Since he wants the necklace, I'll give it to him. By magic. Illusion. Thorin asked with interest. Alex smirked and snapped his fingers. Instantly, an exact replica of the star necklace appeared in his hand. No, I'll just make a new one. That's all. Thorin watched in amazement as the necklace appeared in Alex's hands, an exact copy of the very one Thranduil so desperately wanted to possess. Noticing Thorin's gaze, Alex silently handed him the jewelry. Thorin took it skeptically and began examining it closely. The stones, the settings, the tiniest details, everything was so perfect that Thorin couldn't find a single difference from the original, crafted by his people. Confusion flickered across the dwarf's face, and Alex watched the reaction with a satisfied smirk. Although the necklace was created through magic and alchemy, it was indistinguishable from the real thing in every way. Yet for Alex, the necklace Freya wore meant much more. To him, it was not just a precious item, it was a memento, a symbol, and a piece of their shared adventure. I didn't think magic could do something like this. Thorin finally muttered, handing the necklace back. In all my years knowing Gandalf, I never once saw him create something from nothing. That's more alchemy enhanced by magic, Alex explained, putting the necklace back into his inventory. I think your kingdom still keeps old scrolls about metallurgy and alloys. You create new metals by combining existing ones. Here it's the same thing. I just alter the object's structure to give it the desired form. Yes, I read something similar in ancient records, Thorin nodded. But I never thought alchemy could be combined with magic. That's something else entirely. All right, Alex stretched, yawning. It's almost dawn. I'll get a couple of hours of sleep before the girls wake up and start panicking about where I disappeared to again. What a caring husband, Thorin chuckled, watching him leave. No wonder they call me perfect, Alex grinned. Not everyone brings their family to Erebor just to admire the views. And feast on dragon meat. Alex's words were hard to argue with. Over time, Thorin learned that Alex and his companions came from lands no one in Middle-earth had ever heard of. None of them revealed their true nature. Alex was a demon, Freya, Loki, Nyx, Hestia, and Hephaestus were goddesses, the Valkyries were demigoddesses, and Rory was even an apostle of destruction. Moreover, none of them truly belonged to this world. Walking back down the dark corridor, Alex noticed Nyx standing by the door to the room where the others were sleeping. Not asleep, he asked, approaching. Or, like a true goddess of the night, decided to take a moonlit stroll at home. Buzz off, Nyx grumbled, rolling her eyes. You were gone too long. I came to check where you disappeared to. I just got some fresh air and smoked a cigarette, Alex yawned, lightly tousling her hair. Now go to sleep. We've got something to talk about tomorrow. I'm not a child, Nyx muttered, pushing his hand away. Of course not. You're our goddess of introverts and queen of all TV shows, Alex replied calmly, opening the door. With a grumble, Nyx followed him into the room where the girls slept peacefully. Alex settled carefully on the couch, but barely had time to stretch out before female arms wrapped around him, not letting him slip away again. He sighed softly and saw Nyx watching with a smirk, clearly enjoying his predicament. Alex just rolled his eyes. A headache was starting to gnaw at him, not a physical one, but a premonition of the events to come. Lake Town had fallen, and now, without a doubt, Thranduil and his army would appear at Erebor's gates. Of course, he would offer help to the people, but Alex knew the elf's true goal was the necklace. He wanted to avoid pointless casualties, both among the elves and the dwarves. That required time, and Alex intended to buy it. But his thoughts were abruptly interrupted when a kick hit him in the face. Damn. He muttered. It was 02, restless in her sleep. Alex got the hint, it was probably time to stop thinking. He pushed her leg off his face, closed his eyes, and finally allowed himself a bit of sleep. The next morning, just as Alex predicted, the girls woke up with headaches, the aftereffects of last night's revelry making themselves known. To avoid the looming hurricane, he had to act quickly. Without wasting a moment, Alex cast a spell to cure the entire group's hangovers, and only then went to wake the children. Irina, Hisako, and Alice were especially deep sleepers. The eventful day had completely exhausted them. Alex even suspected that Alice, barely containing her excitement, had managed to send photos home to brag. He preferred not to think about what kind of reaction those pictures might cause. Better to just go with the flow. Once everyone was up, Alex and his family headed to the hall where the feast had taken place the day before. The dwarves were already lively and full of energy, as if yesterday's festivities had never happened. Breakfast began calmly, but Thorin immediately shared important news. An army of orcs led by Azog was moving toward Erebor. The dwarves and Bilbo expressed concern, but Alex's family continued eating with lazy, almost bored expressions. Obviously, they already knew about the threat. Alex added casually. By the way, Lake Town has fallen. The orcs attacked. Those words made the girls exchange glances. They knew from Saya's and Alex's stories that, in the original timeline, Lake Town was supposed to burn in Smaug's flames. But Alex killed the dragon, so the city should have survived. Where did the orcs come from? Even Alex didn't have a precise answer. So the only thing left was to prepare for the coming attack. But first, breakfast. Finishing first, Alex once again climbed the fortress wall near the stone gates. Settling on a ledge, he looked out over the half-ruined dale. Closing one eye, he activated a sight spell and saw the surviving residents of Lake Town heading toward the ruins. Bard was leading them. He had become the people's pillar and leader. "What are you sitting here for?" came Shino's voice as she sat beside him on the stone parapet. Watching the people, Alex replied, wrapping his arm around her waist. "Soon the forest fairy will arrive, playing the benefactor, feeding and clothing the poor." "Are there fairies in this world?" Shino asked, pressing closer to him. "Pfft. Of course not," Alex snorted. "That's what Thorin and I call the king of the woodland elves. If you look closely, Thranduil really does look like a forest fairy. Well, maybe with a bit of an inflated ego. But hey, who says a fairy can't be a man?" Shino broke into a smile, then laughed. She clearly hadn't expected anyone to call the formidable elf king a fairy. She even felt a sudden urge to see Thranduil with her own eyes. Finishing her laughter, she suddenly grabbed Alex by the collar, gave him a long kiss, then jumped off the parapet and ran toward the other girls, obviously intending to share the joke with everyone. Alex watched her go with a smirk and shook his head. Then, as if from thin air, Zhangya silently appeared beside him, emerging from the shadows. Alex wasn't surprised at all and silently wrapped his arms around his ghostwife's waist. At that moment, a thought crossed his mind. Maybe after the vacation, it was time to visit Zhangya's home world, and once and for all deal with that scoundrel who turned her into a vengeful spirit. As if sensing his intention, Zhangya lifted her gaze to him. Her crimson eyes glowed for a moment, and she gave a barely noticeable nod. Alex smiled and kissed her on the cheek. A faint, almost imperceptible smile flickered across her face in response. To be continued. Chapter 407, Mission Possible, or How to Invite an Orc Over. After Shino ran off to share the forest fairy joke with the other girls, Alex remained seated atop the stone gates with Zhangya. As always, she preferred to stay by his side, avoiding chatter and noise. All this time, Alex kept watching the surviving residents of Lake Town slowly making their way through the rocky valley toward the ruined dale. What he waited for most was the arrival of the elves from the woodland realm. Despite everything he knew, Alex wasn't certain Thranduil and his army would show up at all. After all, Lake Town hadn't fallen to Smaug's fire like in the original timeline, but under the assault of orcs. That changed things, and the elves' appearance would be crucial. He was already planning for the coming war in his mind. From behind, the infectious laughter of girls and dwarves echoed through the mountain air. Apparently, the forest fairy joke had been a hit. Alex just shook his head, barely holding back a smile. A few minutes later, Nyaruko, Jinx, and Anya came running up. The three little princesses climbed up, and Alex reached out to help them, but Zhangya beat him to it. Her long black hair came alive, gently wrapping around the girls and setting them down beside her and Alex. Nyaruko and Jinx noticed that Dad was using magic and immediately focused, trying to see what he saw. Anya was confused at first, but with help from her sisters, she managed to connect, and saw the slow-moving column of people heading down the valley. "Daddy, why are you watching them?" Jinx asked, tugging on Alex's sleeve. Depending on what happens next, I'll be making plans for the upcoming war," Alex said, gently stroking her hair. "Why make plans?" Nyaruko asked with a thoughtful expression. "You could just destroy everyone, no more problems." "Just like your mother," Alex chuckled, flicking her nose. "But there is a reason, little one." "What reason?" Anya asked, settling on Zhangya's lap. "Sometimes war is the only thing that can unite people," Alex said quietly, staring out toward the horizon. If elves and dwarves can let go of their grudges, they might just have a chance to survive what's coming. Because in 60 years, fire will sweep across Middle-earth again, and a far more terrible war will begin. It'll start in Mordor, and spread everywhere. The girls exchanged glances, but truthfully, all they'd really heard was war, orcs, and burn everything. The rest went over their heads. What they wanted was a bit of fun, a bit of chaos. After all, they were mischievous little gremlins in the finest tradition of their father. A silent look passed between them, a plan was born. Before Alex could react, the three little beasts kissed him and Janya on the cheeks, then darted off before Daddy could figure out what they were up to. Not that it mattered, they always forgot he already knew everything and saw everything. Alex just sighed and shook his head, watching them go. They're up to something, he muttered. And I'd rather not know what. Meanwhile, the gremlin trio, Jinx, Anya, and Nyaruko, were already racing through the corridors of Erebor in search of allies. They needed Gir, Mimi, and Stitch, the three main agents of chaos, who had already taken over the dwarves' workshop. There, they had set up production, using local tools and explosive formulas. Once the gremlins found them, the plan was explained immediately: mad, dangerous, and therefore perfect. The troublemakers didn't even think about objecting. Azog's horde had no idea they'd soon face not just the army under Erebor, but also a group of 6 creatures whose names even demons feared. Terror and destruction were coming, but not from the direction anyone expected. While the girls explored the endless halls of Erebor, marveling at the scale of the mountain kingdom, Alex remained seated on the wall, eyes fixed on the approaching survivors. Janya had slipped back into his shadow, vanishing like the night wind. In her place came Seer, claiming she was tired. She had slipped away from the group with the innocent excuse, "I'll rest and catch up later." The other girls only rolled their eyes, fully aware of her tricks. But Seer didn't care in the slightest. She sat down beside Alex, wrapped her arms around his, and began nuzzling her cheek against his shoulder like a cat begging for attention. Alex glanced at her. She was clearly having a moment of affection, and her behavior didn't even attempt to hide its motives. Seer stopped nuzzling and looked up, giving him a wide, mischievous smile. And then, as if on cue, a sarcastic voice rang out behind them. "She told us she was tired and would catch up later. And now she's rubbing up against my husband like a cat in heat." Alex didn't even turn. He already knew who it was. He and Seer turned their heads at the same time to see Ryu and Riveria climbing the stone steps to the wall. For a brief moment, embarrassment flashed across Seer's face, but it quickly shifted to frustration. She hadn't gotten nearly enough time alone with Alex. Lately, someone was always by his side, and this rare moment of privacy had slipped away too quickly. Her annoyance was obvious, and Ryu just smirked, well aware of why Seer had really gotten tired and lost in Erebor. "I wanted to catch up with you, but you walked so fast," Seer sighed dramatically, wiping away a non-existent tear. "I'm so fragile. I got scared. Erebor is so huge. I thought I'd get lost." "I might have believed that if you hadn't vanished the second we turned our backs," Ryu replied dryly, sitting down on Alex's other side and squinting at Seer. "And your fragile girl line is cute, but not with me. Should I remind you what you did to that adventurer who grabbed your skirt?" Riveria, settling next to Ryu, looked at Seer with interest. Her curiosity was genuine. She now wanted to know what incident Ryu was referring to. Alex raised an eyebrow and looked at Seer. She immediately put on an innocent smile, though her eyes shot a silent threat toward Ryu, clearly saying, "Don't you dare." Seer kept playing the role of the sweet, delicate girl in front of Alex, but Ryu remained unimpressed by the act. After all, she hadn't been the only one to witness that incident. Other waitresses and a few customers had seen it too. Since then, most preferred to keep their distance from Seer. "And what exactly did you do to the poor guy who grabbed your skirt?" Alex asked with interest, watching Seer's face remain calm while her eyes continued silently threatening Ryu. "Nothing much," Seer said sweetly. "I just talked to him politely and explained that he shouldn't behave that way." "Oh yes." Ryu nodded, feigning thoughtfulness. "If by politely you mean crushing his self-esteem by comparing him to a spineless worm better off dying in a ditch. And if by explained with words you mean smashing a stool over his head, then yes, it was very polite." Seer's face briefly twisted in anger, but she quickly slipped back into her usual friendly mask. Alex stared at her, jaw slightly open in mild shock. He had suspected Seer had Yandere tendencies, but this. Beating a poor adventurer and destroying his will to live. That definitely broke the sweet image she had so carefully built. Even Riveria, who often visited the hostess of fertility, was surprised. Seer had always seemed like the embodiment of kindness, courtesy, and softness. But now, it was clear, things weren't nearly that simple. Seer didn't even try to deny Ryu's words, but she couldn't help feeling annoyed. Her carefully crafted image in Alex's eyes had just shifted, from that of a sweet girl to something far closer to an aggressive sadist. Alex had to admit to himself that he had always thought of Seer as the weakest and most delicate among the women in his family. Clearly, he'd been wrong. And honestly, if he thought about it, any of the other girls would have reacted just as Seer had, only with far worse consequences. Some would have left the poor guy crippled, others might have launched him into orbit. So really, Seer had gone easy on him. And that wasn't even counting the other waitresses at the Hostess of Fertility, most of whom were more than capable of defending themselves. Well, at least now I know you can take care of yourself, Alex said with a shrug. That's actually kind of reassuring. Of course I can. I grew up in an orphanage until Lady Freya took me in, Seer declared proudly, puffing out her chest with dignity. Alex chuckled and shook his head. It wasn't long before every girl in his family learned that the sweet and gentle Seer was, in fact, quite dangerous. Although some, particularly Saya, Rei, Siko, and the other Japanese girls, had suspected it for a while. Seer had always given off the same aura as Freya herself. They had even unofficially dubbed her the hidden Yandere. She'd just been pretending to be defenseless and cute for far too long in front of Alex. Freya, for her part, simply nodded in approval. That was exactly how she'd raised her. Only one man is allowed to touch Alex. Everyone else can, well, quietly die in a ditch somewhere. Alex, Rio, Seer, and Riveria remained seated on the stone parapet of Erebor's wall, enjoying the cool breeze. Though he chatted with the girls, one of Alex's eyes stayed half-closed, still watching the group of survivors led by Bard. The refugees from Lake Town had finally reached the partially ruined dale, and Alex frowned when he saw it. He felt they had come in vain, because by tomorrow, the lands of the dwarves would be crawling with an orc army. Riveria, call Rekka, red, and white. I'll need their help, Alex said, glancing toward the elf. What do you need them for? She asked, eyeing him with mild suspicion, though she jumped down from the wall nonetheless. You'll find out soon enough. Let's just say they're going to help solve one of tomorrow's problems, he replied with a small smile. Riveria gave him a doubtful look but nodded and left. Ryu and Seer instantly wanted to know what he was planning, but Alex wasn't going to reveal anything yet. He didn't say it out loud, but he was planning a genocide of the orcs occupying Lake Town. Azog wasn't there, just a standard orc army waiting for orders. 10 minutes later, Riveria returned with Rekka, red, and white. Alex led them aside and laid out the plan. He wanted them to engineer a virus, something lethal to orcs, similar to the one previously used against demons. I can try, Rekka said thoughtfully, arms crossed. But I'll need a live orc specimen. Without it, adapting the virus to their physiology is impossible, and the results could be unpredictable. Confirmed, Red nodded. Without precise data, the virus structure will be unstable. I recommend bringing several samples at once. No point in going back and forth, White added, glancing at Alex. No problem. I know someone who can help with that. Jiffy year. Alex suddenly shouted at the top of his lungs. Rekka, Riveria, Seer, and Ryu immediately clamped their hands over their ears. Only Red and White didn't even flinch, they were used to it. Alex's yell echoed throughout Erebor, bouncing off the walls and vaulted ceilings. At that very moment, Gir, Mimi, and Stitch were busy assembling the first bomb in Middle-earth, joined by Anya, Neruko, and Jinx. As soon as their ears caught Alex's yell, their tools were instantly tossed aside, and the trio took off like a rocket toward the source of the voice. Anya, Neruko, and Jinx exchanged a glance and shrugged, and then a mischievous gleam lit up in their eyes. Jinx, daughter of Becky and the true heir to the gremlin spirit, whispered a few words to her sisters. Upon hearing her enhanced bomb upgrade plan, Anya and Neruko lit up with glee. Their most awesome papa would definitely appreciate their contribution to the fine art of explosions. Meanwhile, the girls exploring Erebor's halls also heard Alex's voice and instantly understood, if he was calling Gir, that meant he was planning something crazy again. Their suspicions were confirmed a moment later, as Gir, Mimi, and Stitch stormed past them like a hurricane. Even Thorin, Bilbo, and the rest of the dwarves heard the unmistakable call. By now, the dwarves knew that these three weren't just strange creatures, they were Alex's helpers, more like magical familiars than anything else. Reaching Alex, Gir, Mimi, and Stitch snapped to attention. All right, my little helpers, I've got a mission for you, Alex said with a sly grin. Do we blow something up? Burn it. Shoot it. Stitch asked excitedly, baring his teeth. Sadly, not this time. You'll need to kidnap a couple of orcs from Lake Town. For an experiment, Alex added as he lit a cigarette. We don't kidnap orcs. We kill them, Gir grumbled, already turning as if to leave. All three of them expressed their deep disappointment in perfect sync. Instead of purging filthy orcs in holy fire, they had to kidnap them. Alex's eye twitched as the trio began to silently walk away without even waiting to hear the rest of the instructions. Massaging the bridge of his nose, Alex sighed heavily, suppressing the urge to boot each one of them out the gate. The girls standing nearby could barely contain their laughter, watching the chaos trio trying to flee the assignment. It's not for me. It's for your moms, Alex said calmly, watching them walk away. They're the ones who want you to bring back a few orcs. Gir, Mimi, and Stitch froze mid-step. Slowly, they turned and looked at Rekka, white and red. The three women nodded in confirmation. The trio huddled into a tight circle for an emergency conference. A fierce debate began, accept the mission or proudly refuse. Alex and the girls listened to the ongoing military council, where the same arguments were repeated on loop. Orcs aren't for kidnapping. They're for killing. But Papa gave the order. Can we at least blow something up? Gir stood firm, he believed orcs didn't deserve to live. Mimi insisted they follow Daddy's orders. Stitch was only thinking about explosions. Several tense minutes passed before they finally reached a decision. Alex sighed deeply, already regretting not doing it himself. He could have grabbed 2 orcs and been back by now. All right, listen carefully. It's simple. Infiltrate occupied Lake Town, grab a couple of orcs, throw them in a sack. If they resist, hit them with a stick. But it all has to be quiet, no noise. Do this right, and tomorrow you'll get to go wild, Alex said once he saw they'd finally accepted the mission. Gir kept grumbling, Mimi nodded enthusiastically, and inside Stitch's mind, fireworks were already going off, even though no one had even mentioned the word explosion. They changed into ninja outfits and solemnly formed hand signs. Alex ran a hand down his face and opened a portal right next to Lake Town. Without hesitation, the trio jumped into it, and immediately crashed into a lake with a loud splash. The portal had opened directly above the water. A second later, angry voices echoed from the lake. What kind of delivery is this? My suit's soaked, I'm all wet now. We're giving you 1 star. Listening to the complaints through the open portal, Alex immediately closed it so he wouldn't have to hear the trio grumbling after falling into the lake. Are you sure they'll be able to hold back and not slaughter all the orcs in the city? Rekka asked doubtfully, watching the portal close. After your question. I'm not so sure anymore, Alex replied, lighting a cigarette. But let's hope. According to my calculations, Red interrupted, the probability that Gir, Mimi, and Stitch will complete the mission within the set parameters is less than 10%. The probability that they will start an orc genocide upon discovery is about 50%. And the chance they'll set the whole city on fire in the process is around 40%. Well, 10% is progress. I thought it would be less than 1, Alex smirked, trying to stay positive. Rekka, Seer, Ryu, and Reveria looked at him with expressions that clearly said, you still have hope. Deciding to personally make sure the trio wouldn't cause an apocalypse, Alex used a combined projection and tracking spell. He leaned on the stone parapet, and soon a magical projection appeared above him. The girls sat down nearby, ready to watch the show, Mission, Chaos. The projection activated just as Gir, Mimi, and Stitch were swimming across the lake, loudly cursing Alex. Mimi was complaining about her costume being soaked through, Stitch was grumbling about explosions, and Gir was swearing he'd write an angry review. The girls gave Alex equally blank looks. What? They needed to infiltrate the city quietly. The quietest route is by water, Alex defended, shrugging. Nope, the girls answered in unison, shaking their heads. Alex just shrugged, not even trying to guess what they were thinking. At that moment, Gir, Mimi, and Stitch finally reached Lake Town. Slowly approaching the dock, the trio looked around carefully, trying not to be seen. Instead of climbing onto the pier, they decided to swim under it, for maximum stealth. Once beneath the buildings, the trio listened for orc voices, hoping to find one who was alone. After swimming a bit, they stopped under a house where a solitary orc was rummaging upstairs. Gir, Mimi, and Stitch exchanged glances, a mischievous spark lit their eyes. After all, Alex asked for live orcs, but never said anything about keeping them whole. Taking turns climbing up a beam to the wooden floor, they looked around again, no one nearby. Making sure the house contained only 1 orc, Gir carefully opened the door. The trio silently slipped inside like true ninjas. The orc was on the 2nd floor, fully absorbed in his business. None of them made a sound as they climbed the creaky wooden stairs. Peeking over the railing, they saw him standing with his back turned. Gir and Mimi pulled out iron clubs, and Stitch took out a sack. Everything happened in a flash. Stitch darted forward, pulling the sack over the orc's head. Gir struck his knee with full force, the broken leg cracked and gave way. The orc collapsed to the floor, and Mimi, wasting no time, hit him in the face with her club, silencing any chance of a scream. Stitch, unwilling to stay on the sidelines, pulled out his collapsible club and enthusiastically joined the beating. Heavy blows thudded dully throughout the 2nd floor. You know, I'm not surprised at all, Alex said, exhaling smoke upward as he watched the projection. With such coordination, it's no wonder, Rekka agreed, leaning on his shoulder. I even felt a little sorry for the orc, just a little, Seer remarked thoughtfully, gazing at the image. Only if he was the victim of this trio, Riveria commented, shaking her head. Efficient, Red nodded succinctly. The target made no sound and was neutralized with maximum efficiency, White added. Alex glanced at Red and White. They still didn't fully grasp human morality, they were more guided by pragmatism and results. But he had no intention of changing them, that was a path each had to walk on their own. Shifting his gaze back to the projection, Alex saw Gir, Mimi, and Stitch finishing their processing of the orc. The poor creature's limbs were twisted unnaturally, and the sack over his head was already soaked with orc blood. Alex even thought that if this orc had been an NPC, he would have had no more than 1% health left. When the trio left the house and disappeared under the water again, a portal opened beneath the mutilated orc's body. It fell through and landed on the stone floor of Erebor, quite close to Alex and the girls. Alex cast a sleeping spell on him so he wouldn't wake prematurely. The girls just shook their heads, the cruelty of Gir, Mimi, and Stitch no longer surprised anyone. Meanwhile, the trio continued searching for the second target. Since Alex hadn't complained about the state of the first orc, they decided their actions were within acceptable limits. Swimming under the wooden floorboards, Gir, Mimi, and Stitch spotted an orc standing alone at the edge of the platform. Coordinating their moves, Gir and Mimi climbed the beams and sneaked up from behind, while Stitch began crawling underneath the orc, clawing onto the wood. Once in position, Gir and Mimi suddenly yanked the orc's legs, he lost his balance and fell face first, hanging on the edge of the platform. Stitch didn't hesitate, he grabbed the orc's head and slammed his forehead against it with full force. The orc instantly lost consciousness, and Stitch dragged him down, into the water. However, the trio forgot one important thing, orcs can't swim. Literally a couple of seconds later, the orc's body floated back up, belly up like a dead fish. The three exchanged glances and simultaneously slapped their foreheads. We better drown him, or they'll notice, Gir grumbled, poking the body with a stick. Or at least shove him under the platform so he doesn't catch anyone's eye, Mimi added, taking the stick from him. Mimi hooked the body of the drowned orc with a wooden stick and pushed it under the platform so it would drift beneath the city built on water. Once the traces of the crime were hidden, Gir, Mimi, and Stitch decided not to jump back into the water but to sneak through the city streets instead. Meanwhile, Alex and the girls continued watching this comical attempt on the orc's life and couldn't hold back their laughter, especially when the entire trio simultaneously smacked their foreheads. Inspired by a game about a spy who loved hiding in cardboard boxes, Gir, Mimi, and Stitch decided to hide inside empty barrels and sneak around by moving inside them. Alex and the girls could no longer contain themselves, laughter echoed through the hall as the trio waddled along, pretending to be walking barrels while trying to avoid orc patrols. Alex even thought their adventures could be turned into a separate comedy series. Meanwhile, without stopping their charade, the trio found their next target. Climbing out of their barrels, they slowly crept up to an unsuspecting orc. Stitch skillfully jumped and grabbed the orc's head, dunking his face into a nearby basin of water. At the same moment, Gir and Mimi jumped up and quickly broke the orc's legs and then his arms with their clubs, giving him no chance to resist. Within seconds, the orc lost consciousness from lack of oxygen. Stitch released his head, and the body limply fell to the floor, looking like a man standing with one foot in the afterlife. When Gir, Mimi, and Stitch left, a magical circle flared beneath the orc, he vanished and reappeared in Erebor. Now the trio set off to find their third target. But it wasn't so simple, most orcs moved in groups, and finding a lone one was difficult. Gradually, Gir, Mimi, and Stitch's patience began to wear thin. Eventually, unable to bear it, they decided to attack a patrol to catch that one orc who would be lucky enough to survive. Hiding in barrels passed by orcs, the trio exchanged glances and nodded at each other. When the patrol walked by, they jumped out of hiding and began the chase. Overtaking the orcs and hiding in the nearest house, they prepared an ambush. Stitch slightly opened the door to attract attention. One of the orcs, suspecting something was wrong, entered first, and immediately got hit on the head with a brick. With a crash, he fell onto the wooden floor. The noise attracted the rest, and the patrol rushed into the house, thinking someone had survived. But they didn't know the main rule: if a house looks suspicious, don't be the first to enter. The first one who stepped over the threshold instantly got hit in the face with a board with a protruding nail, which instantly pierced his skull. The others were met by Gir and Mimi wielding frying pans and ladles. With precise blows, they smashed the remaining orcs' heads. Only one remained, the lucky one. He tried to give a signal, but at that moment, a sack was pulled over his head, and he was dragged inside. Inside, dull thuds rang out, blunt objects met orc flesh again. A second later, magical light flared inside the house. The bodies of the slain orcs turned to ash, and Gir, Mimi, Stitch, and their guest vanished as if nothing had happened. The entire orc capturing operation took less than 30 minutes, but those 30 minutes brought Alex and the girls plenty of fun. To be continued. Chapter 408, How to Properly Deceive the King of the Woodland Elves. The mission to kidnap orcs from the occupied lake town went quietly and unnoticed. Rekka, Red, and White received the necessary material for their research. They were tasked with creating a virus capable of killing only orcs. Meanwhile, Alex and the girls watched Gir, Mimi, and Stitch's antics with interest and amusement. It was that very trio who had handled the abductions. Not far from where Alex and his companions stood, a magical circle lit up, and from it emerged Gir, Mimi, and Stitch, along with an orc so badly beaten he was almost unrecognizable. If the orcs of Middle-earth already looked grotesque, the one processed by this insane trio looked downright terrifying. Alex quietly thought to himself that the luckiest orc might have been the one who simply got drowned in a basin. Before Gir, Mimi, and Stitch returned to their usual business, Alex asked them to help carry all three orcs to a separate, secluded room, far from prying eyes. It was important that no one saw how Rekka, Red, and White would conduct their experiments for creating biological weapons. With their experience in abduction, the trio had the foresight to stuff the orc bodies into sacks to avoid attracting attention. Ryu and Riveria expressed their desire to observe the process and decided to follow the scientists. Seer, of course, didn't want to go anywhere. She decided it was finally her chance to be alone with Alex. But Ryu had other plans. Without a word, she dragged Seer along despite the latter's loud protests. Seer whined, grumbled, and complained that it was all unfair, but all Ryu did in response was give her a completely empty, dead stare, and kept dragging her. Watching this, Alex could barely hold back his laughter. What amused him most was the look Seer gave him, a mix of indignation, hope, and pleading so powerful that even he almost stepped in. In moments like that, Alex began to understand why Freya once decided to raise Seer as her protégé. She truly was a mortal reflection of the goddess, and even he found that astonishing. When everyone left, Alex was alone again. He sat on the stone wall of Erebor, gazing out toward the city of Dale. The survivors from the destroyed lake town had just arrived there. He pulled one leg up, rested his elbow on his knee, and stared at the horizon, cheek pressed against his fist. His fingers tapped a steady rhythm on his knee. He wondered whether Thranduil would arrive, and if so, when. Lighting a cigarette to pass the time, Alex kept his eyes fixed on the events below. After a while, a faint, satisfied smile appeared on his lips. Thranduil and his army of elves had arrived earlier than expected. Left alone with his thoughts, Alex remembered that in the original timeline, Thranduil appeared the day after the citizens fled Lake Town. But he had long accepted that not everything here needed to follow canon. Watching Dale from a bird's-eye view, Alex couldn't help but note how regal Thranduil looked, sitting atop his majestic elk with massive antlers, clad in armor. He truly looked like a king. But what caught Alex's attention most wasn't the elk or the armor, it was the weapon hanging at Thranduil's side. Even before his reincarnation, Alex had admired that sword, a fantasy-style katana. The thought of stealing it flashed through his mind, fleeting but distinct. However, what happened next surprised Alex. He continued to observe the city from above when suddenly Thranduil raised his head and looked directly at the spot where the cloak surveillance spell was hidden, as if sensing that he was being watched. A wide smile spread across Alex's face. The king had noticed him. And that wasn't strange. After all, Thranduil wasn't just an elf, but the king of the woodland realm. Ho! He noticed. Well, that's not surprising. He is a king, after all, Alex said with a slight chuckle, speaking to himself. Who noticed what? A female voice called out behind him. Alex immediately recognized the voice. It was his beloved, lively princess, Nobuna. He smiled and turned his head. Nobuna and Haruheim were climbing the stone steps toward him. As usual, Nobuna didn't waste any time. She bounded over to Alex, sat down beside him, and, grabbing his face, gave him a firm kiss on the cheek. Her face radiated genuine joy. She was savoring every moment of this journey. Before meeting Alex, Nobuna had been a Japanese princess who rarely left her homeland. She had always dreamed of seeing the world, visiting new places, and now that dream was finally coming true. Visiting Erebor had become a true celebration for her. Alex smiled again and noticed the new sword at her waist. Instead of the dwarves' jewelry, she had chosen a weapon forged by their hands. That was very much her style. At that moment, he felt something soft and fluffy wrap around him. He wasn't even surprised. Haruheim had once again used her tails. Alex had already grown used to it. Whenever she was nearby, she would instantly wrap him in her fur. He was still amazed at how quickly her tails regrow. Haruheim now had 8, with only one more left before she would become a full-fledged kitsune. Seeing that Alex couldn't take his eyes off her tails, Haruheim was secretly pleased. After all, she took such careful care of them just for him, so they'd always be soft and fluffy. Stop daydreaming, Nobuna said suddenly, grabbing Alex by the cheeks and turning his face toward her. You act like it's the first time you've seen Haruheim's tales. Now tell us, who noticed what? The forest fairy has arrived in Dale. I've been watching the city all this time using magic, and it seems Thranduil sensed that he was being watched, Alex replied while Nobuna continued to tug at his cheeks. But Saya said the elven army wasn't supposed to arrive this early. Is this normal? Haruheim asked, gently tugging on Alex's sleeve to get his attention. It's hard to explain. There are many factors that could have influenced Thranduil's decision. Maybe he already knew the dwarves couldn't defeat the dragon and moved toward Erebor right after their retreat. Maybe he predicted almost everything, except for my interference and Smog's death. Even I didn't expect the orcs to attack Lake Town, Alex said thoughtfully, stroking his chin, while Nobuna still held his cheeks. But why is he doing this? Don't the elves of the woodland realm despise humans and dwarves? Haruheim asked softly. Let me explain, Alex responded. It's simple, Thranduil wants the necklace that Freya took. He knows there are only about 13 dwarves left in Erebor. Now he's pretending to be an altruist, helping the surviving humans so they'll take his side. If he decides to storm Erebor, no one will dare accuse him, after all, he's supposedly a savior. It's a political game, nothing more. He's hiding behind nobility to get what he wants. These royal intrigues. Nobuna sighed, shaking her head. Even when I was a princess, my father's brother tried to overthrow him and take the title of Emperor of Japan. Even though our family no longer held real power in the modern world, just the name, he still wanted to grab whatever authority he could. And what did your father do? Haruheim asked, looking at Nobuna. He couldn't do anything. My uncle gained the support of the evil corporation, turned into a mutant, and everything went downhill from there. We barely managed to escape, Nobuna said with a faint sadness, shrugging her shoulders. Alex sighed and gently stroked Nobuna's hair. He understood that the loss of her family still echoed painfully in her heart, even after all these months. In response, Nobuna gave him a bright, genuine smile, as if to say, I'm okay. After all, she now had a new family, a big, strange, but loving one. And a husband who had helped her not only survive her tragedies, but also fulfill her dream of seeing the world. Haruheim also sighed sadly, remembering how many lives had been lost during the zombie apocalypse in Nobuna's homeworld. So many hopes perished due to empty ambitions that led to the fall of an entire civilization. Now, rebuilding would take hundreds of years. To avoid sinking into painful memories, the girls shifted the conversation to lighter topics. Meanwhile, Alex refocused his attention on Dale. At that very moment, Bard and Thranduil were having a conversation. He couldn't help but laugh when he heard Thranduil, completely serious, refer to a dwarven necklace as a relic of the woodland realm. Nobuna immediately picked up on her husband's laughter and enthusiastically pounced on him with questions. To calm her down a bit, Alex used a projection spell, allowing Nobuna and Haruheim to see what he was seeing during his observation of the city. I thought that Elf King would really look like a forest fairy, Nobuna said, squinting in disappointment. And instead, he's just a tall guy with long hair and armor. You tricked me again. To reinforce her point, she bit Alex's cheek. I didn't lie, Alex tried to defend himself. I meant forest fairy, metaphorically. Wood elves almost never leave their domain, just like fairies in legends who don't step outside their enchanted forests. I like his deer, Haruheim said dreamily. It's so beautiful. I wish I could ride one someday. Nobuna nodded in agreement, the deer Thranduil rode truly looked majestic and graceful. Alex fell into thought, what if he didn't just steal the Elf King's sword, but also his mount? But as soon as he imagined it, a stern voice echoed in his head. Don't even think about it. Alex's eye twitched nervously, he didn't even have time to plan it properly, and it was already forbidden. He sighed. It seemed stealing wouldn't be allowed in this world. And he had such grand ideas, steal the rings of the elves and dwarves, maybe even rob the Nazgul. But alas, those dreams were not meant to be. Time to give up. Lost in thought, Alex missed the entire conversation between Thranduil and Bard. He didn't even notice how much the dialogue had deviated from the original timeline. However, seeing the concern on Bard's face, Alex guessed that he had tried to dissuade Thranduil from war and propose a peaceful agreement with Thorin. Realizing Bard would soon head to Erebor, Alex decided to warn Thorin in a special way. He held out his hand, and his finger darkened as if dipped in ink. Then he drew a small mouse on a stone. Ninja art, living drawing technique, he said, forming a seal with his hands. Haruheim and Nobuna watched with interest, they had never seen such a technique. As if by magic, the drawn mouse twitched, came to life, and leapt off the stone parapet where Alex and the girls were sitting. It scurried down the steps and disappeared into Erebor. Seeing their intrigued expressions, Alex explained how the technique worked. As long as one could draw quickly and accurately, they could use magic to create living ink creatures. Nobuna and Haruheim concluded that the ability was incredibly useful. Meanwhile, a mouse was scurrying through the corridors of Erebor and soon reached the hall where Thorin and the dwarves were discussing the imminent arrival of the orcs and their defense plans until Dane's forces arrived. Their conversation was interrupted by the appearance of a strange mouse, clearly drawn. It ran up to Thorin, stopped, and then disintegrated, leaving behind a message. The men who helped you will arrive soon. Go to the gate. Another trick from the wizard. I'm not surprised anymore, Thorin snorted as he read the message. Who's he talking about? Bilbo asked, raising a puzzled eyebrow. I suppose he means Bard, Balin suggested. Looks like something important is happening in Dale if the wizard's involved. Speculating is pointless, Thorin replied. He already foretold Thranduil's arrival. Time to see for ourselves what's happening. Thorin stood up, and the other dwarves followed. Bilbo hurried after them, the approaching storm was making him uneasy. Passing through the corridors of Erebor, they reached the gate and climbed onto the stone fortifications. There they saw Alex, sitting on the edge between two girls. All three dangled their legs peacefully over the wall, gazing down at the city. Before them unfolded a grand sight. An elven army clad in golden armor had taken positions on the high ground of the ruined Dale. Even from this distance, the sharp gazes of elven archers could be felt. I told you he'd come. And now he's acting like some noble savior, Alex smirked. Can you believe it? He seriously claimed that the necklace crafted by your people is a relic of the woodland realm. Adorable, right? There are too many of them. This doesn't bode well, Keely said grimly, eyeing the elven formation. Not good because your beloved Toriel isn't among them. Alex teased, glancing at the dwarf. Keely stared at Alex in shock. His eyes clearly asked, how do you know that? The other dwarves just smirked, they had long known how the young dwarf felt about the elf Toriel. Meanwhile, Thorin stood in silence, his brow furrowed as he gazed at the elven army. Even knowing Thranduil's arrival was inevitable, the sight of a hostile force at Erebor's gates irritated him deeply. Noticing this, Alex placed a hand on Thorin's shoulder, a gesture that wordlessly said, don't worry. It's under control. Thorin nodded. Now that the curse of dragon sickness no longer clouded his mind, his thoughts were clear. He understood his duty as king. He could no longer think only of himself, the fate of his people came first. He already knew Alex's plan, stall Thranduil and draw the elven army into the upcoming battle against the orcs. That would balance the scales and improve their chances of victory. Alex briefly relayed to Thorin the conversation between Bard and Thranduil, so he'd understand the current situation. Then he reminded him that Bard would soon arrive at Erebor's gate to bring up the old agreement with Lake Town. Thorin nodded, though his voice remained stern. Gold is only useful if you're alive. And if those people don't leave, they won't even get the chance to use what they demand. Not even going to argue, Alex replied. Just try to gently hint to Bard that he and the people of Dale should leave while they still can. Otherwise, things will end very badly for them. But after saying that, Alex momentarily forgot who he was talking to. Dwarves were not known for their subtlety. A gentle hint was definitely not in Thorin's vocabulary. And as if on cue, a horse burst out of Dale. Alex immediately recognized Bard heading for the gate. Not wanting to ruin the upcoming conversation or reveal his presence too soon, Alex silently grabbed Nobuna and Haruheim by the waist and leapt backward off the wall, leaving Thorin and the dwarves alone. The dwarves exchanged confused looks, unsure of what Alex was doing, but Thorin was no longer watching him. His full attention was now on the rider approaching Erebor. Bard was galloping, gripping the reins tightly. His thoughts were tangled, he had to stop the war before it was too late. He had already tried to convince Thranduil, telling him about the orc occupation of Lake Town. But the Elven King just dismissed it with contempt. A couple of dirty orcs aren't worth the trouble, he said. Now Bard hoped that Thorin would be more reasonable and keep the promise he made to the people of Lake Town. He pulled on the reins, slowing his horse at the gates of Erebor. Greetings to you, Thorin, son of Thrain, he said loudly. The people of Lake Town rejoice that you survived against all odds and reclaimed your kingdom. Thorin crossed his arms over his chest and, narrowing his eyes, looked down. What brings you to the gates of Erebor, Bard the bowman? Have you become a messenger for those woodland elves? Come to convince me to surrender. Bard raised his head and answered calmly, but with a hint of bitterness. And why does the king under the mountain hide behind stone walls like a bandit in his den? Perhaps to protect the home we fought hard to regain. There were too many who wanted to seize our treasures. Too many hands reaching for our gold, Thorin said, standing on the wall with the dignity of a king, looking Bard straight in the eyes. We have not come to plunder, my lord. We have come to speak of justice, Bard said firmly. Allow us to discuss terms. Instead of answering immediately, Thorin first turned to his companions, those who had journeyed with him to Erebor. They nodded, confirming their support. Then his gaze slipped down to where Alex was standing near Nobuna and Haruheim, watching the conversation. Without wasting time, Alex began gesturing actively, hinting to Thorin to speak more gently. His movements clearly said, "You sound obsessed with gold and ready to kill anyone who approaches the gates." He was signaling, "Don't threaten," but subtly and diplomatically hint to Bard that his people should leave the valley to avoid bloodshed. However, dwarves are not masters of diplomacy. And judging by Thorin's face, he was barely trying to catch the meaning of these pantomimes. Alex sighed, realizing that expecting softness in Thorin's words was like asking a dragon to recite poetry. Meanwhile, Bard patiently waited, sitting on his horse. Finally, Thorin turned to him and nodded, a sign that he was ready to speak. Seeing this, Bard dismounted and slowly approached the gates. His footsteps echoed dully in the silence, broken only by the sound of the wind blowing. Reaching the hastily restored stone wall, he found a narrow slit through which he could see Thorin. "I'm listening, Bard the bowman," Thorin said hoarsely. "My king," Bard began calmly, "on behalf of the people of Lake Town, I ask you to keep your word. Give us the promised share so we can rebuild our home, destroyed by the orcs." "I will not negotiate with anyone while an armed army stands at the threshold of my home," Thorin replied calmly, looking him straight in the eyes. "That army will come to war against you if we don't reach an agreement," Bard said, trying to stay reasonable. "Threats won't get me," Thorin snapped. "The elves will not get what they came for." He still remembered how the elves had turned their backs on his people in their hour of need. "And your conscience? Doesn't it tell you that our request is just? My people helped you when you needed it. Now we need help. Where is your honor, Thorin King under the mountain?" Bard stepped closer, placing his hands on the stone wall. His eyes searched Thorin's face for even a trace of compassion. "I do not deny your help," Thorin said. "Yes, we paid you to get into Lake Town, and maybe you risked your family. But your people helped us because we promised a reward. We made a deal." Bard exclaimed. "The deal was fair." "A deal?" Thorin's voice thundered with anger. "We sold our heritage for bread and blankets. We paid with our freedom. And if we hadn't offered gold, you would have caged us. Or sold us to Thranduil. And you speak of fairness." Thorin stepped closer to the slit in the wall, his voice booming. "Tell me, Bard the bowman, why should I accept your terms?" "Because you gave your word," Bard replied quietly. "Or does the word of the king under the mountain mean nothing in these lands?" Those words struck Thorin. He fell silent. For several seconds, he looked into Bard's eyes, eyes filled with hope. Then Thorin stepped back and leaned his back against the cold stone. He remembered Alex's words, a king must always keep his word, especially the one given to his people. And now, with greed no longer clouding his mind as it once drove his grandfather Thor mad, Thorin was beginning to realize how delicate everything was. He looked at his companions. Their faces were anxious, they understood that if the people did not leave the valley, they could die. Thorin shifted his gaze to Alex. He was practically boiling with irritation, seeing how Thorin had turned what should have been a gentle hint into an almost accusatory speech. Alex sighed heavily and nearly bumped his forehead against the nearest column. He clearly felt, "I explained everything to him so simply, but these are dwarves." Thorin finally made his decision. He approached the slit again and spoke in a calm voice. "Leave, Bard the bowman. Gold can only be spent when you're alive. Take your people and leave these lands immediately." Catching Thorin's gaze, Bard remembered Thranduil's words, "Dwarves can't be persuaded." The last hope lingering in the boatman's heart faded along with the final words of the king under the mountain. He looked away, turned silently, and walked to his horse to return to Dale. Meanwhile, Thorin watched his companions, and Alex, having reached the peak of irritation, was literally ready to bang his head against the nearest column. He was only stopped by Haruheim, who gently wrapped her tails around him, trying to calm him down. "For the great creator's sake, Thorin." Alex threw up his hands. "I only asked you to gently hint that the people of Lake Town should leave the valley. And you? Gold can only be spent when you're alive. Seriously?" "That sounded like a threat, not a hint," he finished, slapping his palm against his face in frustration. The dwarves exchanged glances, and Thorin looked at Alex with confusion. To them, it sounded quite soft. Under different circumstances, Bard would have heard much harsher words. Rubbing his temples and trying to suppress his anger, Alex feverishly considered his options. Thranduil might not wait till morning. If he attacks today, everything will be ruined. He muttered. "Wait. I think I've found a solution." He turned to Thorin. "You actually did the right thing. Thranduil still believes you're under the curse of Durance Line. He doesn't know it's gone anymore. And that gives us an advantage." "And what do you suggest, wizard?" Thorin asked grimly. "We need to buy time," Alex answered, pulling a large artificial diamond from his inventory and transforming it into a fake Arkenstone. "We'll give this stone to the elves. Let them think Thorin has gone mad with greed and lost his mind. And Bilbo will be our mysterious benefactor, who supposedly brings the Arkenstone to prevent bloodshed. And how will that help us?" Balin asked, examining the fake. Simple. Everyone expects Thorin to stand firm until the last coin, giving nothing away. Let them keep thinking that. Bilbo will sneak into Dale, find Gandalf, and hand the Arkenstone to Thranduil, saying the dwarves have gone mad, and only this way can things change. That will buy us time until morning. Gandalf will arrive in Dale soon. Why me? Bilbo protested. Can't someone else play this role? Only you can do it, Thorin said, placing his hands on Bilbo's shoulders. Even if the elves rejected us before, there are too many orcs. We need every bit of help. Please, Bilbo. All right, as usual, I don't have a choice. But I'm warning you, I'm a bad actor. Don't worry, Alex smirked. Just talk less. Lies don't like details. Give them the Arkenstone, say Thorin is obsessed, and then steer the conversation to me. Why would Bilbo need to steer the conversation to you, Mr. Wizard? Bofur asked, surprised. Simple, Alex replied, giving a thumbs up. If Thranduil finds out there's someone here who can kill the dragon, he'll be more cautious. And the more absurd Bilbo's words sound, the more confused everyone will be. That way, no one will doubt Thorin's obsession with gold. Basically, it'll be easy. You're a skilled liar, wizard, Thorin muttered. Even I would believe it if I were in Thranduil's place. Thanks. I guess, Alex smiled. My wife is a master of deception. The one who stole the big ruby from your treasure hoard. If she decides to fool someone, they won't even understand how they ended up in their underwear miles away from home. Alex didn't talk much about Loki, but the dwarves and Bilbo understood who he meant. They had seen a woman with red hair, her eyes always half closed, looking like she was squinting. But from Loki's face, it was clear she was a cunning woman who wouldn't mind tricking someone. Now they just had to wait for nightfall so everything would look as believable as possible. Thorin approved the plan. If it could delay the elves' attack, it was worth it. Alex didn't linger on the wall any longer, so as not to reveal his presence to Thranduil. Returning to the throne room, he continued to watch what was happening in Dale, ready to act if anything went wrong, just in case Thranduil didn't want to wait any longer. To be continued. Chapter 409. Chapter 409, the mission to deceive everyone was successful, and the eve of the Battle of the Five Armies. Alex found himself a quiet place to sit and wait for nightfall to put his plan to deceive the king of the woodland realm into action. Nobina had left him to explore Erebor with the other girls. Only Haruheim stayed nearby, unwilling to let him sit alone. Wrapped in her soft, fluffy tails, Alex never stopped watching Dale for even a second. In addition to the surviving residents of Lake Town, Thranduil's army was now stationed there. One of Haruheim's tails lightly tickled his cheek, and Alex couldn't resist pressing his face into the soft fur, which made the girl giggle quietly. To keep her from getting bored, Alex offered to read something while he kept watch over the situation in Dale. To his surprise, the fox girl pulled a manga out of her dimensional inventory. The title made Alex raise an eyebrow. They called me a witch, so I married the Demon King. Reading the title, Alex's eye twitched. He couldn't help glancing at Haruheim, who was reading page after page with obvious interest. Noticing his gaze, she blushed, her cheeks turning red, and she hid behind the pages of the manga. Alex understood why Haruheim had chosen that story. He said nothing. After all, in such tales, the Demon King often turned out to be more humane than the humans, who were usually the antagonists. Curious, Alex moved closer and began reading the manga with Haruheim. In response, her tails wrapped even tighter around him, and she practically curled up on his lap. Time passed, and it waited for no one. Even as he became immersed in the story, Alex never lost sight of what was happening in Dale. Meanwhile, the girls took turns visiting him to keep him company before returning to their own activities, exploring the vast halls of Erebor. The mountain was so immense that one could wander its corridors for months and still find new things. Hephaestus and Shigir had taken over the dwarves' forge, and their craftsmanship quickly drew the attention of Thorin's companions. The dwarves were impressed, and rightfully so. One of the women was a goddess of smithing, and the other wielded techniques passed down through her family for generations. Some of the girls stayed in the wine cellar. Despite Erebor having been occupied by a dragon, the wine reserves had remained untouched, and had only improved with age. Loki, known for her love of fine drinks, couldn't resist such a treasure. Reganleaf, Kiwi, and Lucina spent their time in the library, reading dwarven texts. Although the white and the red could have simply copied all the books, they preferred the pleasure of reading them directly. Becca, Moira, and Revei, upon learning that Gir, Mimi, and Stitch had taken over the workshop, went to check out what the trio was up to. Perhaps, with the help of dwarven technology, they could create something like the first grenade, or even a landmine, in Middle-earth. The girls continued to explore Erebor, taking countless photos of scenic places, but it was Hestia who took the most pictures. Alex understood why. His beloved goddess of the hearth simply wanted to brag at the next Donatus and spark a little envy, especially among the other goddesses. By evening, Irina, Alice, and Hisako began preparing dinner. Of course, Alex helped too. During the process, he noticed new accessories on the girls. Alice now wore ruby earrings that matched her eyes, Irina had a necklace with a purple gem, and Hisako had chosen an elegant gold bracelet with intricate patterns. Alex was glad to see that the girls who had recently joined their family already felt so at ease. Still, unease gnawed at his heart. Alex knew that tomorrow an orc army would arrive in the valley beneath Erebor, the real war would begin. Irina, Alice, and Hisako had grown up in peaceful worlds, and the upcoming events might leave a lasting mark on them. Watching a war movie on TV was nothing like seeing death with your own eyes. Alex feared the horrors of war could lead to sleepless nights and nightmares. He decided he would talk to them tomorrow, there was no need to ruin tonight. When the food was ready and served, the dwarves held another feast. No one in Alex's family objected, in fact, everyone welcomed the dwarves' enthusiasm. These rough creatures were kind-hearted, and if they accepted someone into their circle of friends, they considered them as kin. Bilbo, however, looked troubled the entire time. He was anxious about the role he had to play. After all, it was up to him to convince Thranduil and even Gandalf that Thorin had gone mad. Alex couldn't help but smirk. Wasn't this the same hobbit who had been ready to steal the Arkenstone right from under a dragon's nose, now trembling at the thought of telling a lie? The feast ended on a cheerful note, but no one was in a rush to leave. The adventurer girls from Orario decided to share stories of their dungeon dives and monster hunts. The dwarves, as expected, were immediately fascinated, especially once they heard about the kinds of creatures the girls had fought. Even now, despite her quiet demeanor, Ace was still considered the strongest among all the female adventurers who had ever entered the dungeon. She spoke little, just nodding or offering short phrases. Tiona, on the other hand, talked non-stop, waving her arms and acting out battles as if trying to draw them in the air. The dwarves, being a people who deeply respected strength, came to admire the girls even more. Time passed, the night grew darker, and when the moon shone brightly in the sky, it became clear, midnight was approaching. Alex sat at the base of Erebor's stone gates, in the shadow of ancient rock, illuminated by the soft moonlight. Sitting on his lap was Rory. In her black clothes and with her rainbow-colored eyes, she looked especially mysterious under the moon's glow. Alex had two plans for the night. First, Bilbo was to deceive Thranduil. Second, Alex would go to Lake Town and massacre the orcs to prevent a surprise attack during tomorrow's battle. He held Rory by the waist, gazing at Dale from a bird's-eye view. Toward evening, Gandalf had arrived there. Naturally, Alex couldn't resist eavesdropping on his conversation with Thranduil. As expected, Gandalf tried to warn the Elven King about the looming threat from the orcs. But Thranduil was as stubborn as stone and had no intention of retreating. Alex even smirked to himself, thinking that Thranduil and Thorin could have been best friends, two of the most stubborn beings in all of Middle-earth. They'd definitely be nicknamed unmovable. The argument between Gandalf and Thranduil dragged on deep into the night. Even Bard tried to convince the king, reminding him that Lake Town had fallen under the onslaught of orcs, but Thranduil seemed to believe that was the full extent of their forces. He didn't understand that it was only a small part compared to the army marching toward Erebor. Gandalf did his best to make the Elven King see reason, but without proof, his words were nothing more than empty sound. Thranduil listened to him with an expression that made it look like the wizard was telling a fairy tale. Alex could only sigh as he listened to the pointless bickering. He couldn't understand why all of Middle-earth was so divided. They had a common enemy, everyone knew where he resided, Mordor. But no one cared. Sauron was believed to be defeated, the ring was gone, and no one wanted to believe that evil could return. No one was willing to risk their own wars to fight orcs that multiplied like cockroaches. Why are you sighing? Aren't you tired of eavesdropping on that wizard and the Elven King? Rory asked, turning her head to look at Alex while still seated on his lap. You've been sighing every few minutes since Gandalf showed up. I'm just surprised how stubborn Thranduil is. He literally doesn't see the threat right under his nose. And Gandalf isn't much better, he relies only on words, without a shred of evidence. Who's going to believe you if you don't have proof? Alex replied, gently tapping Rory's nose with his own. What did you expect? Rory grinned. Everything here runs on rumors and stories. You can't tell what's true and what's a lie. And Thranduil thinks Gandalf is just stalling for time to protect the dwarves. Wouldn't you think the same in his place? Alex didn't reply, he simply hugged Rory tighter and turned his gaze back toward Dale, where lights still burned in the distance and a conversation was taking place that could determine the fate of the entire valley by morning. He didn't argue with Rory, he had heard the entire conversation himself thanks to his surveillance magic. Smiling, Rory leaned her back against his chest again, gently swinging her legs. With a sigh, Alex traced his finger along the stone floor, drawing the shape of a mouse. A moment later, the living drawing technique activated, the mouse sprang from the stone and vanished into the darkness, heading off to find Bilbo. Only a few minutes passed before the small hobbit came rushing down the corridor, out of breath but clearly not holding back. For Bilbo, this was a moment to test his acting skills, and he wasn't about to waste it. I still don't get why Gandalf can't do the same things you can, Bilbo said, walking closer and wiping sweat from his brow. All I remember from him is fireworks and throwing burning pine cones at orcs on wolves. Alex chuckled. You see, dear Bilbo, it all depends on how you use magic. It has thousands of forms and applications, you just need to know when and where to use them. Mithrandir, he's more of a messenger than a real wizard. Every wizard in Middle-earth has a different purpose. So does he. You call him Mithrandir too? Why? Bilbo asked, recalling that Elrond had also used that name. Because it's his true name, Alex replied. Gandalf means elf with a staff, but Mithrandir is the name given to him by the elves. In Sindarin, it means grey pilgrim. I hope that answers your question, young hobbit. More than enough. Well. I guess we're off. But I'm not promising anything. I'm a terrible liar. If it all falls apart, I warned you. Alex laughed softly. Don't worry. Once you put the Arkenstone on the table, you won't need to say much. Just tell them Thorin has gone mad and even suspects his own friends. Say you're doing this to protect your companions. Speak from the heart, Bilbo. As if Thorin truly is losing his mind. With that, Alex gently lifted Rory from his lap, stood up, and handed Bilbo a bundle. It was a fake Arkenstone, crafted so skillfully it was nearly indistinguishable from the real one. Bilbo carefully wrapped the stone in cloth and tucked it into his inner pocket. Maybe I should get a rope, he asked uncertainly, eyeing the tall stone gates. No need, it's much simpler than that, Alex replied with a mischievous grin. Seeing that smile, Bilbo instantly realized, nothing good was coming. And before he could protest, Alex had already scooped Rory up by the waist with one hand and grabbed the hobbit by the collar with the other. In the blink of an eye, they had leapt over the gates and landed on the other side. Bilbo hit the ground with a thud, breathing heavily, his heart pounding in his chest. Alex and Rory couldn't hold back their laughter at the frightened expression on the hobbit's face. All for the mission, Bilbo, Alex said, patting him on the back. You've got this. We believe in you. Casting a distraction spell on all of them to avoid drawing unwanted attention from the elves, the trio crossed the valley. On the stone bridge leading to Dale, Alex stopped. Well, this is where you're on your own, Bilbo. My wife and I have other business. Where are you going? The hobbit couldn't help but ask. To take care of a problem. So nothing ruins the plan tomorrow. Once we're done, we'll return here and wait for you. So as soon as you're done spinning your tale for the Elven King, come back. Bilbo nodded. But curiosity wouldn't leave him. What kind of problem were Alex and Rory going to solve? He barely had time to blink before Alex scooped Rory up and vanished. Disappeared like a mirage in the night mist. I hope that was an illusion, muttered the hobbit, rubbing his eyes. But alas, it was all real. He shifted his gaze to the walls of Dale. There, at their posts, stood elven archers, watchful and alert. Well then, Bilbo Baggins. Your task is simple, just deceive the Elven King. No big deal, right? You've already escaped the goblin lair, fooled the Forest Kingdom's guards. All that's left is to talk. Easy as pie. He slapped his cheeks a few times to cheer himself up and took his first step toward the bridge. Gathering his courage, Bilbo began sneaking into the town, trying to avoid the guards' eyes. He cautiously darted from building to building, hiding in the shadows, intently listening to conversations. He needed to find Gandalf. Hearing two guards mention the wizard, Bilbo immediately knew where to head. Carefully bypassing the guards warming themselves by a fire, he slipped into the shadows and, making sure no one noticed, continued on. A few minutes later, he spotted Bard and Gandalf and almost called out to them, but caught himself just in time, pressing his hand to his mouth to avoid giving himself away. Meanwhile, Gandalf was trying to convince Bard to prevent the looming conflict. Do you really fancy all this? Gandalf said. Is gold worth dying for? Do you want to pay for it with the blood of dwarves, men, and elves? Is a handful of coins worth spilled blood? That won't happen, Bard answered confidently. They won't win this battle. They won't back down. Do you think they'll surrender? No. They will fight to the last for this mountain, came Bilbo's voice as he stepped out from behind a stone pillar. Gandalf and Bard turned sharply. Gandalf's face lit up with a warm smile when he saw the hobbit. Bilbo Baggins. Glad to see you're all right, he said, smiling sincerely. Bilbo nodded in response and, lowering his voice, hinted to Gandalf that he had business with Thranduil. The wizard immediately sensed something was off about the hobbit's behavior, as if he was hiding something. But he said nothing, just nodded understandingly. Together, they headed toward Thranduil's tent. As they approached, Bilbo felt growing anxiety. He didn't know how the Elven King would react. Gandalf assumed it was because Bilbo was worried about his past escape from the Forest Kingdom's dungeons. Soon the trio, the wizard, the men, and the nervous hobbit, entered the tent. Thranduil's gaze immediately fixed on Bilbo. "If I'm not mistaken, and I'm never mistaken, that's the very halfling who stole the keys right under my guards' noses," he said calmly as he sat on his throne. "Ah. Yes. My apologies," muttered Bilbo, trying to avoid meeting his eyes. For a moment, silence hung in the tent. Gandalf, smoking his pipe, smiled faintly. Bard glanced at the hobbit and couldn't help but smirk lightly. Only Thranduil continued to look at Bilbo with icy calm, while Bilbo did his best to keep composed. He had a goal: to buy time. "I have brought you this," he said, approaching the table in the center of the tent and pulling out a bundle wrapped in cloth. Gandalf, Thranduil, and Bard watched with curiosity as Bilbo unfolded the cloth. Inside was the Arkenstone, a sparkling gem whose glow filled the tent with a magical light. No one in the tent except Bilbo knew it was a perfect counterfeit, indistinguishable from the original. Surprised, Thranduil even rose from his seat, gazing mesmerized at the stone. Gandalf squinted slightly. He hadn't expected Bilbo to bring the Arkenstone here instead of handing it over to Thorin. But he understood how great the influence of the dragon's curse was on the dwarves, and he knew that Thorin had already fallen victim to it, at least until Alex's intervention. "This is the heart of the mountain, the royal gem," Thranduil muttered, stepping closer. "And it's worth a king's ransom," added Bard, standing beside him. "Yes, it is," confirmed Bilbo. "Where did you get this stone?" Bard asked, looking at the hobbit with surprise. "It's my 14th part of the treasure," Bilbo answered calmly, first looking at Bard, then at Thranduil. Gandalf immediately understood why Bilbo had brought the Arkenstone and for what purpose he had taken such a risk. Pride sparkled in his eyes, for the hobbit, for his loyalty, for his courage. A gentle smile touched the wizard's lips as he looked at Bilbo. Only Thranduil and Bard remained puzzled, not understanding why he had done all this. "Why did you bring it to us?" Bard asked, staring intently at Bilbo. "You don't owe us anything." "This is not for you," the hobbit replied softly. "I know what dwarves can be like, stubborn, reserved, suspicious. As for their manners, worse than anyone can imagine. But despite all that, they're brave. They're kind. And loyal to the last breath. I've truly grown attached to them. If I have a chance to save them, I will take it." He paused, then continued. "Thorin values this stone more than the whole mountain. I think for the Arkenstone's sake, he will agree to a trade. He'll give you what's rightfully yours, and then there won't have to be any war." Bilbo spoke from the heart, repeating what Alex had instilled in him, but adding his own pain and sincerity to the words. "Are you sure you want to give us this stone, halfling?" Thranduil asked coldly, as if testing his resolve. "Yes," Bilbo nodded firmly. "There's someone else in Erebor now. And this person is far more dangerous than the dwarves." "Who is this, that the dwarves let into their kingdom?" Thranduil squinted skeptically. Bilbo sighed deeply. It was time to tell the truth, or at least part of it. He began from afar, with their meeting with a mysterious man named Alexander. Not a word about his family, nor any mention of the true nature of his power. Only that he appeared in the valley at Erebor's foot, and from the very beginning awaited Thorin. Bilbo described how they had a strange conversation, a kind of magical bargain. The price of the deal was one precious gem, a very large gem. When the topic turned to the dragon's death and how this man supposedly killed it with a golden brick, Gandalf frowned. Even to him, it sounded fantastic. And Thranduil looked at the hobbit skeptically, raising an eyebrow. "And you think I'll believe this nonsense, halfling?" he asked coldly, drilling Bilbo with his gaze. "I'm not lying," Bilbo replied calmly. "This man is probably the only one who still somehow influences Thorin. But as soon as he leaves, Thorin becomes different again. I told you, they made a bargain. And while he stays in Erebor, he'll help keep Thorin, and maybe even affect the outcome of this war." Thranduil shifted his gaze to Gandalf. "Mithrandir, you're a wizard yourself. Do you know who this man is? What kind of sorcerer can kill a dragon with a golden brick?" "I have no idea who he is," Gandalf admitted, shaking his head and letting out a thin stream of smoke. "Well," said Thranduil, slowly approaching the table with the Arkenstone and narrowing his eyes, "tomorrow we'll find out if this dragon slayer is really as powerful as the halfling says." Bilbo all the while felt as if he was walking through a minefield. Even he sometimes didn't believe he was telling the truth, his words sounded like complete nonsense. Who in their right mind would believe a dragon could be killed with a golden brick? Noticing that the conversation with Thranduil had reached a dead end, Gandalf gently took the hobbit by the shoulder and led him away. He didn't want Bilbo to linger here longer than necessary. "I never would have thought Bilbo Baggins could be such a skilled liar," Gandalf muttered with a slight smile. "Although I understand your motives, my dear Bilbo." But couldn't you have made up something more plausible than a man killing a dragon with a golden brick? I'm not lying, Gandalf, Bilbo replied seriously. This man really exists. Gandalf stopped and looked him up and down. And what does this wizard look like? He's tall, like you. Young. With black hair and rainbow-colored eyes. Dresses oddly, and very handsome, Bilbo said, recalling Alex. I don't know him, Gandalf frowned. Are you sure he's a wizard? Absolutely. I saw him perform magic. He kicked, and tables and benches grew from the ground. And I told you, he made a magical pact with Thorin, Bilbo added, thoughtfully looking at the wizard. Gandalf was silent for a moment, considering what he had heard. If all this is true, then I am truly curious who this mysterious guest is. But now, Bilbo, you need to rest. And in the morning, leave. As far away as possible. And don't come back. What? No, the hobbit replied sharply. I'm not leaving. These dwarves are my friends. You yourself brought me into Thorin's company as the 14th. I can't abandon them. They helped me too. Forget it. You don't understand what you've done. When Thorin finds out about your action. Gandalf shook his head. I'm afraid he might snap. I'm not afraid of Thorin. He's my friend, Bilbo said stubbornly. Oh, Bilbo, you should be, Gandalf said grimly. Never underestimate the power of gold. It destroyed Thror. It can destroy Thorin. Dragon gold isn't just treasure. It's poisoned with greed. And no matter how many come for it, all have perished, blinded by avarice. Sorry, Gandalf. But I won't abandon my friends, Bilbo said firmly, shaking his head. Gandalf frowned. He knew that Bilbo could no longer be persuaded. The hobbit had changed. He was no longer the naive traveler he had been at the journey's start. Now his eyes held a determination, the very same determination Gandalf had hoped to see one day, and now he had. Yet, for some reason, it only filled him with sadness. Without saying another word, Bilbo turned and walked toward the gates. Gandalf sighed and followed him, to see him off. Bilbo's stubbornness was no less than that of the dwarves. Reaching the stone bridge, Bilbo stopped. Gandalf was about to speak again, but something in the hobbit's behavior seemed strange to him. As soon as Bilbo crossed the bridge, he began looking around as if searching for someone. The wizard frowned. And suddenly, like a mirage, a tall man appeared next to Bilbo. The wizard and the stranger locked eyes. Gandalf immediately understood, this was him. The stranger's rainbow-colored eyes shone in the moonlight. He bowed slightly, a gentle smile appearing on his face. Gandalf, surprised but polite, bowed back. Alex pointed a finger at the wizard's feet. Gandalf looked down, at his feet sat a strange little mouse. But when he raised his eyes again, Bilbo and the mysterious man had vanished. Only a fresh inscription remained on the stone beneath his feet. Thorin is fine. The curse of Durance line is lifted. He is no longer obsessed with gold. Sorry for making your hobbit deceive everyone. But at noon tomorrow, an orc army will arrive, and every help will be needed. The orcs in Lake Town are dead. I took care of it. The Arkenstone Bilbo brought is a fake. Thorin knows this. All for peace in Middle-earth. If it's not too much, Mithrandir, buy some time. Good luck. Gandalf stared at the inscription for a long time, then looked back into the darkness where Bilbo had disappeared. After reading the message, Gandalf immediately understood why Bilbo had risked so much. He couldn't help but shake his head, they had all just been tricked. But the wizard also realized, right now, any help was crucial, even if it meant resorting to deception, even if the elves were the ones deceived. After finishing reading, Gandalf wiped the inscription away with his staff so no one else could see it. His heart was somewhat relieved by the news that Thorin was all right, but the question that troubled him most was, how had someone managed to lift the curse of Durance line? He probably wouldn't get an answer, at least, not now. Sighing, Gandalf headed back into the city, firmly resolved to do everything possible to buy at least a little time before dawn, when the attack would begin. Meanwhile, Alex, Rory, and Bilbo were returning to Erebor. Alex glanced at the hobbit, he looked as if he had just been through a war and come out victorious. Smiling, Alex lit a cigarette. Well done, Bilbo. You handled it perfectly. Well, convincing Gandalf was a bit tricky, but Thranduil heard exactly what he wanted to hear, he said, taking a drag. How do you know what he heard? Bilbo asked in surprise, looking up at Alex. I've been watching Dale from the very start. I know and hear everything that's happening there, Alex shrugged. Strange tricks for a wizard. Still, what were you doing while I was trying to outsmart everyone? Oh, we were just clearing Lake Town of orcs so they wouldn't strike from behind during the battle, Rory interrupted. Now there's a mountain of corpses and not a single living creature left. I don't even want to know how you did that, Bilbo said, shaking his head in disgust. You'd better not, my dear hobbit. Or you'll be having nightmares later, Alex smirked. But since we're back, you should rest. Tomorrow will be a long day. You'll need all your patience. They approached the massive stone gates of Erebor. Bilbo could only nod silently, anticipating not only the upcoming battle but also another very unpleasant ride. Alex noticed Bilbo's gloomy expression, smiled, scooped up Rory with one hand, grabbed the hobbit by the scruff with the other, and with a single leap, vaulted over the wall. Bilbo felt uneasy again, he never quite got used to those jumps. Once inside, the trio saw Thorin standing by the entrance, apparently waiting for them. Well, how did it go? Thorin asked, crossing his arms over his chest. Excellent, Alex replied, giving a thumbs up. Thranduil believed it. Gandalf did not. But he understands why all this was done and will keep quiet. Now we just have to wait for sunrise. Thorin nodded. He felt the hardest part was already behind them. Approaching Bilbo, he placed a hand on the hobbit's shoulder, showing how grateful and pleased he was. Bilbo gave only a faint smile, feeling the weight of exhaustion settling on him. Leaving Thorin and Bilbo, Alex took Rory's hand, and they headed toward their room, where the girls were already waiting, preparing for sleep. Alex knew, no matter how much the Valkyries and the other girls followed the events in real time, they always preferred to listen to his story. Especially Brunhilde. She liked hearing every detail firsthand. To be continued. Another day and another chapter. I'm 100% sure that I won't be able to fit the war and the conversation into one chapter. Because too many things happen at once during the war. I can kind of ignore the events related to the girls, but then what's the point of all this? Oh yeah, before I forget, I created a chapter with all of Alex's family members so you can see for yourself. Because every time I try to update this 0 chapter, the web novel throws a stone at me as usual, and reminds me not to do it. But now everything will be easier. Enjoy reading. Chapter 410, the hour of war has come, and it's time to stand shoulder to shoulder. Returning to the room where the rest of the girls had gathered, Alex barely stepped inside when he was immediately surrounded by a storm of questions. He noticed that Elisa, Irina, and Hisako were also present, clearly curious about how the mission to deceive the Elven King had gone. Two things seemed to spark the most interest: how Bilbo had managed to convince Thranduil, and, more importantly, how the experimental virus that targeted only orcs had worked. That last question, of course, came from Rekka. She had synthesized the virus in a rush and was now genuinely worried it might mutate and cause an epidemic that would consume all of Middle-earth. Alex calmly hugged his virologist wife and began to reassure her. I accounted for everything. First, I completely isolated Lake Town. Only after that did I release the virus. When the last orc died, the virus was destroyed entirely, down to the last particle. Rekka let out a relieved breath. She definitely didn't want to be the one who accidentally unleashed the first Black Plague in Middle-earth. Done with his explanations, Alex decided not to answer the barrage of questions about the conversation with Thranduil. Instead, he simply activated a magical projection of the event. The girls fell silent, watching the scene intently, occasionally making comments. Most vocal, of course, was Loki, the goddess of mischief. She wouldn't stop. Oh, please, I would have played this so much better. Not only fooled Thranduil, but probably charmed a couple of magical artifacts out of him, and maybe his pants. Alex and the others gave her dry, wordless stares. No one doubted Loki could have wrapped the Elven King around her finger so tightly he'd lose both his crown and his dignity. Alex couldn't help a slight smile. He knew how much his wife enjoyed messing with the especially gullible. After sitting for a while longer, he decided to bring everyone back to reality. Tomorrow, an orc army will arrive in the Valley of Erebor. If any of you plan to interfere in the war between the three factions, you'd better get some sleep now. Some of the girls showed clear interest, especially the more battle-hardened ones. But they were also curious about the scale of the upcoming conflict. How many orcs? Alex scratched his chin thoughtfully. About as many as there were demons when we stormed Raccoon City. At that, the warrior girls lit up with glee. Lots of orcs meant no need to hold back, a chance to cut loose and have some fun. The others, less fond of battle, simply shook their heads. For them, war wasn't a playground, it was only death and suffering. The room quickly split into two camps, and an argument broke out. Some insisted that battle brought release, adrenaline, and glory. Others reminded them that war was no celebration, it was tragedy. Watching the argument unfold, Alex let out a weary sigh. He knew that picking a side would earn him silent, or not so silent, resentment from the other. As an experienced husband, he chose the wisest tactic: become as invisible as possible before he got pulled in. He loved all of his girls and supported each of them in their paths, but choosing a side now would only mean trouble. Only Irina, Elisa, and Hisako stayed out of the debate. They had already realized, tomorrow, there would be war. With it would come blood, death, and fear. Anxiety gripped them. Their curiosity battled a deep-rooted dread. They had grown up in a world that knew nothing of such horrors. Alex glanced at the trio with a soft sigh. He understood, they weren't ready for what they'd see on the battlefield. And so, he decided to talk to them. He felt responsible for them, not just physically, but emotionally too. Gently lifting Bella off his lap, who was still sulking over the dragon incident and, more importantly, the fact that she'd been dragged by the creature's tail straight into a chasm, Alex gave her a soft smile and ran his hand through her white hair. "Don't be mad, Bella," he whispered. She nodded and turned her attention back to the loud debate still raging in the room. Alex walked over to Irina, Elisa, and Hisako. They looked lost, as if unsure which side to take, or whether to take any side at all. "Come on," he said quietly, smiling warmly. "I'll walk you to your room. This argument could go on until morning and you need some rest." The three girls looked up at Alex, then back at the ones still arguing, and silently nodded. They stood up and followed him. The room designated for Irina, Hisako, and Elisa was not far from the chambers Alex shared with the others, so it was a short walk. Stopping at their door, Alex hesitated for a moment. He wasn't sure how to begin. Irina noticed and frowned. "Just say it. Or are you planning to keep us standing here till dawn?" she said, tossing her hair back. "All right," Alex sighed. "Irina, Elisa, Hisako. I want to ask you not to go up on the walls tomorrow. Yes, you're chefs, and you've had to kill animals. But war is something else entirely. We've seen war movies. And Irina's read manga where stuff like this happens," Elisa said with a smirk. "I'm sorry, Elisa," Alex said gently, running his hand through her white hair. "Watching and living through it, not the same thing." Hisako, gazing at him thoughtfully, spoke softly. "Can't you just stop the war altogether? They already told us how powerful you are. You could end it before it even starts." Alex shook his head. "Ah, Hisako. You don't see the whole picture. Sure, I could snap my fingers and turn every orc to dust. But doing that would disrupt the natural flow of events. The future of Middle-earth would change so drastically that even I wouldn't be able to predict what happens next." "Then what's so important about this war?" Irina asked, arms crossed. "It's about Sauron," Alex explained. 60 years from now, he'll begin casting a shadow over Mordor that threatens to swallow the entire world. And only because of this coming war will the races unite to fight back. That future war is the turning point, the one that leads to lasting peace in Middle-earth. I only guide small things, nudge the events. I don't break them." "You sound like some old man doing everything for the greater good," Elisa joked. Alex chuckled. "Maybe I am. Even without me, this world will find its path. But while I'm here, I won't abandon these people. And if you do decide to go up on the walls tomorrow, just let me know. I'll help you deal with what you'll see." "And how exactly are you planning to help? Another miracle spell? Or you'll wipe our memories?" Elisa narrowed her eyes. "A basic calming spell. Irina already tried it. Feels like drinking a cup of chamomile tea, just more effective. Now, off to bed. Tomorrow might be our last day in this world. And where are we going after that?" Elisa jumped in immediately, as if she hadn't noticed the heavy tone in his words. "To another world full of excitement. Maybe another war. Or maybe one where plants fight animals. Or food battles itself." At those last words, Alex raised an eyebrow, barely holding back a laugh. A world where food wages war. In the endless multiverse, maybe even that exists. But it definitely wasn't where he planned to take his family. With a smile, he gently pushed the chatty Elisa, Hisako, and Irina into their room and wiped the sweat from his forehead. He knew Elisa was a lively and inspired person, but even for him, her questions were a bit too bizarre. Once the door closed behind them, the girls quickly realized that sleep wouldn't come easily. Their minds were consumed by thoughts of the upcoming war. Elisa, as always, was eager to see everything with her own eyes. After all, Alex had promised he'd help them deal with the aftermath. Irina, however, was torn by doubt. She understood that real war was nothing like in movies or manga. It was pain, filth, screams, and blood. Meanwhile, Alex looked at the door to the girls' room one last time and sighed heavily. He had been so excited about traveling to this world with his family that he completely forgot not everyone shared his understanding of reality. It hadn't even occurred to him that, for Irina, Elisa, and Hisako, this war could become a serious psychological trauma. All his other girls were already used to pain, battles, and death, but these three were not. Feeling like the biggest fool in the world, Alex silently lit a cigarette. After a few drags, he returned to the room where the girls' heated argument was still going strong. Finishing his smoke, he burned the cigarette butt away and stepped inside. No one paid him any attention. Shaking his head, Alex walked over to Sear, scooped her up into his arms, and collapsed onto the couch with her in his embrace. Sear was taken aback at first but quickly recovered and gave the rest of the girls a smug, victorious grin. That, as it turned out, was a mistake. The pulsing veins on the other girls' foreheads flared with anger. Sear had just made herself their collective enemy. And while she didn't realize it yet, she was going to pay for it. When the sun's first rays crept into the room the next morning, Alex awoke to a painfully familiar feeling on his face. Once again, someone had decided that his face was food. Cracking one eye open, he found Lily's face mere centimeters from his own. Realizing the culprit behind this strange wake-up, Alex carefully peeled Lily off his cheek and then struggled to free himself from Sear's octopus-like embrace. Behind Sear, Tioni lay asleep, pulling her friend protectively toward her like she was warding off threats. Alex began carefully extracting himself from the entanglement of arms, legs, and waists. As he slowly slid off the couch, hoping not to wake anyone, a hand suddenly gripped his ankle. Turning his head, he met the gaze of Yuri, her face lit up with a mischievous grin. Smiling in return, Alex gave a playful tug of his leg, and with one swift motion, lifted Yuri into his arms. She wrapped her legs around his waist, arms around his neck, and whispered. "Handsome, you're so energetic this morning. Are you craving love from your wife? Just say the word, and I'll give you everything you want." "My love, that sounds tempting. But I'm sorry, today, I choose coffee." "No matter how much I adore you, coffee wins this battle," Alex replied with a smirk, locking eyes with her. "Oh, my heart. You've traded me for coffee. You've shattered my fragile soul. How can I go on living if my husband doesn't love me anymore?" Yuri cried out dramatically, throwing herself back in exaggerated despair. "I had no idea your acting skills were this good. I almost believed you," Alex chuckled. "Tea or coffee?" "Obviously coffee. I'm a grown woman, only coffee brings me back to life in the morning," Yuri replied as if she hadn't just performed an entire tragedy a moment ago. Alex laughed, amazed at how easily Yuri changed her masks. With one hand, he held her by the hips so she wouldn't fall while hanging on him, and with the other, he started preparing drinks. As the aroma of freshly brewed coffee spread through the room, one by one the girls began to wake up, eagerly eyeing the coffee machine. Quickly and flawlessly, like a true multitasking husband, Alex made morning drinks tailored to each girl's preferences. After all, not everyone in his family was a coffee lover. Finishing the drinks, Alex went to wake Elisa, Irina, and Hisako, then checked on the younger group's room. He already felt a growing headache, knowing that if he lost sight of those rascals, they'd rush off to fight orcs immediately. He promised himself to instruct the girls to keep an eye on Elisa, Valeri, Nobukatsu, Anya, Nyaruko, and Jinx so they wouldn't cause any trouble. As for Gal, Alex wasn't worried. His younger sister always listened and was the calmest of the bunch. Still, he wasn't sure how long she'd resist Valeri's influence or whether she'd turn into an adventurer with a constant craving for trouble. Leaving the drinks with the kids, Alex went to the next group, Thorin and the dwarves. "Good morning, wizard. What have you brought us?" Thorin asked as he ate with the dwarves. "This is coffee, a drink from our native lands. It's made from the fruit of a tree that's harvested, dried, roasted, and ground. From it comes this invigorating drink," Alex explained, setting the tray on the table. Thorin eyed the dark liquid skeptically but decided to try it. The other dwarves and Bilbo watched with interest. Taking the first sip, Thorin tasted bitterness, but it was surprisingly pleasant. Ori, on the other hand, almost spat the coffee onto the floor. "Ugh, disgusting. How can anyone drink this?" "I like it," Balin said, savoring the drink. "It has a pleasant bitterness and a light nutty aftertaste. And the smell, strong, bitter, a real man's drink." "That's not all," added Alex. "Coffee wakes you up in the morning, gives you energy, and helps you recover after a wild night. Especially good for hangovers." Wizard, do you happen to have a seed or sapling of that tree?" "I'd like to grow it in the Shire," Bilbo asked shyly. "Of course, Bilbo, and stop calling me wizard, just call me Alex like everyone else. I'll give you a sapling. And Thorin, if you want, I can plant coffee trees in the Valley of Erebor." "I'd be very grateful, wizard." "This drink truly is worthy of kings," Thorin said respectfully, setting his cup on the table. Alex smiled at Thorin's words. With his power, planting coffee trees was an easy task, and he readily agreed. More than that, he even promised to bring a sapling for Bilbo. While Alex sat among the dwarves, his girls had already eaten breakfast, washed up, and changed into battle-appropriate clothing. When they appeared before Alex and the dwarves in full armor, it was clear the moment had come. Nodding to each other, the dwarves headed to the armory to put on more comfortable armor. But when they returned, they only brought weapons, a fact that surprised neither Alex nor the girls. Reaching the stone gates of Erebor, Alex glanced at Thorin and nodded silently. The army of elves was already standing on the other side of the gates. Thorin, together with the dwarves, began climbing the stone steps upward. Alex turned to look at the girls, silently asking if they were ready. All of them, including the trio, Irina, Hisako, and Elisa, responded with a confident nod. Alex approached them and, not wanting to shock their minds with the upcoming battle, cast a calming spell on them. It was a simple but effective enchantment that cleared their thoughts and softened their emotions. When the spell took effect, Irina, Elisa, and Hisako felt an unusual lightness and inner calm. Their minds became clearer, and the anxiety about the upcoming fight dissolved. Come up later, Alex requested before casting the "Don't Notice Me" spell on himself. This spell made a person visible but unnoticed. No one paid attention to them, even if they stood right in front of others. The effect was similar to invisibility, but without actually disappearing. Once on the wall, the first thing Alex saw was the army of elves. Even he, who was hard to impress, was genuinely amazed by the sight. He couldn't resist. He sat on the edge of the stone parapet, dangling his legs, and took out his phone to snap a few pictures. After all, you don't see this every day. The dwarves, seeing Alex so relaxed, exchanged puzzled glances. Why was he so calm at a moment like this? Feeling their gazes, Alex put his phone away and pressed a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. Thorin squinted and suddenly realized, no one but them even noticed Alex. Another trick? Of course. Thorin gave a barely noticeable nod. Everything was going according to plan. Their task was to drag out the negotiations and buy time. At that moment, Alex heard a faint buzzing behind him and noticed a drone rising into the air, immediately switching to camouflage mode. Smiling, he realized the girls hadn't been able to resist sending reconnaissance to see what was happening in the valley. Shaking his head, Alex shifted his gaze back to the elven army. The warriors began parting, making way for Thranduil and Bard. As they approached, Thranduil noticed something strange. There was no trace of rage or obsession on Thorin's face. Instead, there was cold composure. In Thranduil's opinion, under the dragon's curse, Thorin should have already been foaming at the mouth, defending his treasure and cursing anyone daring to approach the mountain. "We have come to inform you that your payment offer was received and accepted," Thranduil said, looking Thorin straight in the eyes. "What payment?" Thorin shouted loudly for all to hear. "I gave you nothing. And you have nothing." A faint smile flickered on Thranduil's face. He shifted his gaze to Bard, who understood without words. He reached into his pocket and pulled out the fake Arkenstone, the very one Bilbo had given them the day before. Still sitting on the wall, Alex propped his cheek on his fist and watched, interested in what expression would appear on Thranduil's face when he realized he'd been deceived. Thranduil didn't take his eyes off Thorin's face, which remained perfectly calm. As if Thorin knew, the real Arkenstone was still with them. "We have this. The stone belonging to your line," Bard declared solemnly, raising the fake Arkenstone above his head. For a moment, the dwarves froze at the sight of the stone, but then mocking smiles appeared on their faces. They exchanged glances as if they were looking at some kind of joke. Thranduil sensed something was wrong. Instead of rage, there was amusement. He realized the moment was lost. "Where did you get this trinket?" Thorin snorted. "Has the great king of the woodland realm stooped to deception, hoping I'd fall for this fake?" "Where we got this stone is none of your business, dwarf," Thranduil replied without averting his gaze. "Or do you think you can hide your lie behind this calmness?" "Why would I lie?" Thorin said calmly, slipping his hand into his inner pocket. "The Arkenstone has never left Erebor's walls. It's always been here. Want to see?" When Thorin pulled his hand out of the inner pocket, there was another Arkenstone. Of everyone on the other side of the dwarves, only Gandalf knew that the stone in Bard's hands was a fake. Only he was aware that the real Arkenstone was still in Erebor. Thranduil's face furrowed. He shifted his gaze from the Arkenstone in Thorin's hand to the one Bard held. Even Bard himself was stunned. He had believed until the end that his stone was real. Meanwhile, Alex, sitting atop the stone wall, struggled to suppress laughter so as not to give himself away. The dwarves, unlike him, made no effort to hide their amusement. Their laughter echoed against the walls. Even Alex's girls, watching the scene through the drone's camera, couldn't hold back laughter at the confusion on the Woodland King's face. For a moment, Alex felt a slight pang of guilt for such an elegant ruse. It was all part of his plan to lure the elves into the valley for the upcoming battle with the orcs. But he quickly dismissed the feeling. After all, he was a good, well, almost good demon. And perhaps he would still give Thranduil something comforting, as an apology for the deception. "How can there be two identical stones?" Thranduil whispered, but his words rang clearly in the tense silence. Victory grins played across Thorin's and the dwarves' faces. "Allow me to explain how it happened that there are two Arkenstones." A stranger's voice broke the silence, making everyone tense. Men and elves began looking around for the source of the voice but saw no one. Only when Alex lifted his "Don't notice me" spell did he become visible to all. As soon as he dispelled the magic, thousands of eyes fixed on him. Thranduil stared in astonishment at the man casually sitting on the stone gates of Erebor, as if he had been there from the very beginning. Even Gandalf finally managed to clearly see Alex and realized he was not a man. And definitely not a wizard. He was something else, something greater. Alex seemed shrouded in a thick mist that concealed his true nature. "Who are you?" Thranduil asked sharply, frowning. "Didn't Bilbo explain who I am yesterday?" "You felt someone watching you, that was me," Alex said with a smile, poking his cheeks with his fingers. "So, you're the dragon slayer the halfling talked about. And you've been watching us all this time. And you sent the hobbit to me." "Exactly. That was all me. You see, I didn't want a war between dwarves and elves. So I had to bend the truth a little. More precisely, you, Thranduil. But the reason is simple. Gandalf warned you, an army is coming this way. You didn't believe him, but you should have. Azog is already on the way. Now you have two options: run, which you won't manage, or fight. But if you choose the second path, I'll give you something in return. Not the necklace you so desire. Something greater. Something that brings joy to all elves when they look at the night sky," Alex said, raising his fingers upward. "You tricked me, and now you want to make a deal, Dragon Slayer. What stops me from ordering my archers to turn you into a target?" "Good question. You can try, but then I'll turn you inside out. Literally. Though if you decide to help, I'll give you a real star. Not an amulet, not jewelry. A real star from the sky," Alex said, swinging his leg playfully like a carefree child. Despite the playful tone, Alex's words sent a chill down everyone's spine. Even Thranduil felt a cold shiver run down his spine. Seeing doubt in the Elf King's eyes, Alex pulled a small crystal from his pocket. Inside it, a miniature compressed star spun, emitting a soft but tangible glow. Thranduil's eyes immediately locked onto the crystal. Alex smirked and casually tossed the star stone toward the Elf King. He caught it flawlessly. "Aren't you afraid to give me this? We haven't even agreed, yet you hand me such a treasure," Thranduil said, looking up. "Consider it payment for the deception. You and your army came here for a false reason. But now you won't have time to leave. Time is almost up. By the way." Alex squinted and turned his head toward a distant hill. "Here comes reinforcements. Meet Dane, King of the Iron Hills." Everyone turned their heads. At first, nothing. Then, after a few seconds, dwarven riders appeared on the hilltop. They rode boars. Leading the group was Dane himself. His figure stood out even among such an unusual army. Alex raised an eyebrow, puzzled by the idea of using boars as mounts. Even Alex's girls, watching through the drone, started discussing what it would be like to ride a boar. Some showed interest, especially Anya, Nyaruko, and Jinx. They were already plotting how to convince Daddy to steal a boar for each of them. The elven army instantly rearranged itself at the sight of Dane, forming battle lines. Everyone understood, this dwarf wouldn't waste time with talks. "Good morning. How are you all? I've got a little suggestion for you. If you're not busy, maybe you should get the hell out of here. All of you, without exception. Especially you, pointy-eared idiots." Dane bellowed, his threat making the air tremble. At Dane's thunderous roar, the people standing among the elven army flinched. The Iron Hills King's threat was unmistakably clear. Bard hurriedly tried to hold his people back from panicking. But before the tension reached a boiling point, a deep, lingering sigh echoed throughout the valley, as if the earth itself took a breath. Everyone froze instantly. A bright, shimmering rift appeared on the ground between the dwarven and elven armies, like an invisible force drawing a line. Everyone instinctively stepped back and, as if on cue, turned toward Erebor. From the top of the wall, shining, rainbow-colored eyes glittered like stars. But instead of awe, fear settled in the warriors' hearts. "I'll say this only once," came Alex's voice, filled with power and ancient strength, "there will be no war on these lands. Or have you forgotten who our true enemy is? Forgotten how 3,000 years ago elves, dwarves, and men stood shoulder to shoulder to fight the darkness that came from Mordor?" He paused. The wind carried his words across the valley. "That darkness returns. You see it. You feel it. Sauron's army is already moving toward Erebor. If this mountain falls, the forests of Mirkwood, the dwarven kingdoms, the human cities, all of Middle-earth will burn. So do you really want to shed each other's blood while the true enemy approaches? Wake up. Your ancestors fought for peace. Now it's your turn." The girls watching Alex from the Erebor wall exchanged glances. Irina, Hisako, and Alice looked at him with surprise. In Alex's family's eyes was something else. They weren't surprised by what he was doing. He was once again forcing everyone to look toward the common enemy. Like a king, like an ancient hero, he inspired the army of forgotten alliances. Even Gandalf nodded slightly, acknowledging Alex's words were true. The shadows of Mordor were returning, and a new war was inevitable. At that moment, a mild earthquake shook the ground. From behind the mountains came the rumble of falling rocks. Everyone turned. Gigantic worms began bursting from cracks and fissures in the rock, harbingers of the orcs' arrival. Alex cursed quietly, then pulled a black case from his inventory, decorated with an image of a scarlet rose wrapped in thorns. Jumping down from the wall, he landed softly on the stone bridge in front of Erebor's gates. His steps were measured and confident as he walked through the ranks of elves. He stopped next to Bard, who was sitting on the edge of the wall. "Yesterday Thorin told you, take your people and leave. But you didn't listen," Alex said, glancing at him briefly. Bard recalled Thorin's words, and the meaning, which had previously eluded him, suddenly became crystal clear. Alex shook his head. Finally Bard understood. The dwarven army led by Dane stood in a tight formation. Shields raised, eyes focused. Following Alex's leap from the wall came Gir, Mimi, and Stitch, clad in battle armor and weapons ready. "What do you think, Thranduil? Where will the orcs go if we push them back?" "I'll tell you, they'll come through your lands. They'll burn your forests. If you don't want your kingdom destroyed, all the orcs must fall here and now," Alex said, passing by the elven king. Thranduil frowned, his gaze darting between his army and the orc horde emerging from the earth. Without hesitation, Alex stepped on the head of one dwarf, then another, walking over them like a bridge toward the front line. Gir, Mimi, and Stitch followed his lead. They stood beside him, ready for battle. Alex's girls didn't stay behind either. From the wall jumped Siko, Beatrix, Chunli, Cami, Yuri, Mio, Renka, and other girls eager to join the war against the orc army. Saya, Coco, and Yuriko took on coordinating the girls who would fight. Those not participating in combat stayed above, providing cover and support. Thorin, unable to remain in the shadows, broke through part of the wall, leading the dwarves of Erebor out. They silently passed through the elven ranks, standing shoulder to shoulder with their brethren from the Iron Hills. A battle lay ahead, and only together could they win it. To be continued. Chapter 411, The Beginning of the War, and an Unexpected Event. As soon as the massive worms broke through the stone, an army of orcs began to crawl out of the gaping holes in the earth, vast, countless, and ready to burn everything in their path. In the front lines already stood Alex, Gir, Mimi, and Stitch. Behind them, the dwarven army formed ranks, led by Dane and Thorin. Thorin stood beside Alex, gripping his sword tightly. Further back, clad in gleaming golden armor, stood the elves, the army of the woodland realm, ready for battle. King Thranduil was still processing the words spoken earlier. He couldn't deny that if the orcs weren't stopped here and now, their path would lead straight into the forests of his kingdom, and then, nothing would remain. He looked at his warriors, at the impending battle, and tried to make the only right decision. Meanwhile, Alex's girls also stepped onto the front lines. They were used to fighting by his side, shoulder to shoulder, in the heart of the most dangerous battles. And now, only one thing truly concerned them, the chance to finally stretch their legs. After all, as Alex had said the day before, the orc army was truly massive. Alex removed the weapons case from his back, adorned with a red rose. Thorns wrapped around it like vines. Saya, Coco, and Yuriko immediately began coordinating the girls' actions. Those who preferred firearms, under Saya and Coco's command, moved toward the city of Dale, to hold the orcs at the stone bridge. Against dense enemy ranks, bullets were like an atomic bomb dropped on an anthill. Thanks to training with Alex and their own skills, the girls swiftly crossed the valley and took positions at Dale's bridge. Only the Valkyries remained on Erebor's walls. They weren't planning to intervene without a direct order from Alex. As before, the goddesses preferred to stay out of mortal conflicts, but Freya and Brunhild kept a watchful eye on the younger ones, especially Valerie, Jinx, and Nyarko, who might try to sneak off and join the fight. Irina, Alice, and Hisako, even under the influence of magic calming their minds, couldn't help but be amazed by the scale of the orc army arriving at Erebor. "Freya. I'm counting on you," Alex shouted from the front row. "As you wish, my love," came her melodic voice, echoing through the valley like the soft chime of bells. Freya instantly understood what Alex wanted from her. Her silvery hair began to glow softly. She was bestowing a blessing upon the warriors. All who heard her voice felt both magical power and a mix of calm and determination. Only Alex's family was used to her divine beauty by now. At the same time, Gandalf stood among the ranks of men, staring at the approaching horde of orcs and hoping they could win the battle, or at least hold the line, stop the enemy from burning these lands. But suddenly, "Bilbo! Where do you think you're going?" Gandalf exclaimed, grabbing the hobbit by the shoulder. "I have to be near my friends. I may not be a warrior, but I can help. I'm a hobbit, which means I'm very sneaky," Bilbo replied with a spark of determination in his eyes. Gandalf opened his mouth to argue but fell silent, feeling a sharp shift in the air. His eyes darted around, something was happening. He instinctively looked toward the walls of Erebor, to where Alex's girls were standing. His gaze stopped on Freya, her silvery hair shone as if the moon herself had descended to earth. Gandalf didn't even realize at first that his mouth had fallen open in awe. Thranduil, too, felt the change and, as if on cue, turned in the same direction. He saw the woman with the shimmering hair. "Gandalf, what is it? Why are you looking around like that?" Bilbo asked. "My dear Bilbo. It seems we've been blessed by a god, or rather, a goddess." "I can't believe the divine have truly come to these lands," Gandalf muttered, not taking his eyes off Freya. "You mean Lady Freya? But she's Alex's wife. Why are you calling her a goddess?" "Because she is a goddess, Bilbo. The one who just gave us all a blessing before the battle. It's incredible." Gandalf shifted his gaze to Alex, who stood at the front, and suddenly realized just how unusual and dangerous the company Thorin had taken in. And not just for their enemies. Meanwhile, Alex was looking up at the mountain where Azog commanded. He pointed him out to Thorin. "You'll still have time to get to him, Thorin. But for now, take this. You are Thorin Oakenshield." "So be him," said Alex, handing him a massive wooden shield. Thorin took the shield and immediately sensed something special about it. "Thank you. But it's unusual. The wood, it feels alive." "Because it's made from an oak that grew for over 1,000 years, Alex said with a slight smile. "Let it serve you as faithfully as your name serves this land." Thorin looked at the oak shield that Alex had handed him and couldn't hide his amazement. The shield wasn't just a relic, it had been carved from an oak tree that had grown for over 1,000 years. Alex smirked as he watched Thorin's and the other dwarves' reactions, while the girls exchanged surprised glances, eyebrows raised. Since when does he hand out items from his collection, flashed through their minds. But the moment they caught sight of the satisfied smile on Alex's face, everything became clear, he was simply in a good mood. Alex shifted his gaze to the orc army, now marching out of the gaping rifts in the ground and forming into battle ranks. Then he looked again at the mountain, where Azog loomed over the battlefield. A smug grin played on the orc commander's face, as if this alliance of dwarves, elves, and men was nothing more than a herd come willingly to slaughter. Alex smirked. He could ask Riku right now for one precise shot, and the army would be left without a leader. But no. This was Thorin's task. His vengeance. All Alex had to do was help him reach Azog. Leaning on the weapon case entwined with artificial thorns and a crimson rose, Alex watched the unfolding scene. Thanks to the blessing of war granted by Freya, the warriors felt no fear or hesitation. The entire army was ready to fight to the end. "I've been meaning to ask," said Renka suddenly, nodding at the case, "what's that new trinket of yours?" "Huh? This." Alex grinned. "Made myself a new toy in my spare time. Freshest project. Meet, my Scarlet Queen. Heh, my latest masterpiece." He pressed a button, and the case's lid popped open. Inside rested a sword. At first glance, a massive grossmesser, resembling an enormous combat knife. But its uniqueness lay in the handle, which resembled a motorcycle grip. A twist of the handle activated the Exceed system, injecting a flammable substance along the blade, drastically boosting the power of its strikes. The mechanism could charge up to 3 times, unleashing it in one devastating blow or a rapid series of flaming attacks. Alex had crafted the sword to precisely replicate the original. Every part functioned flawlessly. "You named it after me," came the voice of the Red Queen, standing nearby in her Yoarha battle gear. Alex opened his mouth to reply, and froze. How did she even come to that conclusion? The names weren't even remotely similar. But before he could say a word, Red nodded smugly, the answer was obvious to her. A smirk instantly spread across her lips as she turned triumphantly toward White. White tried to ignore the gesture, but for some reason, a flicker of irritation flared up inside her. Alex drew the Scarlet Queen from the case and drove the blade into the ground, twisting the accelerator several times. Flames burst from the vents, engulfing the edge in fire. Everyone stared at the weapon in awe. The girls understood, Alex had once again created something truly destructive. At that moment, the sounds of orc war horns echoed across the valley. A furious roar swept through the field, and the orcs began to growl loudly, banging their weapons on the ground and armor, trying to intimidate their allies. Alex slung the Scarlet Queen over his shoulder. A sharp surge of noradrenaline detected, came the calm voice of the Red Queen, assessing the battlefield. "Those who survive will envy the dead," Alex said quietly but coldly. His voice echoed through the valley, raising the fighting spirit of elves, dwarves, and men alike. "Ha ha ha ha. Let's make these scum regret crawling out of their holes." Yuri shouted, grinning ferociously. "Let's do this like always. Let none survive." Alex began, but his phrase was interrupted by an unexpected shout. Lee Iruoi Jenkinness. Gir yelled, charging forward with his warhammer raised. Alex froze with his mouth open. He wasn't the only one, all eyes turned to the rushing Gir. Mimi and Stitch laughed and quickly followed him. The orcs reacted instantly, raising their spears in defense. But as soon as Gir reached the right distance, his jump jet activated, propelling him high into the air. Within seconds, he crashed down, and the massive strike of his power hammer against the ground sent dozens of orcs flying in a shockwave. Mimi smashed into the enemy ranks, using her shield as a battering ram. Orcs scattered from the blow, unable to stop her. And Stitch immediately began a bombardment, launching projectiles while laughing loudly. Well then, now it's my turn, Alex said with a smirk, tossing the Scarlet Queen sword into the sky. No one understood why Alex threw his weapon into the air. But moments later, he vanished from sight, and everyone looked up. High in the sky, Alex appeared, grabbing the handle of the Scarlet Queen mid-flight. Twisting the accelerator, he activated the sword's mechanism, and it burst into flames. Alex began spinning in the air, turning into a fiery whirlwind, rapidly descending. When he crashed right into the orc horde, the strike was accompanied by an explosion of flames spreading in all directions. Orcs burned or were thrown back, their bodies igniting and scattering across the valley. Ha 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 ha. I'm next. I won't let only my husband have all the fun. Yuri screamed and launched forward, her face glowing with a bloodthirsty grin. She charged ahead like a predator. Every step cracked the ground beneath her. Soon she pushed off the ground, jumped, and struck an Alekai with a powerful kick. The giant flew backward, armor and bones rattling. Chun-Li, her old rival, didn't lag behind. Leaping, she spun in the air and struck another Alekai's head with full force. Bones cracked, and the giant's body collapsed, knocking down dozens of orcs. Alex's and the girls' attack was the signal for the battle to begin. It all started with Gir, who was the first to break the waiting tension. He was already in the thick of it, shouting curses and slogans, swinging his power hammer as if scattering orcs through the air. The dwarven army led by Thorin crashed into the orc ranks, sweeping them away with their momentum. Under the blessing of war from Freya, none of the warriors hesitated. The dwarves fought shoulder to shoulder with their king, fearless, pushing the enemy back farther and farther. Thranduil realized the time had come and gave the order for the archers to open fire. Elven arrows rained down on the orc army, sowing death from above. Bard led his people toward Dale to take and hold the city. At the stone bridge, they met the girls who had already taken up defensive positions. Without a word, the girls let the people pass and prepared for battle. Becca pulled out her 6-barrel machine gun and aimed it at the enemy with a wild smile. Rika and Revi took sniper positions on the walls. Valmont, Chiquita, Claire, Jill, Ada, Moira, Sherry, and Shino were armed with assault rifles, ready to defend. Saya, Coco, and Yuriko coordinated actions via drones and radios. Rika and Revi took careful aim at targets marked by Saya. Everything worked like clockwork. The girls who remained on the walls of Erebor watched the whole war unfold, with elves, dwarves, and Alex with the girls fighting the orc army. Alice, Hisako, and Irina looked on, not quite knowing what to think. Now they understood why war was not a pleasant sight. At every moment, someone died, whether orc, elf, or dwarf. So this is what it's really like, Irina said quietly, without taking her eyes off the battlefield. War is always like that. Where there is victory, there will be the bitterness of loss, Freya answered calmly. The three girls nodded, speechless, and turned their gaze back to the battle. Alex was the most noticeable figure on the field. With every swing of the Scarlet Queen, he unleashed flames upon the enemy. The blade sliced through the air, releasing streams of fire, burning orcs or throwing them back with monstrous force. Riviera was not far behind, her spells incinerated orcs with no less fury. Ice and Tiona fought on the front lines, and Tiona stood out especially, with a wild joy on her face. She swung her guandao, cutting orcs left and right. Haruheim and Cassandra supported their allies with healing and strengthening spells. Lily simply stormed into the enemy's midst, turning them into a bloody mist with her strikes. Bella darted lightning fast between foes, killing them with a single touch. Ryu turned the very wind against the orcs, slicing them like paper with a knife. Suddenly, a horn sounded again. Part of the orc army split off and headed toward Dale. The girls standing on the stone bridge realized, now it was their turn. Ha ha ha. Finally. I thought my baby and the rest were going to wipe out all the orcs without us. Time to unleash my little one. Becca said, caressing her machine gun. Ha ha ha. Let's make hell for them, came an unfamiliar female voice nearby. Hearing the strange voice, the girls turned around in unison, forgetting even that a part of the orc army was approaching them. Before them stood a girl with long bright blue hair braided into two pigtails that freely waved in the wind, emphasizing her wild and unpredictable nature. She wore a tight black top and short shorts adorned with numerous accessories, straps, studs, and chains, giving her a distinctly rebellious look. Blue cloud-shaped tattoos were visible on her body, and she held a pink six-barrel machine gun in her hands. Her face bore a playful, slightly crazy smile, instantly reminding everyone of a certain weapons gremlin from their family. "Who even are you?" Becca asked, frowning as she stared at the stranger. "Yay. Mom, it's me. Your little daughter." "Yahoo!" Jinx exclaimed cheerfully, raising her hands in a victorious pose. The girls exchanged doubtful glances. First, they looked at Becca's green hair, then at Jinx's bright blue locks. The colors matched. Then their eyes slid over their faces, equally bold features and identical crazy smiles. Next, their gaze fell on their chests, both small but confident, barely covered. Their outfits were suspiciously similar too, short shorts, a top, and both wielded six-barrel machine guns. Only height gave them away. Adult Jinx was about 10 centimeters taller than her mother. "If you're my little potato, then why are you so grown up?" Becca asked suspiciously, narrowing her eyes. "Mommy, what kind of questions are those?" "It's all magic." Jinx answered cheerfully, spreading her arms, between which a rainbow arc flickered. The girls just silently nodded. That was definitely Jinx. No one else would use a rainbow illusion to explain such nonsense, only Alex and his daughters could do that. Becca smirked, understanding that only her little potato could grow up and become a copy of her cupcake. Folding her arms over her chest, she looked proudly at her daughter. Only one thing spoiled her mood: Jinx was taller. With a dissatisfied click of her tongue, Becca compared her own height to her daughter's. He. "They're coming. Time to shoot," Jinx announced, aiming her machine gun at the approaching orcs. Without waiting for a signal, she opened fire, flooding the bridge with lead while laughing maniacally. Becca, watching her daughter, proudly puffed out her chest and glanced at her friends as if to say, "Well, did you see that? That's my daughter." In response, she only met empty, tired looks. The headache was clearly just beginning. Now they knew, Jinx could become an adult. No one even wanted to imagine how Alex would react when he found out. Then a troubling thought flashed through the girls' minds: if Jinx could grow like that, perhaps the other little gremlin could too. With sighs, the girls shifted their gaze back to the battlefield, where Becca and Jinx, mother and daughter, with psychopathic smiles, were pouring lead on the orcs from both sides. "Maybe we should go back. Those two will clearly hold the bridge," Valmet said, rubbing her temples. "I'd agree, but the orcs aren't going to come only through the bridge," Claire replied, firing her assault rifle at orcs trying to sneak around, covered by Alakai. Having decided to leave the defense of the bridge to the mother and daughter, the rest of the girls focused on the orcs rushing toward the walls. No one in Middle-earth had ever encountered firearms before, and no one understood how deadly they were. But very soon, the orcs found out. Meanwhile, Alex fought in the very heart of the battle, sweeping orcs away with a single swing of his Scarlet Queen. His face shone with a wide smile, clearly enjoying the process. He had no idea that his sweet little princess was using growth magic and now, in the form of an adult gremlin, was running across the battlefield with a six-barrel machine gun, turning orcs into mince. With another strike, the Scarlet Queen cut through the crowd, scattering orcs like ants. Suddenly, Alex noticed an orc riding an Alakai, steering the beast straight toward him. A spark of a wild idea flashed in Alex's eyes: what if he rode that monster and unleashed true chaos? But before he could get closer, the Alakai suddenly stumbled, crashing forward, and sticking out of the back of its head was a crowbar. Alex raised a surprised eyebrow, and froze. On the fallen beast's head stood an adult Nyaruko, with a cheerful smile as she pulled the crowbar out of the skull. Alex froze, then reflexively smashed the head of an approaching orc. "Nyaruko," he breathed, staring at his grown-up daughter. "Oh, I got spotted. Time to run." Ninja secret technique, the great escape from trouble. Nyaruko called out happily, swinging the crowbar and knocking orcs left and right as she vanished into the thick of battle. Alex took a deep breath, watching his daughter run off, behaving like a bloodthirsty fairy of destruction. Instead of magic, crowbar. Instead of spells, the crack of breaking skulls. And all accompanied by gleeful childish laughter. "Nyaruko. Stop!" Alex roared, his voice sending a shockwave through the air. The nearest orcs were simply torn into bloody dust. Those a bit farther away were scattered like rags in the wind. The entire field froze for a moment. All eyes turned to Alex, then followed his gaze, to where Nyaruko had disappeared. His girls fighting nearby also saw the grown-up Nyaruko. They exchanged confused blinks. What the hell was going on? Meanwhile, on the walls of Erebor, the girls who stayed with the children also heard Alex's roar. They glanced toward where the children's group should have been, and saw only crude wooden statues, mimicking Nyaruko, Jinx, Anya, Nobukatsu, Elisa, and Valeri. A moment of silence. Then, realization. They escaped. Damn them all. One of the girls sighed. Meanwhile, Alex wasted no time and dashed after his runaway daughter. He tore through orcs across the field, shouting without stopping. I told you to stop, you little brat. No. He, came the distant reply, accompanied by the sound of another skull breaking. Alex's eye started twitching. He immediately understood what was going on. It was the growing up spell. He himself sometimes turned into a child, for disguise. But now his daughter was using the same magic to wreak havoc on the orcs. But Nyaruko wasn't the only one. Soon Alex spotted a girl with pink hair in a black dress, armed with something resembling knitting needles. He instantly knew it was Anya. And now grown up, she methodically slaughtered orcs, using her legs too. Anya easily snapped necks with flying kicks. Spotting her father, she panicked and fled the crime scene. Alex kept scanning the battlefield and, of course, began recognizing everyone else. Nobukatsu was smashing orcs with his bare hands. Elisa mimicked Shigure's technique, fighting side by side with the master herself. Valeri, with a short shotgun in one hand and a katana in the other, stormed across the field like a hurricane. His eye twitched again. Everything was clear. The group of little troublemakers had escaped from the girls who stayed in Erebor, and his daughters had used the growing up magic, and the whole bunch had gotten themselves right into the thick of the battle. Alex sighed, mentally making a list of punishments. But now there was a more urgent goal. Thorin. Up. After Azog, he shouted. Thorin, shielding himself with his shield, blocked an orc's blow and glanced toward the peak. There, against the backdrop of fire and smoke, stood Azog, watching the fight with a predatory grin. Thorin nodded. Alex ran up to him, and together they charged through the enemy lines. Seeing their king and Alex moving toward their goal, the dwarves immediately began clearing a path. Alex's girls also joined in, helping to break through to the summit. And although inside Alex was boiling with anger at the kids who had run off to war, he decided to unleash all his irritation on one particular albino orc. He already had very specific ideas on how to make Azog suffer. Advancing forward as the orcs were cleared from their path, Alex and Thorin moved confidently toward their target. Thorin spotted a goat, immediately mounted it, and charged ahead. Alex just smirked and kept running alongside, knocking orcs aside with his body, literally paving the way with his chest. Mimi, and Stitch joined the fight as well. They carried shields ahead, running in front of Alex and Thorin, using the shields as battering rams. When the group broke through to the foot of the mountain where Azog stood atop, Alex and Thorin exchanged looks and began climbing upward with their trio of helpers. Mimi, and Stitch climbed onto Alex's body, hanging on and firing their guns as Alex scrambled after Thorin, who confidently climbed the slope, riding his goat. As they gained height, the battle gradually receded. The sounds of fighting in the valley grew quieter, drowned out only by the wind whistling between the stones. Reaching the summit, where the ruins of an old watchtower combined with a dam stood, orcs immediately attacked them. However, Alex, Thorin, and their team quickly dealt with them. All orcs were killed except one, the very one who had previously shot Keely in the leg with a poisoned arrow. Kill this bastard, then let's move on to Azog, Thorin said, shaking blood off his sword. Aren't you curious who he is? Alex asked with a smirk, stepping on the orc's neck. This is the one who wounded your nephew. Thorin frowned, looked at the orc, and raised his sword to behead him, but Alex held up his hand, stopping him, and shifted his gaze to the trio, Mimi, and Stitch. They immediately understood what he wanted. Sheathing their weapons, they rubbed their paws, grabbed the orc's limbs, and began pulling. A crunch sounded, hands and feet tore off with a snap, black blood splattering. If you kill these kinds of creatures, do it with cruelty. Death is mercy. We punish, said Alex, baring shark-like teeth in a frightening, twisted smile. Thorin nodded. There was no mercy to be expected from these beings, so why show any to them? Finishing with that, the team continued searching for a way up. Alex almost missed an ambush. An orc suddenly attacked, but Alex caught its blade between two fingers. At the same moment, Gir fired his bolter into the wall, blasting through the stone and driving a bullet into the head of an orc hiding there. Soon they reached the summit, where before a frozen waterfall stood Azog, surrounded by his warriors. The albino orc grinned predatorily and gave the order to attack. Alex grabbed the first attacker and tore him in half. The rest of the orcs were quickly slaughtered, only chopped off limbs and spots of black blood remained on the ice. You'll answer for everything, Azog. Thorin shouted, pointing his sword at the enemy. Thorin. Oakenshield. Growled Azog, smirking. Alex rolled his eyes. Oh, the theatrics again. He picked up a shard of ice from the ground and threw it at Azog's head. The ice hit right on the forehead, and the orc, losing his balance, crashed backward, losing consciousness. Thorin, I told you, if you want to settle a score with a sworn enemy, do it hard, Alex said, pulling an iron rod from his inventory and handing it to Thorin. Here, take this. What are you planning, wizard? Thorin asked, taking the rod. What else? We're going to beat him. Until he starts calling for Sauron's help. Pain and humiliation, that's what he deserves. Now, it's time to thrash the albino orc. Alex took out a collapsible baton, snapped it open, and it cracked firmly in his hand. Thorin was at a loss, standing there gripping the rod but not knowing where to start. Alex immediately understood, Thorin needed an example. Without a word, he approached Azog, grabbed the orc by the leg, and dragged him closer to a patch of ice that looked less fragile. Swinging hard, Alex struck Azog's knee with the baton. A dull crack sounded, the bone broke like a dry branch. Almost immediately, Gir, Mimi, and Stitch joined in. They had already drawn their batons and, wearing satisfied smiles, began pounding Azog. Thorin watched as his clan's sworn enemy was beaten. With every blow, he remembered, fallen kin, burned halls, the disappearance of his father. At some point, he could no longer hold back. Joining the others, he started delivering strikes with all the force that had built up in him over the years. Alex, Thorin, Gir, Mimi, and Stitch beat Azog's body with iron rods. Only the dull echo of the blows and the orc's hoarse cries echoed across the snowy peak. A smile never left Alex's face, time and again, he healed Azog, not letting him die. He wanted the orc to feel every second of pain. That's why Azog's suffering lasted much longer than it otherwise could have. Thorin put not only strength into every blow but also all the rage he had accumulated over many years. For him, this was not just revenge, it was a cleansing from the shadow that had hung over his kin. Meanwhile, down below in the valley of Erebor, the battle continued. Thanks to the blessing of war granted by Freya, the warriors of dwarves and elves knew no fatigue. They methodically and mercilessly continued to slaughter the orcs. Despite some losses among the elves and dwarves, the orc army was dwindling at a frightening rate. The army of men moving through the city of Dale was also helping as much as they could, including the girls from his family, relentlessly advancing and turning the battlefield into a graveyard. At the summit, standing on cracked ice, were Alex, Thorin, Gir, Mimi, and Stitch. Below them lay the mangled Azog. His body was beaten beyond recognition, bones jutting out at broken angles, his ribcage like a collapsed frame, arms and legs twisted unnaturally. Only Alex's healing magic kept the orc on the edge of life. Stubborn bastard, Thorin muttered, looking at the shattered body. Now I see how he managed not to die all this time. He would have been dead from your blows long ago, Alex replied calmly, wiping black blood from his hands. But I kept healing him. Wanted you to really let it all out. Without that, he'd already be just smeared on the ice. So that's how it is. Thorin muttered, gripping the bloodied rod in his hand. I was starting to think this creature was immortal. Well, if you're done patching him up, then it's time to finish it. Alex shrugged and stepped aside, making way. Thorin said nothing. He just stared at Azog. There wasn't a trace of mercy in his gaze, only fatigue, bitterness, and determination. Raising the rod above his head, he gathered all his remaining strength and brought the iron down on Azog's skull with full force. There was a crack. The ice beneath the orc's body shattered. The broken, battered corpse fell into a crevice and disappeared beneath the water. Thorin stood, breathing heavily. His shoulders trembled, not from the cold, but from release. As if all the evil weighing on him had left with that strike. Alex silently approached and placed a hand on his shoulder. It was a silent sign of support. Thorin took a deep breath, and straightened up. As befits a true king under the mountain. To be continued. Chapter 412, Leaving Middle-earth, Hello Horror World. After Azog's death, Thorin was finally able to take revenge on the sworn enemy of Durrant's line. All of it became possible thanks to Alex. If not for him, Thorin would likely have fought Azog in an honorable duel, but Alex had shown him another way, a cruel, methodical execution that plunged the enemy into endless torment. The two of them watched as Azog's battered body sank deeper beneath the frozen water. Nearby, Gir, Mimi, and Stitch were cleaning their armor of the dried blood and scraps of orc flesh, a scene all too familiar to this trio. Thorin gazed at his sinking foe and felt that everything had at last come to an end. Erebor was free, the dwarves had reclaimed their home once stolen by the dragon. Thorin's eyes fell on Alex, the men who had played a decisive role in this victory. He knew full well that Alex was no wizard, but that didn't matter, they were friends now. With a cigarette between his teeth, Alex caught his gaze, smirked, and gave a thumbs up. Thorin just shook his head with a faint smile. During the time Alex and his family had stayed in Erebor, Thorin had come to see that this man was a strange balance of carefree attitude and deep responsibility. Anyone else would have demanded a great price for such aid, but Alex and his companions had taken only a single piece of jewelry each, some medals, and dwarven knowledge, not succumbing to greed even when faced with mountains of gold. Tell me, wizard, Thorin broke the silence, did you come to these lands from the start with the intent to help? You guessed it, Alex replied. I truly wanted to give your people their home back. Why? I won't say. Maybe I just felt like it. Maybe it was selfish. But I think I wanted to see you become the king of all dwarves. Maybe it was fate that we met. Fate again. Thorin shook his head with a smile. Let it be so, if that's what you think. A genuine smile appeared on Thorin's face. He had not only regained his home but had also gained friends. This long journey had been worth it, even if it began simply with the desire to reclaim what was lost. Now it was behind them, and it was time to return to Erebor, to wait until dwarves from all corners of the world gathered once more in their ancestral halls. Alex patted him on the back and suggested they go down. But clearly, Alex had something in mind. He extended his hand toward Thorin, who instinctively stepped back. What are you up to, wizard? Thorin narrowed his eyes. Ha ha ha. I just wanted to get down faster. You've got great reflexes, you caught on right away, Alex laughed. I'm not about to repeat Bilbo's stunts and let myself be grabbed like some goblin, Thorin replied. Trust me, you'll like it. It'll be the perfect end to your quest, Alex grinned. Before Thorin could protest, Alex grabbed him by the scruff and lifted him into the air. In the same instant, Gir, Mimi, and Stitch leapt onto Alex, clinging tightly. Alex hurled the Scarlet Queen, and she burst through the clouds, soaring upward. Before Thorin could say a word, they were above the clouds, savoring the rush of freefall. From above, Thorin saw the shining sun bathing the land in warmth. Look, Thorin, Alex said. That's the sun that has risen again over Erebor. No darkness will ever touch these lands again. You must be the king who will protect his people and keep this light. I swear, Thorin said firmly. As the grandson of Thror and son of Thrain, I, Thorin Oakenshield, will protect my people and my lands. Alex smirked and once again hurled the Scarlet Queen, this time downwards. With a thunderous crash, she struck the ground, and in the same instant, Alex and Thorin appeared beside her, Alex setting him carefully on his feet so as not to embarrass the king under the mountain. The war against the orcs was over. The time had come for the true coronation and Thorin's ascent to the throne. Many came to witness the event, and even Thranduil chose to honor it with his presence. The crown was placed upon Thorin's head by Gandalf. That same day, Thorin promised the people of Laketown to rebuild Dale so they could live there and prosper. Bard and the surviving townsfolk knelt before the new king. Thorin gave them a small smile and a nod, then his gaze met Thranduil's. Before the two kings could exchange any sharp words, Alex stepped in and suggested they talk in private. He brought Saya, Coco, and Yuriko along to assist in the diplomatic negotiations. The discussion lasted several hours and was 80% stubborn arguments. In the end, however, the dwarves and the elves of the Woodland Realm signed a peace treaty and agreed to establish trade. When it was over, Alex wiped the sweat from his brow and was finally convinced that Thorin and Thranduil were two of a kind, the most stubborn beings he had ever met. Only thanks to Yuriko's and Coco's composure did they manage to persuade both to let go of old grudges. Even for them, accustomed to dealing with the most difficult people, be they corporate heads or arms dealers, these talks had been a real trial. The treaty was signed in the presence of Gandalf and Alex as witnesses. Gandalf was clearly pleased that peace between the two peoples had finally been restored. Then, as was customary, a feast was held. Irina, Alice, and Hisako didn't cook for everyone, that would have been impossible, so they joined as guests and enjoyed themselves with the others. Alice, as always, seemed to be everywhere at once. True to their nature, the dwarves organized a drinking contest. The elves couldn't ignore such an open provocation, the dwarves kept repeating that pointy ears can't hold their liquor. Thus began a large-scale tournament, bringing plenty of amusement to all present. Even Loki took part and, to the surprise of many, won, earning the title, Queen of Alcohol, a title Hestia would often tease her about afterward. The feast ended on a cheerful note, and everyone was satisfied. At dawn, Alex and his family packed their things. They had no intention of saying goodbye, why bother, when they might meet again in the future. Alex didn't know if his path would ever lead him back to this world, but he preferred to leave quietly. However, when they reached the stone gates of Erebor, Thorin's retinue was already waiting for them, led by the king himself. Leaving without saying goodbye, wizard? Thorin asked with a smile. I'm not fond of farewells, Alex replied. I'd rather slip away quietly. Right, Bilbo. Or will you stop trying to sneak off behind everyone's back? Everyone turned toward where Alex was looking and saw Bilbo, a backpack slung over his shoulder, trying to slip away. Realizing he'd been spotted, the hobbit gave an awkward smile. Alex, his companions, the dwarves, and even Thorin burst out laughing. Well, then I suppose I should say, farewell, my dear friends. I don't know if we'll meet again, but if my path ever brings me back to these lands, I'll stop by for a visit, Alex said. As I've already told you, you and your family will always be welcome in Erebor. You will forever remain our friend, Thorin replied. And you can stop by the Shire. Just don't eat me out of house and home like the dwarves did, Bilbo added, throwing an irritated look at Thorin's company. The dwarves roared with laughter and began clapping Bilbo on the back. The hobbit instantly remembered the day his pantry had been mercilessly emptied. Alex and his family smiled warmly at the scene. Before leaving, Alex pulled a coffee tree seed from his pocket and placed it in Bilbo's hand. After all, the hobbit had long dreamed of growing such a tree by his home in the Shire. Alex hadn't forgotten his promise to Thorin. Clapping his hands, he caused entire rows of coffee trees to sprout in the valley of Erebor. With the farewells finally said, he and his family were ready to leave these lands. The girls, in particular, were happy to have stayed in Erebor. This adventure had left unforgettable impressions in their hearts. And Thorin, my final piece of advice, Alex said with a smile. To be a king, you don't have to act kingly. You have to be a king. I will remember that, wizard, Thorin replied seriously, giving him a nod. Oh, right. Alex turned to Bilbo. You might want to hurry back to the Shire. They've started selling off your belongings. I think you can make it home before it's all gone. How did you, wait, what? They're doing what? That's it, I have to run. Bilbo cried, and, with his backpack clattering, he bolted off. Watching the hobbit race away with a look of sheer panic on his face, everyone burst out laughing again. After one last goodbye, Alex and his family stepped outside the walls of Erebor. He summoned Yamato, made several sweeping motions, and before them, a portal opened. The dwarves, Thorin among them, watched in astonishment as the girls stepped one by one through the glowing doorway, heading off to spend the final day of Alex's vacation in a new world. Alex noticed their stunned expressions, waved, and stepped through after them. The portal closed, leaving only Thorin and his companions in the valley. Thorin had long suspected that Alex wasn't really a wizard, but continued calling him one out of habit. With his departure, Middle-earth carried on. As Alex had said, in 60 years the shadow of Mordor would once again fall over these lands. But unlike in the old tale, everyone would be ready, for he had warned Gandalf to begin preparations and to be wary of Saruman. The wise wizard had understood the hints and used those years to prepare for the coming war. Passing through the portal, Alex found himself in a spacious apartment. The girls had already scattered to various spots, some peeking out the windows, trying to figure out which world they had landed in. Only Nyx, the goddess of the night, immediately sensed that something was wrong with this world, or rather, with this city. She gazed out at the street. The sun was shining, yet it felt as though dark clouds were gathering over the city. The other goddesses picked up on the strange atmosphere too, unlike the ordinary girls and the Valkyries. Even Rory gave Alex a questioning look. What is this place, and why does it feel so dark? Alex, what is this world? Why is it so strange? It's as if it's shrouded in darkness, Nyx said, turning away from the window. Well, this is the last stop on our vacation, Alex raised a finger. It's the 7th day, so I decided to make it quick, but memorable. And what kind of world reeks of gloom like this? Couldn't you have taken us somewhere more pleasant? Hestia frowned, puffing out her cheeks. The girls, now paying closer attention, began to notice that the entire city seemed saturated with gray tones. Alex felt it too, but he hadn't brought them here just for one important reason. He also wanted to show them a couple of amusing things. So, Rika nudged him in the thigh with her foot. What is this world that's making even goddesses complain? Care to share, or are you going to keep playing the mysterious one? This is Zhanya's homeworld. And there's a haunted house here with real ghosts. I thought it would be fun to visit as a family. Sounds unforgettable, right? Alex scratched his cheek awkwardly. So you brought us to a world full of malicious spirits, and to a haunted house where they're actually real. Brunhild narrowed her eyes. And don't you dare lie that it's only for fun. I can see from your face you're not telling us everything. The other girls nodded in agreement with Brunhild's words. Alex sighed and reached for a cigarette, but the moment he pulled it out, all of them simultaneously pointed toward the window, meaning he could only smoke there. He simply nodded, casting a quick glance at his shadow, which had already taken the form of Zhanya. Lighting up, Alex leaned out the window. Before him stretched an amusement park, and among the many rides, one stood out, the very haunted house run by the protagonist of this world, Chen-go, a man who had faced more than his fair share of trials. All the girls, except for Irina, Alice, and Hisako, already knew the story of this world and Zhanya's fate. Not wanting the newcomers to remain in the dark, the others whispered the tale of who she was and what she had been through. Upon learning the truth, Irina, Alice, and Hisako couldn't help but feel sympathy for the girl who, after suffering a horrific death, became a bloodthirsty ghost, yet had ultimately found a family in Alex, who had accepted her without fear of her dangerous nature. The conversation gradually shifted toward discussing Alex's real reasons for coming to this world. It didn't take long for them to agree that it wasn't just about visiting a haunted house with real ghosts, it was obviously connected to Zhanya herself. Alex, however, wasn't listening. His thoughts were racing like wildfire. The more he dwelled on it, the tighter his grip became on the windowsill as he blew smoke toward the street. He was trying to recall every piece of information about the Western Zhejiang Academy, the place where Zhang Ye had once studied and died. He intended to wipe that academy from the face of the earth. The second part of his plan was to find the fat bastard responsible for her death and transformation into a vengeful ghost. At the thought of that man, Alex's rage flared anew. A cracking sound echoed through the room, the windowsill had split under his grip. The girls instantly fell silent and turned toward him. His face was twisted into a vicious smile, revealing sharp teeth. At that moment, Zhang Ye rose from his shadow and touched him with a cold hand, trying to calm him down. Irina and Hisako had already seen his dark expression before, but now it was so full of murderous fury that even Alice shivered. The others knew well, Alex would destroy anyone without hesitation if they dared harm one of them. This wasn't the first time, and it certainly wouldn't be the last. Alex, don't take it out on the windowsill. It didn't do anything to you, Valmont said calmly. Why waste your anger on a bastard who'll be dead soon? That's why you brought us here in the first place. Sigh. All right, sorry, Alex's voice softened. Yes, I brought you here to visit the haunted house. And also to find one fat bastard. So let's stop wasting time, let's go. Well, you go to the ghost house, and I'll take a little stroll through some places where the spirits like to hang out. And why's that? You signing up to be a ghost hunter? Gloria asked with a smirk, raising an eyebrow. Something like that. There are plenty of spots here with real ghosts, and I want to check them out. If anyone wants to come along, you're welcome, Alex replied with a faint smile. So, we can either go to the haunted house where the ghosts won't touch us, or to places where the ghosts can actually attack us. No thanks, darling, I'm out, Chiquita said, shaking her head. I'm out too, added Shizuka, crossing her arms. I don't even want to go to the haunted house, let alone a real ghost's den. What about you? Alex raised an eyebrow. Pass, the rest answered almost in unison. Alex's eye twitched nervously. He was about to talk about the spirit of adventure, but the girls, even the goddesses, were stubborn. Loki, usually eager for thrills, wasn't keen on meeting ghosts, despite being confident that Alex could protect them. Only the kids were eager to go with him, but they were immediately stopped. Meanwhile, Gir, Mimi, and Stitch were already fully equipped, vacuum cleaners and bags at the ready, prepared to catch ghosts. Alex sighed heavily, resigned to the fact that he'd have to go again accompanied by this too noisy and restless trio, capable of frightening even the nastiest spirits. He waved his hand and suggested the girls change into casual clothes before heading to the amusement park to the haunted house they needed. While the girls changed, Alex decided to work on the gear of Gir, Mimi, and Stitch. Their usual vacuum cleaners and ghost-catching bags looked like cheap props, but in his hands, they quickly transformed into proper ghost hunting equipment. The appearance remained the same, but their capabilities changed drastically, now they could actually catch ghosts with them. When the girls returned in casual clothes, the whole group, including Alex, left the apartment. As soon as they stepped outside, the amusement park was right across the street, so there was no need to walk far. After buying tickets, they decided to stroll around first. Alex knew the park was currently in decline, but very soon it would shine with new life, all thanks to the haunted house run by Chingo. It's kind of empty, Ray noticed, holding Alex's hand. When my class went to the park, it was so crowded you couldn't squeeze in. Tell me about it, Saya chimed in with a smirk. I still remember Mr. Sawada's face when one of our classmates got lost. I thought he'd tear his hair out on the spot. Better an empty park than a crowd, Nix grimaced. I definitely wouldn't visit places packed with people. Because you're a recluse with no friends, Hestia rolled her eyes. If it weren't for us, you'd still be sitting alone. Goddess of loneliness. And you, the goddess of shorties, if not for Alex, you'd be living in a ruined church, Nix snapped back. Want me to remind you what happened when you tried to take me hostage? Want a punch again? Hestia clenched her fist and stepped toward Nix. Go ahead, attack. You think I'm scared of you, shorty? Nix rolled up the sleeves of her sporty hoodie. Alex sighed and gently freed Ray's and Ace's hands, which were holding onto him. Standing between the goddesses, he prevented the argument from turning into a fight. Loki and Becca, on the contrary, seemed to enjoy pouring fuel on the fire, while Hephaestus, pressing a palm to her forehead, tried to cope with an impending headache. The other girls laughed and even applauded Alex for once again stopping a conflict. Sighing, he grabbed both by the tips of their noses and quietly asked them not to start any quarrels at least until they got home. Hestia and Nix smirked at each other and walked away. Daddy did great, Anya said happily, clapping her hands. Alex smiled and reached for a cigarette but, remembering that smoking was probably not allowed in the park, popped a candy into his mouth instead. Walking through the deserted alleys, the group headed toward the haunted house. The closer they got, the louder the crowd grew. To their surprise, a huge line of people eager for a thrill had formed at the entrance. "I didn't expect this haunted house to be so popular," Lucy said, tilting her head. "Chen-gu used a simple but effective trick," Alex said, stroking her pink hair. "Besides the thrills, he also offered a prize." "And how do you get it?" "Catch the ghost. Or beat it up." Loki perked up. "No. It's basically a haunted house combined with an escape room. To win the grand prize, you have to complete all the tasks in each room without losing consciousness," Alex explained. "So it's just a scary escape room?" Saya asked skeptically. "What's an escape room?" Tiona interrupted, furrowing her brow. "I'm curious too." "It's my first time at a place like this," Renka added. Saya switched into know-it-all mode. An escape room is a place where you have to complete certain conditions to get out. First, you get a clue that leads to the next one, then another, and so on until you find the key. You have to do it within a limited time. If you don't make it, you lose. In this case, I think instead of a key you have to find an item that belonged to the ghost, also within a time limit. And, of course, you can't get caught by the ghost, or you're out of the game. The girls listened carefully to Saya's explanation and couldn't help but applaud. The pink-haired know-it-all always had the answer to every question. She smirked proudly and adjusted her glasses on the bridge of her nose as if it was her right. Alex wasn't the least bit surprised that Saya grasped the essence of the challenge so quickly. But he added that the grand prize for completing all the escape rooms was simply money. Hearing that, the girls instantly lost interest in the reward. Why would they want money from this world if they were only here for one day? However, their curiosity about the haunted house itself remained, especially considering they'd have to solve puzzles to win. So the decision to go inside stood firm. The conversation quickly shifted as the girls began dividing into groups. The sharpest participants were immediately in high demand, and a real scramble erupted around Saya, who was literally being pulled in different directions. Alex, standing aside, didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He found Saya's clearly annoyed expression particularly amusing. Yuriko came to the rescue. She deftly scooped up her daughter and pulled her into her team. At the same time, she threw a victorious smile at the other girls, making many involuntarily twitch the corner of their eyes. While the groups were forming, Alex's gaze drifted to the ticket booth, where Chen-gu was selling tickets to the haunted house. Alex wasn't at all surprised that this man was incomplete. After all, even his shadow had run away from him as a child. In that shadow, as Alex recalled from the memories surfacing in his mind, was concentrated all the darkness that dwelled in Chen-ji's soul, along with the entire burden of his childhood troubles. It was the strongest curse that had engulfed the whole city of Liwan and had nearly thrown one of the red doors out of control. Later it became clear that the shadow was actually Chen-ji's own shadow, the part he had rejected. Hurt and full of hatred, it swore revenge and sought to turn Chen-gu into its own puppet, gathering grievances and negativity to gain strength and develop the phantom fruit. But the shadow wasn't the only thing that had separated from Chen-gu. When he accidentally opened a red door in his childhood, his good side separated as well. Now it helps him, using the black phone. Brunhilde, sensing Alex's train of thought, also looked at the ticket clerk with slight surprise. How can a person who has lost both good and evil continue to exist at all? Even Freya was intrigued by this strange soul. Alex looked more closely, and realized that Chen-ji's soul was held together only by the foundation of existence. "What an interesting child," Freya said with mild surprise. "Even being so incomplete, he's still alive. I never thought I'd meet such a strange soul." "In what sense?" Hephaestus asked, turning to her. Alex explained. "He doesn't have a complete soul. Good and evil have separated from him, so he lives only by the foundation of existence, which keeps his soul from falling apart. Over time, he will become whole, but the details aren't that important right now." His words sparked interest among the girls, especially the goddesses and valkyries, and all of them looked at Chen-gu at once. While the line moved slowly, Alex decided to tell them about Chen-ji's incredibly difficult past. Considering all he had been through as a child, it was a miracle he had lived to see this day. And what Chen-gu would get involved in later, through his own carelessness, bordered on the fantastic. Nevertheless, he managed to reach the end of his path and find answers to all the questions about his past. The line gradually progressed. From time to time, people were carried out of the haunted house on stretchers, a clear sign to Alex that Chen-gu had already passed the room of 3 and met one of the antagonists pretending to be kind to lure him to their side. This meant Chen-gu could soon embark on a quest to join the Society of Ghost Stories, where he had been invited. To be continued. Chapter 413, The First Visit to the Haunted House. The line to Chen-ji's haunted house was moving forward slowly. While they waited, Alex continued telling everything he remembered about this world. Most of the girls already knew the basic information, except for Irina, Alice, and Hisako. For them, all of this was new. He had to explain what ghosts were and how a person could open a red door. A red door can only be opened when a person reaches the lowest point in their life, falling into the pit of despair, unable to overcome their pain and resentment. The red door exists in a special building where its pusher has placed their door. This building mirrors reality, but inside it lies the red world. Its structure and appearance depend entirely on the one who opened it. In essence, Brunhild noted, whoever opens the red door gains their own domain, filled with their own despair. Alex agreed but added an important detail: the one who opens the red door doesn't just own their territory, it's populated by ghosts and spirits unique to each pusher. They symbolize that person's heart. If they're strong enough, they can control them and even create their own ghost army. Every ghost exists only thanks to its master, and it's the master who decides whether they live or die. The pusher can even set rules that all beings beyond the door must follow. And if they have traumatic memories connected to a specific person, that person can appear in the red world as a real entity. I have a question, Marie spoke up. Can this door ever be closed? Or will it stay open forever? Will it close if the pusher dies? Unfortunately, no, Alex shook his head. If the pusher dies, they become a red ghost and remain forever bound to the world born of their wounded heart. So, Hephaestus frowned, they'll be chained to their own suffering for eternity. What about the afterlife, reincarnation? A pusher can leave the red door, Alex explained, but then it will go out of control and start affecting the real world. It can be closed, though. Well, why'd you stop? Ada snorted and smacked Alex on the butt. This is a dramatic pause, he replied dryly. Cut the pauses, Coco interjected, also smacking him. We don't want to wait until the next century. All right. To close a red door, you need to find the pusher, make them relive all the despair contained in their world, and hold them there. The world beyond the door exists only because of that despair. Without its source, it disappears. In theory, that sounds simple, but in practice, few can face the darkness they once fell into. There's another way: make the pusher see the beauty of this world and regain happiness. Then their world will stop feeding on negativity and slowly fade away. The girls admitted that Alex's words made sense, though accomplishing such a feat was nearly impossible. Pulling someone out of deep darkness was a task few could handle. Alex glanced at Lily involuntarily. He wondered, if she had been a resident of this world, perhaps she too could have opened a red door. She had suffered so much before they met. Lily caught his look, rolled her eyes, and kicked him in the leg. Her feminine intuition told her he was thinking about something unpleasant. Alex just smiled and ruffled her hair in an attempt to reassure her. She still hadn't forgiven him for that dragon ride, and the subsequent fall from a great height. As their conversation continued, another person was carried out of the haunted house on a stretcher. Alex smirked and noticed the message on the display about the third hospital ward. That meant Chengu had already met other members of the Ghost Story Society, defeated some of them, and also encountered the first red door pusher, Meng Nan. Meng Nan had opened the red door as a child, without understanding what he had done. The hospital director took advantage of this, seizing control over the door. However, Meng Nan managed to separate the good part of his soul and send it beyond the red door, taking upon himself all the pain and negativity. Alex stood in front of the screen listing the quest rooms available to visitors of the haunted house, wondering where to go. His attention was immediately drawn to Muyang Middle School, a place far more interesting than the psychiatric hospital ward. Aside from a ghost girl capable of answering important questions, the location also had a classroom with 24 student ghosts and even the famous toilet spirit. Alex smirked, his decision made. The line finally reached him and his family. The girls were clearly tired from the long wait, their only entertainment being to watch people carried out on stretchers or clinging to railings so they wouldn't collapse. Fortunately, Gir, Mimi, and Stitch were diligently bringing snacks and drinks to help pass the time. After much convincing, Alex persuaded the girls to let him go first. He still had several locations ahead of him, though their disapproving glares made him sigh. Soon enough, however, they all burst out laughing and let him go in peace. What mission would you like to choose? Chengu asked with a professional smile. Muyang Middle School, Alex replied with a faint grin. Since this is your first time here, I'd recommend starting with a half-star mission. Muyang School is a 2-star challenge, Chengu warned in the same calm tone. Don't worry, I can handle it. I'm just here to take a look, Alex said casually. In that case, please sign the waiver in case anything happens. And a reminder, photography and video recording are prohibited, Chengu added, placing the form in front of him. Sure thing, boss. Girls, anyone want to join me? Or have you already split into groups? Alex turned around. I'll go, Nick said irritably. My nerves are already shot from waiting in this line. Alex was more than happy for Nix's company. Since moving into his estate, she had become even more withdrawn, speaking only with his family members, ignoring gatherings of the gods, and not recruiting any followers. Signatures were taken quickly. Right after, Gir, Mimi, and Stitch came bounding over, clearly intent on joining. Cheng eyed the trio with suspicion. They were obviously not animals, then looked over the strange group as a whole. The man with rainbow-colored eyes, who seemed to see straight through him, was particularly unsettling. "Boss, give these three their forms too," Alex said, pointing downwards. Soon the troublemakers had left their paw prints, and Cheng led the group down a hallway, recounting the history of Muyang School. Alex and Nix could feel the presence of ghosts, scanning their surroundings. Gir, Mimi, and Stitch were already itching for a hunt, but one sharp glance from Alex was enough to make them instantly abandon the idea. He had no intention of ruining the business of someone who helped ghosts find a home. When they reached the old double doors, Cheng pushed them lightly, and they creaked open. A cold breeze brushed against Alex and Nix's faces. They only rolled their eyes. Such tricks scared only ordinary people. Alex was the first demon ever created by the Creator, and Nix was the goddess of night and darkness. What they had seen in the past made any horror seem pale in comparison. Alex was nearly impossible to frighten, considering the things he had witnessed in his travels and battles with Nyan's avatars, beings whose true forms could drive any mortal insane. "Boss, you should oil those doors," Alex remarked. "I get that it's part of the atmosphere, but creaking in scary places is out of style." "Ahem. I'll keep that in mind," Cheng coughed. "The mission is this: scattered around the grounds are nameplates of students. Find 15 and you'll complete the quest." "And if we find them all?" Nix asked, shoving her hands into the pockets of her black tracksuit jacket. "I can give you a discount on your next visit," he replied, avoiding her bottomless black gaze. "No need. We're just here to look around. But even from here, I can tell the builders perfectly captured the atmosphere of an abandoned school," Alex said with a smile. "You can easily give them 5 stars. I'll let them know." "Please, go ahead," Cheng said politely, stepping aside. Alex, Nix, Gir, Mimi, and Stitch stepped over the threshold, and the doors creaked shut behind them. Alex glanced back and shook his head, something like that could only scare kids. Sweeping his gaze over the dark hallway, he tried to decide where to go first. Passageways branched off in different directions, toward classrooms, restrooms, and offices. They would have to explore them all. Out of the corner of his eye, Alex noticed Gir, Mimi, and Stitch already getting ready to sneak away, so he quickly clipped their leashes on. The last thing he needed was for them to run around the school scaring the poor ghosts who were supposed to be doing the scaring. Suddenly, he felt someone take his hand. Turning, Alex saw Nix with her usual calm expression. He raised an eyebrow in surprise but didn't pull away. After all, he considered this reclusive goddess part of his family. "So, where are we going?" Nix asked, lifting her black eyes to his. "And are we going to look for the name plaques of the students?" "There's one interesting ghost here. I think we'll start with him," Alex replied, still rubbing his chin. "And what's so interesting about him?" Nix asked with a smirk. "Don't tell me you've been drawn in by a ghostly girl." "Am I right, Harem King?" "Careful with your words, Nix. Someone might not like what you're saying," Alex chuckled, feeling Zhang Ye's hair slip out from his shadow and squeeze his leg with unexpected force. "Hey, whatever you say. Though honestly, I already thought you were planning to gather a harem of ghost girls," she teased. "No. This ghost is a pen that's said to answer questions and even glimpse into the future. I think it'll be fun to test it," Alex said, and Zhang Ye's grip instantly loosened. Nix raised an eyebrow slightly. Now she was clearly intrigued. With their direction decided, Alex, still holding her hand, led the group forward. Gir, Mimi, and Stitch were barely restraining themselves from running ahead, but the leashes held them in check. They moved down the dark corridor. Empty classrooms lined both sides, the creak of doors and strange noises from inside adding to the eerie atmosphere. Alex and Nix peeked inside, while the trio of companions, completely ignoring Chen Ji's warning, started filming everything, from abandoned desks to boards with creepy messages. They even managed to take a few selfies. In one of the classrooms, Alex decided to search for the name plaques. Gir, Mimi, and Stitch scoured every corner and quickly found several. Alex smirked. If he had let them off the leash, those 3 would have probably collected all 24 plaques and driven the ghosts to tears. "Thought it would be scarier," Nix said, sitting down on a desk. "What were you expecting? You're a goddess. I'd be seriously surprised if any ghost managed to scare you," Alex replied, slipping the plaques into his coat pocket. "Can't argue with that. But I'll admit, the creators of this place did a good job. Just like in a horror movie." "Yeah, but Zhang Ye's Red City is far scarier. Anyway, let's go find the ghost pen. We'll see if it can answer my questions," Alex said with a smile. He tugged Nix along, and she didn't even think about resisting. Gir, Mimi, and Stitch, still busy searching, suddenly felt their leashes go taut and realized they were being dragged out of the classroom. In the hallway, the only sounds were Alex and Nix's footsteps, punctuated by the trio's grumbling. The path seemed endless. All the while, Alex felt many curious gazes on him, gazes that vanished the moment he turned his head. He knew who they belonged to, the 24 students of Muyang Middle School, forever bound to this place. Alex briefly told Nix their story. They had all been orphans raised by Director Chen, who continued to care for his foster children even after his death. Nix simply nodded, sympathetic to the children's fate. Turning another corner, they came across wooden mannequins dressed in school uniforms. Ah, kids. Don't just wander around. Better go scare the next visitors, Alex said, placing a hand on one mannequin's head. Looking at the wooden mannequins, Alex saw their true form, the figures of children whose souls were trapped inside them. A warm smile flickered across his face as he gently patted each of them on the head in turn. Nix watched with keen interest, as it was her first time seeing objects possessed by spirits. Mimi, and Stitch also examined the wooden figures with genuine curiosity, even managing to take a couple of selfies with them in the background. As Alex, Nix, and the trio of troublemakers moved on through the dark corridors, the mannequins' heads slowly turned to follow them. The ghosts of the students seemed slightly stunned by their encounter with such an unusual person. But what surprised them most was that, when he patted their heads, they felt warmth, a long-forgotten, almost impossible sensation. The lights in the corridor flickered, and more wooden figures of other students appeared, silently following the group with interest. Gradually, the corridor began to narrow, and Alex noticed a sign pointing toward the girls' dormitory. He sighed heavily. They had finally reached their destination. He was already growing tired of wandering endlessly through gloomy hallways filled only with empty classrooms and abandoned teachers' offices. Reaching the girls' dormitory section, Alex and Nix decided to check the first room, but there was nothing noteworthy inside, just an ordinary living space that once belonged to one of the girls. Alex instructed Mimi, and Stitch to search for nameplates. At that moment, he once again noticed mannequins in school uniforms in the corridor. This time, there were far more of them. Are these kids following us? Nix asked, peering over Alex's shoulder. They're just curious, he replied calmly. Usually visitors get scared, faint, or run away. But we just walked past, even said hello, in a way. Kids are always like that. Haven't you figured that out in all your long life? Never had the chance, Nix smirked. And you know that, especially after you barged into my head without permission. She lightly smacked his arm. That was when we were enemies. Now we're family. So don't pout. Oh, looks like they found another nameplate. Alex said, noticing Stitch grinning as he held it in his paw. Alex took the nameplate from Stitch and stopped paying attention to the mannequins. But the less he and Nix looked their way, the more of them there seemed to be. Nearly half of the wooden mannequins possessed by schoolchildren were now trailing behind them. After peeking into a couple more rooms, Alex spotted a plaque on the wall labeled Spirit of the Pen. Realizing they had finally found the right place, he gently pushed the door open and peeked inside. The room resembled a preserved crime scene. 4 chairs stood in the center, and on one lay several white sheets of paper and a ballpoint pen held together with tape. Alex raised an eyebrow, wondering why it was broken. In the original timeline, he remembered the pen cracking because of Zhang Ye's interference, but here, the circumstances seemed different. He didn't dwell on it. Alex led Nix to the table and helped her sit down, while Mimi, and Stitch hopped right onto the tabletop. Soon, he noticed in the room the ghost of a hanged girl, the very one who was the spirit of the pen. Alex barely remembered her story or the reasons why she became that way, but he knew one thing: nothing could be changed now. A fleeting thought crossed his mind: could he bring these ghosts back to life? But he immediately dismissed the idea, not knowing what consequences that might have in this world. Sitting next to Nix, he took the pen and placed a sheet of paper in the center of the table. So how do you communicate with it? Just ask, or is there some kind of ritual? Nix asked, crossing her arms. And what kind of answers can it give anyway? It's simple, Alex explained. You need to say special words to summon the spirit. You can't break the circle. And you can't ask questions like, when will I die, or, how will I die? After the conversation, you must release the spirit, otherwise it will follow you until death. Mortals have strange pastimes, Nix said with mild disdain. Who in their right mind would summon a spirit just for answers? They're digging their own graves. Well, hard to argue with that, Alex smirked. All right, let's start. Now you need to read what's supposedly a spell. How did it go? Ah yes. Spirit of the pen, you are my spirit from a past life, and I am your spirit in this one. If you are with us, draw a circle on the paper. Nix, Mimi, and Stitch placed their hands over Alex's, deciding to mimic his actions. At that moment, he noticed the ghost girl carefully placing her translucent hand over theirs and beginning to guide the pen, drawing a circle. Nix also sensed the spirit's presence and, unlike the others, was not surprised. For Mimi, and Stitch, however, it was a source of amusement. Alex thought about what question to ask first. Spirit of the pen, answer me. What is the ultimate answer to the question of life, the universe, and everything else, he said with a mischievous smile. Nix looked at him with a dry gaze, clearly understanding he was just teasing the poor spirit. Gir, Mimi, and Stitch, on the other hand, gave thumbs up, clearly supporting the joke. For the spirit, Alex's question was so strange that she froze as if her mind had a slight overload. Alex struggled to hold back laughter watching the spirit's confusion. Still, the spirit moved the pen and wrote the answer, 42. This caused genuine delight among Alex and his group, while Nix continued to watch them with a stone-cold face. Could you ask a more stupid question, she said coldly. Next you'll be asking how the universe was born. I already know the answer to that one. Just wanted to check if the spirit of the pen knows that iconic answer, Alex smirked. Alright, now seriously. Spirit of the pen, tell me, will your boss be attending the meeting of the Ghost Story Society today? The ghost girl guided the pen and clearly wrote yes. Alex nodded with satisfaction, realizing he had another meeting with Jenga today. Nix already knew what kind of society it was and who went there. Humming a tune to himself, Alex turned his head toward the door and once again saw a group of wooden mannequins peering into the room. He rolled his eyes, gently touched Nix's hand, and smiled as he pointed toward the door. Nix turned around and also noticed the curious mannequins, which apparently housed the spirits of the schoolchildren. She just sighed tiredly. Spirit of the pen, will that bastard who caused Zhang Yi's death be at the meeting today? Alex asked with such a sinister smile that even the ghosts lurking nearby shuddered. The ghost girl flinched involuntarily, while Gir, Mimi, and Stitch grinned smugly. If that guy showed up where he was supposed to, a fun hunt would begin. The spirit guided the pen back to the previous answer and underlined yes. Alex laughed out loud, a loud, almost predatory laugh. Nix only felt a moment of pity for the poor pig they were about to hunt. Nix, want to ask the spirit of the pen a question? Alex asked gently, as if he hadn't just looked like a nightmare villain seconds ago. No, thanks. I'm afraid your smile scared the poor ghost girl so much she almost died again, Nix replied with a blank expression. As you wish. You know how it goes. Blah blah blah, spirit of the pen, don't follow me or you'll get a stick, Alex muttered, putting the pen down on the table. Are you serious right now? Nix stared at him like he was an idiot. Well, I don't exactly remember what you're supposed to say to release the spirit. I think she won't follow us anyway. Right, ghost girl, he turned to her. The ghost girl, realizing she was being watched, quickly nodded, clearly showing she didn't intend to accompany them. Alex bared his sharp teeth, which only scared her more, amusing, since she was supposed to be the one doing the scaring. After a good laugh, he got up from the chair and prepared to explore the other rooms. But the same wooden mannequins blocked the way for him and Nix. Alright, kids. I'll turn my back now, and you clear the way for us. Or I'll have to move you myself, Alex said with that same, kind, smile that made the mannequins freeze. Alex, Nix, Gir, Mimi, and Stitch turned away, then looked forward again, the path was clear. The wooden mannequins parted to the sides, giving way. Alex smiled, squeezed Nix's hand tighter, and they calmly walked past while the mannequins stood motionless on either side. Along the way, Alex tried to recall what else was interesting in Muyen Middle School. A memory surfaced of a well with a spirit living inside it, as well as a legend about a ghost in a toilet stall. After a bit of thought, he decided to check out the well first. They walked leisurely, still under the watchful gaze of the wooden figures that followed them. Reaching the well, Alex looked inside. At the bottom, there was only sand and two buried mannequins. Well, why are you just standing there? Come down, Nix nudged him. Rolling his eyes, Alex let go of her hand and jumped down, forgetting that Gir, Mimi, and Stitch were tied to his belt with leashes. The trio followed him down amid indignant cries, desperately grabbing at the edge of the well. Nix couldn't help but burst out laughing. Alex landed on his feet, while his companions fell face first. Slapping his forehead, he only now remembered the leashes tied to him. He was about to apologize, but Gir, Mimi, and Stitch had already started pounding on his legs, expressing all their displeasure. Alex decided to stay silent and simply said briefly, "Sorry." Then he dug out the mannequins a bit and took two nameplates. Climbing out of the well and pulling up the grumbling trio, he headed toward the last point of this area, the bathroom with the ghost. Inside, Alex counted the stalls and pulled Nix and his three companions in after him. Locking the door, he froze in anticipation. I get it, but it's a bit cramped in here, Nix remarked, pressing her chest against his. Don't complain. I'm perfectly comfortable. If the ghost doesn't show up, we'll grab the nameplate and leave, Alex smirked, clearly enjoying the position. Nix's eye twitched, and she grabbed his cheeks, stretching them to the sides. Alex was used to such punishments, and endured them calmly. At that moment, footsteps sounded, as if someone was slapping barefoot wet feet on the tiles. The neighboring stall suddenly swung open and slammed shut loudly. Alex and Nix looked down. A red shadow of the ghost was visible on the floor. Gir and Mimi exchanged glances and made a trampoline from their folded paws. Stitch jumped, and they threw him into the adjacent stall. Before Alex and Nix could figure out what was happening, loud curses from Stitch came from there. The stall door flew open, and the slapping sounds quickly faded away. When they came out, they found Stitch standing proudly, puffing out his chest and grinning widely. Gir and Mimi gave him a high five for a job well done. "Well, you scared the ghost." "Good job," Alex said dryly, mimicking a robot voice. "Good job," Nix echoed in the same tone. "Ha ha ha ha," added Alex with a robotic laugh. The laughter died down, and taking Nix's hand, he decided there was nothing left to do in this section. Only 12 nameplates remained to be collected. The gremlin collector inside him just couldn't leave the collection incomplete. They headed to the exit but were blocked by 24 wooden mannequins. One of them held all the missing nameplates. Alex wearily looked at the school ghost children and, shrugging, took them, trying to ignore the ghost's attempts to drive them away. Nix only shook her head but didn't hide her curiosity. The place was truly unusual. Having collected the full set of 24 nameplates, Alex, Nix, and their trio of ghost hunters finally made their way to the exit. To be continued. Chapter 414, Who You Gonna Call? Ghostbusters. Leaving the escape room, Muyang Middle School, Alex didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The ghosts inhabiting the haunted house run by Chingu had made it abundantly clear that he and his companions should leave and stop causing trouble for the local residents. Alex instinctively glanced at Stitch. He had just scared the restroom ghost so badly that the poor thing fled without even trying to frighten him back. Nix, walking beside him, was the opposite. She was delighted. She enjoyed the way the ghostly students followed them closely, how Alex teased the pen spirit, and, to top it all off, how Stitch had driven that poor ghost into retreat. As they made their way down the corridors toward the exit, Alex and Nix could still feel the presence of 24 wooden mannequins trailing behind them, as if making sure the guests would truly leave the escape room. These students had no idea that they might soon encounter a company far more dangerous. If Alex barely managed to restrain Gir, Mimi, and Stitch, who, if they wished, could cause absolute chaos inside the room, then the women from his family would hardly be any less destructive, especially if someone tried to scare them. Finally, they passed through the dim hallways with flickering lamps and reached the massive rusted doors, the school exit. Alex pushed the panels, and they creaked open. Before leaving, he made sure to wave goodbye to his 24 escorts. The moment they stepped outside, the doors slammed shut behind them with a loud bang. Alex couldn't help but laugh. It was the first time he had ever been literally chased away by ghosts. Hearing his laugh, Nix smiled as well. The situation was so absurd that even she, a goddess of darkness, found it amusing. Once, people would avoid her, driving her away from wherever she went, but being chased away by ghosts. That was a first. As soon as they stepped into the street, the queue for the haunted house went silent. People had expected to see terrified newcomers, as usual, some leaving pale as chalk, others being carried out on stretchers. But Alex and Nix looked as if they had just been on a fun amusement ride. Chen Gu, selling tickets, was also surprised. He had expected at least a trace of nightmare in their eyes. The women from Alex's family, hearing the murmurs in the crowd, rolled their eyes in unison. At least they were glad Alex, Gir, Mimi, and Stitch hadn't caused complete destruction inside. Alex noticed the glances from his companions, gave them a thumbs up, and, smiling, walked over to the counter. He placed all 24 name tags on the desk. A murmur of surprise rippled through the crowd. No one had ever managed to collect them all before. Most people barely scraped together a dozen before fleeing in panic. Chen Gu, seeing the haul, looked up at Alex and met his rainbow-colored eyes, in which amusement sparkled. "Boss, you've got an interesting haunted house. Just remind your kids they're supposed to scare guests, not chase them," Alex said with a faint smile. "I'll keep that in mind. Congratulations on clearing Muyang Middle School. Would you like to choose another escape room?" Chen Gu replied in a professional tone. "Nope. I've seen everything I wanted to. See you later, boss." "I think we'll meet again soon," Alex said, placing his hands behind his head. Chen Gu frowned. The remark about meeting again soon reminded him of patients from the 3rd Hospital Ward, who, after treatment, joined the Ghost Storytellers Society. The thought that Alex might be one of them flashed through his mind and quickly faded. There was no one in the archives with such an appearance. Meanwhile, Alex and Nix returned to the girls and shared their impressions. A few words from Alex confirmed that he had simply been mocking the ghosts. Nix added that, in the end, the ghosts themselves handed them the remaining name tags, hinting, "Please, just leave." No one was surprised that after Stitch's stunt, they didn't even try to attack. Seeing the girls' growing interest, Alex sent them a list of all the quest rooms with descriptions of where you could definitely encounter ghosts. Anya, Jinx, Nyaruko, want to come with me? You wouldn't be allowed in here anyway, you're kids, he offered to his daughters. The three little princesses exchanged glances. On one hand, they were tempted by the idea of spending time with their moms and then sneaking into the haunted house. On the other hand, it sounded far more exciting to go with their beloved dad to a place where real ghosts lived, and hunt them without any restrictions or lectures. The women didn't mind Alex taking the daughters with him. They knew perfectly well that the moment they looked away, the girls would cause trouble and turn everything into chaos. Alice, Nobukatsu, Valerie, and Gal also briefly considered tagging along with their older brother, but in the end decided to stay and simply visit the haunted house with the rest. Anya, Nyaruko, and Jinx made their choice quickly. Dad was the best option. They immediately climbed onto Alex, settling into his arms and on his shoulders. Saying goodbye to the girls, Alex promised that if he saw something interesting, he'd send photos or have GIR stream it live. The women gladly agreed. They were curious to see which haunted spots Alex would visit and what chaos he'd cause there, considering the company of 6 little gremlins. After final goodbyes, Alex and Nyx, surrounded by their noisy gang of young ghost hunters, headed for the amusement park exit. Once outside the park, Alex glanced around, making sure no one was watching, and pulled his favorite car from his inventory, a black 1967 Chevrolet Impala. The car was perfect for hunting the supernatural. Seeing the ride, Nyx smiled. So, going full-on ghost hunter now. What's next? An iron rod and salt. Thanks for the reminder, Alex smirked, helping his daughters into the back seat. I'll have to check if salt and iron work on ghosts in this world. GIR, Mimi, and Stitch, impatiently fidgeting, jumped in right after. Alex shut the door, got behind the wheel, and started the engine. Before driving off, he set the mood by putting Highway to Hell on the radio. As soon as the music started, the atmosphere in the car changed instantly. Alex drove one-handed, singing along, while the passengers, from Nyx to the youngest, joyfully joined in. The city faded into the distance as the Impala rolled onto an old country road winding through the trees. Alex didn't say exactly where they were headed first, it was a surprise. A few minutes later, a gloomy gray building appeared in the distance, abandoned and weathered. Pulling over nearby, Alex cut the engine and took a closer look. Before them loomed the Jujong Psychological Recovery Center. In simpler terms, a psychiatric hospital, or, bluntly put, an insane asylum, where one of this world's main antagonists once worked. Nyx, GIR, Mimi, Stitch, Anya, Nyaruko, and Jinx also craned their necks to see where Alex had brought them. Anya, Nyaruko, and Jinx clambered into the front seats, while GIR, Mimi, and Stitch climbed onto the roof to get a better view. Nyx frowned, peering out the window. What is this place? Some kind of hospital. You could say that. But it's a mental asylum. They kept the ones who had completely lost their minds here, Alex replied, stepping out of the car. I think I've seen a movie like this. A group went to film a documentary in an abandoned asylum, and no one made it out. There are a lot of movies like that, always with ghosts, Alex smirked. No surprise they're here too. But we won't be staying long. This is just the first stop on our route. Daddy, where are we going after? Jinx asked with genuine curiosity. That's still a secret, Alex winked, planting a kiss on his daughter's cheek, making her giggle. Nyaruko quickly climbed onto Alex's back and settled comfortably on his shoulders. Meanwhile, Nyx scooped Anya up into her arms. Alex quickly scanned the area. There wasn't a single police officer in sight. That was important. Not long ago, Chenggu had found people locked in cages inside this very psychiatric hospital, lunatics who had once been former patients of the facility's third ward. GIR, Mimi, and Stitch, acting with complete seriousness, pulled a huge bag of salt and several iron rods from the luggage. They were fully prepared for ghost hunting. Each of them had a modified vacuum strapped to their back, capable of sucking in spirits, like something straight out of a movie. When the group reached the tall iron gates of the hospital, Alex suggested taking a group photo. Nobody objected, on the contrary, they were thrilled. Nyx stood next to Alex, holding Anya in her arms. Alex had Jinx perched on one arm, while Nyaruko remained comfortably on his shoulders. GIR set up a tripod with the camera, adjusted the timer, and carefully framed the shot so that both the group and the ominous building behind them were in view. Once satisfied, he dashed over to join the others, squeezing in between Stitch and Mimi, flashing a peace sign at the lens. And now all together. Ghostbusters. Alex said with a wide grin. Ghostbusters, everyone echoed in unison. The camera clicked, and moments later, a fresh photograph slid out. Stitch, like a seasoned photographer, detached the camera from the tripod with one paw while fanning the photo with the other, helping it develop faster. Meanwhile, Alex examined the massive iron gates topped with barbed wire. Secured with a heavy chain and a large padlock, they looked sturdy. He was already considering how to open them quietly without attracting attention. But GIR had his own ideas. Without saying a word, he swung his power hammer, and the gates crashed inward with a deafening bang. Well, that works too. We're breaking in, not showing up for a doctor's appointment, Nick smirked, still holding Anya. Not gonna argue. The way's open, time to explore. Honestly, this is my first time entering an abandoned psychiatric hospital. Sure, it would have been better to do this at night, but we're short on time, Alex said with mild regret, thinking about how this was the last day of his vacation. Your fault for not planning your vacation better, Nick shot back. Come on already, I want to see what it is about these hospitals that ghosts find so appealing. Alex just shook his head. He knew perfectly well why places like this were always crawling with supernatural entities, but he chose to stay silent so as not to ruin the mood. As they walked through the grounds, Gir and Mimi were already live-streaming to the girls who'd stayed behind in the amusement park's haunted house. There wasn't much to see outside, so Alex led them to the main entrance. It, too, was chained shut with a heavy lock. In video games, this would be the moment to find an alternate route, but here they had Gir and his trusty power hammer. One more swing, and the door was smashed open. Inside, they were greeted by a gloomy reception area, a thick layer of dust, papers scattered everywhere, prescriptions, old patient files. Nyarluko and Jinx immediately jumped down from their father's arms to start looking around. Anya climbed down from Nix's arms and joined her sisters. Gir, Mimi, and Stitch instantly turned into detectives, rummaging through drawers and peeking into every corner. Lighting a cigarette, Alex slowly walked around the room and picked up one of the folders from the floor. Anything interesting? Nix asked as she came up beside him. No. Just a file on a patient with chronic insomnia who eventually went insane. Nothing new, Alex replied, tossing the folder back onto the floor. All right, then here's the plan, archive first, then the wards. And the basement. Nix tapped her chin thoughtfully. There are always ghosts in the basement. Alex gave a brief nod, but the 6 gremlins hardly needed confirmation. They instantly shot off, shouting over one another as they dashed through the peeling white corridors of the asylum in search of the archive. Alex vaguely recalled whether it had burned down or not, but he did know there had been a room on the upper floors where runaway patients had once kept kidnapped people in cages. Taking Nix's hand, he followed after them, fully aware that if the gremlins found nothing interesting, they'd tear this building apart brick by brick. As they climbed the stairs, Alex navigated using the map of the asylum he had found in the ground floor reception. They caught up to the gremlins quickly. Barely a minute later, they were already standing at the archive doors. Inside was pure chaos. The 6 of them were overturning cabinets and patient file drawers with the enthusiasm of treasure hunters. Alex and Nix exchanged a glance, deciding not to enter. Moments later, after stopping the rampage with some effort, Alex suggested, "How about we check out the 3rd wing? Supposedly, that's where the ghosts are." The words had barely left his lips before the gremlins bolted from the archive with gleeful screams, dropping whatever they were holding. Tell me, what sane parent would bring their kids to a haunted asylum? Nix asked, watching the gremlins vanish around the corner. Probably me, Alex yawned lazily. And do you really think any ghost here would dare approach them? Gir, Mimi, and Stitch would immediately send those poor spirits straight to heaven. And then there's Janya. Do you think she'd let anyone scare Anya, Nyarluko, and Jinx? Nix cast a glance at Alex's shadow, which had taken on Janya's form the moment they entered the asylum. Everyone in the family knew how dangerous she was, so there was no doubt. Holding Nix's hand, Alex followed the gremlins as they charged toward the asylum's 3rd wing. Soon, they arrived at the spot where Gir, Mimi, Stitch, as well as Anya, Nyarluko, and Jinx, were already waiting, all with eager smiles. A neat line of salt stretched across the floor, and Alex rolled his eyes. The gremlins had thoughtfully made a barrier to keep the ghosts from escaping. So, who was kept in this wing? Nix asked, while the gremlins froze in anticipation of the answer. This section was for the especially violent patients, Alex began. After certain events, they became even more dangerous and eventually staged a breakout, killing many staff and other patients. Originally, there were 10 of them. The ghosts are the ones who died during the riot. Daddy, what were those events? Jinx interrupted, hanging off his shoulder, while Anya and Nyarluko nodded quickly, urging him to continue. All right, listen. You know about the red door, so we'll skip that part. One day, they brought here a woman with severe bipolar disorder, committed by her own husband. At the time, she was pregnant. Near the end of her pregnancy, her husband confessed to cheating on her. Her condition worsened, and they transferred her to the 3rd wing. It was here that she gave birth to a son named Meng Nan. Now, here's the interesting part. The red door didn't appear because of the mother's rage or despair, it was Meng Nan himself. His emotions, amplified by the patient's moods, opened the passage. He was just a child and didn't understand what the door was, only that his mother was behind it. The malice seeping from the door fueled the madness of the others. The asylum's director, obsessed with immortality, followed a hired doctor's advice and put the boy into an artificial coma, trying to seize the door. He had no idea that doing so would destroy control over it. When the door broke free, the patients rioted and escaped. Now, they're together again, led by that same psychiatrist, and have formed a scary story club. Alex recounted everything he could remember. Wow, that could be an entire horror movie, Nick said with admiration. You've got the main villain, the gullible hero, and an entourage getting in the way of the truth. Daddy, can you open the red door? Please. Jinx asked, gazing at him with wide pink eyes. Please. Anya and Nyaruko echoed in unison, clinging to his pant legs and giving him puppy dog looks. Nix looked at Alex with a sly grin, clearly wanting to know how he planned to stand up to his daughters and say no to them. Alex stood there, staring at the three little tricksters giving him their puppy dog eyes. Usually, he was long immune to such tactics, but, alas, not to his own daughters. With a sigh, he promised to show them the red door, but on one condition: not a single gremlin was allowed to lay a hand on it. Gir, Mimi, Stitch, Nyaruko, Anya, and Jinx all promised in unison that they would only take pictures in front of it. Alex took Nix's hand, and accompanied by the 6 gremlins, they entered the 3rd hospital wing. Along the way, he explained what kind of patients had lived there and what illnesses they suffered from. Patient number 10, he began, had Lesch-Nyhan syndrome. He was obsessed with self-harm, constantly trying to mutilate his face, and suffered from violent fits of rage that required him to be tied down. And who lived in this room? Or was being treated here? What's the right way to say it? Nix asked, peeking through a slightly open door. I think undergoing rehabilitation fits best. Patient number 9 had Asperger's syndrome, a genius, but mad. Patient number 8 suffered from hemispatial neglect, he didn't perceive half of the surrounding space. Number 7 was a victim of Cotard syndrome, he believed he was already dead. In room 6 lived a woman with severe body dysmorphic disorder, she hated her body, exaggerated her flaws, and couldn't accept herself. For the love of the Creator. Nix muttered, glancing into the rooms. Mortals have an incredible amount of problems with their heads. Yes, gods can be arrogant idiots sometimes, but you humans have way more competition. Daddy, who else lived here? Anya asked, holding his hand. In room 5 lived a paranoid with Fregally delusion, he thought everyone around him was disguised as the same person. In room 4 was a man tormented by phantom limb pain after an arm amputation. In room 3. Alex paused. That's where Meng Nan's mother lived. And this very room serves as the gateway to the Red World. Room 2 was a woman with Dorian Gray syndrome, obsessed with her appearance and endlessly undergoing plastic surgeries. The first patient suffered from Angelman syndrome, always smiling, had spasms and intellectual disability. The calmest of the bunch in this wing. Meanwhile, the girls left behind at the haunted house in the park carefully watched Gir and Mimi's livestream. Every unfamiliar term they asked Red and White to explain, and the two patiently described all the diagnoses in simple words. The Valkyries, the goddesses, Rory, and the girls from Arario could hardly believe humans could have such strange illnesses. Alex and his group stopped at the door of the 3rd room, the future Red Door. It appeared only at night, at a very specific hour, and only for a short time before disappearing again until the next time. He decided to fulfill the request of his 3 little princesses and lightly touched the door. Almost immediately, blood began to flow from underneath it, pulsating crimson veins crawled up the walls, and the peeling paint vanished, replaced by a grim scarlet canvas. From behind the door came a muffled chorus of screams filled with pain and despair. The 6 gremlins clapped their hands joyfully, while Nix carefully studied the door, sensing how much darkness was hidden behind it. Stitch had already set up the tripod and prepared the camera to take a group photo. At the exact moment the flash went off, the door quietly creaked, as if someone was trying to open it from the other side. Alex and Nix exchanged glances, while the gremlins just smiled even wider. He. Who would have thought it'd appear right now? Came a nasty chuckle from behind the door. Now I'm free. And then, as the red door slowly swung open, a thin, dried-up branch-like bony hand slipped out from the dark doorway. Behind it appeared the owner of the disgusting voice. Before them stood a creature made of overly long, twisted bones covered with thin, grayish skin. Its face was so distorted that it provoked nothing but disgust and an unpleasant feeling of sticky unease. Seeing the people, the gaunt ghost stretched its lips into a revolting grin, the smile of a predator suddenly served its meal on a platter. Gir, Mimi, Stitch, Anya, Nyaruko, and Jinx responded with grins of their own, looking at it with the same enthusiasm a cat has when staring at a canary. Alex stroked his chin, feeling only a pitiful, weak force from the creature. Nix, however, sensed only thick, viscous darkness in it, but no real threat. He. How cute, the creature hissed. I just stepped out, and here, a feast. Well, what are you staring at? Alex said lazily, turning to the gremlins. Catch it before it realizes it's at the wrong address. It was as if a light bulb went off over the 6 gremlins' heads, and they all lunged forward at once. Before the skinny ghost could realize what was happening, it was grabbed by the legs and dragged out of the red door. The door clicked shut behind it, returning to the appearance of an ordinary room door. Within seconds, the guest was tightly bound, and a thick stack of papers was shoved into its mouth to silence it. Unfortunately, buddy, you picked the worst time to escape, Alex said, lighting a cigarette. So enjoy the most unpleasant pastime of your second life. Nix merely shook her head slightly, feeling a faint pity for the unlucky ghost. Gir placed a sack of salt nearby and tore it open with one swift motion. Mimi scooped up a handful and dumped it directly into the prisoner's eyes. Meanwhile, Stitch decided to test how iron affected ghosts and smacked the prisoner's hand hard with an iron rod. The skinny captive squirmed, trying to break free, but had no chance. Jinx, deciding that just salt in the eyes was boring, pulled the papers from the ghost's mouth and shoved them inside a funnel. Anya and Nyaruko immediately grabbed the sack and began pouring salt right into the ghost's mouth, literally feeding it a 20-gram portion. Those watching the live stream saw the 3 little troublemakers gleefully feeding salt to the prisoner and could only shake their heads wearily, realizing the girls had definitely inherited Alex's habits. Becca, on the other hand, was proud of her little potato. When the sack was empty, the next phase began, testing the strength of the limbs. Alex and Nix decided not to watch and simply walked over to the window. Alex tore off the grate and let fresh air into the corridor. Behind them, the sound of metal hitting flesh mixed with hissing and scraping echoed. Ghosts here can be either physical or purely spectral, Alex said quietly, watching the clouds. This one seems to have been the former. And it paid the price. When the noise died down, they turned around, only a dark shadow remained on the floor, like the very imprint of the ghost itself, forever etched into the floor. Wow, it was so weak, but still didn't want to disappear, Jinx said, wiping sweat from her brow. Weakling, Anya nodded. Daddy, can you pull out another one? This one disappeared too fast, Nyaruko asked cheerfully. Enough tormenting ghosts, Alex smirked. Besides, there's another place where they hang out. If you want, we can head there right now. You should have said that from the start. Anya exclaimed and pulled him toward the exit. Jinx and Nyaruko immediately joined her, while behind them Gir, Mimi, and Stitch pushed along. Nix, hands in pockets and with a slight grin, followed. She was curious too, to see where Alex would take them this time. To be continued. Chapter 415, Next Destination, The Cursed Tunnel. Having seen everything there was to see in Zhejiang's Psychological Recovery Center, Alex was being practically dragged by the hands of his 3 daughters, eager to visit even more ghost-related locations. The girls who had stayed behind at the amusement park near the haunted house were also curious about the next stop on his route, especially intrigued by the strange ghost that looked like a tall, extremely skinny figure with a grotesque face. Thanks to movies and other sources of information, they were used to ghosts that looked more human-like. But this creature was different, elongated, painfully thin, with a horrifying appearance. While his 3 daughters pulled him toward the exit, Alex, knowing that the girls were watching Gir and Mimi's live stream, began explaining where such a ghost's appearance came from. He told them that such gaunt spirits belonged to a lower type of specter and were, in essence, no different from parasites. To gain strength, they had to feed on the life energy of living people, gradually draining them of everything they could. Once the victim was weakened to the limit, the ghost would seize their body, turning it into a vessel for its own existence. Before he could finish his explanation, a message popped up on his phone from Lucina with a short, "Thank you." Alex smiled and finally allowed his daughters to pull him outside. Leaving the grounds of the psychiatric hospital, he, being the kind and responsible person he was, repaired the broken gate so that no curious thrill-seekers would wander into a place they really shouldn't. Once everyone was settled in the car, Alex tried to remember how to get to the next ghost location. But no matter how hard he thought, he couldn't recall the exact route. Before his reincarnation, he had read a book about this world, but it only hinted at the road rather than giving a detailed description. Sighing, he took out his phone, mounted it on the dashboard, and began searching for the place in the navigator. Nix, Nyaruko, Anya, Jinx, Gir, Mimi, and Stitch waited patiently, though the last 3 were already growing restless, having dealt with only one ghost so far, which clearly wasn't enough for their ambitions. "How much longer are you going to take?" Nix asked, nudging his shoulder. "Look, I can't find this place on the map. It's got some ridiculously long and stupid name, and I have no idea how to get there," Alex muttered, still scrolling through the map. "Daddy," Anya said cheerfully, "why are you so silly? Just ask the locals for directions." Alex's hand froze. He realized she was right. The place he wanted to visit was surrounded by so many legends that drivers, especially taxi drivers, were bound to know the way. Nix, noticing his bewildered expression, burst out laughing. The others joined in, while Alex's eye began to twitch. With a sigh, he ruffled Anya's hair in appreciation for the smart advice, started the engine, and drove back onto the rural road to find someone who could point the way. All he remembered was that the place was outside the city, but exactly where, and why it wasn't marked on the navigator, remained a mystery. Along the way, they stopped at a shop for snacks and coffee. Near the entrance, two taxi drivers were animatedly discussing a strange passenger they had recently driven. Alex immediately guessed they were talking about Chingu, a man who roamed ghostly places at night. The taxi drivers, however, seemed to think he was some kind of maniac. "Excuse me, gentlemen," Alex said, walking up to them. "You know the city well, right?" Depends on what you're looking for," one of them squinted. "I'm traveling with my family and heard a legend about a place, the White Dragon Cave Tunnel. I'd like to see what it's like," Alex said with a friendly smile. Hearing Alex's words, both taxi drivers instantly closed their mouths and stared at him in shock. Seeing their stunned faces, Alex just rolled his eyes slightly. He knew very well the kind of legends that surrounded that ghost tunnel. The tunnel had been built 15 years ago, but from the very start strange disasters had occurred there. It all ended with the tunnel being shut down 5 years ago after a major incident. Even then, accidents continued to happen. Many spoke of a woman standing in the tunnel. If you didn't stop, she would slowly approach until she was running alongside the car. If you did stop, things only got worse, the woman would appear in the back seat, and the car would inevitably crash. And that was just one of the stories. Some drivers claimed they had seen a car passing by, but when they turned to look again, there was no one behind the wheel. When they exited the tunnel, the mysterious car would simply vanish without a trace. The final reason for the tunnel's permanent closure was a monstrous traffic accident that claimed many lives. "Listen, kid. I don't know why you want to go to that tunnel, or what possessed you to drag your family there, but here's my advice, don't. People go missing there all the time, or end up in crashes. We taxi drivers avoid the place altogether and wouldn't dare to go near it," the first driver said, shaking his head. "My friend's right," the second added. "You're young, don't throw your life away. Think of your family." One guy we knew thought those legends were just scary stories. He drove through that tunnel, and vanished. All they found was his empty car. His wife is still looking for him. If you want thrills, go to New Century Park instead, they've got a popular haunted house there. Much safer. "I wasn't planning on driving in," Alex replied calmly, lighting a cigarette. "I just saw the legend on a forum and thought I'd take a look. Your city's full of places like that, so my family and I are touring around, checking them out." "That's true," the first driver agreed, also lighting up. "Everywhere you look here, something's happened or is about to happen. One guy I picked up broke into an abandoned psychiatric hospital, found kidnapped people there, and somehow fought off their captors. Creepy stuff. We're just passing through the city, but we've already seen plenty," Alex continued. "Still, could you tell me how to get to the tunnel? My wife's a horror movie fan, she really wants to see places like that." The taxi drivers glanced toward his car. Inside sat a woman with pale skin, short hair, and a tracksuit. Both men instinctively gave Alex a thumbs up in admiration, but when they looked at his face again, they realized that with someone as good-looking as him, of course his wife would be beautiful. They also noticed the kids and smirked to themselves, thinking only a madman would risk his family's safety for the sake of a cursed place. Deciding that Alex probably just wanted to take a look and leave, they agreed to give him directions, though almost every sentence came with the warning that under Northwest circumstances should he drive through the tunnel, even during the day. Alex smiled and promised he wouldn't, but he hadn't said anything about not going on foot. Once he had the route, he said goodbye and headed back to his car. "Wife, huh? Funny, I don't remember becoming your wife," Nix remarked as Alex got behind the wheel. "Habit," he waved her off. "And I don't see you complaining, shut-in goddess. Anyway, I've got the route. Next stop, the White Dragon Cave Tunnel." "You were right," Nix said as the car pulled onto the road. "Right about what?" Alex asked, glancing out the window. "Daddy, you were right, the name is stupid. I mean, it's supposed to be haunted. Why not call it something cooler? Like, the Tunnel of 100 Ghosts or the Bloody Tunnel. Or better yet, the Super Mega Curse Tunnel straight to hell." Jinx blurted out with excitement. Alex and Nix burst out laughing when they heard the ridiculous names Jinx had come up with. Anya, Nyaruko, Gir, Mimi, and Stitch immediately joined in, tossing out increasingly absurd suggestions, each funnier and stranger than the last. Struggling to hold back his laughter, Alex lit a cigarette and stuck his hand out the window, letting the smoke drift into the cool evening air. Following the directions given by the taxi drivers, he drove out of the city along an old, long-abandoned road. The tires thudded softly over the uneven asphalt. Passing through dilapidated neighborhoods, Alex and Nick sat in silence, while in the back seat 6 enthusiastic gremlins animatedly debated what the cursed tunnel should be called. The tunnel, known as the White Dragon Cave, was on the outskirts of a village. The closer they got, the more deserted the road became, traffic dwindled, and the few streetlights were spaced far apart. Many had long since gone dark, and the shoulders of the road were littered with garbage. It's getting emptier, fewer cars, more trash, Nix remarked, peering out the window. What did you expect? Alex smirked. Most people are superstitious. In the 15 years since this tunnel was built, there've been too many accidents here, and people have vanished without a trace. No wonder the authorities abandoned the road. What I don't get is why they didn't just demolish or collapse the tunnel entirely. Idiots still try to sneak in here at night looking for thrills, and then they vanish too. You're one of those idiots, Nix teased, narrowing her eyes playfully. Unlike them, I can destroy the tunnel, wipe out every ghost, hell, if I wanted, I could turn the whole universe into dust. Alex rolled his eyes. So I think I can afford to have a little fun in places like this. Oh yes, the mighty and terrifying Demon King has come to bully some poor, pitiful ghosts. Nix laughed. Alex just gave her a blank stare, which only made the goddess of darkness and night laugh harder. He smirked and shook his head. In this world, there was nothing that could truly harm him. Even if every ghost here attacked him at once, his ghost wife Zhang Yu would happily devour them all, and her Red City would simply gain a few new residents. The closer they got to the tunnel, the more remote the area became. The forest thickened, and only occasionally, between the trees, they caught glimpses of houses with dim lights. It was clear the locals had moved away from here. In the back seat, the gremlins were beginning to grow bored, even their game of, guess what I see, had lost its charm. Daddy, look. Someone's sitting there. Anya suddenly shouted, shaking the back of the driver's seat. Alex quickly slowed down and looked where she was pointing. Next to a rundown house on the left side of the road, a woman was crouching. One foot was bare, the other wore a shoe. Her dress was torn in places, the hem covered in dust and dry leaves. Her head was bowed, as if searching for something in the grass. Alex frowned, he knew this type of entity all too well. A jilted bride, ghost. According to legend, her husband had cheated on or abandoned her on their wedding day, and ever since, she killed any man she encountered, whether guilty or not. Her essence was pure, unrestrained hatred toward all men. Most legends about such ghosts followed a similar pattern. A driver meets a woman on the road, offers her a ride, only to discover she is a ghost, and then she kills him. The spirit of the abandoned bride cared nothing for whether the man was a model husband or a devoted family man. She had long since been consumed entirely by her rage. When the car stopped, the woman lifted her head. Her pale face with empty eyes showed no emotion. Without saying a word, she slowly stood up and walked toward the car. Deep cuts marked her calves, but not a drop of blood. Everyone inside the car understood she was a ghost, but no one intervened. Curiosity won out. The woman came right up to the driver's window and quietly, methodically tapped her knuckles. Alex sighed and rolled his eyes. With one hand, he lowered the window, with the other, he pulled a blue rose from inside his jacket. As soon as the window went down, the barrel of a revolver appeared outside. Sorry, beautiful, he said softly. Say cheese for the camera, flash is coming. There was a flash, a gunshot echoed, and the ghost girl disappeared forever. Alex knew the spirit had already killed many people. If she only took revenge on men who cheated on their wives or raised a hand against them, he might have spared her. But, sadly, this ghost bride killed anyone who dared to offer her a ride. Why did you kill her? Nix nudged Alex's shoulder. You could have at least waited to see what she was going to do. That's a typical jilted bride ghost. And you just... Bang. I was too lazy to wait for her to decide to attack. Alex rolled his eyes. Don't you know the golden rule? If a fight is inevitable, strike first. So I did, well, shot first, actually. Daddy, Jinx spoke softly, why did this lady become an angry ghost? I saw she was angry, and suffering. Ah, little one. Alex turned to the back seat. Girls like her went through a lot of pain in life. Different worlds have their own legends. Some were abandoned by their fiancés and ended their lives, some were beaten by their husbands until they died. But almost always the result is the same, the ghost hates all men and attacks anyone she meets. So sometimes it's better to end her suffering than let her keep killing. So, she was betrayed, became angry, and now she takes revenge on all men. Nairuko asked, folding her arms. Something like that, kid, Alex nodded. She looked so sad. Anya said quietly. I heard her thoughts. She was suffering. I feel sorry for her. You did the right thing, Daddy. You helped her. Nix frowned. She was, to put it mildly, puzzled by how shooting someone in the face could be considered helping. Alex noticed her expression and explained. I didn't kill her for good. I destroyed her ghostly shell so she could move on and be reborn. If I hadn't done it, she would have stayed a vengeful spirit hunting man. After hearing this, Nix understood everything. According to the navigator, there were only a few minutes left to the White Dragon Cave. Alex decided they could walk the rest of the way. He stepped out of the car, followed by the others. Locking the car, he picked up Anya and Nairuko, and Nyx carried Jinx, to keep the three little gremlins from running ahead. The closer they got to the tunnel, the stronger the feeling that someone was watching them became. Soon, a child about 7 years old appeared on the roadside, with a deathly pale face. "Hey, kid, get lost," Alex grumbled. "Go scare someone else." "Uncle, I can't find my hand," the child ghost said, showing a stump. "Can you help me find it?" "Are you kidding me?" Alex raised an eyebrow. "Maybe I should kick you to speed up your thinking process so you get the message that it's time to leave." "I've found almost everything," the ghost continued. "Only missing my hand. Maybe you'd give me yours." He grinned, nodding toward a black bag at his feet, dripping with blood. "Well, that's it, you asked for it." Alex sighed and turned to Gir, Mimi, and Stitch. "Take him apart so he stops begging around here." Gir, Mimi, and Stitch exchanged glances and almost simultaneously pulled iron batons from their little bags. With battle cries of "hit the ghost," they charged at the child ghost. At first, he didn't understand what was happening but sensed danger deep down. Just as the trio closed in, the ghost suddenly spun around and dashed into the bushes. Without losing a second, Gir, Mimi, and Stitch rushed after him. Soon, sounds of blows, furious insults, and pitiful sobbing came from behind the bushes. Although the ghost looked like a child, he hadn't been one for a long time. This spirit had already claimed many lives with his games. After a few moments, the noise died down. Stitch and Gir emerged from the bushes, dragging the child ghost by the legs, grinning widely. But somehow, the ghost wriggled free and disappeared again into the foliage. The trio exchanged grim frowns and immediately took off in pursuit again. This time, the blows sounded much sharper, Stitch's insults were especially colorful, and the pitiful sobs had turned into a long, painful howl. A minute later, the sounds of the fight ceased. Gir, Mimi, and Stitch came out of the bushes without the ghost, but Gir no longer held his baton. Alex flinched slightly, trying not to imagine where Gir might have stuffed his iron baton into the ghost. Nyx wasn't eager to find out either. Only the girls left near the haunted house were watching all this live and now regretted witnessing the process. Some things cannot be unseen. "I even feel sorry for that ghost," Nyx said quietly, hugging Jinx. "You know, me too," Alex nodded. "So I suggest we pretend we didn't see anything. And, really, there was no ghost trying to tear off my hand." "I agree." "And they just ran into the bushes because, well, they had to go to the bathroom," Nyx said with a forced smile, nervously giggling. "Ha ha ha," Alex laughed, mimicking a robot's voice. Pretending there were no ghosts at all, the group continued toward the cursed tunnel. But soon they encountered another spirit, this time, an old man with a bamboo basket on his back, dripping blood. Alex and Nyx exchanged glances, their faces clearly said, "When will this ever end?" For Gir, Mimi, and Stitch, it was like a gift from fate. Without waiting for orders, they pounced on the old ghost. Within minutes, he was beaten, covered in salt, and sent to a better world. At least, that's what the trio believed, convinced they were helping rather than just carrying out an execution. As Alex and his group finally approached the cursed tunnel, the road was littered with trash, and on the ground, numerous footprints were clearly visible. From big to small, all the tracks led in one direction, towards the cursed tunnel. Soon, Alex, Nyx, and the 6 gremlins found themselves right at its entrance. Inside the tunnel, nothing could be seen, even when straining to look. Alex and Nyx felt countless eyes watching them. Alex looked away from the tunnel, but then sensed a strong concentration of malice above it. Looking up, he saw a strange, huge, deformed ghost whose face was twisted with rage. Alex's eyes briefly glowed violet, and the ghost began to turn to dust. The ghost let out a scream of pain and anger, and as it completely turned to dust, the scream faded. "I expected to meet ghosts here," Nyx said, staring into the darkness, "but this is too dense. Malice and despair literally seep from this place." "There are many legends about this tunnel," Alex replied, gently setting Anya and Nairuko down. "They say if you enter here before midnight with your eyes closed and walk forward, the tunnel changes. It becomes a labyrinth with many forks, and if you open your eyes, you stay here forever." "Dad, seriously? Just a labyrinth? Boring," Nairuko scoffed. "I didn't finish. If you go deeper, you can see your forgotten past. Sometimes the brain blocks bad memories, and the tunnel helps bring them back. But the only way out is with the help of the mistress of this place. She's been watching us all this time, by the way." Nyx frowned and nudged Alex. "That woman's gaze makes me uneasy. Do something." "I don't see the point. This woman is filled with rage because of what happened in this tunnel in the past," Alex said softly, feeling a touch of sadness for the woman and her child's fate. 5 years ago, there was a massive car accident in this tunnel where many people died. She was one of the victims. Her hatred for people comes from the fact that when the panic began, everyone abandoned her. Her and her son were left to die. Everyone saved themselves, thinking only of themselves, which is sadly typical in such situations. In a moment of despair, her son opened the red door and pulled in the souls of all the dead. Since entering the red world, her rage has only grown stronger. All the ghosts that came to the tunnel serve as cannon fodder protecting the child. Even though this woman is consumed by hatred and pain, she still protects her child. That's why I won't enter the tunnel. I simply feel sorry for them. And, sadly, the phrase, "a mother's love is stronger than death," fits perfectly here. Nyx only sighed deeply. By nature, all beings are selfish. She remembered Alex's words said long ago, people aren't born evil, they become so under the influence of circumstances and upbringing. The situation with the woman ghost illustrated this perfectly. Nyx understood her motives. Even as an evil spirit, she continued to protect her child, ready to do anything for him. Even the girls who watched everything through the live stream felt sympathy for the ghost. Especially those who had children of their own: Yuriko, Alcina, Gloria, Nemio, Kiriko, and Aria. For Alcina, it was especially painful. In the past, she had tried to protect her 3 foster daughters, but fate had decided otherwise. Alex stood, looking into the dark tunnel, thinking about how to free the woman and her son from pain and suffering. But he understood, even if he offered help, she would most likely refuse. It was more important for her to stay close to her child, even if it meant being a red ghost forever, risking drowning in her own hatred at any moment. Raising his gaze, Alex noticed, deep inside the tunnel's vault, the very same boy, but now he looked like a giant spider with a child's face. The sight made him quietly exhale. He had long learned that where there are bright and safe worlds, there are also those filled with malice and despair. And then a plan formed in his mind, strange, insane, but still a plan. Lighting a cigarette to organize his thoughts, he found a solution that would allow the woman and her son to stay together, without harming anyone. "Daddy, did you come up with something?" Anya asked, taking his hand. "Yes, but it's a terribly crazy idea," he replied, exhaling smoke. "I'll have to go into the tunnel and talk to her in person." "What kind of madness is in your crazy head?" Nyx raised an eyebrow. "It's simple. If she doesn't want to leave the child, I'll offer her an alternative, relocation. I'll move them to the Red City, ruled by Zhangya. There they can live peacefully. And harm no one." "Well, what are you waiting for? Go ahead," Nyx encouraged, giving him a slight push. Alex rolled his eyes but headed toward the cursed tunnel. Gir, Mimi, and Stitch rushed after him, but he immediately stopped them, fully aware that inside this trio could cause a bloody massacre of ghosts. As soon as his foot crossed the boundary, the world around him changed. He found himself in a place cut off from the living, under the full influence of the red door. Hundreds of angry eyes fixed on him, but in the darkness, only the faint glow of a cigarette and the sound of his footsteps were visible. On both sides stood dozens, hundreds of ghosts. Alex took out a blue rose, just in case someone decided to attack. Gradually, lanterns lit up in the tunnel, and cars began to drive through. But at some point, one of them lost control and flipped over. A chain accident followed: screams, panic. People pushed, knocked each other down, trampled those who fell. Alex calmly watched. He understood that the ghost was showing him the day of that very disaster. And there, amidst the chaos, he saw a woman. Her clothes were soaked in blood, and her voice broke in desperate cries, calling for her son she couldn't find. He stepped closer and knelt before her, ignoring the surroundings. "Maybe we should talk," he said quietly. The very moment the woman stopped shouting her son's name, the sounds of panic and people's screams vanished as if they were never there, and the tunnel fell back into its usual dead silence. The woman slowly rose from the floor, and her clothes turned blood red, a sign that before Alex stood a red ghost. "Strange guy. Didn't the scene of mass death scare you at all?" she asked, looking at him with interest and distrust. "I've seen billions die. I've heard their cries of pain, their pleas for salvation. I've seen far more suffering than you can imagine," Alex replied calmly, without looking away. "And why have you come to this place?" she inquired, narrowing her eyes. "I came to offer help. To you and your son, whom you continue to protect even after death," Alex answered in the same steady, confident tone. He raised 2 fingers. "2 possible futures for your fate. Your next words will decide whether you stay here forever," the ghost woman said, her voice tinged with menace. "Don't threaten me. You're not the first to try. But all who have tried are long dead, and nothing remains of them, not even their souls," Alex said quietly, his irises flashing with cold light. The woman involuntarily shuddered. "So, what is it you want to offer us?" she asked, trying to hide her unease. "Simple. First option, I relocate you and your son to a place where you will be safe. Second, I rid you both of the hatred that feeds your souls, close the red door, and you will both go, where all go after death, Alex said, lighting a new cigarette. The ghost woman watched him carefully, trying to discern if he was lying. Alex glanced around. Everything was frozen, as if time had stopped. The faces of fleeing people were fixed in grimaces of horror and despair. The scale of the car accident was enormous. By Alex's estimate, at least 50 were already dead, and many more would perish. Suddenly, he heard a faint rustle overhead. Looking up, Alex saw a spider with a child's face. It smiled warmly and waved, signaling that there was no danger. Then he turned his gaze back to the ghost woman, awaiting her decision, or the command to leave the cursed tunnel. To be continued. Chapter 416, Chapter 416, Final Destination, The Cursed Academy. While the woman ghost was considering Alex's offer, he decided to look around. After all, it's not every day you find yourself in the middle of a massive car accident, even if it's only an illusion of past events. Alex was impressed by the skill with which the mistress of the tunnel controlled her domain. The illusion was so realistic that, without knowing its true nature, one could believe it without a shadow of doubt. But Alex knew exactly how it worked. When a pusher opened the red door, the world beyond reflected the place where it had been opened. He approached one of the frozen, running people. A grimace of panic was forever etched on the man's face. Looking closer, Alex realized this was no illusion, it was an actual ghost. The corner of his lips curled into a cold smirk. The woman ghost's son had handed her control over the red door. Now, over and over again, day after day, she was forcing these people to relive the moment of their death. Alex was once again convinced, women were the most vengeful creatures in the world. And he honestly admitted to himself, in her place, he would have done the same, if not worse. He knew exactly what he was, and if he had a red door, he would only strengthen its influence, destroying everything around and making everyone suffer. Turning away from the frozen ghost, Alex walked over to an overturned burning car. The flames were motionless, yet when he reached out, he felt real heat. This only reinforced his opinion, the woman from the cursed tunnel was truly strong. Among the ghosts he had met, she could be considered the second most powerful, surpassed only by Zhangya, who grew stronger with every spirit she absorbed. Having finished studying the illusion, Alex decided to find the red door the woman ghost's child had opened. He quickly spotted it and, without asking permission, slightly opened it. Surprisingly, beyond the door was an evening landscape, though the red door usually opened only after midnight, for a few minutes, before disappearing. Here, however, it remained in place. Alex understood the reason. This tunnel was, in itself, a unique cursed location, and so the red door never vanished, turning it into the woman ghost's personal domain. This explained why so many spirits were drawn here. The door had become a beacon, luring them in like moths to a flame. Slightly opening the red door, Alex peeked through, and, surprisingly enough, saw a cursed tunnel, but it was not quite the same as the one he was standing in now. The cursed tunnel beyond the red door was like a twisted, horrifying mirror reflection of the cursed tunnel in the real world. From the darkness came cries of pain, the sound of people running in panic, and the noise of cars exploding in the endless traffic disaster, like a broken record stuck on an infinite loop. Alex leaned further out and looked in both directions, spotting the tunnel's end, which opened directly onto the distant Red City. He wasn't surprised to see the Red City. Every time the red door opened, it absorbed part of the real world, which eventually became part of the Red City, expanding its size. But his beautiful ghost wife Zhangya had managed to claim a part of that Red City for herself. In Alex's mind, a voice even whispered to him to go and see the Red City, specifically, to find the part Zhangya had taken for her own. Alex quickly dismissed the thought. He didn't have much time to indulge his curiosity by exploring the Red City. Deciding to close the red door to avoid tempting himself into such an exploration, he suddenly remembered one important detail about this world. The benevolent part of Chen Ji's soul ruled the central part of the Red City, the area where the fiercest ghosts of the Red City resided. And in that very second, something clicked in Alex's mind. When Zhangya had died, she had become a red ghost and eventually ended up in a school in the red world, known as the School of the Afterlife. And afterward, Zhangya escaped from that school and rushed into the city center, where she unleashed a true ghost massacre. Eventually, she encountered the benevolent part of Chen Ji's soul and made a deal with him. And if Zhangya now dwells in his shadow, then what ghost, for heaven's sake, is helping Chen Ge survive now? After all, Zhangya had always been the one to come to Chen Ji's aid in the most dangerous situations. Damn. He cursed, slapping his forehead. I should have checked. A headache struck him suddenly. Alex rubbed his temples, trying to put everything in order. Logic suggested the obvious. Another ghost, as strong as Zhangya herself, could have taken up residence in Chen Ji's shadow. That would explain everything, and, more importantly, it would save him from digging deeper for answers that might cost too much right now. He knew full well that if he stayed here any longer, he would inevitably lose control and set out in search of the truth. And that was something he could not allow himself. Taking a drag from his cigarette, Alex returned to the woman ghost. Her child, a spider with a boy's face, now stood beside her. Alex gave him a warm smile again, trying not to think too hard about how exactly the creature produced its web. "So, what's your answer?" he asked quietly, drawing the woman's attention. "Explain in more detail." Her voice trembled with restrained fury, but her gaze was sharp. "What exactly are you planning to do?" "Easy. Option 1, relocation. My wife has her own red city that she has claimed. I can move you there. Your son will be safe, and you won't have to guard him from every sound. Option 2, I close the red door forever, and the two of you, well, let's call it, move on to a better place. Maybe reincarnation, maybe something else. There you'll be free from hatred and pain. But there's a catch, no one can guarantee you'll end up together. Reincarnation is like Russian roulette." Alex raised 2 fingers. "Choose." "So, either live as ghosts, or final death?" she asked, narrowing her eyes. "Something like that," he shrugged. The woman ghost fell silent again. Her thoughts were torn apart by flashes of uncontrollable rage. The only thing restraining her was her son, clinging to the wall with his spider legs. His inhuman appearance only fueled her hatred toward the people who had left them to die. That hatred had burned in her since the moment she became a red ghost, and it would never fade. She didn't attack Alex only because she felt that one wrong move and he would destroy her instantly, without giving her a chance to resist. Forcing herself to regain what little composure she could, the woman steadied her voice. "What will happen to the red door if I agree to the relocation?" she asked. "And what do you mean by, your wife has her own red city?" Alex smirked, a shadow of memory flickering in his eyes. "Well, that's a story of its own," he rasped, a quiet chuckle escaping his lips. And then the woman ghost was overwhelmed by a wave of rage and bloodlust, so powerful that her own hatred, which had fueled her existence all these years, seemed like a pitiful spark in comparison. Slowly, from Alex's shadow, a pale female hand emerged, followed by the figure of a girl whose clothes were so red it seemed as if blood dripped from them. The woman ghost took a step back, feeling a deadly danger emanating from the ghost who had appeared from the shadow of the strange man offering her and her son help. Under the influence of Zhang Ye's presence, the illusion the woman ghost had created in the cursed tunnel began to shatter, like breaking glass. Alex, on the other hand, wasn't surprised at all by the strength of Zhang Ye's influence over other ghosts. After all, she was bound to him, and could be considered his shadow. Zhang Ye wrapped her arms around Alex's neck from behind, just as she usually did. Her red eyes stayed fixed on the woman ghost, who, at that moment, felt a surge of panic, yet still shielded her son with her body, even knowing that if a fight broke out, she would have no chance of winning. Alex gently stroked Zhang Ye's hand to lessen her influence on the surrounding world, so she wouldn't terrify the woman ghost and her son with her presence. "As you can see, this is my wife," he said. "She's also a ghost. I'll skip the details. The main thing is, she's taken over part of the Red City. Yes, there are plenty of dangerous beings there, but they've learned to coexist. Sometimes, let's call them, prey shows up. But that won't concern you. May I clarify, what exactly do you mean by prey?" the woman ghost asked cautiously, still shielding her son. "It's related to my work," Alex replied. "Those people are scum, the kind who belong in hell. The Red City is a prison for them and a home for beings like you. There's housing, everything you need to exist in relative peace. So, if I agree, we won't have to hunt. We'll just be able to live," she confirmed. "Exactly. And here's a bonus." Alex stepped around her and placed his hand on the child's head. As his palm rested on the spider boy's head, the creature's arachnid body began to glow faintly. It happened so fast the woman ghost didn't even have time to react. When the glow faded, her son stood before her looking exactly as he had before, no trace of the spider-like form with a child's face remained. Seeing her son's restored, human appearance, the woman ghost's eyes overflowed with bloody tears that streamed down her pale cheeks. She embraced her child, feeling that even if he was still a ghost, it didn't matter. What mattered was that he could once again look normal, not like a monster. She had loved him even when he looked like a spider with a child's face, but her mother's instincts had always told her he was suffering more than she was. Now, seeing him as himself again, she could not hold back her tears. The boy, returned to his original form, hugged his mother in return. Alex could only sigh as he watched them. He knew full well he could bring them back to life, but then what? What would this mother and son do afterward? Their chance at a normal life was already gone, and there was no guarantee that their sudden resurrection wouldn't draw dangerous attention. Humans, after all, could be far more bloodthirsty than any ghost, demon, or monster. The woman ghost finally loosened her embrace and moved as if to bow to Alex, but he stopped her. "Thank you," she whispered, wiping away her tears. "I agree to the relocation if it will protect my child." "Perfect. Then let's get to it. My wife will also take all the ghosts you've lured into this tunnel," Alex said, clapping his hands. Zhang Ye didn't need Alex to explain, she knew what to do. Blood began seeping from beneath the cursed tunnel's road, oozing through old cracks in the pavement and walls. When the blood had covered every inch of the road, a reflection appeared upon the crimson lake, an inverted red city, one far more peaceful in appearance than the red city the woman ghost knew. Looking down at her feet, the woman ghost once again realized that the ghostly girl who had appeared from the shadow of the guy offering them help was far stronger and scarier than she seemed. Zhang Ye touched the edge of the crimson lake with her toe, causing ripples to spread in all directions. Immediately after, pale hands emerged from the crimson lake, grabbing every ghost in the cursed tunnel and pulling them into the lake. No matter how much the ghosts resisted, they could not escape becoming residents of the Red City. When all the ghosts, except for the woman ghost and her son, had been swallowed by the crimson lake created by Zhang Ye, it was time for the red door. Pale hands appeared again from the lake, grabbed the door frame, tore the red door out, and dragged it into the crimson lake. The woman ghost and her son watched this scene with complete astonishment. The woman ghost felt her connection to the red door sever as it disappeared into the crimson lake. "Now it's your turn," Alex said with a gentle smile. "Don't resist. There, you'll be able to choose any place to live. My wife's Red City is vast, you'll find a corner to your liking." The woman ghost responded with a forced smile to Alex's words. She picked up her son and hugged him tightly, then nodded to show she was ready. A kind smile appeared on Alex's face as he looked at the woman ghost and her son. When the woman ghost showed her readiness, pale white hands emerged again from the crimson lake, grabbed her, and immediately pulled her down. Once the cursed tunnel was completely cleared of all ghosts, it returned to its usual dark, deserted state. When the one who ruled this tunnel disappeared, everything went back to its place. But the catch was that the local curse connected to this tunnel had not vanished and would not dissipate anytime soon. Perhaps after some time, the cursed tunnel would again become a home to another group of ghosts, or maybe not. Alex didn't know the answer, nor did he want to. Lighting a cigarette in the dark tunnel, he decided to return to Nix and his daughters. Before Alex left the cursed tunnel, Zhang Ye gently brushed her cold hand over his cheek before disappearing into his shadow. Leaving the cursed tunnel, Alex looked at Nix's irritated face and the group of 6 gremlins who had crafted a makeshift table and were playing a board game. "What took you so long?" Nix snapped. "I'm tired of standing here. How long was I gone?" Alex raised an eyebrow. "Daddy, you were gone for an hour and a half," Anya chimed in, pointing at him. "You're terribly slow." "Strange. It felt like only about 20 minutes in the tunnel." "Interesting," Alex noted, glancing at the dark entrance. "Maybe you bumped your head in there." Nick snorted, kicking his leg. "No. It's a feature of that woman ghost's domain. Time inside flows slower than outside." "Didn't expect to find myself in such a place," Alex said, stroking his chin. "All right, I don't care. The main thing, did you convince her to leave? Or did she kick you out?" Nix asked, raising an eyebrow. Alex nodded, showing that everything had worked out. Deciding to tell them everything on the way back to the car, Alex picked up Nairuko and Jinx, while Anya climbed into Nix's arms. On the way back to the car, Alex recounted everything he had seen and encountered in the tunnel, as well as his conversation with the woman ghost. Nix was puzzled as to why the woman ghost hadn't chosen to move on instead of continuing to exist as a bloodthirsty spirit. But the girls who had been watching the live stream understood perfectly why the woman ghost had made that choice. She simply didn't want to part with her child. Once they reached the car and settled the daughters into the back seat, Alex took the driver's seat and opened the navigator again. There was only one last place he wanted to visit. Glancing out the window, he realized the sun was already setting, and time was running out with each passing second. "Where to next?" Nix asked, watching him. "Private Academy of West Jujang," Alex replied without taking his eyes off the screen. "A school with ghosts. Perfect." Nix perked up. "We're not going there for a sightseeing tour," Alex answered, still not turning his head. "Then why the hell are we going? You just want to stand at the gate and leave? Are you kidding me?" Nix said, starting to kick him with her legs. "No. We're going to tear it down to the ground. This is the place where Zhang Ye studied and died. And hidden there is a stash belonging to the bastard responsible for her death," Alex said, narrowing his eyes as he found the academy's address. "You should have said that right away," Nix smirked, crossing her arms. The 6 gremlins, having heard there'd be something to blow up, were more than satisfied. Plotting the route to the Private Academy of West Jujang, Alex gripped the wheel harder. He would level this academy, no matter what problems it might bring. He wouldn't allow the place where Zhang Ye had died to remain standing. The idea that she hadn't died instantly, but had suffered for a long time beforehand, only stoked his fury. But tonight, he could finally unleash it, first by destroying the academy, then by going after the fat bastard who had caused her death. The girls watching the stream thought about coming to see the explosion up close. They knew perfectly well Alex wasn't just going to destroy the academy. They knew he'd send it straight into orbit. They quickly decided to join Alex, Nix, and the 6 gremlins. Leaving New Century Park, having already had their fill of fun in the haunted house and even managing to cause trouble for its resident ghosts, the girls set off. As Alex drove through the city's evening streets, he stuck his hand out the window, letting the wind brush against his skin. The road from the cursed tunnel to the academy where Zhangya had died was a long one. The cabin was quiet, with only a soft, calm tune playing from the radio. But in the back seat, the 6 gremlins were already animatedly discussing how they would blow up the academy. Especially enthusiastic were Nairuko, Jinx, and Anya. To them, Zhangya was one of their mommies, and as the best daughters in the entire multiverse, they felt obligated to help take revenge. So the upcoming explosion promised to be unforgettable. Alex, humming a melody under his breath, felt completely calm. He knew he would carry out the plan no matter what. As they approached the academy, he noticed a row of parked cars along the road and couldn't help but smile. He knew exactly who they belonged to. The girls, of course, couldn't stay away and miss such a spectacle. After parking the car, Alex barely had time to open the door when Nairuko, Jinx, and Anya dashed out squealing, rushing to their mommies, excitedly sharing their impressions of the trip all at once and so fast that their words were impossible to understand. Alex smiled, looking at his family. Even Zhangya, hidden in his shadow, felt a strange warmth in her heart full of rage. Still smiling, he got out of the car, opened the trunk, and pulled out a backpack stuffed with explosives. Slinging it over his shoulder, he walked over to his group. "And where's the main culprit?" Ada asked with a smirk. "We came to support her, but she didn't even honor us with her presence." "You know she's shy," Alex replied, pointing at the recluse goddess. "Zhangya is even more of an introvert than Nyx." "You're just jealous I can stay home while you have to run around world saving them," Nyx rolled her eyes. Alex's eye twitched at Nyx's words, but he couldn't deny the truth in them. After all the girls in his family could do whatever they wanted, while he had to save worlds under the Creator's Enforcer's aegis. The girls looked at Alex's grimacing face and burst out laughing. Alex smiled hearing their laughter and looked at the academy bathed in the rays of the setting sun. He stared at the gates of the abandoned academy. Chains and iron bars had long since fused together. The gates were too heavy even to budge. The academy grounds were small, the entire area could be taken in with one glance. Several tall statue silhouettes stood on the grounds like lonely sentinels. The school's sign had been removed a long time ago. Overgrown bushes swallowed most of the academy's paths. The girls also examined the abandoned academy's grounds with genuine interest, some even decided to take a few photos as mementos of their adventure. "Girls, I don't mind your company, but we might attract unwanted attention," Alex noted. "Don't worry, darling, Red's already taken care of everything," Yuriko said, photographing the girls against the rusty gates. "What do you mean? What have you done?" Alex raised an eyebrow, looking at the Red Queen. "Nothing. Red just hacked the database, bought the entire academy grounds, got permits for demolition and construction, and then hired a crew to build a children's shelter here," Sherry smiled, hugging him by the arm. Alex froze, his mouth slightly open. His plan had been much simpler: blow up the academy, mask the noise with magic, and leave. But the girls had taken a meticulous approach, thinking everything through down to the smallest detail. Claire added that they had already set up a charity to fund the future shelter. Alex decided it was better not to ask where the money had come from. Seeing his stunned face, the girls happily high-fived each other. While he and Nyx had been making their way here, they had devised a plan that would conceal every reason why the cursed academy would vanish from the face of the earth. Alex easily guessed who the masterminds were. Coco, Yuriko, Brunhild, Saya, and Nagahide were in charge of demolition. Freya and Alcina had suggested building the shelter, and Claire, Marie, Sherry, and Shizuka had organized the fund. But he didn't object. Adjusting the backpack, he walked up to the gates and, with a single blow, knocked them off their hinges. "Alex, we'll wait here," Chun-Li said with a smile. "Make it quick, and then the whole family can watch the fireworks together." Alex nodded and led Gir, Mimi, and Stitch, a trio of demolition experts capable of turning any operation into masterful chaos. The girls stayed near the transport, holding back Anya, Nairuko, and Jinx. Everyone knew those 3 gremlins could set off an explosion big enough to send the academy into orbit. The path to the entrance was overgrown with tall grass. Alex and his team pushed forward until they reached the academy's main doors. Locked. But finding a detour wasn't his style. Gir, grinning, pulled out a power hammer and, with one swing, smashed the doors open. Inside, in the dusty and lifeless lobby, Alex searched for a building map to mark the points for placing charges. Stitch, proud of himself, found it before anyone else. Consulting with the demolition crew, Alex marked every spot, from the main building to the girls' dormitory where Zhangya had once lived. The backpack full of explosives landed on the counter, and the trio grabbed the charges and vanished into the corridors. Alex was left alone. He headed for the Center for Artistic Activities, the place where Zhangya had spent countless hours. Lighting a cigarette, he began to climb the stairs. The feeling of being watched didn't leave him. There were plenty of ghosts in this place, but he wasn't about to indulge them. A creak sounded behind him. Turning, he saw a wooden chair standing in the middle of the hallway. "Just what I needed," Alex muttered and delivered a spinning kick to the chair. The chair flew in an arc and slammed into the wall. Without slowing down, he kept moving. A sign reading "Vocal Room" told him the dance hall was upstairs. He headed for the stairs to the third floor, feeling the weight of a gaze from the darkness. The creak came again, the same chair was now behind him once more. "Bored, huh? Let me help you," Alex said, grabbing the possessed chair and hurling it out the window with full force. Dusting off his hands, Alex began climbing the stairs, instantly forgetting that he had just been stalked by a ghost-possessed chair. Between floors, he was met by a rope with a "No Entry" sign. Alex knew why. Zhang Ye's death had triggered a chain of strange events, and the third floor had become especially terrifying. According to legend, the souls of those responsible for her death wandered there, and the academy had soon closed afterward. He tore down the barrier and stepped into the dark hallway of the third floor. The dance studio was at the far end. Alex stopped in front of the door. It wasn't fear holding him back, but the knowledge of what he was about to see. He already knew what Zhang Ye had endured. But if he saw it with his own eyes, his rage might break loose. To be continued. Chapter 417, The Past of the Ghost Girl. The reason I dedicated this chapter to a partial disclosure of Zhang Ye's past is because not everyone has read this book. While most of the girls in Alex's family are already known, there is little information about Zhang Ye. And so enjoy. Alex stood before the dance studio where Zhang Ye had spent countless hours, right up until her death. He knew that once he crossed this threshold, the memories of his wife's final moments, full of pain and despair, would come to life before his eyes. He already knew what she had endured, but he didn't want to see it again for himself. Lighting a cigarette, Alex slowly glanced down the dark hallway, as if deliberately delaying the moment of entry. A stagnant, heavy silence reigned here, and the walls seemed to breathe with forgetfulness. It was no surprise, West Zhejiang Private Academy had been closed for many years, all because of the grim legends that surrounded it. Alex remembered, after Zhang Ye became a red ghost, she began to take revenge on everyone involved in her death. The first to fall under her wrath were the girls from this very studio, those whose indirect guilt became a death sentence for them. Many students perished during her bloody vengeance, and only one of the main culprits had managed to escape her punishment. Taking a deep breath, Alex accepted that he would have to go in anyway. He reached for the heavy lock securing the door and, with a sharp movement, ripped it off along with the chain. But before he could pull the door open, it slowly swung inward on its own, as if inviting him to enter. Stepping inside, he found himself in a spacious hall. The studio was impressive, perfectly polished wooden floors, professional equipment, and acoustic panels to absorb sound, all signs of a high level of training. The walls were lined with adjustable ballet bars, and beneath them stretched a row of low benches for students to rest. On the opposite side stood 6 enormous mirrors joined into a single reflective wall, capturing the entire room in their surface. Looking into those mirrors, Alex pictured Zhang Ye dancing here day after day, perfecting her movements, striving to be better. But the longer he looked, the heavier his heart felt. Of all the women in his family, Zhang Ye had drawn the most tragic fate. One fatal moment had turned her into a vengeful ghost who lived only for retribution. If not for their chance encounter in an underground laboratory of another world, they might never have met, and who knows what would have become of her, would she have grown even more fearsome, or vanished entirely. He was still staring at his reflection when the silence was broken by a creak. Alex shifted his gaze and saw 3 chairs that hadn't been there a second ago. He knew exactly who they belonged to and, without hesitation, kicked each one, sending them flying toward the wall. The wooden floor echoed loudly with their impact. Alex's eyes caught on the far corner, where certificates, awards, and a results list hung on the wall. The first line was crudely blacked out with marker. He recognized the name instantly. A name the entire school feared to speak aloud, as if it were cursed. The name of Zhang Ye. After her death, the upper floors of the academy had been sealed off, and entry was forbidden. But even that hadn't rid the building of nightmares, sudden deaths, and strange occurrences. One photograph in particular drew his attention, a group shot of 6 people. 5 girls stood close together, smiling at the camera, while the 6th stood off to the side, almost in the shadows, so far away that her figure was barely visible. If not for the white dance shoes peeking out from behind the corner, one might have thought it was a photo of just 5 friends. Alex clenched his teeth. He had wanted to see Zhang Ye before she became a red ghost, but even here her face was hidden. Looking at the cheerful expressions of the 5 girls, he felt his anger rising. With a sudden punch, he struck the photo, smashing through the wall and scattering shards of glass across the floor. Slowly lowering his hand, Alex exhaled heavily, struggling to keep his rage in check. To calm the storm building inside, Alex decided to inspect the entire dance studio, including the adjoining rooms. He didn't remember exactly where the stash of that fat bastard, the one responsible for Zhangya's death, was hidden, but he was certain he would find it. He first opened the door to a small room. Inside stood a writing desk, a dresser, and a narrow single bed. Alex stepped in, cigarette between his fingers, and glanced around the space that had likely served as the occasional sleeping quarters for a local teacher. On the desk lay scattered copies of certificates, each one listing 6 names, but one was always crossed out with a thick black marker. Alex just shook his head. The dance instructor had clearly put in effort to erase any mention of Zhangya's name, but unfortunately, in the end, he had escaped her bloody vengeance. Back in those days, Zhangya had craved only revenge, especially against the teacher. Finding nothing useful, he returned to the hall, and once again saw those same 3 chairs in the center. "All right, you like moving around. I'll make sure you won't move again," Alex said grimly. He pulled a hammer and a handful of nails from his inventory. Stepping up to the first chair, he drove a nail into one of its legs. From the spot where the metal pierced the wood, thick crimson blood began to seep. Alex paid it no mind, methodically nailing down the remaining legs before moving on to the next chair. He did the same to the third. Now, from each punctured leg, dark drops slowly trickled down, soaking into the floor. Anyone else in his place would have run for their life, but Alex only watched indifferently. He knew that within these 3 wooden chairs were trapped the souls of the girls who had once tormented Zhangya. She had killed them and left them forever in this hall so they could never leave the studio's walls. Checking how firmly the chairs were nailed to the floor, Alex headed into the women's changing room. In the far corner, he spotted a lone locker, pushed away from the others, as if even its owner's belongings had to be kept apart. Sighing, Alex stepped forward and opened it. Inside lay a dirty white ballet dress. He carefully took it out, packed it into a case, and decided to keep it. On the shelf sat 5 empty candy boxes. "Ah, Zhangya. You were too kind. If you had been like me when you were alive, no one would have even thought of bullying you," he muttered as he closed the locker. Alex understood, Zhangya had simply wanted friends, but her beauty and talent had only pushed people away, while her quiet, modest nature made her an easy target for cruel mockery. He didn't even want to imagine the humiliations she had endured at the hands of those 5. When he shut the locker door, a photograph fell to the floor. Alex picked it up and read the note on the back. "Congratulations to Room 414 for winning the preliminary round to participate in the national competition." Flipping the photo over, he saw 6 girls. 5 stood close together, smiling and hugging, while the 6th stood about half a meter away, slightly to the side. Tall, around 1.70 meters, she looked like the heroine of Swan Lake, graceful, pure, gentle, and beautiful. Even in the photograph, her elegance stood out among the rest. Alex froze. At last, he saw Zhangya as she had been in life, before she became a red ghost. "My love. You were breathtakingly beautiful when you were alive. Though you're still beautiful now. In short, as your husband, I've got no complaints," he said quietly, knowing she could hear him. But instead of a verbal reply, long black strands of Zhangya's hair slipped out from his shadow. They slid toward the photograph and tore away the entire portion that showed the 5 girls, leaving only the part with Zhangya's image in his hands. Alex smiled, recognizing this as a burst of jealousy from his ghostly wife, and wasn't surprised in the least. He had no intention of looking at the faces of those 5 anyway, she was the only one who mattered. With only the small fragment of her image remaining, Alex decided to keep it. He carefully placed the photograph into the case where he had earlier stored Zhangya's ballet dress. In his family, every girl had belongings that reminded her of the past, but Zhangya had nothing left. Even if those items carried only pain and bitter memories, Alex still decided to keep them. He knew that if Zhangya had truly wanted to sever all ties with her past, she would have destroyed both the dress and the photo long ago. When the photograph was safely in the case, there was a knock at the door. Alex raised an eyebrow in surprise and walked to the entrance. Opening the door, he once again saw the 3 chairs. "Not tired of this yet," he said with a frown. "I even nailed you to the floor so you wouldn't wander around. Or did you decide that just because you're ghosts now, you can scare people? Get back to your corner, or I'll eat you." He bared his sharp teeth, his eyes flashing with irritation. Alex's gaze dropped to the chair's legs, and he noticed that the ghostly occupants hadn't given up. They had ripped out entire chunks of the wooden floor just to keep following him. Suppressing his annoyance, he kicked each chair, sending them flying toward the wall. Unlike the haunted house, where 24 mannequins possessed by schoolchildren had followed him, these 3 chairs didn't inspire curiosity, only pure irritation. Those kids had simply wanted to know who he was, but they just seemed pointlessly stubborn. Turning his gaze away from the wooden frames that had slammed into the wall, Alex caught sight of something strange in the mirror. Instead of empty chairs, it reflected 3 girls, dressed in dirty school uniforms, with deathly pale faces and mouths moving as if trying to speak. Their bodies seemed fused with the wooden frames, and their expressions were frozen in terror. "What, scary now?" Alex said calmly. Sit still, or I'll show you what cleansing fire is, or in your case, a fall straight into hell. The ghost girls kept silently moving their lips. And in that moment, Zhangya emerged from Alex's shadow. She wrapped her arms around his neck, her bright red eyes locking onto the spectral figures. At once, strange things began happening in the dance studio. The metal locker doors groaned, as if something inside was trying to break free. The doors of the side rooms rattled under heavy blows from within. It was as though the unseen inhabitants of the studio were doing everything they could to drive Zhangya away so she would never return. Alex took a drag from his cigarette, exhaled the smoke, and stomped his foot hard against the floor. Deep cracks spread outward like a spider's web across the hall's surface. The noise stopped instantly. That's better, he said coldly. Or did you idiots think you could drive me and my wife away? Sit quietly, or I'll erase you. His eyes gleamed with a bright violet light. Scanning the room with a grim expression, Alex saw every ghost in the dance hall. The teacher and the students, all of them victims of Zhangya's vengeance. Seeing his dark stare, the ghosts tried to make themselves as transparent as possible so he wouldn't notice them. But Alex could still see them perfectly, even if they fully shifted into their spiritual form. Suddenly, a metallic scent filled the air, the kind that only appeared when there was a lot of blood nearby. Alex raised an eyebrow, not expecting there to be another red ghost in this school. The door to the dance studio burst open with a loud bang. Standing in the doorway was a fat man in a black suit, spattered with blood. Beneath the jacket, his shirt was completely soaked in it. But instead of the rage and malice typical of red ghosts, his face showed pure panic. The noise and screams that followed his appearance were so loud they sounded like walls being smashed apart. Alex recognized those screams instantly. He covered his face with a hand, already knowing exactly who they belonged to. It was Gir, Mimi, and Stitch, a trio capable of driving even a red ghost into a full-blown panic. The rumbling grew louder until a hole burst open in one of the dance studio's walls. From it emerged Gir, Mimi, and Stitch, armed with iron clubs and bags of salt. Spotting the red ghost they had been hunting, they immediately perked up. The ghost flinched and, without even attempting to resist, bolted for the exit. Wait. Don't run. We're your friends. Stitch shouted, charging after him. We're your friends. Gir echoed. This won't hurt. Mimi added as she joined the chase. When the red ghost vanished, fleeing from the overly enthusiastic trio of hunters, silence returned to the dance studio. Alex was so stunned by what he'd just witnessed that he momentarily lost the ability to speak. Zhangya's face also reflected her confusion. The shouts of their hunting squad grew fainter and fainter. Alex even felt a twinge of pity for the poor ghost. If it ended up in the clutches of that trio, it might regret not passing on to the afterlife when it had the chance. Alex and Zhangya exchanged a glance and, as often happened in their family, silently agreed to pretend nothing had happened. Alex even thought that if Gir, Mimi, and Stitch were given complete freedom of action, they would launch a crusade to cleanse the entire world of ghosts, and then head into the red world to continue the mission. You know, my love, Alex said with a smirk, technically, that red ghost should have been terrified by your presence. But Gir, Mimi, and Stitch scared him so much, he stopped being afraid of even you. Hehehe. That trio is scarier than you. Turning toward Zhangya, Alex suddenly found himself so close that their noses touched. In response to his words, Zhangya gave him a blank stare, clearly showing she didn't care. Seeing this, Alex simply smiled and lightly bumped his nose against hers, if only to try and cheer her up. For a brief moment, another emotion flickered in Zhangya's red eyes. She looked away, her gaze settling on the large mirror in the dance studio. From her feet, red, pulsing veins began spreading across the floor like a spider's web. They reached the mirror and completely covered it. Then the veins sank into the surface, and the reflection changed. Alex understood, Zhangya had decided to show him her past. First, he saw Zhangya enter the dance studio carrying a bag from which boxes of candy protruded. She approached a group of 5 girls and offered them the treats, hoping to make friends. When one of the girls reached out to take some, another, about Zhangya's height, stopped her. She began saying something, pointing at Zhangya. Then she ran into the changing room and returned with a school bag, from which she pulled out several love letters. From the name on the envelopes, Alex realized they were all addressed to Zhangya. In the reflection, Zhangya silently looked at the girl who kept talking, seemingly excited by the conversation. But it wasn't really a conversation, it was one-sided, with the second girl dominating it completely. Eventually, she rejected the candy, and Zhangya, silently putting the treats back in her bag, left. The scene in the mirror shifted again, like a TV series showing flashbacks from earlier episodes. The next moment from Zhangya's life appeared. The 5 girls were huddled in a circle, chatting animatedly and laughing while Zhangya trained alone. But suddenly, the door to the dance studio burst open with a loud crash. Several of the girls flinched. Thinking it was the teacher, they scrambled to their feet and pretended to be practicing. In the doorway appeared the blurred silhouette of a man. Around 1 meter 80 tall, hunched and broad-shouldered, he seemed to fill the entire space. Alex recognized him instantly, the very one responsible for Zhangya's death. Rage twisted Alex's face. Unfortunately, the mirror did not show the man's face, but Alex already knew where to find this bastard, and he was certain that sooner or later, they would meet. The image shifted again. The girls returned to their practice while the man entered his office. After some time, he reappeared, cracked the door open, and gestured for Zhangya to come over. She froze, as if she didn't know him and didn't trust him. Hesitantly, she approached the office, stopping at the threshold but not stepping inside. Alex knew what was coming next, and his fingers curled into fists. He wanted to smash the mirror just to avoid seeing what was about to happen. But he understood, Zhangya wanted him to share this moment from her past. A few seconds later, Zhangya finally crossed the threshold. The mirror did not show what happened inside. Only after 8 long seconds did the image darken, and Zhangya burst from the office, the man gripping her arm tightly as he ran after her. He shouted curses, and the 5 girls in the studio saw everything but didn't move. No one dared to intervene. Cornered far from the door, Zhangya cried out loudly for help, but no one responded. The girls turned away, pretending nothing was happening. The men advanced, spitting vile words at her. Zhangya's fingers brushed against the windowsill behind her, the only path to freedom. And in the next moment, she made her choice. Alex, his face dark, watched her fall from the window in the reflection. Any trace of pity he had left for the ghost trapped in this academy vanished completely. The man, instead of rushing to save her, merely stepped to the window and looked down. Then he turned back toward the 5 girls. One of them began to cry, and he roughly yanked her to her feet, jabbing a finger in her face and saying something threatening. Alex knew, each of them had their own dark ties to this man, and that was why they obeyed him without question. None of them would dare defy him. Alex didn't want to see another second of it. Snapping his fingers, he shattered the mirror, and its shards dissolved into the air. He didn't care what happened after that. He could change it all, go back in time and burst into the studio at that exact moment. "My love," he said quietly, looking into Zhangya's red eyes, "just say the word, and I'll change everything. I'll go back to the past and destroy every single one of them in this academy." He waited for her answer. One nod would be enough, and the tragedy would never have happened. But Zhangya only shook her head softly. Even as a bloodthirsty ghost, she had gained what she had always longed for, someone she loved, who loved her back, friends and a large family, even if not deeply close. She also had 3 daughters, not by blood, but ones she was ready to protect. She knew that if Alex changed the past, they would never meet. And that was something she could not lose. Alex simply sighed, accepting her choice. Their quiet gaze at each other was interrupted by the sound of a notification. He looked away, pulled out his phone, and saw a message from GIR, a selfie of him holding a pair of red ballet shoes. "Looks like that trio found your shoes," Alex said with a smile, turning the screen toward Zhangya. "If that's the case, the red ghost of this academy has probably already moved on to the afterlife. Maybe there are still more of your things left here." Upon hearing Alex's words, Zhangya only shook her head, making it clear there was nothing else of hers in the academy. Alex nodded, and almost immediately another message arrived, this time, just a simple file. Opening it, Alex realized it was a police file. The name inside, Zhu Xiu. Skimming through the materials, he instantly understood, this was the very scumbag responsible for Zhangya's death. The file stated that Zhu Xiu had been accused multiple times of harassing students and many other women. There were dozens of victim statements, yet each time he got away with it, either the cases were hushed up, or he was detained for a couple of days and then released again. PFF, what a rare piece of trash. Not that it's surprising. With a face like that, he should be living under a bridge, Alex said, closing the file. Zhangya tilted her head questioningly, clearly unsure if he was joking or being serious. Alex smirked, his ghost wife clearly didn't catch the reference to trolls, who, according to legends, live under bridges and prey on travelers. Seeing his smile, Zhangya felt a surge of irritation. Her hair came to life, wrapping around Alex and tugging him by the hair at the back of his head. All right, I won't laugh," he raised his hands in mock surrender. "Now we can leave. Since there's nothing else to do here, it's time to bring this academy down. After that, we've got a hunt planned." Zhangya nodded and vanished into his shadow. Alex gave the dance studio one last glance, pulled a bundle of explosives from his backpack, and tossed it into the center of the room. On his way out, he looked once more at the ghosts and smirked predatorily. "Better luck in your next life, losers," he said, pulling out the detonator. Then, without hesitation, he jumped out of the 3rd-floor window and pressed the button midair. Once again, he forgot that the explosives he crafted himself were always too powerful, and sometimes, a little too quick to go off. This time, it was instantaneous. A series of explosions thundered through the academy, with the blast in the dance studio being especially strong. The shockwave caught Alex and hurled him toward the street. The girls waiting for him by the transport heard the boom, then spotted a figure flying out of the fiery cloud, trailing a smoky streak behind. They immediately knew who it was and only sighed tiredly. Alex landed right beside them, smashing face first into the concrete. The girls didn't even think of helping, they just laughed at how he'd been blown away by his own bomb yet again. Only Irina, Alice, and Hisako looked concerned. "Alex, are you okay?" Irina asked, running toward him. "Don't worry about him," Lucina smirked. "He's fine. This isn't the first time he's been blown away by one of his explosions. I've lost count of how many times it's happened." "I'm fine," Alex rasped, rolling onto his back. "But a little concern wouldn't hurt." "And thank you, Irina, your care is much appreciated." In response, the girls only laughed. Irina came closer and helped him to his feet. Once standing, he first brushed the dust off himself, then lazily swept his gaze across the whole group. Finally, he turned his eyes to Gir, Mimi, and Stitch. Without a word, Gir handed Alex the red ballet shoes. Alex carefully took them and placed them in the case beside Zhangya's white ballet dress and photograph. The girls watched curiously but didn't ask questions. Once he finished packing, Alex stowed the case into his inventory, where it would be completely safe. "So," Rory said, leaning against the car, "what did you manage to find out about Zhangya's past in this academy?" "Quite a lot," Alex replied, glancing at the time on his phone. "I'll give you the short version." Lighting a cigarette, he decided that this time he wouldn't gloss over the details. In the past, when speaking about Zhangya's past, he had left out many of the cruel moments, but now the girls needed to know everything. He began recounting what he had seen in the academy, especially in the dance studio. As they listened, the girls frowned, and some voiced their outrage openly. When Alex reached the moment of Zhangya's death, their emotions overflowed. If he hadn't stopped them, they might well have launched a crusade against her killer right then and there. The more restrained ones immediately started searching for documents and records related to the academy and Zhangya's past. Saya pulled out her laptop, set it on the car hood, and, with the help of the Red Queen, gained access to all the necessary data. Soon, the screen was filled with photos, articles, and archival materials. "My school had bullies too, but nothing even close to this horror," Ray said, staring at the screen. "Zhangya could have just punched those idiots, and it would have been over," Renka muttered, crossing her arms. "And what did you expect?" Coco chimed in. "Look at Zhangya when she was alive, and now look at those jealous hens. It's obvious without words. And that's not even counting all her first-place trophies." "All right, girls, enough digging through the past," Alex cut in, showing them his phone. "I've got only 3 hours left before my vacation ends. And I still haven't done the most important thing." The clock read 9 in the evening. Excluding the night, Alex really did have only 3 hours left. The girls exchanged glances and agreed he was right. There was no point in chewing over the past any longer. However, seeing the genuine curiosity on their faces, Alex still revealed what he planned to do next. His plan, to hunt down that bastard himself. Upon hearing this, some of the girls smiled with bloodthirsty approval, fully supporting his intentions. After a quick kiss to Alex, they decided to take Anya, Nairuko, and Jinx with them, so that the trio of gremlins wouldn't be underfoot. Once the cars drove away, only Alex, Gir, Mimi, and Stitch remained against the backdrop of the burning academy. To be continued. Chapter 418, The Cursed Apartments and the Story of One of the Residents. Alex watched as the cars with the girls slowly drove away. In the window of one of them, he spotted the faces of Nairuko, Jinx, and Anya. Their expressions seemed to say he was the greatest villain in the entire multiverse. Alex waved goodbye to his 3 daughters, to which the gremlin trio responded in perfect sync by sticking out their tongues. He just shook his head. Behind him, the academy where Zhangya had once studied was still burning. Next to him stood Gir, Mimi, and Stitch, practically burning with impatience themselves. After all, the hunt for one fat bastard, the men responsible for Zhangya's death, was about to begin. "Let's go," Alex said, beckoning them to follow. Approaching the car, he opened the trunk and tossed in an empty backpack. Meanwhile, Gir, Mimi, and Stitch had already made themselves comfortable in the back seat, ready to roll. Closing the trunk, Alex glanced at his watch. There were still 3 hours before his meeting with the Ghost Story Society. The gathering started at midnight. That meant he could afford to grab a bite before delivering justice to that fat bastard. Sliding into the driver's seat, he started the engine. "We've got 3 hours. How about we grab some food?" he asked, glancing at the trio. "I want a burger," Stitch said cheerfully, raising his paws over his head. "Milkshake." Gir bounced in his seat. "Ice cream." Mimi raised a paw. Perfect. Next stop, any fast food joint that sells junk food, Alex smirked, pressing the gas pedal. Mimi, and Stitch threw their paws up in excitement. Junk food was their weakness. Alex listened to their joyful chatter with a smile. He knew the Ghost Story Society was based in the Fanhua apartments. Steering with one hand, he opened the map with the other. After finding the address, he noticed the area was filled with similar buildings under different names. But the best part? Directly across from the Fanhua apartment stood a fast food restaurant. Once he reached the street, he parked right in front of the restaurant. Getting out, Alex took a look at the 23-story apartment building. Smirking, he glanced up at the roof. He knew the society met on the 24th floor, a level that didn't officially exist. In this country, people avoided the number 4, associating it with death, and skipped all floors containing it. Inside the restaurant, he quickly placed an order, a combo meal for himself, 10 hamburgers for Stitch, several large milkshakes for GIR, and 5 ice cream cones for Mimi. While waiting, he once again looked at the apartment building, trying to recall the exact floor sequence needed to reach the 24th. No matter how hard he tried, his memory stubbornly refused to cooperate. Damn, he muttered, rubbing his temple in irritation. Again. The cashier who had taken his order was quietly observing the strange customer, a man who came in alone, ordered a mountain of food, and kept staring across the street. Locals preferred not to talk about that building. Shops in this part of the street all closed at 10, even though fast food places normally ran 24/7. Here, everything shut down at the exact same time, 10 o'clock sharp. Sir? Are you all right? The cashier asked cautiously. Yeah, I'm fine. It's just. You know that feeling when you're trying to remember something, and your brain suddenly decides it doesn't want to cooperate. Alex replied with a faint smile. I get it, the cashier nodded. Especially in the morning, when you can't find your keys or phone. Alex leaned forward slightly, as if making casual conversation. Since we're on the topic, what can you tell me about the Fanhua apartments? The cashier visibly flinched at the question, staring at him as though he were a madman willingly walking into one of the most dangerous places in the city. Alex didn't miss that look. He was watching every subtle change in the man's expression. Alex knew perfectly well that the rumors about the Fanhua apartments were far from pleasant. Even here, in a well-lit district, the streets would empty soon after sunset, as if people avoided going outside unless absolutely necessary. Anyone else in his place might have suggested that the residents move out, but the answer was always the same: no one would buy the apartment. And without selling, there was no money for a new home. Even if by some miracle a buyer could be found, the price would be so low it wouldn't even cover a tiny studio. The cashier kept glancing between Alex's smiling face and the silhouette of the apartment building beyond the fast food window. And why do you want to know? He asked cautiously. Oh, nothing special, Alex replied with a light, almost carefree smile. My family and I are thinking about moving. The neighborhood is quiet, so I thought maybe I'd buy a place in one of those buildings. All I can advise is, don't buy anything here. Especially not in that building across the street, the cashier said, nodding toward the grim structure. And why's that? Triad hideout? Or is the place falling apart? Alex asked, pretending to have no idea about the building's reputation. If it were the Triad, things would be easier, the cashier smirked. As for falling apart? Yes, the building's in terrible shape. You say that like you live there yourself, Alex raised an eyebrow. I do, unfortunately, the man replied with a strained smile. Sounds like you'd prefer a dumpster over spending another night in that cozy apartment, Alex teased, still smiling. You're right. I'd rather sleep in a dumpster than go through another night there, the cashier sighed heavily. When I bought my apartment on the 13th floor, I was so proud of myself. I even bragged to my friends that I finally had my own place instead of a rented room. At first, after moving in, I didn't pay attention to my neighbors with their lifeless eyes and gray faces, like they hadn't slept in months. I was too busy, working multiple jobs to pay off the mortgage, and during the first months I noticed nothing unusual. Alex pulled a candy from his pocket and handed it to the cashier. So, what did you start noticing? Or did you learn something? You look like you haven't slept for days yourself. The cashier took the sweet, but only rolled it between his fingers. It all started when I invited friends over for a housewarming. One of them is a real estate agent, works for the same firm that sold me the apartment. Over drinks, he told me what had been happening in Fanhua before I moved in. People dying in their sleep for no apparent reason. Others found brutally murdered. But most often, they just disappeared. Sometimes one person, sometimes entire families. No one ever saw or heard from them again. He glanced up at the ceiling, his eyes tired and hollow. I started digging deeper. And you know what? Everywhere I asked, it was the same: that building is cursed. Alex only nodded silently while scrolling through the city's online forums, looking for any information on the Fanhua apartments. He was genuinely intrigued, and every time he came across an especially grim story, he sent the link to the family group chat so the girls could read it too. Just as the cashier had said, there had been plenty of strange and frightening incidents in the building since its construction, as if it had absorbed dozens of urban legends into its walls. One old newspaper clipping he found on a forum told of a man who murdered his entire family before throwing himself out the window. The family had lived on the 14th floor. The irony was that in Fan Hua, there was officially no 4th or 14th floor at all. Those numbers were skipped, as if deliberately emphasizing the building's sinister reputation. Another story told of a student who vanished after returning home from an evening walk with friends. Security cameras caught him entering the building, stepping into the elevator, and then nothing. The elevator never arrived at the intended floor. On the footage, he simply disappeared. There were dozens of similar cases on the forum. Something was always happening in Fan Hua. Maybe you've seen or heard something yourself? Alex asked, turning his phone to show an open article about a missing man. Otherwise my wife will definitely kill me if I buy an apartment in a place like this. The cashier nodded wearily. There was one time, after which I never wanted to sleep in my apartment again. He paused for a moment, as if gathering strength. That night, I was supposed to be working, but a colleague covered my shift. I couldn't fall asleep, so I decided to pass the time by watching TV. I was just sitting in the living room, watching a movie, and suddenly I heard footsteps directly above me. Maybe your upstairs neighbor was just walking around. Or a burglar got in. Alex suggested with a light smile, leaning against the counter. If it were a neighbor, I'd be happy, the cashier smirked bitterly. The problem is, the apartment above mine is empty. It's the one where that man killed his family and jumped out the window. No one's bought it since. Bare walls, no furniture, nothing to steal. But the footsteps were there, clear, measured, as if someone was walking in circles right above my head. Let me guess, you decided to check. Alex raised an eyebrow. I did, the cashier admitted. At first, I just ignored the steps and kept watching the movie. But when I went to the kitchen to grab a snack, the footsteps followed me. That's when I froze. I took a step back, above me, someone took a step back. I took a step forward, and above me came a step forward. Whoever it was, they were copying my movements exactly. That's when I realized that whatever was up there was deliberately matching me, step for step. But what happened next is why I don't dare sleep in my apartment at night anymore, and why I take extra night shifts. The thing that had been following me must have sensed I was going to test it. And after that, all sorts of things started happening in my apartment at night. The footsteps overhead became far more frequent. For a moment, his eyes drifted away, as if reliving that night. I kept trying to convince myself I was imagining it. But, then it got worse. The footsteps came more often. Sometimes, from the neighboring apartment. One time, I listened closely, and heard breathing. Heavy, muffled, on the other side of the wall, along with a scraping sound, like someone was clawing at it from the other side. The cashier's voice dropped to a whisper. One night, someone knocked on my door. I thought it was a neighbor complaining about noise. I went to the door and looked through the peephole, but the hallway was empty. Still, I could feel someone was there. And I knew that if I opened the door, I'd vanish like so many before me. Whoever, whatever, was outside, I could hear it breathing. I could almost see it, staring into the peephole, even though I couldn't see a face. When I didn't open up, it started pounding and clawing at my door. I was sure it wouldn't hold. But then, suddenly, everything went silent. He ran a hand down his face, as if trying to wipe away the memory. Since then, every time I spend the night at home, I hear that breathing through the wall. Sometimes, scraping against the plaster right beside my head, as if it's trying to dig a hole exactly where I'm sleeping. I haven't slept for 3 nights now. These last few days, it's been much more active, like it knows I'm close to breaking, and soon. I'll open the door for it. The cashier's expression was that of a man who had already accepted his end was near. Alex opened his mouth, but said nothing. For some, the cashier's story could have been a great campfire ghost tale to scare friends during sleepovers. But for the cashier himself, it was a grim, merciless reality from which there was no escape. How could one come to terms with being hunted by an unknown entity that slowly and methodically drove you insane? Alex understood. This hadn't been happening for a day or two, it had been many long, exhausting, sleepless nights, filled with the sound of breathing and scratching behind the wall, and footsteps overhead. These sounds had been wearing down the man's mind, dragging him into the depths of despair and madness. Alex knew there were no words that could help here. The best course was to get away from this place before it completely broke you. When the cashier fell silent, there was a rare flicker in his eyes, a tiny spark of calm in the middle of a chaotic life. He didn't even understand why he had decided to confide everything to a random customer, but the conversation had helped him feel that he was still sane. Alex didn't push the topic further, he didn't want the cashier to sink back into those dark memories. When the order was ready, Alex took it and said goodbye. The moment he stepped out of the restaurant, the cashier's phone buzzed with a new message. On autopilot, he pulled it from his pocket and saw a row of zeros. Rubbing his eyes, he looked at the sender, the bank. It was a message confirming a deposit to his account. At first, he thought it was a prank from friends or a scam. But the next message froze him in place. I liked your story. You can use this money to buy a new apartment, one without ghosts. You're a good guy, don't give up, things will get better. P.S. If you want to survive the night, sprinkle salt at your apartment's entrance and on the windowsills. Best wishes, a mysterious customer. The cashier read the text several times. For the first time in a long while, he didn't know what to say. Opening his banking app, he confirmed it, the money was real. He leaned against the counter, feeling reality slipping away, half expecting to wake up in the middle of the night to the sound of footsteps or breathing and scratching behind the wall again. He stood in a daze for several minutes, completely oblivious to what was happening around him, and only snapped back when a colleague tapped him on the shoulder. At that moment, the cashier realized with certainty, this was no dream. Meanwhile, Alex, already walking toward his car, was thinking about what the cashier might decide to do next. He had given the man a chance, a way out, an opportunity to avoid a terrible fate. But Alex didn't have time to dwell on it. Before he reached the car, someone snatched the food from his hands. The culprit was obvious. A second later, Alex spotted Gir, Mimi, and Stitch perched on the hood of his car, happily devouring his meal. Alex just sighed, leaned against the hood, pulled a burger and coffee from the paper bag, and, while eating, recounted the cashier's story to his companions. Gir, Mimi, and Stitch listened attentively, though without pausing their feast. At one point, Stitch, finding himself out of napkins, simply wiped his greasy paws on Gir. Gir didn't notice at first, but when he spotted the sauce stains on his green fur, he lunged at Stitch without a word. Grinning, Stitch dashed across the hood, still clutching his burger, with Gir in pursuit. He scrambled onto the car roof, pressing a paw to Gir's face while Gir yanked at his leg. Stitch kept grinning, and after popping the last bite of his burger into his mouth, he promptly wiped his dirty paws across Gir's face. That act became the last straw for Gir's patience. In the same instant, Gir pulled a power hammer from his little satchel and lunged at Stitch. Now Gir and Stitch were chasing each other around the car, Gir gripping the hammer in his paws and shouting insults at Stitch, while Stitch, still on the run, kept chewing through yet another burger. Mimi, sitting next to Alex, calmly finished her ice cream as if all of this were completely normal. Alex, however, couldn't understand where they were getting so much energy after a day like this: a haunted house, a cursed psychiatric hospital, a cursed tunnel, a cursed academy, and now a visit to cursed apartments. He even thought they might have visited far too many cursed places for a single day. Gradually, everyone settled down. The street grew empty, shop windows went dark, and dim lights flickered in the apartment windows. No one went outside after sunset. Alex knew the reason: the red door that had been opened in Fanhua's apartments. It was poisoning the whole neighborhood, even affecting nearby buildings. He took a photo of the building and sent it to the girls so they could see for themselves how sinister it looked at night. Along with the picture, he sent an audio recording of his conversation with the cashier, just for a little chill down the spine. The girls immediately bombarded him with questions: what had he seen, when would he be back, and whether he'd run into any stray ghosts. While Alex was texting with them in the family group chat, the girls occasionally sent in curious news about strange incidents happening in the city. He still couldn't figure out why they even used the chat when they were sitting right next to each other, and somehow still managed to text each other privately at the same time. Alex decided not to dwell on that odd fact. Clicking through the links they sent from various forums, Alex was once again convinced that this world was truly a dark place, and especially the city, where events far beyond the ordinary happened far too often. He knew it was all connected to cursed places, ghosts, or people possessed by them. Lucina had even dug up a post on one forum about a strange village called Coffin Village, where, according to an eyewitness, the population was split like this: 10% living, 10% dead, and 80% ghosts. Alex smirked and immediately recorded a long voice message to the chat, telling the girls the creepiest details about this mysterious ghost-filled village. All the most interesting urban legends they found were sent to him, so he could retell or comment on them. And if Alex didn't know something, their family had the Red and White Queens, who could dig up any information, right down to the most classified rumors, by hacking into whatever database was needed. And so, talking and sharing stories, the time crept toward midnight. If it hadn't been for Gir tugging on Alex's sleeve, he might not have noticed that the moment had come. What? Alex asked, looking up from his phone. It's time, Gir replied, pointing at his watch. Looks like it's almost midnight. All right. Quick change, and off to the apartments. Jen-gu will be here soon. We can't miss this chance. Besides, I still haven't remembered how to get to the 24th floor, Alex said, jumping down from the car hood. Gir, Mimi, and Stitch packed away their portable game consoles, changed into ninja outfits, activated camouflage mode, and quietly latched on to Alex's body. He himself was dressed in a black coat and held his favorite white mask, the very one in which he'd committed more than a few crimes across different worlds. Pulling up his hood, he calmly walked past the gate guard. The men didn't even notice anyone slip inside. The time was 11:35 p.m. Putting away his phone, Alex headed toward the third building, the one he needed. At first glance, the entrance looked completely ordinary. But Alex knew that inside was a society of ghost story enthusiasts. He stopped at the doorway, realizing that Chingu must already be inside, hiding on the stairwell, waiting for the right moment. Lighting a cigarette, Alex leaned against the wall, gazing at the grim night sky. He quietly whistled a somber tune, reminiscent of a flute melody, one so eerie that even stray animals scattered in all directions. At that moment, a faint shadow of a smile played on his lips. His mind swirled with possibilities, each one a different way to deal with the person he had come here for. Every method seemed far too merciful. He even considered tossing that bastard into chaos as an intriguing option. Still, he decided he'd make the final choice on the spot. Worst case, he'd let Zhang Yu decide what to do with the one responsible for her death. The clock read 11:50 p.m. The time had come. Alex effortlessly opened the building's front door and stepped inside. Meanwhile, Chengu descended from the stairwell landing where he had been waiting and walked over to the elevator. Stepping inside, he pressed the button for the 23rd floor. The silvery gray doors began to close slowly, as if trying to shut him away from the outside world. But at the very last moment, a hand slid into the gap, stopping them from sealing shut. Chengu flinched, instinctively lowering his hand toward the cleaver strapped to his calf. The stranger who had stopped the doors confidently pushed them open. Before Chengu stood a tall man, his face hidden under a hood. "I told you we'd meet again, boss," came a familiar male voice. Hearing it, Chengu instantly recalled today's strange visitor to the haunted house, the one with irises of an unusual color. He didn't know the man's name, but those rainbow-hued eyes were unforgettable. And now, this man was in the elevator with him. The only explanation Chengu could think of was that the guest had come here for the Ghost Story Society. Alex, noticing the flicker of uncertainty on his face, barely held back a smirk. "Mind taking your hand off the cleaver," he drawled lazily. "If I wanted to do something to you, I'd have done it already." "Are you following me?" Chengu asked, keeping his distance. "You think too much, Chengu. You don't have anything worth hunting you for. And besides..." Alex tilted his head slightly. "I'm going to the same place as you. Just for a different reason." "You're looking for answers." "I'm looking for something entirely different." "How do you know my name?" Chengu asked warily, pressing himself into the corner of the cabin. "While I was in line for your haunted house, someone in the crowd called you by it. Would have been rude not to introduce myself." "I'm Alexander, but you can call me Alex," he replied calmly. "Nice to meet you, Alex," Chengu said with a strained smile. "Likewise. So, shall we ride? It's not every day you get the chance to play the elevator game. By the way, remind me of the sequence. Rules differ in different countries. First 23rd, then 2nd. And then we keep going up." "What do you mean by rules differ?" "Exactly that. Different countries have their own legends, their own ghosts, and their own elevator games. If you want to add something like that to your haunted house, you'll have to put in a lot of work," Alex said, glancing at the button panel. Chengu nodded. He had already realized that Alex knew more than he was letting on. Silence filled the cabin, broken only by the soft hum of the machinery. From time to time, Chengu cast sidelong glances at his companion, trying to figure out what kind of man he was. The elevator quickly reached the 23rd floor. A chime rang, the doors slid open, and the cabin's light spilled into the hallway before being swallowed by darkness. Closed doors lined both sides, and at the far end, an open window let in the howl of the wind. Without hesitation, Alex pressed the button for the 2nd floor. The doors slid shut again, and the cabin began its smooth descent. Chengu felt a strange tension, but was slightly reassured by the fact that he wasn't alone. From the speakers inside the elevator, a calm melody played. As soon as the elevator stopped on the 2nd floor, Alex pressed the button for the 22nd. The cabin began to ascend again. Alex smirked to himself, this all seemed like a ridiculous way to reach the cursed floor. He could clearly sense the presence of the red door and knew exactly where the 24th floor was. But the urge to follow the game's rules was stronger and far more entertaining than taking the shortcut. Chengu was beginning to feel slightly unwell, the elevator had been going up and down endlessly, and even his good physical shape didn't save him from growing motion sickness. He stole a glance at Alex to see how he was handling these monotonous rides. Alex's face was perfectly calm, and he was quietly humming along to the tune from the speakers, swaying slightly as if in rhythm with the music. "What's wrong, Chen-go? Feeling sick?" Alex asked, noticing his gaze. "It's fine, just a little dizzy," Chen-go admitted, shaking his head. "Then let's keep going," Alex said calmly, pressing the button for the 18th floor. The elevator rose to the 18th, then went down to the 7th, and soon was headed up again, to the 17th. All this time, nothing unusual happened. When the doors opened on one of the floors, Alex leaned out curiously. The corridor stretched into darkness, and when Chen-go did the same, he saw no movement and no light. "Lucky so far. Just a bit more and we'll reach the 24th, Chen-go said, already suspecting that he and Alex shared the same destination. "You should be careful saying things like that," Alex replied darkly. "Usually, when you think or say everything's going fine, reality decides to flip it upside down." Chen-go simply nodded, he knew all too well about jinxing. Without missing a beat, Alex pressed the next button and went back to humming. But soon, a light tug on his shoulder distracted him. Chen-go silently pointed to the panel. The red number 16 was glowing, even though they hadn't pressed it. "Oh. Looks like the fun part's starting," Alex drawled, glancing at his phone. "Past midnight now, which means we've hit peak activity." Chen-go frowned. The button for the 17th floor was still lit, but the elevator stopped on the 16th. The doors slid open, revealing darkness as thick as ink. Chen-go instinctively reached for the cleaver hidden on his calf, but a strange metallic click sounded beside him. Turning his head, he saw Alex holding a massive revolver of an unfamiliar design. "What? Never seen a gun before." Alex smirked. "You're allowed to carry a cleaver for ghosts, but I can't take a revolver for a walk." Chen-go stayed silent. Both of them peered into the corridor. The darkness swallowed everything. Beyond 10 meters, nothing was visible. In the silence, only their breathing could be heard. Alex tapped the elevator doors lightly with the gun's barrel, as if trying to provoke a ghost into showing itself. But no one emerged from the gloom. When the doors began to close again, Alex narrowed his eyes. After 17, little surprises like that will be more common. Just don't panic. Worst case, you can try kicking a ghost in the... well, in its ghostly balls. And if it's a female ghost? Chen-go asked, realizing Alex was just trying to lighten the oppressive mood in the elevator. Then grab her by the chest. Later you can tell your friends you caught a ghost by its most valuable asset, Alex said with a grin, giving a thumbs up. Chen-go laughed, shaking his head. Alex calmly pressed the button for the 8th floor. The doors closed, and the elevator began its next descent. To be continued. Chapter 419, the 24th floor of the haunted house. After the elevator reached the 17th floor, the doors slowly slid apart. The atmosphere inside was oppressive not only because of the darkness, but also because midnight had already struck, the peak hour of all the ghosts inhabiting the Fanhua apartments. The corridor before them was drowned in shadow. Noticing how tense Chen-go had become, Alex couldn't help but crack a joke, trying to lighten the mood. The joke worked, the tension eased a little, and Chen-go exhaled. The next stop was the 8th floor. Making sure there was nothing suspicious on the 17th, Alex pressed the button marked 8. The elevator doors began closing slowly, as if deliberately dragging the moment out. The cabin swayed slightly and began to descend. But as soon as the clock's hand ticked past 12, something strange happened. The soft melody playing in the elevator abruptly cut off. Alex noticed it first and pointed it out to Chen-go. He too realized they had crossed some sort of threshold. Now it was far too quiet inside. The elevator kept going down, but suddenly came to a halt. The digital display read, 11th floor. The doors slid open slowly, and both men saw a white dress hanging in the middle of the corridor. It floated in the air as if suspended from an invisible hanger. Chen-go froze, a trace of panic on his face, while Alex, on the contrary, stared with genuine interest. It was a good thing the GIR had been streaming everything to the girls this whole time, otherwise, he'd be catching flack for letting them miss the best part and leaving them without a view. GIR, Mimi, and Stitch were still clinging to Alex's back, hidden in the camouflage mode of their ninja suits, otherwise, that trio would have already charged at the strange object. Although there was no wind at all in the corridor, the dress swayed, as if someone invisible was slowly approaching the elevator. Chen-go, unwilling to wait for it to come closer, began frantically mashing the button for the 8th floor. The dress seemed to sense his panic, its movements became sharper, the swaying turning into sudden jerks, as though someone had started running straight at the elevator. The doors seemed to be closing painfully slowly on purpose, and just as the dress was about to reach the doorway, Alex's leg shot out. He kicked the ghost square in the chest. The dress flew to the far end of the corridor and hit the wall with a dull thud, a sound far too solid for an empty piece of fabric, as if something had been inside. Standing nearby, Chen-go was, to put it mildly, stunned. He even wondered if he had imagined it. Alex, lowering his leg, noticed his stare and raised an eyebrow. "What?" he asked, tilting his head. "Nothing. I just didn't expect you could kick a ghost in the chest," Chen-gu said with a crooked smile. "It's just reflex," Alex smirked, shrugging. "When something attacks me, I just hit first." Chen-gu winced, imagining what someone had to go through to develop such a reaction. He even felt a twinge of sympathy for the ghost in the white dress. But the appearance of this entity made one thing clear: the building had changed, and from this moment on, everything would be different. When the elevator arrived at the 8th floor, Chen-gu decided to linger for a bit. He could feel that from here on, the ghosts would only become more frequent. Alex, noticing him leaning against the wall, just shook his head, pulled out a cigarette, and lit up. Leaning against the doorway, he blew smoke into the darkness of the 8th floor corridor. Chen-gu, looking at Alex's calm face, couldn't help but think, is he really not scared at all? He had no idea that Alex had seen things far worse than anyone could imagine. Catching Chen-ji's gaze, Alex offered him a cigarette. Chen-gu took a drag, trying to calm his nerves. "Listen," Alex said, blowing out smoke, "it's only going to get worse from here. You've read about what goes on in the Fanghua apartments, right? This place is crawling with ghosts, and after midnight, they come out of their apartments." "Yeah, I've read about it. People disappearing here is nothing new. The hard part is figuring out who's a ghost and who's not," Chen-gu replied with a strained smile. "It's simple," Alex cut him off. "Everyone we meet from now on is a potential hostile ghost. Don't talk to them. Before coming here, I spoke with a local cashier from the diner across the street. He lives on the 13th floor and is already on the brink of madness. A ghost been haunting him. And on the 14th floor, an entire family was brutally murdered. And that's just 2 cases out of hundreds." "I understand that perfectly," Chen-gu nodded. "And I've already had a run-in with some of the local ghosts. Well, since you're here now, I'll tell you, you're lucky. All right, now brace yourself and let's move on. And remember, everyone we see from now on could be a ghost. So don't talk to them. If any of them get into the elevator, just pretend they don't exist. Think of them as regular residents of this building." Alex flicked his cigarette butt into the corridor and pressed the button for the next floor. Chen-gu nodded, did the same, and pressed the button for the 16th floor. As the elevator began to rise, he wondered if it might stop on the 11th, where the ghost in the white dress had been. Alex was watching the floor indicator too, thinking the same thing. But unlike Chen-gu, Alex had no intention of being polite to the ghost in the white dress. When the number 10 appeared, he cocked the hammer on the blue rose, and Chen-gu tightened his grip on the cleaver. When the number 11 lit up, Chen-gu tensed. When it jumped to 12, he exhaled in relief. Alex just rolled his eyes, thinking the ghost in the white dress had decided not to risk another encounter after being kicked in the chest last time. The display jumped to 13, and the elevator jolted to a stop. Alex and Chen-gu exchanged glances. Chen-ji's eyes seemed to ask, "Did we run into another ghost?" Alex gave a brief nod and gently pushed Chen-gu back against the wall, just in case. Chen-gu didn't resist, he knew a ghost had stopped the elevator again. The doors slowly slid open. An elderly woman stood there in dark clothing and a thick scarf. She looked very old, her face deeply lined with wrinkles. Her hair was completely gray, and her arms and legs were hidden beneath heavy clothing. She seemed surprised to find anyone inside the elevator. "Strange. I didn't think there would be so many people in here," she said quietly, scanning the cabin. "Ma'am, maybe you should ride the next one," Alex said calmly. "Why are so many people riding the elevator so late at night?" "There's hardly any room for me," she replied, completely ignoring his suggestion. Alex raised an eyebrow at her words, while cold sweat began to bead on Chen-ji's back. Alex glanced around the elevator, and when he took in what was really happening, his expression shifted from calm to irritated. Alex looked at the faces of the ghosts that had literally grown into the elevator walls. When those ghostly faces felt his gaze on them, they all turned to look at him. But upon meeting Alex's eyes, they did something they hadn't done since their deaths: they tried to make themselves as inconspicuous as possible. From his look, they felt danger. Chen-gu was also glancing around, a wave of panic washing over him at the thought that someone unseen was riding the elevator with them. But after their encounter with the elderly lady, the rest of the ride passed without incident. As she had said, the elevator was already full, so no one outside could enter even if they wanted to. Alex decided to ignore the spectral passengers whose heads were fused with the elevator walls. The final stop was the 12th floor. When the doors opened there, Alex looked at Chen-gu as if to ask what they should do next. Chen-gu, meanwhile, was studying a flyer from the local ghost story club. "What now? Do you think we messed up because the elevator stopped to pick up passengers?" Alex asked, raising an eyebrow. The first floor corresponds to the 23rd, the second to the 22nd. But the 12th is right in the middle, and there's no matching floor for it. Something's not adding up, Chen-gu said thoughtfully. Maybe we have to press a combination of floors to reach the 24th. Or should we start over? Alex suggested, leaning against the wall. Maybe you were right earlier, maybe it's because of the old woman. Could that be why we failed? Should we try again? Or press the button combo that matches the 24th floor? Chen-gu looked up. Alright, let's try the combo. If it doesn't work, we'll start over. Now step aside and let me hit the buttons, Alex said, gently moving Chen-gu away from the panel. Chen-gu nodded and stepped back, giving Alex room. Alex raised his hands and pressed the 1st and 23rd floor buttons at the same time. A prolonged chime echoed through the speakers, and the elevator shuddered as if unsure where to go. With a loud clang, the doors closed, and the cabin began to move upward. Both men watched the display, counting the floors aloud. The numbers changed one after another without the elevator stopping. Alex tapped the wall each time the number on the screen shifted. When the 22nd turned into the 23rd, the elevator, unlike before, didn't slow down. The digits on the display seemed to fill with thick, blood-red color. A sudden cold seeped into the cabin, and strange sounds came from outside. Looks like it worked, Alex smirked, giving a thumbs up. Chen-gu nodded, realizing Alex's idea to press the 1st and 23rd simultaneously had been the right move. Just in case, both of them stepped back toward the rear wall, ready for whatever might be waiting when the doors opened on the 24th floor. Chen-gu held his breath, waiting for the elevator to arrive. Alex even raised an eyebrow. By his count, the elevator had been moving for over a minute and showed no sign of stopping. It even felt as though it was going down instead of up. Curiosity got the better of him. Alex glanced down, his gaze piercing through the floor of the elevator, and confirmed it, they were descending, not ascending. Below was nothing but impenetrable darkness. He understood that without sensing it directly, it would be hard to tell the elevator was moving downward, not upward. After about 2 minutes, it began to slow. When it finally stopped, the display lit up with the number 24. Looks like we've arrived. Be careful. And put on your mask, Alex said, pulling a white mask with a wide grin over his face. Chen-gu glanced at Alex, who had already put on a white mask painted with a smile, and then did the same, pulling the mask over his own face. Chen-gu nodded, opened his backpack, and took out his Skullcrusher doctor mask. He put it on and gave Alex another nod, signaling he was ready. Alex nodded back and slid the blue rose into the holster on his belt behind his back. Reaching into his coat pocket, he pulled out a pair of silver knuckle dusters, just in case. He couldn't remember whether a ghost would be waiting behind the elevator doors on the 24th floor, or if it would be an empty landing. The silvery gray doors slid open, and as the halves parted, a sticky substance clung to them, disturbingly similar to ground flesh. A wave of metallic blood stench flooded the cabin. Alex knew such a smell could only mean one thing: somewhere nearby was a red specter. And if the smell was here, then the red specter definitely was too. With a sickening squelch, the doors finished opening, tearing the clinging flesh apart. Alex was the first to lean out, scanning the surroundings in case some foolish ghost was lying in wait. Looks clear. But stay sharp. And watch your step. I know you've been in places like this before, but there's 2 of us, and we have no idea how many of them there are, he said, glancing back at Chen-gu. Got it. Then let's move slowly deeper into this floor, Chen-gu agreed. Next to Alex, Chen-gu felt calmer, especially after remembering how Alex had once kicked a ghost in a white dress square in the chest. Seeing Chen-gu fully ready, Alex stepped out first, his eyes darting in every direction, and, importantly, checking the ceiling just in case. Chen-gu followed, gripping his cleaver, also sweeping his gaze around. On the walls near the elevator door were bloodstains and finger marks, as if people had tried crawling toward the elevator, only to be brutally dragged back. Looks like someone tried to escape this place, Chen-gu murmured. But didn't make it. Honestly, it's already surprising that whoever it was even reached the elevator, Alex replied casually with a shrug. Chen-gu couldn't argue. He had been in the world beyond the red door before and knew all too well, without rare luck and the help of the ghost that had settled in his shadow, he would have long since joined the ranks of this place's dead residents. His eyes drifted to his own shadow, in its dark depths lurked the strange female ghost. Once, she had dazzled on the theater stage, the finest ballerina of her time. Now her graceful figure hid within the depths of darkness, a frozen shard of another life. Alex noticed Qin Ji's lingering gaze and remembered that he had never checked who had taken her place after Zhang became his wife instead of becoming Qin Ji's shadow. Narrowing his eyes, he peered into the shifting outlines and spotted the figure, a ghostly ballerina in a bright red dress. Well, that's a twist, he breathed, eyebrows raised. But his surprise soon gave way to a calm nod. The spirit was powerful and clearly bound to Chenggu just as Zhang had been in the original timeline. They both kept silently watching the shadow until a sudden metallic clang split the air. The elevator doors slammed shut with a dull crash, and the cabin immediately departed. Looks like even if we want to run, we can't anymore, Alex remarked with a cheerful smile. Let's hope it doesn't come to that, Chen-gu replied dryly. There you go again. Alex shot him a flat look. I told you not to say things like that. Or are you secretly wishing every single inhabitant of the 24th floor would start chasing us? Chen-gu gave a quiet, amused snort, realizing he probably really should watch what he says. The elevator disappeared into the shaft, and the entire corridor plunged into tomb-like silence. The only sound was their own breathing. In the elevator, there had still been the occasional noise or muffled cries echoing from the shaft, but here, on this floor, the oppressive stillness was so complete it made their ears ring, and each heartbeat thudded heavy and muffled in their chests. Alex patted Chen-gu on the shoulder and motioned forward. Chen-gu nodded silently. They moved on, stepping cautiously over the carpet of darkness that smothered the 24th floor. Stopping at one of the doors, Alex pressed his ear to the wooden panel, listening. Hear something. Chen-gu whispered. Quiet, Alex whispered back. Someone's breathing in there. And it's insistent. Just like those psychos who call you on the phone and just breathe heavily into the receiver. You say that like you've actually dealt with something like this before, Chen-gu raised an eyebrow. I have. Back in the day I had a very specific line of work. Solving clients' problems. Once, a girl had a stalker who liked to call and stay silent, just breathing into the phone. And what did you do? Chen-gu asked, genuine curiosity in his voice. One good hit on the head with a hammer, and the man became a completely different person, Alex said calmly, pulling a marker from his inner pocket and drawing a bold black cross on the door. For a moment, Chen-gu was speechless. An absurd thought flickered through his mind, what if you really could cure people with a single blow? But he quickly pushed it aside, focusing on the door with the cross. Now he understood there was a ghost behind it, and Alex had marked it just in case. Once finished, Alex motioned for him to follow. They moved a little farther, and suddenly the corridor lights began to flicker wildly. An instant later, the lamps went out. Darkness closed in, and when the light returned, the walls and ceiling were smeared with bloody handprints, as if someone had crawled along them, clawing and leaving viscous red streaks in their wake. Immediately after, a distinct scratching began from behind the apartment doors, the sound of nails dragging across wood. From under one door, blood began to seep out, slowly pooling into a puddle. Chen-gu stepped aside decisively, making sure his shoes wouldn't touch the suspicious red liquid. But when the puddle reached Alex's feet, it curved around his shoes, as if afraid to touch him. Chen-gu noticed, raising an eyebrow. He looked at Alex's face, hidden behind the mask, and again the question flashed in his mind, just who exactly is Alex? Without wasting a second, Alex stepped forward. The moment his foot touched the floor, the crimson liquid stretched out across the tiles, recoiled like a living thing, pulling away to clear his path. Chen-gu quickly hurried after him before the puddle could close again and block the way. They had only taken a few steps from the door the sinister substance had leaked from when a harsh, wood-scraping sound came from inside, angry, irritated. Whoever was hiding there was clearly not happy their trap had gone unsprung. Alex rolled his eyes. If he had the freedom, he would have gladly kicked the door down and looked that thing in the face. But for now, he couldn't reveal himself. A little farther ahead, in the gloom, he spotted a half-open door with a faint light spilling from inside. A light tap on Chen-ji's shoulder drew his attention, and Alex tilted his head toward their new target. Chen-gu followed his gaze, saw it too, and gave a firm nod. They approached the doorway, but just as they were about to look inside, a figure appeared in it, a man wearing a plague doctor's mask. Black lenses, a sharp beak, heavy breathing. Chen-gu instinctively flinched back, while Alex, on the contrary, calmly studied the figure, noting to himself that this strange individual was almost a copy of SCP-049, though with a few minor differences in clothing. Are you both newcomers? The plague doctor asked in a muffled voice, looking them over from head to toe. Yes, Chen-gu rasped, deliberately thickening his voice. Something like that, Alex replied with a deliberately casual shrug. If we're here, it means we knew where we were going. Curious. 3 new participants have already arrived today. And yet here are 2 more. How did you find this place? The plague doctor's gaze was cold and dark, like a bottomless pit. Chen-gu swallowed, suppressing his nervousness, and took a folded leaflet, an invitation, from his inner pocket. Alex did the same, though in his case he had to create one on the spot, as he had no original. The doctor took both papers, examining them with open interest. Deep within his empty eyes, a strange gleam flashed, anticipation, as if he had just received 2 new toys. Yes, these are indeed our leaflets. But where did these extra 2 come from? How entertaining, he said, his voice tinged with a warm but unpleasant amusement. He first leaned toward Chen-gu and began inhaling deeply, as if savoring the scent. Chen-gu tensed and instinctively reached for the cleaver at his belt. Then the doctor turned to Alex, took a single breath, and his eyes flashed with genuine astonishment, followed by greedy, almost predatory anticipation. You both smell delightful, he said, but his gaze remained fixed on Alex. Especially you, your scent is so sweet it makes my mouth water. That's just the shampoo, Alex replied calmly, leaning slightly forward to look him straight in the eye. My wife buys it. She likes it too. But keep in mind, next time you try sniffing me, I'll rip that beak right off. The doctor let out a raspy chuckle. He. I'll remember that. Very interesting. Follow me, I'll take you in. Alex and Chengu exchanged glances and followed him. Along the way, Chengu glanced into the doorway from which the men had emerged and noticed a wooden crate inside, with a human leg sticking out. He tapped Alex on the shoulder to point it out. Alex gave it only a brief look, showing no surprise. He knew the members of the Ghost Story Society had a taste for human flesh. As the plague doctor passed the apartment doors from which strange noises had been coming earlier, everything fell silent at once, as if the residents were hiding, desperate to avoid drawing his attention. His steps were slow, measured, confident. Before long, he brought them to the end of the corridor, where there was a door painted in an alarming, almost pulsating red. It stood out among the others like a drop of blood in milk. Enter, the plague doctor said, tilting his head in a polite bow. How thoughtful of you, Alex replied mockingly, testing the plague doctor's patience. Thanks. The plague doctor ignored the jab, simply turning on his heel and walking away. As he passed Chengu, he took another loud sniff, as if trying to commit the scent to memory. Chengu instinctively took a step back to keep his distance. Alex followed the doctor with his eyes, the gaze behind his mask narrowing slightly, the corners of his lips curving in a faint smile. When the plague doctor's silhouette vanished around the corner, Alex looked to Chengu, silently asking if he was ready. Chengu nodded. Alex gave a short nod in return and reached for the door handle. The door opened, and they stepped inside. The room was far more spacious than it appeared from the outside. In the center stood a long dining table. On either side sat 10 people in featureless masks and dark robes, 5 on the left, 5 on the right. 3 more in ordinary clothing stood off to the side. The strangest thing was that the 5 people on the left had no shadows, while the 5 on the right did. Alex carefully scanned each of them, searching for one particular person, the bastard named Zhu Su, responsible for Zhang Ye's death. Where did the other 2 come from? Asked one of the hooded figures. Don't interrupt the story, another replied lazily. So they showed up, so what? But that means there are already 5 new participants, the third one frowned, crossing his arms over his chest. What difference does it make? The fourth said darkly. In the end, only 3 will remain. The 3 newcomers flinched at those grim words, their bodies beginning to tremble noticeably. Alex rolled his eyes at such an obvious threat and continued scanning the room with his gaze. A faint smile crossed his face when he realized who the people in the hoods were, especially the one acting so calm, as if everything was under control. A sarcastic smirk tugged at his lips, because that calm man was none other than Dr. Gao, the founder of the Ghost Story Society, who had roped in all the patients from the 3rd ward of the psychiatric hospital. As if sensing the intense gaze upon him, Dr. Gao turned his head and looked at the strange man in the white mask with a painted smile. Dr. Gao wondered who this person was. He knew the other 4, including Chengu, but he had never seen the 5th man who had arrived with Chengu. That made Dr. Gao both curious and suspicious about this newcomer's identity, the men who had come to the Ghost Story Society's meeting. Chengu, upon hearing only 3 will remain, couldn't help but recall the human leg sticking out of the crate in the plague doctor's room. The only thing keeping him from panicking was Alex's presence, at least there were 2 of them. In the worst case, they could fight back. And Alex, he knew, had a revolver. You 2, over there, said one of the men at the table, the one sitting closest to Alex. You haven't earned the right to sit with us yet. Alex looked down at him and barely restrained himself from striking. He knew that if he stayed here much longer, he'd end up punching someone. Slapping Chengu on the shoulder, he stepped over to the trio of newcomers standing to the side. Number 1, continue. No one will interrupt you now, said Dr. Gao, seated at the head of the table, though no one present yet realized he was the leader. All members of the Ghost Story Society didn't know exactly who their chairman was, but they knew one thing: he was always present at meetings. The men called Number 1 gave a slight nod and took a deep breath, gathering his thoughts to remember where he had left off. Alex leaned forward slightly, examining the storyteller. The newcomer known as Number 1 looked elderly and worn out. His face was hidden behind a black mask, but gray hair protruded from beneath it. His limbs were thin and frail, his skin loose and marked with age spots. Alex shook his head quietly. He had come here to kill, but instead he was forced to listen to ghost stories told by people of questionable sanity. Then I'll continue, from where I stopped, the old man said, his voice tinged with both weariness and resolve. He accompanied his story with wide, slow gestures, as though he wanted not only to convey words but also to imprint his memory into them. It happened in the People's Hospital. I saw it with my own eyes, so it was real. I'm a lung cancer patient, undergoing treatment. That night I was lying in the intensive care unit. Another old man was in the ward with me. I don't know what illness he suffered from, but he was in terrible pain, teetering on the edge between life and death. It started exactly a week ago, at night. He slept very lightly, waking at the slightest sound. But then, I noticed he wasn't asleep. His eyes were wide open, fixed on the corner of the room. I looked there too, and saw nothing. I turned on the light and asked what he was looking at. He said that someone was standing there. Those seated at the table listened in silence, nodding along to the story as if affirming its plausibility. Alex, meanwhile, was wondering whether he should tell his own scary story or simply draw his revolver and start shooting. While the old man spoke, Mimi, and Stitch silently slipped from Alex's shoulders and back. One small hand gesture was all they needed to understand what to do. Still cloaked in camouflage, they quietly spread out across the hall, ready to wait for the signal when chaos began. To be continued. Chapter 420, a boring meeting that got interrupted. Alex barely listened to the story told by the old man in the black mask. To him, it sounded like a bedtime fairy tale for children, banal and predictable. Especially considering that such ghost stories about hospitals could be heard anywhere, if one only looked for them. There were so many of these tales that they had stopped being scary long ago. The old man's story ended with the disappearance of the protagonist, a frail patient who, according to the narrator, saw some entity watching him day and night. During the day, it seemed to follow right behind him, and at night it would cling to the ceiling, hanging directly over him. In the end, the old man couldn't take it anymore and gave himself up to that sinister, invisible force, and then simply vanished. The storyteller finished in one breath, interrupted only by coughing fits. That was understandable, he had admitted himself that he was dying of lung cancer. Alex had a hunch about why the old man in the black mask had ended up here. Perhaps the fear of death had driven him to the Ghost Story Society, as though clutching at a final straw, hoping to delay the inevitable and live just a little longer. When the old man finished, another coughing fit doubled him over. He instinctively covered his mouth with his hand, the mask still completely hid his face, but the gesture seemed almost automatic. After clearing his throat, he straightened and froze, waiting for a reaction. An intriguing story, nodded a man in a hooded robe and mask. Thank you for the compliment. Glad you enjoyed it, the old man rasped back, giving a hoarse chuckle. His laughter was like the caw of a crow, unpleasantly grating on the ears. Alex gave the slightest shake of his head. To him, the story had been dull and second-rate. On both sides of the table, the masked figures leaned in, whispering among themselves about what they'd heard. Alex noticed that Chengu hadn't taken his eyes off the old man in the black mask. Even despite the mask, Chen Ji's gaze carried clear distrust toward the tale. Alex frowned, not understanding why, until it dawned on him, maybe the story hadn't been about a hospital roommate at all, but about the storyteller himself. He looked again at the old man in the black mask, his curiosity piqued. What sort of creature could he have encountered? Or had the original old man vanished that night, with something else now inhabiting his body? A glint flashed in Alex's eyes as he studied the man more closely. He realized that the soul in this body still belonged to a human, but it was infected with ghostly energy. That meant that after death, the old man would almost certainly become a ghost, a weak, dim, barely perceptible one. The hooded group kept whispering, occasionally glancing at the storyteller. Chengu, noticing something, subtly nudged Alex's arm. Alex raised a brow, and Chengu gave a barely perceptible nod toward the floor. Alex followed his gaze, and saw it. The old man had no shadow. That explained why his soul seemed so faded, the shadow had clearly been stolen. A few minutes later, the murmuring ceased. Everyone at the table turned their heads in unison, fixing their eyes on the old man in the black mask. For them, one thing mattered above all, the story had to be real, not fabricated. Number one's story was very interesting. A fine start to our gathering. Now, let's hear from number two. Don't disappoint us, said the man in the hood, looking at the figure standing beside the old man. Go on, number two, it's your turn now, the old man in the black mask said, coughing. Alex leaned forward to get a better look at number two. He was dressed in a worn, musty-smelling jacket and a plastic harlequin mask, the kind that looked like an old piece of stage prop. The man was short, and seemed even smaller due to a pronounced stoop. His thin frame and jittery movements radiated nervous energy. Every few seconds, he darted glances around the room, as if expecting someone to sneak up on him. This story was told to me by a former classmate, he began in a muffled voice. But I guarantee you it's true. He worked as a janitor at the City Theater, where an incredibly talented ballerina performed. She outshone everyone, in looks, skill, and grace. The moment she stepped on stage, the hall would fall silent. She was like a white swan, while all the other dancers beside her were nothing more than ordinary gray ducks. Alex instinctively shifted his gaze to Chengu, then to his shadow. The thought he had been toying with became almost certain. Could Chengu have come here for the same reason, because of the men who killed the ballerina, whose soul now dwelled inside his shadow? His suspicion was confirmed when Chen-gu, standing perfectly still, slowly clenched his fist and hid it behind his back. It was a quiet gesture of anger. Alex looked at Chen-ji's wavering shadow, and it seemed to him that it was on the verge of unraveling, releasing the silhouette of a ballerina in a scarlet dress. He placed a hand on Chen-ji's shoulder to get his attention and gave a subtle shake of his head, "Not now." Chen-gu, slightly startled, nodded faintly and turned back to the storyteller. "Everything began a few years ago," continued the man in the harlequin mask. "That was when a famous ballerina, who had been performing abroad, returned to the city. She gave up her career there to live and work in her hometown. That same year, the theater held auditions, and when she stepped onto the stage, everyone understood they were looking at a true prima. She was given the lead role on the spot, and all the other girls became nothing more than her backdrop." He paused for a moment, as if recalling the scene. Of course, that stirred envy. But no one dared harm her openly. Those who tried quickly found themselves confronted by one of her admirers. He was different. Not just a fan, he was like her shadow. He knew her every entrance, every movement, every word. And when she smiled at someone else, his heart would clench in pain. That pain fed a dark anger inside him. Alex caught himself wishing he had his phone. He was burning to know the ballerina's name, because the death of someone so famous would surely have made headlines. And if she had become a red ghost, it meant her end was not only tragic, but steeped in hatred. Now it was clear why the storyteller kept glancing around so nervously. He might have been the target himself. He didn't look around like that without reason. And then came the season's opening night. The man's voice grew quieter, raspier. She appeared on stage in a pure white dress embroidered with silver. It was as if it had been woven from moonlight. Her dance was as light as the flight of a moth. Just one evening made her the darling of the public. Letters, flowers. But one admirer stood out among all the rest. He was always there with her. The man hesitated, glancing over his shoulder as if to check whether someone was standing right behind him. He didn't just protect her. He was watching her. Alex kept a close eye on Chen-gu, ready to intervene if he lost control. Each word spoken by the man in the harlequin mask seemed to tighten Chen-ji's restraint, his fist clenched harder and harder, as if he were one step away from smashing it into the storyteller's face. Alex tore his gaze away from Chen-gu and fixed it on the man in the pig mask. From his build alone, Alex knew, this was Zhu Xiu, the very man he had come here for. Beneath his white mask, Alex's face split into a broad, predatory grin. The man in the pig mask suddenly flinched slightly, clearly sensing the threat radiating toward him. Alex quickly looked away, too soon. The key was to wait for the perfect moment, and put on a real show for everyone. With an almost imperceptible gesture, Alex signaled to Gir, Mimi, and Stitch, who were hidden in the hall under camouflage. They instantly caught the message, and their eyes locked in unison on the man in the pig mask. No one in the room noticed as the trio began moving silently, taking up their pre-selected positions. Alex looked again at the man in the harlequin mask, who continued his story. One evening, after a triumphant performance, the prima ballerina was walking home alone. A narrow, dark alley lit only by the dim glow of street lamps became the scene of her tragedy. Her admirer, driven mad by jealousy, attacked her. The white dress, a symbol of her innocence, was torn and soaked in blood. Her last scream dissolved into the silence of the night. But it didn't end there. Some time later, she returned to the theater, but no longer as a human. From that day, her spirit remained within the old walls, twisted by pain and thirst for revenge. Her pure white dress turned crimson, her eyes burned with a hellish fire. Every midnight she appeared on stage, continuing her endless dance, now for an audience of the dead. Those who dared to come to the theater at that hour became part of her audience forever, filling the empty seats among the voiceless shadows. But she always left one seat empty, the seat in the front row, where her killer once sat. The voice of the man in the harlequin mask wavered, as if he could feel her presence himself. Looking at him, Alex saw nothing but a wretch, a repressed coward who had once mistaken a simple gesture of kindness for the spark of a great love. There were far too many stories like that to count. In any case, it would be up to Chen-gu, and the ballerina in his shadow, to decide his fate. Not a bad plot, the third man in the row, cloaked in a hood, interrupted. But the pacing is odd. Learn to retell other people's stories in a way that makes people want to listen. Still, I liked it. What about you? At least it's more interesting than what the new guy told last week. Since he's gone, now it's your turn, number 3, another added. Wait, a man on the left interrupted, fixing his gaze on the harlequin. Number 2, do you know number 4? No, I don't, the harlequin shook his head quickly. Then why, the man's voice turned cold, did you keep looking at him, both consciously and unconsciously, while telling your story? The harlequin froze. All this time he had been feeling that long-forgotten sensation, the presence he had once tried to escape from. And it was coming from Chen-gu. From the corner of his eye, Alex noticed Chin-Ji's shadow trembling, its shape shifting, ready to take on the form of the ballerina. He needed to act without drawing attention. At that moment, Zhang Yi came to his aid. Alex's shadow briefly took her form, slipped over to Chin-Ji's shadow, and touched it. Instantly, the trembling stopped. It all happened too quickly for anyone to notice. By then, the Harlequin had already lied, claiming he didn't know Chin-Go. Which meant it was now the turn of the man in the pig mask. Alex grinned broadly and cracked his knuckles. The moment the pig opened his mouth, he would strike. The need for secrecy was gone now. He was certain this was Zhu Xiu. "I'd say this evening is getting more interesting," one of the men remarked. "Number 5, do you know number 3? Sounds like none of your business. Didn't your mother ever teach you not to stick your nose where it doesn't belong?" Alex smirked. "You're right," the men replied calmly. "But you're breaking the club's rules. So I'm going to ask you to leave. And if I don't?" "What, you gonna cry?" Alex chuckled. Then, the man's voice turned hoarse. "I'll insist on it." When the man's voice fell silent and his words came to an end, the doors quietly swung open, and the plague doctor appeared, the same one who had earlier guided Alex and Chen-Gu into the room. The men at the table cast a brief glance at him and, with a barely noticeable nod toward Alex, indicated what needed to be done. The plague doctor bowed slightly and, slowly approaching Alex, extended a hand, inviting him to step forward. Alex squinted behind his mask, then gave a faint smirk. With calm, deliberate steps, he moved toward the exit, catching Chin-Ji's worried glance out of the corner of his eye. With a subtle gesture, Alex signaled that everything was fine. They stepped out of the hall. The plague doctor followed behind, taking deep, drawn-out breaths, as if savoring the trail of scent emanating from Alex. Once they had reached a safe distance, Alex suddenly stopped and turned his head toward him. "I think I already told you that if you keep sniffing me, I'll break your beak," he said quietly, his voice cold as steel. "Apparently, you have a hearing problem. But don't worry, soon you won't be able to hear anything at all." He. The plague doctor chuckled nastily. "Go ahead. We'll have a good time." Alex's grin widened beneath the mask. In the next instant, his hand shot out and grabbed the opponent by the collar. With his other hand pulled back, he delivered a sharp, precise strike to the face. The plague doctor's head jerked, but instead of a groan of pain, he only laughed. Alex yanked him toward himself and struck again. Then a third time. Again, laughter tore through the silence. Irritation built in Alex's chest. He lifted the plague doctor higher and slammed him back first into the wall with force. "I told you I'd rip your beak off," Alex hissed quietly, pressing him harder. "And now I'm going to do it." Without giving the opponent a word, Alex grabbed the beak and, with a single powerful tug, broke it. A scream of pain tore through the corridor, and thick, dark red blood gushed from the shattered piece. Playing almost casually, Alex turned the fragment in his hand and drove it forcefully into the plague doctor's eye socket. Still unsatisfied, he struck the fragment with his fist, driving it deeper until the sharp end pierced the back of the head, pinning it to the wall. Knowing he had to end it, Alex straightened his hand and thrust it into the enemy's throat. A sharp yank to the side, and the head separated from the body. Along the corridor wall stretched a long, jagged streak, as if carved by a giant knife. The decapitated body crumpled to the floor, limp and lifeless, while the head remained pinned, skewered on the beak fragment. "I warned you," Alex said quietly, kicking the body. "Sniffing me was a bad idea. Now you're dead. Your fault." He slowly surveyed the apartment doors on the 24th floor, behind which the local ghosts lurked. The corridor fell into a deathly silence. If they had once feared the plague doctor, dreading becoming his prey, now they faced someone far more dangerous. No one dared to respond. Not a rustle, not a breath. Alex smirked beneath his mask and ran a hand across his face, wiping the blood. The red streak smeared into a chilling, painted-in-blood smile. "Since no one objects," he said quietly, but loud enough for all to hear, "that means I can return. It's time to finish what I came here to do." Alex's gaze lingered on the plague doctor's head, still pinned to the wall by the shard of his own beak. He grabbed it by the edges of the mask and, in one swift motion, tore it from its mountings. Holding the head in his hand, Alex moved back down the corridor, humming a carefree melody that sounded disturbingly sinister in this setting. At the red door, he lifted his foot and with a powerful kick tore it off its hinges. The door flew across the room, slamming loudly against the far wall. Everyone inside instinctively flinched and turned their heads toward the source of the noise. What they saw made them shudder even more. In the doorway stood a man in a white mask, now smeared with blood, forming a terrifying smile. In his hand, he held the mutilated head of the plague doctor, broken beak, shattered eye socket, a shard protruding from it. "Hello, girls," Alex said in an almost cheerful tone. "Didn't expect me? I'm back. And I brought you a gift." With that, he tossed the head onto the table. It arced through the air, bounced a couple of times off the tabletop, and came to rest squarely in the center. Dark blood quickly spread from the wound where the beak had been. Alex slowly approached the table where 10 people were seated, grabbed a chair, and sat down in the center, throwing his legs onto the table. Chen Gu, observing everything, was stunned. Alex's behavior was drastically different from just minutes ago. Since I'm back, the rules change, Alex continued, his voice carrying a sense of amusement. You love scary stories, and I love games. The game is simple, all you have to do is walk through the door behind me. Easy, right? Do you even realize who you're talking to? Growled the man sitting closest. You think you can just kill our cook and... He didn't finish his sentence. I don't like being interrupted, Alex said lazily, glancing toward the man who had spoken. Teach this idiot to keep his mouth shut. No one understood who he was referring to until the man's head suddenly slammed against the table with a dull thud. The GIR camouflage dropped away, revealing a strange green dog in a ninja outfit methodically smashing the man's face against the table. The sounds of the blows repeated over and over until blood began to flow from beneath the destroyed mask. Another strange creature approached, a blue dog. It grabbed the man by the arm and pinned it to the table with a knife. The old men in the black mask, the men in the harlequin mask, and Ju-Su in the pig mask tried to retreat, but metal clicked behind them. Turning around, they saw a pink dog holding a large gun at the ready. I suggest everyone take a seat. No one leaves until I say so, Alex said, then, turning to Chen Gu, added, and you sit down too. Don't worry, you'll get what you came for. Chen Gu wanted to refuse, but sensing Alex had no intention of harming him, he sat down beside him. Meanwhile, the pounding of the man's head against the wooden table continued unabated. Alex slowly removed his mask and placed it in front of him. Beneath it was a young man, which surprised many. He pulled out a cigarette and lit it, exhaling the smoke upward, then cast a glance at the mutilated face of the man GIR was still beating. Raising his hand, Alex signaled them to stop. GIR delivered one last farewell strike and released the victim. The man collapsed onto the table, unconscious. You know, Alex said, flicking the ash, I've changed my mind. The rules are changing again. But first. He pointed to the 5 in masks and robes whose shadows were missing. You 5, you're out. The 5 Alex pointed at were ghosts meant to possess the bodies of the newcomers in the Ghost Story Society. But they didn't even have time to move, 5 shots rang out in the room, and their decapitated bodies fell to the floor almost simultaneously. On the table stood GIR, Mimi, and Stitch, holding smoking weapons from the shots. No one had the courage to make a sound. The echoes of the gunfire hadn't even faded, and the tension in the room was almost tangible. Everyone pressed into the backs of their chairs, trying to become as inconspicuous as possible, fearing the next bullet might be theirs. Chen Gu, on the other hand, was stunned not by the ghosts falling, but by the cold determination with which these strange creatures, who had appeared to him during the day, killed without hesitation at the first command. Well, now that the pesky leeches are gone, it's your turn, Alex said, drawing a knife and lazily plunging its blade into the center of the table. New rules: to leave this room, each of you will leave a part of yourself. Or, a part of the person sitting next to you. Everyone looked at the knife lying in the center of the table, and then at each other, suspiciously. Dr. Gao was particularly thoughtful, his gaze fixed on Alex the entire time, as if trying to decipher his true identity. Alex was curious to see how the others would act, whether they would cut a part of themselves or attempt to take a part from someone else at the table. They all exchanged glances, each now seemingly fending for themselves. And the weapons GIR, Mimi, and Stitch had aimed at them pressed even more on the 7 seated at the table, except for Dr. Gao, who remained calm amid the chaos. The first to break was the old man in the black mask. With one swift motion, he grabbed the knife from the table and cut off his pinky. He pressed the wound after severing it and looked at Alex. Now I can go, he asked, a restrained groan in his voice. Yeah, get lost, old man, Alex waved his hand. And don't let me see you again. Spend your remaining days quietly. The old man in the black mask nodded and headed for the door, clutching his injured hand. Alex didn't even look at him, he hadn't come here for him. The men in the harlequin mask and Ju-Su glanced at the bloodied knife, contemplating whether they, too, should cut off a pinky. After all, none of them wanted to end up with a hole in their head. The first to grab the knife was the man in the harlequin mask, who cut off his pinky. Immediately after, Ju-Su seized the knife and did the same, cutting off his own pinky as well. Both men then looked at Alex, waiting for his permission to leave. Alex smirked, his smile full of something predatory. Unfortunately, you two are staying. Both men jerked back, their faces contorted with terror, eyes filling with despair. You never intended to let them go, Dr. Gao rasped. Ding ding. Correct, Alex said, stretching his lips into an even more horrifying grin. But there's no prize for the right answer. You see, there's someone who thirsts for revenge. And I, as a good husband, cannot disappoint my wife. Right, Zhangya. When the name Zhangya rang out, Zhu Su broke out in a cold sweat. Without a second thought, he dashed for the door. But just as he reached the exit, a door, one that shouldn't have been there, slammed shut with a crash right in front of his face. Hitting his forehead against the wood, he slid down helplessly, leaving a smear of blood across the smooth surface. The man in the harlequin mask felt that primal fear as well. His eyes darted around the room until they caught a familiar, painfully unsettling presence. Turning his head, he met burning, hate-filled red eyes. He trembled, stepping back as the realization hit him. He knew who stood before him, and all he wanted was never to see her again. While Alex and Chen Gu watched those they had come for, 5 members of the Ghost Story Society took advantage of the distraction and slipped into the darkness. Alex noticed their escape but didn't even flinch. The remnants of the society were now Chen Ji's problem. Don't come near. Go away. Disappear, the harlequin mask shouted, backing away from the approaching figure. The ballerina in the blood-red dress moved slowly, yet inexorably. Her steps were precise, like a predator stalking before the strike. The man backed up until his spine met the cold wall. One more moment, and an icy hand touched his chest. He only had time to meet the soulless eyes of the ballerina. Her hand slid effortlessly into his ribcage. Her fingers closed around his beating heart. With one smooth, almost elegant motion, she tore it out, and blood sprayed across the wall like a painter's brushstroke. Chen Gu flinched involuntarily. This monster lived in his shadow, but witnessing her cruelty in person was an entirely different ordeal. The ballerina approached him with light, almost dance-like steps and extended the bloodied heart. And what am I supposed to do with this? Chen Gu asked dryly, not touching the offered gift. For the love of the creator, just accept the gift from the girl, Alex smirked, kicking the chair Chen Gu had been sitting on. Under the mask, Chen Gu grimaced but reached out his hand. The moment the heart touched his palm, it crumbled into ash, settling in gray flakes on his skin. No matter how much he rubbed his hands, the ashes didn't disappear, they seemed to soak in, as if leaving a mark on him. Alex just shook his head, watching his futile attempts, then turned his gaze to Zhu Su, who was still tugging at the closed door. A sharp whistle, and Mimi, and Stitch leaped from the table. Within seconds, Zhu Su lay on the floor, beaten, tied up, with a sack over his head. Alex nodded in satisfaction, giving the trio a thumbs up. They had acted quickly and precisely, turning the men into a helpless caterpillar. He had gotten what he came for. All that remained was to put Zhu Su through a marathon of pain and amusement. Alex already knew where he would send him, into the Red World, where he could entertain himself with the local inhabitants. If luck favored him, Zhu Su might even meet Bison and Simmons, who were also having a fine time in Red City. To be continued. Chapter 421, The Cursed Apartment 302. Inside a shabby, dilapidated apartment, where every corner breathed neglect, a heavy-set man lay on a dusty couch, his head lolling limply to the side. Small dark stains of blood dotted his clothing, and a sack, reeking of old, dried blood, covered his head. If not for the faint rise and fall of his chest, one might have thought he was already dead, after long and brutal torture. But Zhu Xiu was alive. Physically, he was almost unharmed, apart from finding himself in an unfamiliar and terrifying place. This was the very man responsible for Zhangya's death. Lying unconscious, he slowly began to come to. Suddenly, his body jolted. Panic set in as he realized he couldn't see anything, but feeling the rough fabric over his head, he yanked the sack off. The more he examined his surroundings, the tighter fear gripped his chest. The apartment looked as though no one had lived there for decades, peeling walls, the stench of dust and mold, and a silence so heavy it pressed on his ears. Memories surged unexpectedly, like an icy wave. And when a name he had tried so hard to forget surfaced in his mind, his heart clenched so painfully it was hard to breathe. Panic and dread overwhelmed him, yet he kept scanning the room in search of answers. The only thing that stood out in the bleak interior was a black cube on a table thick with dust. It sat there as if waiting for him. Zhu Xiu slowly approached, examining the strange object. Up close, he saw it wasn't just a cube but a box of precise geometry, adorned with tiny magical symbols. Its perfectly straight edges and mysterious appearance drew the eye. Why hadn't Zhangya killed him? Why had that man, who called himself her husband, also let him live? These questions swirled in his mind as he studied the box, though he still didn't dare touch it. Then, from the corner of his eye, he noticed a faint light filtering through the tattered curtains by the window. Pulling them back sharply, he froze. The window had been bricked up completely. Only through a few narrow gaps did weak strips of light seep inside. Squinting, he tried to peer out, but nothing could be seen beyond the wall of bricks. Realizing the window was no escape, Zhu Xiu turned toward the hallway. After a few steps, he came upon another door. Turning the handle cautiously, he peeked inside, and a fresh wave of panic hit him. It was a bathroom. Dark stains of grime and mold marred the floor. From the ceiling hung a hook, and caught on it was a lump of something fleshy, stuck together with dried blood and rust. The light bulb above flickered, on the verge of going out. The bathtub looked as though it had recently been filled with blood, and from the toilet protruded a blood-soaked scrap of sleeve. He was about to slam the door shut when he noticed one more detail, a strange hole gaping in the wall. It looked either like a mouth ready to snap shut on prey, or a grotesque eye watching his every move. Torn between fear and a strange, sick curiosity, Jushio stepped inside, careful not to touch the suspicious stains on the floor. He moved closer to the hole. Its edges, though rough, looked as if someone had oddly smoothed them from the inside. Surrounding it was an ornate red circle marked with strange symbols, as if drawn in blood. Suppressing another wave of panic, he decided to take a look inside, though he still feared something alive might be lurking within, something that had turned this bathroom into a place steeped in horror. Leaning in from the side, he peered into the opening and saw nothing but absolute darkness. It was thick, viscous, as if pulling at his gaze, and within it lurked alien, predatory shadows. From the depths came a strange, barely audible whisper, as though someone was speaking both from far away and right next to his ear. Jushio jerked back, deciding he needed to leave the bathroom as quickly as possible, and never come back. Stepping into the hallway, he pressed his back against the door and clutched his chest, trying to calm his frantic heartbeat. It pounded so violently that it felt as if it might burst out at any second. He took several deep breaths, but the panic only sank its claws deeper into his thoughts, tearing them into jagged fragments. Forcing himself to pull together, Jushio moved on. The narrow hallway led him into a living room combined with a kitchen. But the sight of the room brought a fresh wave of fear. Everything looked as if some monstrous crime had taken place here. The walls and kitchen cabinets were smeared with something that looked like a mix of blood and rust. His legs felt heavy as lead. He was afraid to take another step. But worse than that was the face, as if embedded directly into the living room wall. It was frozen in a grimace of pain or terror, and its empty eye sockets seemed almost alive. Without taking his eyes off the grotesque mask, Jushio edged sideways along the wall until he caught sight of a door in his peripheral vision. It was sealed shut, chains wrapped tightly around the frame, secured with heavy brackets on both sides, and across them a red warning read, "Don't go out." But Jushio wasn't thinking about the words, he was thinking that beyond that door might be a way out. The first thing he did was try to tear the chains loose. He pulled with all his strength, but they didn't budge, only rattled loudly. Then he began examining the locks that held them. A lock meant a key. And that meant the key had to be somewhere in the apartment. Hope flared in his chest, and just as quickly died when his eyes drifted back to the living room. He didn't want to touch anything in this place. Spotting windows covered by curtains, he thought that maybe the bricked-up window in the bedroom had been an exception. Stepping carefully across the sticky floor, which made a sick, wet squelching sound as if he were walking on ground meat, he pulled the curtains aside. But here too, nothing but solid brickwork, letting in not a single ray of light. Despair crushed him like a slab of stone. Tears welled in Jushio's eyes. "Let me out," he screamed. "I'm not responsible for her death. She fell out of the window on her own. I just wanted to scare her. If you want to blame someone, blame those 5 who asked me to do it. I tried to help her when she was falling. I just got scared." He shouted until his voice cracked, mumbling excuses, though he knew better than anyone how guilty he was. He just didn't want to die here, entombed in this cursed apartment. Something in the dead silence shifted. An old TV in the corner of the living room hissed, giving off a crackling sound, and flickered to life. Through the static, a face emerged. A face Jushio recognized instantly. Alex smiled, looking straight into the camera. "Yahoo! You must be awake by now, Jushio. And I bet you're wondering where you are and how you got here. The answer's simple, you're locked in the apartment." He began. "Let me out." Jushio roared, shaking the TV. Alex smirked. "You're probably yelling right now, crying, maybe even pissing yourself from fear. Too bad I can't see it. I'd love to watch your pathetic fat face covered in tears. But, sadly, I've got more important things to do than watch a sobbing porker." His cheerful voice filled the room, digging into Jushio's ears like a cruel taunt. In that moment, the last spark of hope inside Jushio went out. His heavy body swayed, and he collapsed onto the couch directly across from the old TV, where Alex's face flickered on the screen. He didn't even notice the dark brown stains embedded deep in the upholstery, blood, dried and black as hardened varnish. Jushio lowered his head. His empty eyes stared at the screen, where Alex kept smiling, mocking, almost pleased. With each passing second, there was less life left in his gaze. He had nearly accepted the thought that he would die in this sealed apartment. And maybe no one would ever find out where he had disappeared. A tight lump rose in his throat, and his head spun so badly it felt like he might faint any moment. "You see," Alex's voice from the TV sounded surprisingly gentle. My beautiful wife, Zhanya, doesn't like giving anyone a second chance. But I'm different. Like my brother, I enjoy giving people like you a shot at freedom. So I'll give you that chance. He raised a black box toward the camera, shaped like a carved cube. When you woke up, you probably saw it on the table. This is the Le Marchand's box. It was made by the toymaker Philip Le Marchand. An ancient artifact. If you solve its puzzle, it will open doors. But the most interesting part is the story. Once, I found this box in a cabin in the woods. Zhu Xiu was no longer listening. He had heard the only thing that mattered, doors and a key. Jumping to his feet, he rushed into the room where he had woken up and spotted the box on the table. His fingers clutched its cold edges. He began twisting the movable parts, which clicked softly as they shifted. The puzzle was complex, but he kept working at it stubbornly. Returning to the living room, he listened for Alex's voice, hoping the men might accidentally give away the next move. Then, an odd, brittle snap. The box's segment slid out, its shape changed, and it seemed to unfold into something entirely different. Joy lit up Zhu Xiu's face. He turned toward the screen, where Alex's grin still shone. As I was saying, the box's story is fascinating, Alex continued. But the best part is yet to come. Yes, it opens doors, just not to your world. These doors lead to beings that hunt down and torment anyone who solves the puzzle. In truth, the box is a tool for sacrifice. And if you, stupid pig, didn't listen and rushed to open it. Alex chuckled, then you're screwed. You've got about 5 minutes. The chains on the doors aren't just to keep you in, they're to keep out everyone who'd love to take a bite of your flesh. Zhu Xiu's face turned corpse white. The panic he had barely been holding back crashed over him again in a freezing wave. His heart pounded so hard he thought it might be a heart attack. Then, 3 clear, light knocks on the door. His heart skipped a beat. He knew they had come. The creatures. Pressing himself into the couch, he prayed to become invisible, but Alex's voice went on. If you opened it, then welcome to the Red City. It's ruled by Zhanya. The city swarms with monsters, and the apartment is the only relatively safe place, for a while. Want to get out? Check the bathroom. There's a hole in the wall, and even your fat body will squeeze through. It'll drop you somewhere random in the city, and you can return the same way. But remember, the chains won't hold for long. And if you've already set the mechanism in motion, the hunt will begin. 5 minutes, Zhu Xiu. Just 5. And if you want to leave the Red City, find the red door. Good luck escaping, and may fortune always be with you. At his final word, the old TV let out a faint crack, and Alex's smile froze on the screen like a brand. With Alex's last words, the TV went dark, the screen flickering before melting into black. Zhu Xiu let out a strangled breath and dropped the cursed box. It hit the floor with a dull thud and rolled into the shadows, as if trying to hide on its own. Something snapped inside Zhu Xiu's chest, and panic surged anew. Then again, 3 steady, deliberate knocks on the door. The sound rang in his skull like a hammer striking an anvil. On shaking legs, he approached the door, trying to breathe quietly, and, barely daring, he peered into the peephole. On the other side stood a creature in human form. Its skin was pale, almost bluish, stretched tight over the skull like parchment. The head was completely bald but covered with long, perfectly straight metal pins. The face was thin, angular, with deep-set eyes cold as marble. Thin lips were pressed together, giving the expression a grim finality. It wore a black leather suit, tight against its body. And then, the gaze. The creature lifted its eyes directly to the peephole, and Zhu Xiu felt as if an icy torrent had crashed over him. He recoiled convulsively, his breath catching. What do I do? Where do I go? He muttered under his breath, nearly shouting. The chains won't hold long, the windows are bricked up, there's no way out. Wait. The hole in the bathroom. He said. That's the only chance. The red door. A tiny spark of hope ignited in his chest. But along with it came a sticky fear, a fear of the darkness swirling inside that very hole. He dashed into the bathroom, ignoring the rusty hook dangling from the ceiling, the crusted blood stains, the sickening iron smell. His eyes fixed on the black hole in the wall. It seemed to call him, or lie in wait. 3 knocks on the door, now louder, closer. Time was running out. Trembling, Zhu Xiu squeezed into the opening, feeling cold dust fall onto his face. He crawled forward, and soon darkness enveloped his eyes. He came to on a cold floor. Above him, a tall stained glass ceiling framed a sky red as blood. His head throbbed. Zhu Xiu got to his feet, looked around, and saw the hole in the wall beside him. He was in a museum. Strange exhibits in glass cases, grotesque dolls, organs moving in formaldehyde, masks with empty eye sockets. But one object drew his gaze, a worn ancient book, bound in human face leather. The face seemed to move slowly. He gritted his teeth, forcing himself to look away. He had to find the red door. That was the only way. Quietly stepping on the tiles, he entered the next hall. From floor to ceiling hung a massive painting. It depicted a door chained shut. Red. Exactly like the one in the apartment. On the frame, number 302. But in the painting, the chains were loosely drawn, and the door slightly ajar, as if inviting entry. Maybe, this is the door, he murmured. But the memory of the real door brought despair back instantly. Locks. Chains. No key. Where could it be? His thoughts were interrupted by a sound behind him, a soft shuffle. A cold sweat instantly coated his skin. He didn't want to turn, but an unknown inner voice drew his gaze back. Slowly, as in a nightmare, he turned his head. Behind him stood a man in tattered clothes and a horrifying mask, twisted into a grotesque grin. Before Zhu Xiu could scream, the stranger clamped his hand over his mouth and drove a knife into his stomach. Pain exploded inside him. Zhu Xiu looked down, the handle of the knife protruded from his body. The stranger pulled the blade out and struck again. And again. And again. The metal sank into flesh with a wet sound. The man in the mask didn't blink, continuing to stare directly into his eyes. After dozens of blows, he pushed the victim away. Zhu Xiu fell to his knees, clutching his stomach as warm blood poured out. "Spare me," he croaked, choking on his own blood. But in response, Zhu Xiu met only the cold, lifeless gaze of the men in the horrifying mask. The next thing the men did was drive the knife sharply into Zhu Xiu's throat. He felt the blade cut off his breath as a powerful gush of blood shot from his mouth. The world began to fade, his body went limp, and just before his eyes closed completely, the men grabbed his head. The last thing Zhu Xiu heard was a sickening crunch, accompanied by a flash of hellish pain that spread throughout his body. "A." Zhu Xiu screamed, leaping off the sofa. He stood there, breathing heavily, frantically feeling himself, his thick stomach, still echoing the blows of the knife, and his neck, where the blade had plunged before it was broken. These memories were too real to be merely a dream. Tears of fear and despair blurred his vision. Zhu Xiu sank back onto the sofa, trying to convince himself it was just a nightmare. But when he lifted his gaze, he saw the bricked-up window and the table nearby. In the center of the table lay a solitary box. Seeing it made his heart clench and his hands tremble. He began to back away until he fell off the sofa and pressed himself into a corner, keeping his eyes fixed on the cursed object. Now he knew, he had died, somehow returned, and was once again in the same doomed apartment. Struggling to stand, he trembled as he moved along the wall toward the door. His gaze remained locked on the box as he cautiously turned the handle and stepped into the hallway, stained with blood and rust. There, he approached the bathroom door, preparing himself to suppress the rising terror. Turning the handle, he saw the familiar hole in the wall again. Despair washed over him, and he began to sob like a child. His sobbing was interrupted by the crackle of the old television in the living room. With an empty, glassy stare, as if controlled by invisible strings, Zhu Xiu returned to the living room and sat on the blood-stained sofa. On the screen, Alex's face appeared again, repeating the same words as the first time. When the TV turned off, the same 3 dull, measured knocks sounded at the door. Zhu Xiu knew who was outside, but fear paralyzed him. He had already faced death, and knew he could face it again. Yet his survival instinct took over. He leapt up and ran toward the bathroom, climbing back into the hole. Darkness closed in around him, and losing consciousness, he awoke on a hospital bed. Above him hung a peeling ceiling, long since untouched by repair. Sitting on the edge of the bed, he noticed a hole in the wall, just like the one in the apartment. Realizing he was in a new location, he understood he was in an abandoned hospital. Carefully approaching the door, he slightly opened it and peered into the corridor. A long, decaying hallway stretched before him, lit by flickering lamps, with some sections plunged into complete darkness. A long red trail ran along the floor, as if someone had been dragged toward the operating rooms. There was no choice. With his heart pounding, Zhu Xiu stepped into the corridor, following the bloody trail that led him to massive double doors. Pushing them open, he entered the surgical wing. The trail continued toward the door marked, Operating Room. Nearby was another door, Observation Room. Deciding to check there first, Zhu Xiu entered. The room was dark, with light filtering only through a large window that looked into the operating room. He approached the glass and froze. On the operating table, a man was strapped down, thrashing desperately, trying to break free from the restraints. Suddenly, their eyes met. The men groaned softly upon seeing Zhu Xiu. Zhu Xiu understood that the man was asking for help, but he hesitated to intervene. Memories of his previous encounter with the men in the horrifying mask still chilled his mind. Yet the captive would not be silenced. He continued to mumble and cry out in silent desperation. Zhu Xiu realized that such noise could attract attention, and after a moment of hesitation, he decided to help. Carefully, he entered the operating room through the observation room door and approached the restrained men. "I'll take off your gag first, but don't scream," Jushio said quietly. The prisoner murmured, rolling his eyes as if he already understood that noise here would be a fatal mistake. Jushio carefully loosened the strap that bound the man's mouth. "Well, what are you waiting for? Untie me before they come back," the man hissed sharply, barely freed. "Who are you? And how long have you been here?" Jushio asked distrustfully, not rushing to fully release him. "I'm Derek Simmons, National Security Advisor to the President of the United States," the stranger replied dryly. "And how long I've been here? I don't know. Maybe a day, maybe a week, a month, or a year. Time behaves strangely here. But free me before it's too late. I don't want to meet them again." "How did you get here?" Jushio began loosening the straps on Derek's arms. "Just like you. Messed with that demon, and ended up here. Judging by your face, you're new. A few hours, no more. You'll soon learn that this place is pure hell," Derek said, struggling to move. "I've already died once. In the museum," Jushio said grimly. "Only once. Then you're lucky. Believe me, it will happen a lot more often soon. There are creatures here you can't even imagine. And all of them, masters of killing, and they do it with a certain elegance," Derek smirked, brushing his hair back and jumping off the operating table. "Haven't you tried to find the red door to get out?" Jushio asked cautiously, realizing this man might know more. "The red door?" Derek snorted. "If you want to search for it in this endless city, good luck. Every district belongs to its own monsters. Step into another's territory, and you're done. You'll die, and then wake up where you first arrived. And it keeps repeating. But there's still a chance, right?" Jushio grabbed him by the shoulders, looking directly into his eyes. "All you can do is hide and hope they don't find you," Derek replied coldly. "And remember the most important rule." "What rule?" Derek squinted, and something icy sparkled in his eyes. "Trust no one in this place." Jushio wanted to ask what exactly Derek meant, but the moment he opened his mouth, warm blood gushed from his throat. A sharp pain pierced his abdomen. Lowering his gaze, he saw the handle of a scalpel protruding from his body. Lifting his eyes, he met Derek's cold, stone-like stare. "Why?" Jushio croaked, his voice frozen with fear. "Because," Derek said slowly. "I already told you, everyone in this place has their own territory. This hospital is no exception. For me to leave, someone has to stay. And it seems the surgeon is returning. Good luck." With that, he disappeared behind the door leading to the observation room. Jushio watched him go in despair, but Derek didn't even glance back. Before he could rise and try to escape, the doors of the operating room burst open. A man in a dirty white coat appeared in the doorway. His face was covered by a dark leather mask, or perhaps that was his face, horribly disfigured and pulled tight with metal staples screwed directly into his skull. Well, the doctor rasped as he entered the room. "I step out for a minute to fetch my instrument bag, and a new patient appears while the old one escapes. What a nuisance." He placed the worn leather bag on the table beside the operating table. "Let me go." Jushio exhaled, spitting blood. "Let you go," the doctor sneered. "But you're injured, my dear." No, I took the Hippocratic oath to treat all patients. Which means, time to sew up that little hole in your stomach. And maybe remove some excess fat while we're at it, it's in the way of the organs. Nurse. Help the patient onto the table." The doors opened again, and two women in white coats entered the room. Their faces were twisted beyond recognition, as if wearing monstrous masks. Jushio tried to resist, but he had no strength. The nurses easily threw him onto the table and strapped him down tightly. Meanwhile, the doctor opened the bag, rifling through the metal instruments as if selecting the perfect knife for the task ahead. "Oh yes," he said, raising a scalpel. "Where are my manners? My name is Herman Carter, chief surgeon of this place. And now, relax. It will only hurt a little." Panic filled Jushio's eyes. He struggled, trying to break free, but the straps held him fast. All he could do was mumble, pleading for mercy. But Herman Carter never spared his patients. Here, everyone received treatment, whether they wanted it or not. To be continued. Chapter 422, Vacation's over, time to get to work. While Jushio was fighting for his life in the Red City, strapped to the operating table and facing the ruthless surgeon Herman Carter, Alex and Chingu calmly left Feng Hua's apartment. Alex had already gotten what he came for, but Chingu only half of it. He had hoped to find answers, but instead he met the ballerina's killer, who now dwelled in his shadow. All this time, Chingu secretly watched Alex. The memories of what happened on the 24th floor were still too fresh, and unease never left him. Alex walked over to the car, leaned against the hood, and lit a cigarette. Pulling out his phone, he glanced at the screen. It was exactly 1 in the morning. He slipped it back into his pocket and threw a glance at Chen-go, who stood nearby, clearly unsure of how to act. Alex gave a faint smile, as if inviting him closer. Chen-go sighed and, hesitating, walked over to the car, leaning beside him. For a while they smoked in silence, gazing at the night sky. From Alex's shadow, Zhang Yi appeared and wrapped her arms around his neck. At that same moment, from Chen Ji's shadow stepped the ballerina in the red dress. Alex felt her touch and smiled, while Chen-go was torn by conflicting emotions. He was still afraid of the ballerina, especially knowing her cruel methods. Alex noticed the tension in his face and only smiled wider. "You're wrong to fear her," he said. "If she wanted you dead, she would have done it long ago." At that moment, a sound came from Chen Ji's pocket. He pulled out a worn black phone. Alex recognized it instantly. With this phone, the other half of Chen Ji's soul had been helping him survive and find answers. "Congratulations on completing the Red Heart mission." "Nicely done, Chen-go," Alex said with a smirk, exhaling smoke into the night sky. "How do you know that?" Chen-go asked in shock. "It's my job to know everything," Alex replied calmly with a shrug. "Then you must know where my parents are." Chen-go tucked the phone back into his pocket. "I do," Alex nodded. "But you won't tell me?" Chen-go said darkly, looking away. "You're right. If I tell you where they are, you'll charge straight in like a fool and get yourself killed. You're far too weak right now. Not only you will die, but also Wang Li, who lives in your shadow. And believe me, death wouldn't even be the worst outcome. So you'd better listen to the black phone. Whoever gives you those missions doesn't want to destroy you, they want to protect you. Complete them, and you'll get your answers. At the end of the road, you'll learn everything." Alex lifted his gaze to the bright moon. Chen-go fell into thought. His eyes shifted to Wang Li, who sat nearby in the shadows, watching him. He remembered how many times she had saved his life already. Alex's words rang bitter but true. It was still too soon to search for his parents. Yet hidden in those words was a hint, they were alive, though in a place he had no business going to yet. Thoughts swirled in Chen Ji's head, birthing new questions instead of answers. His head throbbed from it. He lowered his gaze, staring at the cigarette burning between his fingers. Alex cast him a short glance and understood what he was going through. After all, his own journey had begun with the discovery of the black phone, the one that gave him hope of finding his parents, who had vanished without a trace, even for the police. "Can you at least give me a hint what to do next if I want to find them?" Chen-go asked after a long pause. "A couple of hints," Alex replied, holding up 2 fingers. "First, find what you've lost. Second, gather more allies. And no, I don't mean people." "What do you mean, allies?" Chen-go frowned. "It's simple. Your haunted house already has residents. Give them a home, a family, and they'll repay you the same way. These ghosts want nothing more than a place to belong. Give them that, and they'll become your strength. And what you've lost, it'll find you on its own. If you can handle it, you'll grow stronger." Alex stroked Zhang Yi's hand, still wrapped around his neck, and smirked. "And stop being afraid of Wang Li. If she wanted you dead, you'd already be dead. Look at me and my wife, we've got the truest kind of love." Chen-go looked at Alex, who was being embraced from behind by Zhang Yi. Then his gaze involuntarily slid toward Wang Li. Their eyes met, and he lingered on her blood-red pupils. Deep down, Chen-go still feared the ghost girl, her presence stirred unease within him. But watching how Alex and Zhang Yi behaved together, he slowly began to realize, perhaps his fear of Wang Li was exaggerated. As Alex had rightly said, if she truly wanted him dead, she would have done it long ago. Trying to pull himself together, Chen-go forced himself to act calmer and not give in to panic whenever she appeared. He let out a heavy sigh, recalling the gift she had handed him only minutes ago, the still warm, beating heart of the men who had killed her. Now that heart had crumbled into ash and settled in his palms. Chen-go stared at his hands, noticing how tiny gray specks still seemed to burrow into his skin. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't wipe them away. "I have one more question." He broke the silence. "Do you know what this ash stuck to my hands is?" he asked, showing his palms. Alex raised a brow and studied Chen Ji's hands carefully. He had watched the entire process and knew perfectly well that Wang Li had done the same thing Zhang Yi had done in another timeline. She had given a gift that would one day save a life. Intrigued, Alex grabbed one of Chen Ji's hands and examined the ash clinging to it. The longer he looked, the more surprised he became. Wang Li's gift wasn't just symbolic, it was incredibly useful. He couldn't help but glance at the ballerina in the red dress and even gave her a thumbs up in approval. Chen-go tilted his head in confusion, he didn't understand what that gesture meant. Alex turned back to his hands, rubbed the ash lightly between his fingers, and it seemed to sink into the skin on its own. You know, Chen-gu, your ghost girl gave you a really good gift. Actually, I'd say an excellent one, Alex said, releasing his hand. She's not my girl, Chen-gu replied dryly. And what kind of gift is this supposed to be? Why couldn't I wipe off the ash, but you did it so easily? Hey, not your girl yet, Alex chuckled. All right, I'll explain. I didn't wipe the ash away, I helped it sink in. Now it's part of you. And the gift, remember how in the elevator I joked about hitting a ghost? Yeah. You said something about punching a ghost in the, balls. Or grabbing its chest, Chen-gu reminded him with irony. Well, first of all, don't even think about grabbing a ghost's chest unless you want to lose your hands, Alex smirked. But back then it was just a joke. You couldn't touch a ghost. Now you can. Thanks to this ash, your fists can actually make contact. More than that, if you hold something in your hands, that object will have the same effect. Put simply, now you can hit back. You're saying, I can actually punch a ghost? Chen-gu asked in shock, staring at his palms. Exactly. And if you want, you can even touch Wanli without feeling the deadly cold. One way or another, you're coming out ahead, Alex nodded and hopped off the hood. All right, enough talk. Get in the car. I'll give you a ride to New Century Park. My vacation ended hours ago, time to head home. Chen-gu looked at his hands once more, then shifted his gaze to Wanli. Deep inside, he suspected that she hadn't given him the ash for defense at all, but so that one day she could hold his hand without hurting him. As if sensing his thoughts, the ballerina instantly slipped back into the shadows. Not knowing how to respond, Chen-gu decided not to burden himself with more questions and simply got into the car. Alex started the engine, and they drove toward the park. The entire ride was spent in silence, only the sounds of a video game echoed from the back seat, where Gir, Mimi, and Stitch were playing with great focus. At last, the car stopped at the entrance of New Century Park. Alex slowed down slightly, giving Chen-gu the chance to step out, but he hesitated, as if holding back one final question. You ask too many questions, Chen-gu, Alex said tiredly, turning to him. If you want to ask, then ask. Don't waste my time. I just wanted to know. Chen-gu began after a short pause. What happened to that man in the pig mask? Did he die, or? Alex smirked. No, he didn't die. And he won't. Zhu Xiu is now trapped in an endless cycle of death, rebirth, pain, and despair. He'll relive it all again and again. For eternity. Chen-gu took a deep breath, gathered his courage, and asked the last question, and still, who are you? Hearing the question, Alex only chuckled, as though preparing to brush it off with a joke. But to Chen-gu, his smile felt strange, almost forced, like he was deliberately steering the conversation away. As Chen-gu pushed open the door to get out, he caught sight of Alex wiping a hand across his forehead. Two horns emerged from his skin, curved like a dark crown. Chen-gu froze in shock, his mouth falling open. Before he could utter a word, Alex burst out laughing, shoved him out of the car, and disappeared into the night, leaving Chen-gu standing at the entrance to New Century Park, stunned. For a long while, he stared after the vanished car, then finally sighed heavily. The day had been too bizarre, and its ending felt like a dream teetering on the edge of madness. Only one thought spun in his mind: he desperately needed sleep. Slowly, he made his way back to the haunted house. Without stopping by any other room, he went straight to his own. The moment his head touched the pillow, he fell into a deep sleep. But early the next morning, a persistent knock on the door woke him. Forcing his eyes open, Chen-gu sat on the edge of the sofa and wearily rubbed his face. Deciding to see who was making such a racket so early, he threw on some clothes and went downstairs. On the doorstep stood Uncle Su, holding a cardboard box in his hands. Did I wake you, Chen-gu? He grumbled. I told you, stop wandering around those haunted places for your streams. But you keep going anyway. Wasn't it enough the time you ran into that maniac in the abandoned clinic? You're at the police station more often than real criminals. Chen-gu stayed silent. He understood well enough, Uncle Su's scolding came not from malice, but from concern. If not for him negotiating an extension on the lease, the haunted house would have been shut down long ago. For 5 minutes, Uncle Su went on repeating himself until Chen-gu finally asked calmly, Uncle Su, did you come this early just to lecture me? Ah, my old head, Su waved it off. Almost forgot. A package arrived this morning in your name. I brought it. Here, careful, it's damn heavy. He handed over the box. But I didn't order anything. Maybe it's a mistake. Chen-gu said in surprise, taking the weight in his arms. No, the courier was clear, park address, your name. But I couldn't make out the sender. I'm sure you'll figure it out, you're an adult now. Anyway, I'll be going, the park's opening soon. With that, Uncle Su waved his hand and walked away at an unhurried pace. Left alone, Chen-gu looked at the box. His name was indeed written in the recipient field, but once he read the sender's name, there was no doubt left. The package had come from Alex. A sharp premonition pricked his heart. He carried the box to his room, set it on the table, and, taking a utility knife, carefully cut open the packaging. Inside were several wooden cases, with a white envelope lying on top. Chen-gu hesitated, but eventually opened the envelope and unfolded the letter. The handwriting was unfamiliar but steady. Good morning, Chen-gu. If you're reading this, it means my gift has already reached you. As I said last night, you are far too weak to protect those you care about. Even if Wanli has given you the strength to strike a ghost, that is not enough. Inside the package, you'll find several cases. In the largest one lies a hammer. Yes, a hammer. You're probably wondering why not a knife or a sword. Think about it, who in their right mind would carry around a hammer that looks as though it was forged by a madman's hand? Chen-gu frowned and read the lines again. His eye twitched as he reached the first part of the letter. He couldn't deny it, the Dr. Skullcracker hammer had saved his life more than once. But the thought of what kind of new hammer Alex had sent gnawed at him. Setting the letter aside, Chen-gu pulled out the largest wooden case from the box. The lid creaked as it opened, revealing a hammer nearly identical in size to his old weapon. But the similarity ended there. If Dr. Skullcracker looked as if it had been forged by a lunatic, Alex's gift resembled a work of art. The silvery head was etched with intricate runes, while delicate carvings ran along the length of the handle. Chen-gu carefully lifted the hammer into his hand. It felt astonishingly natural, as though it had been made for him alone. After a few test swings, he sensed both the lightness and the power of the weapon. But on one swing, he accidentally brushed the wall, and the hammer effortlessly punched a massive hole straight through it. Chen-gu raised his brows in surprise, glanced at the damage, and, not wanting to tempt fate further, gently placed the weapon back into its case. Then he returned to the letter. The other boxes contain items that will also help you. As I've already said, I know far too much about you and those around you. In one of the cases, you'll find the deed to an apartment across from New Century Park. As a father, I believe a child shouldn't be living in a haunted house, even if that's what he wants. The Social Welfare Office would never approve of such a thing. So I've given you an apartment, so you can adopt the boy named Fenyu without trouble. How I transferred the property into your name, that doesn't matter. Let's leave it as my little secret. Although, truthfully, my other wife is quite skilled in such matters. Chen-gu froze for a moment. An apartment. Just like that. He set the letter aside and opened the next box. Inside were indeed documents with his name written on them, along with a set of keys. A faint smirk tugged at his lips. He decided to ignore the casual mention of Alex's other wife. Anything connected to that man had long since defied all norms, especially after the horns that had sprouted from his forehead the night before. Chen-gu carefully put the documents and keys back, making a mental note to check everything personally. Then he returned to the letter. Now, about Fan Yu. A girl named Jiang Lin recently arrived at the orphanage where he lives. She has already befriended the boy. Why do I mention her? It's simple. This girl is connected to a place you will soon enter, whether you want to or not. Jiang Lin comes from Coffin Village, where 8 out of 10 residents are ghosts. She has an older sister, a red ghost in the form of a spider. She is dangerous. Very dangerous. That's why I want you to adopt the girl. The fate that awaits her is far too cruel. In Coffin Village, there is the door pusher. He intends to be reborn through Jiang Lin's body. You must not allow this. If you do, I will return. And believe me, you won't like it. To prevent this disaster, in another case you will find 3 necklaces, one for you, one for Fan Yu, and one for Jiang Lin. They are protective artifacts against ghosts. Even the strongest red ghost will not be able to harm you. But your necklace will not protect you from Wanli. I did this intentionally, so she can still touch you. Otherwise, you would remain alone, until death. After that, you would become a lonely ghost. Chen-gu lowered the letter. His fingers involuntarily clenched. Seeing the last lines, his eye twitched even more. The word lonely, and the hint that even after death he would remain alone, struck him painfully. Clenching his fingers to avoid tearing the paper, he took a deep breath and set the letter aside. From the package, he took out another wooden case. Inside were 3 necklaces. At first glance, they seemed ordinary, except for the ruby stone at the center of each. But upon closer inspection, delicate runes could be seen inside the stones, as if engraved from within. Each necklace was labeled, one for him, one for Fan Yu, and one for the girl named Jiang Lin. Chen-gu immediately put on his own necklace. Nothing happened. No heat, no cold, not even the slightest sensation. I'll check it later, he thought, putting the remaining necklaces back into the case. An idea flickered through his mind. Tonight he could visit Fan Yu and at the same time meet Jiang Lin to give them their amulets. Then he unfolded the letter again. Now about you, Chen Go. About your path. I cannot reveal too much, or your journey will change. But hints I can leave. Even more, a plan. As I said, sooner or later you will end up in Coffin Village, whether you want it or not. The door pusher from that village is planning to be reborn, and he needs a body. But this foolish woman does not understand, a child's body is a terrible vessel. It cannot withstand the power of a red ghost. It will rot quickly. Therefore, your task is to prevent Jiang Lin from becoming the vessel. There are two paths. The first is to deal with her malice. For you, this is almost impossible. The second is to find or create a suitable body capable of withstanding the energy of the red ghost. The choice is yours. But remember, if you allow the girl to become the vessel, start running. Because I will come for you. Next. The owner of the black phone will send you to the underground morgue. It is run by the men who opened the red door. You know him, the chairman of the Ghost Story Society. When you meet him, you will recognize him immediately. Why he does all this, he will explain himself. Then you must pass through the White Dragon Cave tunnel. There you will find answers about your past. Do not worry, I have already taken 2 red ghosts from there. The next door pusher you will meet is in Liwang City. Things are bad there. The red door has gotten out of control. The pusher has lost some body parts. You will have to find them. Only then will you encounter the one who truly intends to harm you. Who that is, you will discover in the tunnel. Unless, of course, you are too foolish to see the obvious. I will not speak about the final places that will lead you to your parents. You will understand everything if you follow the directions of the black phone. P.S. Don't screw up. And may luck always be with you, with best regards, the Demon King from another world. Chen Gu stared at the letter with a stone-cold face. The last paragraph completely threw him off, his mind refused to process what he had just read. He was no longer surprised that Alex turned out to be the Demon King, the greater shock was how thoroughly he knew the steps ahead and the missions the black phone would assign. He reread the final part of the letter again, trying to memorize the order of the mentioned locations. At that very moment, his phone screen lit up with a new message. Congratulations, chosen of the ghosts. You have learned about Coffin Village, hidden deep in the mountains. Would you like to participate in the trial mission of the 3-star Coffin Village scenario? Chen Gu stared thoughtfully at the screen. First, the orphanage. There, he could talk to Jiang Lin and give her the necklace, and at the same time, hand the same one to Fan Yu. He understood that Alex's letter was not just rambling. It was preparation. It was a warning. And the first trial on his path would be Coffin Village. The underground morgue still lay ahead. Glancing at the clock, Chen Gu realized it was time to open the haunted house. In the evening, he would head to the orphanage. While Chen Gu prepared for the upcoming trials, Alex and his companions had already returned to Orario. The girls were busy unpacking their belongings and souvenirs after a week-long vacation, while Alex sat in the living room of his mansion with a gloomy expression. His moodiness was not due to the end of the vacation, but the fact that he now had to get back to work. The work itself did not intimidate him. What really irritated Alex was something else, the need to attend 3 different schools in 3 different worlds as a student. The thought of sitting at a desk every day, watching the boring faces of classmates, annoyed him greatly. On the low coffee table in front of him lay 3 letters. Each contained documents for enrollment in a school from one of the worlds. Alex had been keeping these letters in his inventory for over a week but hadn't dared to open a single one. His gloomy thoughts were interrupted by the sound of the door opening. At the threshold stood his clone, in a white construction helmet, holding a tablet. Finally, you're back, he said, tossing the tablet onto the table without hesitation. Go accept the work. And next time, don't ask us to toil for a whole week without a break. Everything done? Or were there problems? Alex took the tablet and quickly scanned the data. The clone sank heavily into the chair opposite him and lit a cigarette. The system caused the most trouble. We couldn't synchronize it to transmit accurate data from the worlds in real time. Alex raised an eyebrow and made an inviting gesture with his hand, signaling that he wanted details. As I said, the clone continued, the error was in the synchronization. We ran beta tests, but some bugs remained. The main problem, the system updated data with a delay. Sometimes the information was delayed by a minute, sometimes by a whole hour. And you understand, original, that an hour's delay can be extremely costly. 1 week wasn't enough, but thanks to the help of a certain sweet tooth, we reduced the maximum error to 5 minutes. Though now you owe her something. Any other difficulties? Alex asked, eyes still on the tablet. Minor things, the clone exhaled smoke. The monitoring broadcast system for tracking groups, emergency evacuation in case of critical situations. But we handled that. How? Alex asked, looking up at his clone. Simple. We created a swarm of fairy drones to monitor group members. And the evacuation tests succeed in 99% of cases. Almost perfect. We just need to test the mission assignment system and run a full trial launch. But you'll handle that. After all, we're not humans, we're clones, and if the system fails, it won't affect us anyway. Alex nodded and put away the tablet. Good. Let's go see what you've set up. And the other projects in Horario. Everything's going smoothly. It was far easier than reviving that cursed system, the clone replied with a faint smirk. Alex didn't argue. He understood that the most important task now was to conduct a full system test with real people, not his clones. He nodded to the clone and suggested finishing the cigarette before heading to the guild. The clone shrugged, stood up from the chair, and stubbed out the cigarette in the ashtray. Girls, I'm off to the guild, he called toward the second floor. Okay, came the response. Smiling, Alex followed the clone outside. On the way, he noticed that the area around his mansion had noticeably come to life, where there had once been empty lots, neat houses now stood, built by his clones. Removing the sign from the gate that read, "We're on vacation," Alex felt the familiar rhythm of work returning to his life. And, looking at the bustling streets, he once again realized that to everyone around him, he had long since become just another clone among dozens wandering Horario throughout the week. To be continued. Chapter 423, The New Guild and the Events Unfolding in Horario. Alex walked behind his clone toward the guild, an organization created with one sole purpose, to save worlds on the brink of premature destruction. He knew full well that he couldn't be in every world at once. Using clones would have been logical, but Alex remained cautious. The memories of that unpleasant incident with Nyan's clones were still too fresh. The thought that his own copies might one day rebel and cause chaos didn't sit well with him. That was why he preferred to rely on living people, the ones he had brought from his last world. They already had experience in large-scale battles, and Alex was counting on them. As they walked, Alex looked around. Just a week ago, this district had been half empty, with only a few houses built for settlers. But now, things were different. Thanks to the clone's work, the neighborhood had come alive. People strolled through the streets, children laughed, and shops began appearing among the houses. Alex noticed a flower shop with fresh bouquets in the window, and a small eatery letting out the smell of ramen. People seemed to have adapted quickly to this new world, and were even starting to enjoy life. Hey, what did we miss while we were on vacation? Alex asked, calling out to his clone. Nothing too big, the clone replied, tapping his chin with a finger. Except the Ryozanpaku dojo officially opened. Some locals even wanted to sign up, but, after seeing how the masters train Kenichi, they changed their minds. Not surprising, Alex smirked. For outsiders, his training really does look more like torture. What else? Well. The clone grinned, struggling not to laugh. I think you'll find it amusing that Kensei and Hermes officially became friends. And enemies of every single woman in Horario. Goddesses included. Alex rolled his eyes and rubbed his face with his palm. Father, give me strength. What did they do this time? It all started the day after you left. They got drunk and went peeping at the women's bath. They were spotted, but even though they could barely stand, they somehow managed to escape. That's where their friendship began. For a few days, they kept it up, until the women finally had enough. The result, a new all-female punitive squad formed in the city. Their slogan is loud and clear, "Down with the perverts." Death to Kensei and Hermes, said the clone in the white helmet, raising his voice as if reciting the squad's rallying cry. The moment the clone spoke those words, a passing girl also shouted the slogan, glaring at him. Alex felt a headache building. He had asked, very clearly, that no one get into trouble while he was away on his one-week vacation with his family. But his words had been ignored, and now he didn't even want to imagine how Renka would react when she learned that her father had become the sworn enemy of every woman in Horario. Though, Alex quickly concluded, she would most likely join the squad herself just to hunt down perverts. And how did Lady Ma react? Alex asked cautiously. The clone took a drag on his cigarette and smirked. She's the leader of that squad. Thanks to her cruelty, the number of perverts in Horario has dropped noticeably. Anyone caught gets tied upside down to poles and left in the square for a full day. The first day she took charge was especially spectacular, 100 men hanging upside down in the central plaza. Of course, some tried to protest, but they were beaten and strung up alongside the rest. The clone paused for a moment, then added with a sly grin, I actually suspect Hermes and Kensei set up an underground club, for men with similar interests. No need to guess, Alex sighed, pulling out a cigarette and lighting it to ward off the oncoming headache. Those two idiots definitely did just that. Not our problem, the clone said carelessly, waving a hand. Let someone else deal with it. Alex shook his head and lit a cigarette, trying to push away the thought that in just a single week Orario had managed to form a punitive squad against perverts, and, as a counter-reaction, underground clubs organized by Kensei and Hermes. Taking a deep drag, he sighed wearily and kept walking alongside his clone, questioning him about how the integration of the new system in the city had gone, rankings, competitions, and the family leaderboards. The clone explained calmly and thoroughly, while Alex only nodded as he listened. He was pleased that adventurers and even the gods had accepted the new system without much resistance. Though, deep down, he suspected his clones had simply intimidated the gods who objected. But that was no longer his concern. The important thing was that Orario kept moving forward instead of being stuck in the endless routine of dungeon expeditions. Some of the news the clone shared didn't surprise him at all. For example, that Casper had suddenly decided to become a traveling merchant, now roaming the world with his group in search of new goods and adventures. Alex was certain that before long Casper would establish his own trading guild. Another piece of news was a little more surprising. Hayato and Mikumo had finally started dating. Alex only smirked. Those two clearly hadn't wanted to make their relationship public, but his clones were hopelessly addicted to gossip. The next bit of news caught him completely off guard. Ar had found himself a girlfriend. And what shocked Alex most was that the girl who decided to date Ar was none other than the Amazon, Aisha. What? You've got to be kidding me, Alex nearly choked after hearing the story. How the hell did Ar manage to start dating Aisha? Do I look like a jokester? You asked me to share the gossip from the week you were gone, the clone replied lazily. As for how it started, well, Aisha liked Ar's face, and basically dragged him into bed. And after that, well, you get the idea. Is he even alive? Or at least still able to walk? Alex asked suspiciously. I won't go into details. But for the first couple of days after Ar and Aisha started seeing each other, nobody saw him. He reappeared a few days later, looking completely drained. I don't know what exactly Aisha did to him, but he needed treatment to recover. Luckily, magic works wonders, the clone smirked. Alex was left speechless. He actually felt a little sorry for poor Ar. After all, he had warned the men many times, never mess with Amazons, or death by SNU is guaranteed. On the other hand, now Ar would probably stop hitting on every girl he saw. Aisha certainly wouldn't allow it. Alex's thoughts were interrupted by a noise in the distance. He frowned, squinting and listening. Shouts echoed in the air. Don't tell me that noise is the sound of a chase. He began. What else? Of course it is. I already told you, Kensei and Hermes were the ones most often tied to poles. All week, they've spent their nights hanging in the central square, the clone smirked. And maybe the women's squad just found another underground club. Alex only sighed and shifted his gaze toward the noise. Focusing slightly, he spotted Kensei running with a panicked expression, shouting something incoherent. Behind him was Juma, her eyes blazing red with rage as she charged after him like an enraged bull. Alex raised an eyebrow when he noticed the embroidery on Juma's clothing, an abbreviation stitched in bright letters. And behind Juma came a squad of women, relentlessly pursuing him. Looking further, Alex even saw Asphai, holding a rope, at the other end of which was Hermes, bound tightly like a cocoon and being dragged across the ground. Yet Hermes kept smiling as if nothing that was happening concerned him in the slightest. Alex was genuinely surprised to see that even Asphai had joined the punitive squad against perverts. But he quickly realized that her patience with Hermes' antics had probably just run out. Alex shifted his gaze back to Kensei, who kept running for his life, shouting excuses at the top of his lungs. But how could Juma believe her husband's words, when he had deceived her so many times before? She no longer trusted a single word he said. Meanwhile, Kensei, desperate to save his skin, was crying out as he ran. Darling. I ended up there by accident. I'm not the organizer, I swear. Kensei. Juma roared. Do you think I'll believe you? Run faster. Pray to the gods, or even to your buddy Hermes, because when I catch you, I won't just tie you to a pole. I'll handle your re-education personally. And believe me, when our daughter comes back from vacation, she'll see a new father, a man without perverted tendencies. Even if you die, I'll drag you back from the afterlife. A chill ran down Kensei's spine. He knew perfectly well that if he fell into his wife's hands, his fate would be far from pleasant. The fear of death sparked a second wind, his muscles surged with strength, and he sprinted even faster, desperate to escape the inevitable punishment. The last thing he wanted was to go through death and resurrection yet again. Alex silently observed the scene, listening to the thunderous quarrel between Kensei and Juma. When Kensei, in his frantic flight, passed close by, a hand suddenly grabbed him by the scruff. He slowly turned his head, and met Alex's eyes. In that instant, he realized, this wasn't a clone. After all, clones never interfered in Orario's affairs. Alex's calm, empty gaze pierced him through. Kensei swallowed hard, forcing a strained smile that looked more like the grimace of a man about to burst into tears. Thank you for catching my husband. Which clone are you? Juma asked, staring at Alex intently. Lady Ma, we haven't seen each other in a week. We've just returned from vacation, Alex replied with a smile, still holding Kensei by the collar. Oh, Alex, dear, I didn't recognize you at first. With so many of your clones running around the city, it's easy to get confused. The only way to tell the real one is by the clothes. How was your vacation? And why did you come back so soon? Juma said, a flicker of joy flashing in her eyes. It wasn't bad. We visited a couple of interesting places. Renka is at home unpacking things now. You should stop by, she brought back some souvenirs. I'm sure she'd be glad to see you. Well, except for Kensei. She probably won't be thrilled to hear what her father's been up to this past week, Alex remarked, giving the miserable Kensei a little shake. I didn't do anything. Kensei protested indignantly. Silence, Kensei. You might be able to convince your student Kenichi with your tall tales, but not me, Juma snapped sharply, then softened her expression into a smile as she turned to Alex. Alex, dear, I'll definitely come by. I've missed my daughter so much. But first, I need to deal with my husband. Girls, tie him up properly. Yes, Captain, the women chorused in unison, pulling out ropes and handcuffs. Alex released Kensei. But before he could even twitch, the cuffs clicked onto his wrists and ankles, and within seconds he was trussed up into a pathetic caterpillar. Juma watched with the keen eye of a hawk, ready to strike him at the slightest hint of resistance. To make sure, she stuffed a gag into his mouth as well. Alex just shook his head, impressed by the women's speed and coordination. Well trained, he remarked. Thank you, Juma replied with a satisfied smile. Suddenly, Alex felt someone's gaze on him. Turning around, he saw Hermes being dragged along the ground by Asfi like a sack. The god's arms and legs were bound, making him look more like a cocoon than a man. Hey, Alex. How's it going? Hermes said cheerfully, despite his position. Fine. And you, I see, are having fun, Alex replied dryly. Well, I wouldn't exactly call it fun. But it's an interesting experience, being tied up like this. Kind of symbolic, really. When I break free from this cocoon, I'll soar like a butterfly, Hermes said dreamily. Alex looked at him with an empty stare. It seemed to him that Hermes had probably hit his head on some stones along the way, since Asfi had been dragging him without much care. Maybe that was why he was spouting such nonsense. Asfi, for her part, thought the same and seriously wondered whether to take the god to a doctor, or if he was just pretending. Asfi, after the punishment, take Hermes to a doctor. Let them check his head. Who knows, he might get even dumber, although it's hard to imagine it getting worse, Alex said calmly. Agreed. We need to make sure he's okay, Asfi nodded. Hey, I can hear everything, you know. Hermes protested. I may be tied up, but my hearing is perfect. I'll become a butterfly, I'm telling you. Alex and Asfi exchanged a glance and shook their heads in unison. Both were certain, Hermes clearly needed medical attention. After all, only a complete idiot would seriously talk about turning into a butterfly. After saying goodbye to Juma and Asfi, and completely ignoring Kensei and Hermes, who had already been transformed into pitiful caterpillars, Alex decided to head to the guild with his clone. He was eager to see how the clones had handled the task and what interior design they had chosen for the building. Following the clone, Alex soon saw a 3-story building ahead. It looked suspiciously familiar. He strained his memory, and suddenly realized where he had seen something like it before. Are you telling me you built the guild in a fairy tale style? Alex asked, staring blankly at the clone. You could say that, the clone replied thoughtfully, stroking his chin. The fairy tale building always looked cozy and inviting. And considering that the future members of our guild will have very similar personalities, the other clones and I decided this style fits perfectly. Alright, I actually like the exterior. But who the hell thought of naming it? Alex pointed at the sign. Guild of Guardians. Well, we just combined the words guild and guardian. It sounded catchy and quick. We didn't have time to come up with anything original. You know how it is, if we had started arguing over the name, it would have dragged on for a month. So consider it temporary. Don't like it? Change it yourself. That's your problem now, original, the clone shrugged. Alex massaged his forehead wearily, feeling the onset of a headache. He decided he'd think of a proper name later. Another surprise awaited him. By the guild doors, a trio of his clones were squatting, smoking, and chatting animatedly. As Juma had said, each clone wore different clothing. This trio had chosen school uniforms and looked exactly like hooligans smoking behind a school. Alex couldn't help but wonder, what's going on in their heads? And why are they so damn strange? He knew he wasn't entirely normal himself, otherwise, he would have gone crazy long ago with everything happening in his life. But the clone's wires seemed even more frayed. "Oh, look who's back." His Majesty, the original, one of the students drawled mockingly, taking a drag from his cigarette. "We thought you'd left for good, and we'd have to do all your work ourselves. You three put on school uniforms just to mess with me?" Alex asked dryly. "Bingo, original," the second clone smirked. "We're just messing around. We don't have to sit at desks and stare at those dull faces of classmates. And we don't have to do homework either." "Ha ha ha," added the third, choking on his laughter. Alex's eye began to twitch nervously at the words of his clones. That familiar urge flared up again, the desire to punch his own reflections. His hand already reached for the iron rod in his inventory, but the clones just laughed loudly and vanished in clouds of white smoke, leaving the last word behind. Alex grimaced and forced himself to suppress his irritation. The best way to get rid of anger, he decided, was to distract himself, and so he followed the clone in the white construction helmet. Once inside, he was pleasantly surprised. The guild's interior really did resemble the fairy tale hall, but with important differences. Along the walls ran racks of monitors that were meant to display worlds and available missions. Another novelty was the task dispensing stations. Everything looked like a harmonious blend of magical ambience and modern world technology. "Not bad," Alex nodded. "And where are the monitors for observing the groups?" "Here," the clone replied, pointing to a wall covered in screens. "We thought that if someone isn't participating in missions, they can watch broadcasts of other groups. This way, newcomers will quickly understand the rules of the worlds and learn from others' experiences." "What else did you add?" Alex asked, continuing to inspect the hall. "Mostly small things. On the second floor, there's a library with information about worlds and gods. Essentially, we digitized your entire collection. So all that's left is to find a librarian. Though I suspect you'll want to give that job to Regan Leaf." The clone paused, then continued. "We originally planned the third floor as an artifact storage. But in the end, we made a separate storage behind the mission desks and gave the top floor to the elite, the ones who complete the most difficult missions. In the basement, there's a training ground, any weapon, firearms, melee, or magic. Oh, and on the first floor, we set up a clinic for Shizuka, Mari, and Rekka. Everything's ready, you could start working right now." "Aha," Alex murmured. "In short, figure out the rest yourself." "Good luck, original," the clone smirked and disappeared in smoke. Alex sighed and began touring the guild. He first went up to the third floor. The interior was almost no different from the first, except for greater comfort and a blank leaderboard that would later display the names of elite groups. "Looks decent," he noted to himself. Next was the library on the second floor. The holographic shelves with data looked impressive. Alex immediately realized, Regan Leaf would be perfect as the keeper of knowledge. The other Valkyries could handle reports and mission distribution. Though he couldn't see Thrud as a secretary, she was far too bulky for paperwork. She'd be better suited overseeing the training complex. Descending to the first floor, Alex checked the storage. The massive iron doors slid open, and his face immediately went stone cold. The shelves were overflowing with weapons and artifacts he recognized perfectly. "Perfect," he muttered, realizing that the clones had completely emptied his personal stockpile. To avoid ruining his mood entirely, he silently closed the doors and pretended not to notice. The next stop was the clinic. After a brief inspection of the rooms, Alex nodded. Everything was ready, they could start treating the wounded today. After that, he went down to the basement. There was the training ground. A quick inspection confirmed, everything was in order. Having finished the training area inspection, Alex returned to the first floor. Now it was time to check the most important part, the system itself, to see firsthand how it worked. He settled into one of the workstations intended for the guild's future secretaries. Turning on the computer, he pulled the ashtray closer, lit a cigarette, and waited for the system to boot up. One by one, the monitors flickered to life, filling the hall with a soft glow. The mission board lit up first, displaying the names of the worlds, their current status, and the threats that could destroy them prematurely. Alex glanced at the loading screen, then leisurely stood up and moved closer to the mission board. The clones did a good job," he muttered under his breath. "The information is detailed, everything's clearly laid out. Wow, they even made an app for missions. Not bad, not bad. Just like in a video game. Considering everyone's carrying smartphones or HUD screens, it saves me some hassle." He chuckled, exhaling a stream of smoke. Deep down, Alex knew that without the involvement of his father, the creator, such a system couldn't have been built. Too much data, too precise analytics. He also remembered that the clones had enlisted the support of Yogg, and it was this ancient entity that helped reduce the time lag, allowing near-instant updates on the worlds. I wonder how much he'll ask for such a favor. flashed through his mind. But Alex waved it off. Conversations with the outer god who loved sweets could wait. Returning to the desk, he confirmed that the system had launched without any glitches. No major changes were needed, only minor details could be refined later. Now there was just one thing left: conduct the test run and find volunteers for the first mission. Plugging his phone into the computer, Alex noticed that a new icon immediately appeared on the desktop, a large letter V. He opened the app, scanned the interface quickly, and smirked with satisfaction. The system allowed missions to be accepted directly in the field, without needing to return to the guild first. Leaning back with his feet on the desk, Alex lazily flipped through the menu, exploring the additional functions. He was so absorbed that he didn't notice the guild doors swing open. "Look who's back," a familiar male voice rang out. Barely made it home, and already thrown headfirst into work. Alex heard the familiar voice and looked up. In the doorway stood Lem, with a cigarette in his mouth, dressed not like a soldier but more like a tourist on vacation, brown pants, a black polo, and the lazy gaze of someone who enjoys everything. "Well, a week of rest is enough, time to get to work," Alex said with a smile, putting his feet down from the desk. "So, how was the vacation? Where did you manage to go?" Lem asked, stepping closer and leaning on the counter. "First, we visited the academy where they train elite chefs," Alex began. "There was a festival, and we ate so much we could barely leave. Then we went to the Dwarf Kingdom, honestly, entire mountains of gold there. Soon after, we had to help them fend off an orc army. And at the end, we visited a world with a haunted house that actually has ghosts. That world also has plenty of urban legends that turn out to be real." Lem squinted skeptically and smirked. "An academy for chefs, makes sense. The Dwarf Kingdom too. But a world with ghosts, that's a pretty strange choice for a vacation." "Why?" Alex laughed. "The girls liked it. I even went to a meeting of the Runaway Psychopaths Club, and they were all competing to tell ghost stories. Had to break it up, though. But everyone had fun. Oh, and I found Zhang is killer, now that Fatso is suffering big time." "Well, if you avenged your ghostly girlfriend, then no complaints," Lem smirked. "Alright, so what are you up to now? Your clones have been running around all week, but they didn't explain anything properly." "You're just in time," Alex said with a sly smile. "Gather the guys. You'll be the first to go on a test mission." "Wait," Lem raised an eyebrow. "You're seriously turning us into guinea pigs? Don't dramatize. The system works fine, it just needs field testing. You're perfect for it." "And who do I call?" Lem rolled his eyes. "You said it, guys, but didn't hand me a list. Call your crew, and if you can, bring R. If not, forget it. The rest, Price, Soap, Ghost, David, Jonah, Coda, and don't forget Jake." "Ha ha ha." Lem laughed loudly. "Not sure about R. He's still in the hands of that Amazon. Although, maybe we can get him out. He definitely needs a break, I doubt he'll last long in her embrace otherwise." Alex just nodded, looking at his friend with a faint smile. Lem said goodbye and went to assemble the team. Alex returned to his desk and began the final preparations. He already had one world in mind for the test run. The mission seemed simple: prevent the start of a war. But what caught Alex's attention was that this world felt too familiar, even if it was a different timeline. "This will do for a start. Just right. To be continued."